a realm reminiscent of the Victorian era, mysterious creatures beneath the steampunk aesthetic, unknown treasures, and lost legends. A synthetic bioweapon traverses into this wondrous world. Chapter 1. The Art of Cerebral Division. A violent headache accompanied by a severe sense of dizziness akin to a concussion was the first sensation experienced by 74,328 upon awakening. Before he could react further, the dizziness initiated a wave of nausea, compelling him to expel everything within his stomach to make matters worse. His body felt utterly limp, devoid of any strength to sit up, forcing him to tilt his head slightly and release the contents of his stomach to one side. As the nausea began to subside, the dizziness in 74,328's head slightly alleviated, yet the headache persisted, intensifying in the absence of the dizziness counterbalance. First, auxiliary brain. Assess for cerebral anomalies. The intense discomfort within his body instilled a sense of unease in 74328, prompting him to command the first auxiliary brain, responsible for regulating bodily functions, to examine his condition. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated upon issuing the command. The first auxiliary brain remained unresponsive, as if it had vanished entirely. Feeling an ominous premonition, 74,328 swiftly directed commands to the second auxiliary brain, responsible for logical deduction, and the third auxiliary brain, tasked with learning and organization, yet met with the same disconcerting silence. Just as he began to feel lost, a torrent of chaotic memory fragments surged into his mind, delivering a jarring impact to his already pained psyche, exacerbating his headache. This pain was indescribable had his body not been so weak. He might have succumbed to the urge to smash his head against a wall in despair. The onset of this agony was swift, yet it dissipated just as quickly, akin to a wave retreating after cresting, returning to a semblance of normalcy. Damn it! As the haze lifted, 74,328 realized his mind was inundated with a cacophony of disordered memories, that he was compelled to utilize the scant remnants of his cognitive faculties to analyze his current predicament, and soon arrived at a disheartening conclusion that shattered the behavioral norms he had adhered to for years. Prompting an internal curse, he discerned that the acute pain in his head, the disappearance of the three auxiliary brains, and the overwhelming influx of chaotic memories all pointed unmistakably to a grim possibility: the collapse of the auxiliary brains. Since the advent of cerebral division techniques 345 years ago, billions had employed this method to create auxiliary brains, and numerous instances of auxiliary brain collapse had been documented. The Earth Federation established a repository to compile and organize the data of those who experienced such collapses to date. There remains no consensus on the causes of auxiliary brain collapse. Some attribute it to overexertion, while others suspect inherent flaws in the cerebral division technique that render it unsuitable for certain individuals. However, one fact is irrefutable: once auxiliary brain collapse occurs, it is irreversible. The sole remedy for the side effects of auxiliary brain collapse lies in reapplying cerebral division techniques to forge a new auxiliary brain. Yet, the challenge faced by an ordinary individual in creating an auxiliary brain through cerebral division is vastly different from that encountered by one who has experienced collapse. Only two successful cases exist, neither of which can truly be deemed successful, as the auxiliary brains they produced lacked any functional capabilities. Despite the absence of successful precedents, 74328 found himself with no alternative path, for even he, labeled a robot, lacked the confidence to withstand the repercussions of another wave of side effects. Thus, having made his decision, the resolute 74328 commenced the adept application of cerebral division techniques to segment the neurons within his brain. Cerebral division is an extraordinary evolutionary method conceived by a mysterious scientist over 3 centuries ago during Earth's bygone era. This technique encompasses elements of mysticism, psychology, neurology, and other human sciences, marking a monumental leap in human evolution from mere terrestrial beings to genuine cosmic entities. According to records from the Earth Federation, the foundational theories of cerebral division trace back to a thesis penned by a neuroscience student at Harvard Medical School. In this thesis, the student conducted a comprehensive analysis of human brain utilization, concluding that humanity's engagement with its cerebral faculties was lamentably low. Even the most intelligent individuals utilized less than 20% of their brain capacity. He posited that this limitation was not due to an inability to access the remaining 80% of the brain, but rather the presence of inert genes within all biological organisms, which hindered effective utilization of this cerebral capacity at that time. The concept of inert genes was novel, as genetic scientists discovered a common gene within the genomes of all organisms, including humans, that induced lethargy, subsequently labeling it the inert gene. Prior to this discovery, scientists largely attributed laziness to personality traits. It was only with the identification of the inert gene that humanity recognized its role. This gene directly influenced an organism's utilization of its various organs, for instance. If a particular creature could satisfy all its survival needs by merely opening its mouth, it would cease to effectively utilize any other part of its anatomy. Human brains were similarly impacted by inert genes that, if humans could meet their current needs using less than 20% of their cerebral capacity, they would neglect the remaining 80%. Upon realizing that the inert gene limited effective utilization of the human body, some scientists endeavored to rectify this issue, with bold ideas proposed to excise the inert gene from the genetic makeup, all of which ultimately ended in failure. This pivotal issue concerning human evolution saw a breakthrough over 3 centuries ago, 50 years prior to the establishment of the Earth Federation. A mysterious scientist, unlike others who focused on inert genes, bypassed genetic concerns altogether and targeted the human brain's core, creating the cerebral division technique, which allowed for the effective exploitation of previously underutilized cerebral resources, transforming them into auxiliary brains that governed bodily functions. Consequently, the newly formed auxiliary brains not only endowed humanity with computation capabilities akin to superquantum computers, but also enabled nearly flawless management of their bodily organs, facilitating an unprecedented evolutionary leap within a short span of time. Once the scientist perfected the cerebral division technique, he made it publicly accessible to all nations on Earth, ensuring that anyone with internet access could obtain the comprehensive methodology for its application. For humanity at large, the cerebral division technique was undoubtedly a boon, yet for those in positions of power, it represented a potent poison. In an era where everyone was empowered, the distinction between rulers and the ruled blurred, rendering control over others nearly impossible. Thus, when the cerebral division technique was unveiled and validated by many, global tensions escalated dramatically. Nations engaged in protracted conflicts over the implications of the cerebral division technique, with no country remaining unscathed, until the Earth was ravaged by war, leaving it battered and scarred. Humanity was oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. It was only when faced with the prospect of annihilation that nations cast aside their grievances, and mankind relinquished its animosities to forge a singular entity known as the Earth Federation. Upon the establishment of the Earth Federation, it dawned on its citizens that they were utterly unaware of the identity of the creator of the cerebral division technique. This enigmatic figure left no name or personal details, rendering the matter one of the greatest mysteries within the Federation, spawning numerous speculations, including conspiracy theories. For the subject 74328, pondering the creator's intentions behind the revelation of the cerebral division technique or its implications for humanity were of no concern. As a biological weapon of the Earth Federation, his primary focus revolved around effectively pursuing and eliminating enemies. The IT was precisely due to the extraordinary resilience of biological weapons that he could endure excruciating pain and, despite various adverse reactions, successfully employ the cerebral division technique to isolate 20% of dormant neural pathways, forming a new auxiliary brain. Function setting, body control, conducting physical examination, organizing bodily data, establishing database, adjusting brain structure, modifying memory cells. In the instant the auxiliary brain was formed, 74,328 adeptly issued a series of commands, categorizing the first auxiliary brain as a body control variant to assess his physical condition. Simultaneously, as the auxiliary brain emerged, the intense pain and dizziness in his head began to recede like a receding tide. With the alleviation of pain, his other senses gradually restored, allowing him to perceive the external environment. The first sensations to return, smell and hearing, instantly informed 74,328 of his surroundings, awakening a profound sense of confusion within him. The acrid scent of smoke, the cacophony of gunfire, and the chaotic shouts around him all indicated he was amidst a battlefield. However, a conundrum arose since the Earth Federation had entered the interstellar era. Gunpowder weaponry had become obsolete, replaced by more efficient and powerful Gauss and ion weapons. Firearms had long since transformed into collectibles, cherished by private enthusiasts, and were not utilized en masse in combat. As 74328 prepared to open his eyes and survey his surroundings, a shell exploded nearby, sending a shockwave that hurled him from the ground, crashing painfully onto the earth. Sudden agony piercing through his abdomen. Rather than instilling fear, the pain awakened his instinctual combat responses as a biological weapon, enabling him to adeptly adjust his posture to mitigate the pressure on his injured body, preventing further harm. As his eyelids were forcibly pried open, the sudden exposure to light caused sharp pain to his still adapting eyes, prompting tears to stream down his cheeks. The emergence of tears startled 74328, for he was certain that his transformed tear glands had been excised and he could not weep. Once the tears moistened his eyes, alleviating the discomfort from the forced opening of his eyelids, the blurry images before him began to sharpen. The first sight to greet him was that of a burly man, bearded and exhibiting distinct Celtic features, clad in tattered military garb resembling that of the British Army from the Great War era. The soldier, upon noticing 74,328's regained consciousness, erupted into hearty laughter. He then patted 74,328's shoulder like an old acquaintance and spoke a few words in a language unfamiliar to him, seemingly encouraging, before seizing an ancient-looking breech-loading rifle from the ground and darting out from the cover. With the obstruction removed from his line of sight, 74,328 could now clearly observe his surroundings. He found himself within a trench-like structure, reminiscent of the deep trenches from the Great War, constructed from logs placed along the sides of a deep ditch covered with a layer of earth. This makeshift shelter offered little more than minimal protection from falling debris, lacking any real defense. A single shell could easily obliterate it, providing only a fleeting sense of psychological comfort to those within that moment. The shelter appeared to have transformed into a frontline hospital, with numerous injured individuals, much like 74328, sprawled about in disarray, while several peculiar masked figures resembling doctors examined their wounds. Chapter 2: Understanding Identity. The concept of time travel has evolved from a mere fictional idea into a significant scientific research project. In the rapidly advancing age of the Earth Federation, an increasing body of evidence supports the reality of such phenomena. Some speculate that the originator of the brain-splitting technique was, in fact, a time traveler from the future. At this moment, 74,328 is not inclined to delve into the study of time travel. He is far more interested in discovering his current whereabouts and the identity he has assumed. With a commanding thought, he instructs his newly separated auxiliary brain to organize the fragmented memories and transmit the flow of recollections. As his command reaches the auxiliary brain, the memory fragments that were just organized begin to stream into his consciousness. A wave of excruciating pain surges through his mind again. Yet this agony pales in comparison to the previous torment, remaining within 74,328's threshold of endurance. His focus now shifts away from the pain in his head, as he becomes fully immersed in the multitude of information flowing from the memories. Once the transmission concludes, 74,328 comprehends his current location and identity. He finds himself in a realm known as Vylon, a world predominantly characterized by vast oceans, which cradle 3 continents arranged in the shape of a clover. The largest of these is called Vylon Continent, followed by Minsk Continent and Mosin Continent, with the sea nestled between them referred to as the Starfall Sea. The Kingdom of Ingol, where 74328 currently inhabits a body, is an island nation situated on the edge of the Starfall Sea, near the Vylon Continent. Due to its strategic geographical position, the empires on Vylon Continent have long coveted the annexation of Ingol, yet have consistently failed in their endeavors. The nation currently at war with Ingol is the dominant Fran Empire, although the reasons for the conflict remain unclear to the soul occupying this body. All he knows is that hostilities erupted abruptly, and as a young man burdened with debts to the National Bank, He was compelled to enlist in the military under the pretense of repaying his obligations, crossing the Vylon Strait to engage in battle within Friend territory. This body belongs to a young man named Leo Dodd from York County in the Kingdom of Ingle. Leo, the son of a blacksmith, is not particularly clever, yet possesses commendable skills in metallurgy. 2 years prior, Leo's father succumbed to a lung disease, dying beside the furnace he so dearly loved, leaving the blacksmith shop to Leo. Under normal circumstances, Leo would have been able to sustain the business and live a modest life, despite his lack of intellect. Unfortunately, the land on which his shop stood caught the eye of a certain noble in York County. Unable to purchase it, the noble devised a scheme, placing a large order for agricultural tools, compelling Leo to borrow heavily from the bank to procure the necessary materials, only to abruptly cancel the order and pay a meager penalty, leaving Leo unable to repay his debts and forcing him to auction off his blacksmith shop. Ultimately, the shop was sold, yet the proceeds were insufficient to settle his debts. At this juncture, the Kingdom of Ingle initiated a draft for a military expedition against the Fran Empire, offering debt relief to those who enlisted. With no viable alternatives to resolve his financial woes, Leo had no choice but to join the military. After a hasty training period, he was transported by steam train to a battlefield, the location of which was unknown to him, and on his first day in combat, he perished before encountering a single enemy, felled by his own weapon's malfunction, leaving his body to be occupied by 74328, an interdimensional traveler. As 74328 absorbed and integrated these foreign memories, he developed a profound fascination for this unfamiliar world, for it bore a striking resemblance to a genre of literature from his own realm known as steampunk. This world thrives on steam technology, featuring steam airships, steam ships, steam trains, and even steam tanks on the battlefield, alongside a unique steam crossbow as a primary weapon for soldiers. The advancement of steam technology can be attributed to a remarkable species of tree known as the charcoal tree, which grows from a mere fingernail-sized sapling to towering heights within 5 years. The charcoal produced from this tree is characterized by its long-burning properties and high combustion temperature. Moreover, the prevalence of steam technology may also stem from the absence of coal and oil, the two critical resources for industrial development. In Leo's fragmented memories, neither coal nor oil ever appeared. The oil lamps used in daily life were derived from the extraction of charcoal fruit oil, which, despite its limitations in heat and brightness, served primarily as a lubricant for steam engines. It seems I must continue to exist under the identity of Leo Dodd, relinquishing the persona of 74,328. Upon merging with these external memories, a deep sigh escapes 74,328's heart, accompanied by an unprecedented surge of joy. In his past existence as a biological weapon, he had never contemplated anything beyond the relentless pursuit of enemies, leading a monotonous life that even a being deemed a machine found wearisome. Alas, escape from such a life was impossible unless he met his demise. Now, he has embarked on an entirely different life, free from the relentless pursuit of the Earth Federation, and he feels a remarkable lightness wash over him. Though his body is riddled with injuries and pain courses through his wounds, this newfound existence brings him an unparalleled sense of comfort. At that moment, a nearby doctor tending to the wounded noticed Leo. Observing Leo's vacant gaze, he mistakenly believed the young man had succumbed to his injuries and reached out to check for a pulse, intending to ascertain whether Leo was still salvageable. However, before the doctor's hand could reach Leo's neck, the once dull eyes of Leo sparkled with life. In a swift motion, Leo seized the doctor's probing arm with the reflexes of a striking serpent, while his other hand deftly drew a dagger from his waist, placing the blade menacingly against the doctor's throat, poised to strike with the slightest movement. "Please, I mean no harm. I merely wish to assess your injuries," the doctor stammered, sensing the cold steel at his neck and the chilling gaze of his assailant. Tension enveloped him as he feared any unnecessary action might lead to a fatal misunderstanding. Through the assimilation of memories, Leo had mastered the language of the Ingle Kingdom and could comprehend the doctor's words. The doctor, experiencing a profound sense of relief, felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, bringing an unwelcome chill that urged him to wipe his brow. Yet, he refrained from removing his mask, suppressing the urge to clear the perspiration. The stringent precautions taken by Vylon's doctors are largely a consequence of a cataclysmic plague that ravaged the 3 continents over 200 years ago. During that catastrophe, physicians were on the front lines, fighting against the epidemic without adequate protective measures, resulting in the majority succumbing to the disease themselves, nearly extinguishing the medical knowledge in Vylon. Nevertheless, many ancient medical practices have been lost to time, and the physicians who journey into the 3 continents of Vylon continue to strive to restore and revive the medical wisdom of the past. In order to safeguard the unique talents of physicians, governments across the globe have instituted stringent regulations for their protection. When treating patients, doctors are required to don tightly fitted medical attire and wear masks infused with disease-preventing herbs, effectively severing direct contact with patients and shielding themselves from potentially lethal infections. Due to the peculiar nature of Leo's recent combat techniques, the physician found himself intrigued by the battered newcomer before him. In his memory, even seasoned soldiers did not exhibit such remarkable combat prowess. The speed of his opponent's strikes approached the swiftness of lightning, leaving him no time to react before the blade was pressed against his throat. "Do you require assistance in assessing your injuries?" the doctor inquired, his curiosity piqued. However, Leo appeared indifferent, casting a nonchalant glance at the doctor's peculiar bird-like mask and the assortment of medicinal pouches adorning his person. In a somewhat halting version of the local tongue, he stated, "I need some hemostatic medicine, a bandage, and a bit of alcohol." The physician paused in surprise. He deduced from Leo's request that he intended to treat himself. The methods for addressing such external wounds, while not entirely secret, were not typically known to the lower echelons of society. Only those who had attended national medical schools would be familiar with such treatments. Driven by intense curiosity, the doctor retrieved the requested items and handed them over, neglecting the other unassisted wounded soldiers nearby, and squatted beside Leo to observe how he would tend to his injuries. Although unable to identify the primary ingredients of the medicine, the doctor recognized its efficacy. Leo, revealing a modest wound on his shoulder beneath the conspicuous red military uniform, meticulously cleared away debris, cleansed the injury with alcohol, and applied the hemostatic agent. Despite being a rudimentary herbal remedy, its effects rivaled the hemostatic gels produced by the Earth Federation's nanotechnology. The previously gaping wound began to close and form a scab. It appeared that, provided it did not reopen, full recovery would be achieved within 3 days. Having grasped the actual effectiveness of the medicine, Leo felt a measure of relief regarding his injuries, at least alleviating his fears of a fatal outcome. He proceeded to treat the various wounds on his body, applying the hemostatic agent to minor injuries and wrapping the larger ones in bandages. Only the substantial injury inflicted by shrapnel to his abdomen required stitching to staunch the bleeding. Unfortunately, the military doctor present lacked the knowledge of suturing techniques and had no needles or thread at his disposal. Consequently, Leo resorted to utilizing 2 wooden clasps intended for securing collars, fastening the edges of the wound together before applying the hemostatic agent and securing it with a bandage. While this method would undoubtedly cause significant pain, it served as a substitute for suturing, drawing the wound together, with the only caveat being the necessity to remove the clamps before they inflicted further damage. The doctor observed Leo's entire process of wound treatment. Although masked and unable to discern his expression, he was inwardly astounded. Leo's adept technique suggested he was a master of trauma care, and his approach to the large abdominal wound was unprecedented. In the past, they had typically washed such wounds and packed them with medicine before bandaging, a method fraught with uncertainty regarding healing. If fortunate, the wound might heal, leaving only a scar. If unfortunate, it could lead to inflammation and internal infection, resulting in death. The technique he witnessed now, clamping the wound and applying hemostatic medicine, entirely circumvented the drawbacks of larger wounds failing to heal. "Where did you learn this treatment method?" the doctor inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "What?" Leo replied, perplexed. "I was referring to your approach to that wound," the doctor clarified, pointing to the injury on Leo's abdomen. The doctor then rolled his eyes in response to Leo's confusion. Leo continued, "In truth, suturing would yield even better results." "Suturing?" the doctor echoed, momentarily taken aback. As he fell into contemplation, after a considerable pause, he re-emerged with a serious expression and asked Leo, "Might I have your permission to publish this method in the internal journal of the Vylon Medical Society? Life? If made public, it could save countless lives." He quickly added, concerned that Leo might misunderstand, "Rest assured, I will attribute this method to you. The honor shall entirely belong to you." Chapter 3. The system's subconscious and fundamental qualities. Leo had not anticipated that such a rudimentary method of treating external injuries would be elevated to such prominence by this physician. Gracing the pages of the internal publication, life of the Vylon Medical Academy. Although the body he occupied hailed from a remote locale in Yorkshire, he held the Vylon Medical Academy, a sanctuary dedicated to the preservation of life and wholly independent from any nation, in the highest esteem. This reverence had inevitably influenced his emotions. Perhaps swayed by past sentiments, or perhaps reluctant to complicate matters, Leo swiftly resolved to nod in agreement, stating, "If you wish to publish it, please do. I wholeheartedly endorse your decision." Upon noting Leo's identity, the physician promptly introduced himself. "I am Nelson Matthew, a doctor from Seaport. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Leo." Leo sensed that this doctor possessed a significant status. He had merely stated his name and his affiliation with Seaport without specifying a particular clinic or hospital. Such a vague introduction could imply a desire for solitude. However, the physician's demeanor suggested an earnest intent to forge a connection with Leo. This ambiguity thus bore additional implications, notably that Dr. Nelson Matthew held considerable renown in Seaport, such that merely mentioning his name would suffice for anyone there to locate him effortlessly. Yet, given his current circumstances, it seemed implausible for him to live as he desired. According to the laws of the Kingdom of England, he, a recently rehabilitated debtor, was prohibited from relocating to another city for a minimum of 3 years and was confined to Yorkshire. Thus, he needed the assistance of someone of stature. And this physician appeared to be the ideal candidate. One should not assume that biological weapons exist solely for combat. Indeed, within the Earth Federation, biological weapons are ranked by status, with the highest-ranking individuals able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Federation generals. Consequently, internal power struggles among biological weapons are not uncommon. Leo himself had once been a standout among them, ascending from a mass-produced biological weapon numbered 70,000 to a decision-maker of distinguished rank, an achievement that could not have been attained solely through martial prowess. Now, with limited knowledge of the external world, Leo welcomed the opportunity to befriend someone of significant standing. Just as he prepared to engage Dr. Nelson in conversation to learn more about him, an acute sense of crisis surged within his mind. Without hesitation, he instinctively shielded the physician, shouting, "Take cover." He then rolled out from behind the barricade and into a corner of the trench, pressing himself firmly against the ground. The incoming shell was evidently of a specialized nature. It did not detonate upon striking the wooden supports of the barricade, but rather pierced through the roof, descending into the shelter below. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion obliterated the relatively sturdy barricade, annihilating those within with shrapnel and the force of the blast. In contrast to the misfortune of those trapped inside, Leo and the rescued Dr. Nelson fared significantly better. The shockwave from the explosion left both momentarily dazed, while the deafening noise and swirling dust rendered their senses nearly ineffective. However, they sustained no further injuries. Their chosen hiding spot had fortuitously shielded them from the deadly debris, allowing them to rise unscathed after regaining their composure. The sudden turn of events evidently impacted Dr. Nelson more profoundly. He needed no detailed inspection to ascertain that the individuals in the barricade had perished, while the deaths of those wounded soldiers did not weigh heavily on his conscience. For he was inherently compassionate, yet retained some noble pretensions. It was the loss of his carefully trained students that truly pained him. These young men, whom he had mentored, were destined for remarkable achievements. His intention in bringing them to the battlefield was not only to enrich their experience, but also to garner recognition and acclaim for the Kingdom of England. Such accolades would significantly bolster their standing within the medical faculty, yet now, all was lost. As Dr. Nelson sat beside the trench, rendered speechless by grief, Leo found no inclination to converse. His focus shifted entirely to his subconscious system. Commanding it to compile his bodily data and generate a personal capability chart, he instructed, "Display." With each command, the system adjusted accordingly. Leo experienced a sudden discomfort in his eyes, followed by a flash of light that brought tears to his sight, blurring his vision. After a brief moment, as his sight cleared, an interface resembling a game UI materialized before him, revealing the true condition of his body through attributes akin to those found in a video game. Name, Leo Race. Human strength, 1. 5, 3. Agility, 1, 2. Willpower, 15, 15. Constitution, 1. 7, 3. 5. Talents, combat will, an innate warrior, capable of swiftly mastering any combat technique. Danger perception, an extraordinary nervous system that senses surrounding dangers. Skills, mechanical will, as a biological weapon, possesses an almost absolute calm and rationality, resistant to external disturbances. 3 minutes activation time, 24 hours cooldown. Perfect control achieves flawless control over bodily organs, allowing for treatment, combat, and organ evolution. Requires high energy intake to maintain the skill's consumption. Status: 1/3 degree wound, 7 4th degree wounds, 18 5th degree wounds, mental overload, overall fatigued state, with all internal organs intact. Recommended to relax and rest for 3 days. Well, upon witnessing the system's representation of his bodily condition displayed in the format of game attributes, Leo gained a clearer understanding of his current physical state, prompting an exclamation of awe. In comparison to the basic qualities of an average individual, Leo's physical attributes could be deemed superhuman, as both his strength and constitution exceeded 3 points, rivaling those of the biological weapon body he had originally been engineered from. However, his current condition was far from optimal. Though he bore no life-threatening injuries, the 3rd degree wound would hinder his mobility, and his fatigued state significantly diminished his physical capabilities, reducing his constitution from a perfect 3.5 to 1.7. Even though his physical attributes remained above those of a normal person, these values were not immutable. Without adequate rest and healing, his attributes would decline rapidly, potentially dropping below normal levels, which could result in severe illness or even death. However, the true source of Leo's astonishment did not stem from the inherent qualities of his current physique, although these qualities far exceed those of an ordinary individual. Given the geographical and racial context of this Vylon world, alongside his origins as a blacksmith, it is not particularly surprising that he possesses such exceptional attributes. Typically, an average person, through systematic training, can achieve a similar level of physical prowess. It is the additional 2 innate skills that truly astonish Leo. Among the 4 innate skills, the combat will and mechanical will were inherent to the original biological weapon, possibly linked to the soul of its past, allowing Leo's present body to inherit these 2 unique capabilities, along with an impressive super will of 15 points. The skills that genuinely belong to this body are, in fact, danger perception and perfect control. Within the Earth Federation, aside from specially engineered biohumans like Leo, who have discarded certain human traits such as emotions, acquiring a unique innate skill is exceedingly rare. Out of billions, fewer than 10,000 individuals possess a constant innate skill, and those who can simultaneously wield 2 such skills are even more scarce. The power of danger perception had already revealed itself earlier. Had Leo not sensed the impending peril through this innate ability, he and Dr. Nelson might have ended up like the wounded in Doctors, reduced to mere fragments beneath the rubble of a protective barrier. As a biological weapon accustomed to the front lines of battle, Leo comprehends the significance of danger perception for a warrior. Moreover, this ability is perpetually active, unlike skills that require activation time or mental energy, enhancing his survival probability on the battlefield by over 20%. Leo finds danger perception comprehensible, as many individuals within the Earth Federation's talent pool possess similar abilities. According to official research, a sufficient level of mental energy can generate comparable innate skills. However, the nature of perfect control, a trigger-based skill, perplexes him. The name and description of the skill indicate a clear connection to the primary function of body control, yet it surpasses mere control with an added capability of organ evolution. Literally interpreted, as long as one meets the conditions for high energy intake, they can activate perfect control, thereby facilitating the evolution of bodily organs. For years, the Earth Federation has sought the path of human evolution, developing various technologies to bestow humanity with extraordinary abilities once dreamt of in the bygone era. Yet, all these evolutions were externally induced. The current skill suggests self-evolution through high energy intake, an occurrence that has transpired only once in the Federation's history, the brain-splitting technique. This technique opened the gateway to cosmic evolution for humankind. Leo does not presume that this self-evolving perfect control can compare, yet his curiosity is piqued, prompting him to issue a command to his secondary brain system. As the command reached the secondary brain, complex lines of code appeared before Leo's eyes. By analyzing these genetic codes related to his body, he swiftly discerned that the organ evolution component of his interest derives from the foundational genes of this body. He also recognized a significant distinction between this body and that of the Earth Federation's inhabitants. Although, from a physiological perspective, the humans of the Vylon world and those of the Earth Federation share similar internal organs and limbs, a genetic analysis reveals a profound divergence akin to the difference between humans and chimpanzees, with a mere 1% genetic variation. The primary brain system can only analyze the 99% of genetic codes akin to those of Earth humans, remaining powerless against the 1% that exceeds the genetic database of Earth. It can merely hypothesize the functions of the unknown genes by triggering the gene chain, with the organ evolution in perfect control being a capability obtained through this system's activation of the unknown gene chain. This does not imply that the 1% of unknown genes holds only this singular ability. Rather, the system's activation has triggered the corresponding gene chain, suggesting the existence of other unactivated gene chains that may harbor additional unknown abilities, a notion currently swirling within Leo's mind. Chapter 4: Gunpowder, Machinery, and Steam Boom. A thunderous explosion nearby sent a cloud of dust billowing into the trench, showering Leo and jolting him from his introspection. A stark reminder that this was not a conducive environment for contemplation. At that moment, a figure tumbled awkwardly into the trench from above, cursing in a rustic dialect of the Kingdom of England as he fell. Although Leo had sensed the figure's approach, he made no move to defend or attack, for he recognized the individual, his savior from the battlefield, the burly man with the beard who had dragged him to this shelter for treatment. Thank the gods. I knew you wouldn't come to harm, Leo. The bearded man shook his head, dislodging some dust, and upon spotting Leo leaning against the earthen wall of the trench, his face blossomed into a genuine smile. He rushed forward to embrace Leo warmly, patting his back like an old friend, before releasing him and giving his shoulder a hearty slap, exclaiming with palpable joy. Leo felt somewhat uncomfortable being treated with such exuberance for the first time. Frowning slightly, he discreetly urged his auxiliary mind to sift through memories and quickly found information about the bearded man. This individual was his comrade, named Jason, who bore no surname as he was merely a freeman of the Kingdom of England. Like Leo, who had enlisted to pay off his debts, Jason had chosen military service to atone for his crime of robbery, which, as it turned out, had only involved stealing a loaf of bread. Jason was somewhat simple-minded, often engaging in nonsensical antics, yet his heart was pure. Once he considered someone a friend, he treated them with unwavering sincerity, even willing to risk his life in their defense, as evidenced by his recent act of braving the chaos of battle to rescue Leo. Leo had earned Jason's friendship primarily because, upon joining his subordinate unit, he had witnessed some ruffians tormenting Jason. Not particularly clever himself and having been bullied in the past, Leo felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing this injustice. Drawing upon his superior physical abilities, he confronted the ruffians and taught them a lesson, thereby securing Jason's recognition as a true friend. Careful, you oaf. My wound has only just healed, Leo exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of his memories. Hee. Jason chuckled sheepishly, adjusting his demeanor to be gentler. Thank you, Leo said sincerely, giving Jason a friendly punch on the chest. If you hadn't taken the risk to bring me here, I might very well be dead by now. Jason, having never before received such gratitude, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, only managing a goofy smile as he scratched the back of his head. Leo appreciated the company of such straightforward individuals, free from the treachery of hidden daggers. In his previous command, most of his squad members were of a similar disposition, and he possessed ample experience interacting with them. The key to dealing with such people was to be forthright. Convoluted speech would only confuse them, potentially leading to misinterpretations. Thus, after exchanging pleasantries, Leo pointed to the trench's opening and directly inquired, "What's the situation outside?" "Quite dire," Jason replied, his smile fading as he assumed a serious expression. "I heard from someone in the 3rd Brigade that the command post of the 1st Army at Barrel Town has been taken by the French Blue Hats. They've formed a siege around us, and the 3rd Brigade is preparing to break out. I came to find you so we could retreat together." Leo merely frowned slightly at Jason's words. Although the gravity of the situation was apparent, for someone like Leo, who had experienced interstellar battlefields, the tension felt trivial, almost inconsequential. The pressing issue was that he had no knowledge of where to flee, as his fragmented memories contained no geographical information. He did not even know the location of this battlefield within the French Empire, so even if he managed to escape, he would still be lost, possibly walking into a trap. Considering this, Leo glanced at Jason, then shook his head. It was evident that Jason's intelligence would not provide much insight into geographical matters. So he turned his gaze to Dr. Nelson, who was still dazed and recovering from the shock. Dr. Nelson, having received a good education, should possess comprehensive geographical knowledge. Even if it was merely theoretical, it could suffice to guide them out of this predicament. Indeed, cursed war. Jason chimed in, wholeheartedly agreeing. Seeing that Dr. Nelson had regained his composure, Leo relayed Jason's account of the current situation and asked, Dr. Nelson, what do you think we should do now? Dr. Nelson paused thoughtfully before responding. What do you plan to do? Leo replied decisively. If we stay here, we will surely be captured. I refuse to become a prisoner. I don't want to be a prisoner either. Jason chimed in loudly. After a moment of silence, the sounds of artillery outside abruptly ceased, leaving only sporadic gunfire. Leo quickly assessed the situation. Their encirclement is complete. Next, they will advance into the battlefield, tightening the noose. Jason seemed indifferent to Leo's analysis, but Dr. Nelson's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Earlier, Leo's method of treating his wounds had already earned him Dr. Nelson's respect. Now, his astute analysis of the battlefield dynamics and enemy tactics left the doctor bewildered. It raised questions in his mind about Leo's true identity. According to the insignia on Leo's military uniform, he was merely an ordinary villager from Yorkshire, yet his displayed knowledge was on par with that of the nation's scholars. Leaving Dr. Nelson perplexed. Impatiently, Leo pressed, Dr. Nelson, have you made a decision? Will you stay or come with us? However, he felt an inexplicable sense that if he chose to flee with Leo, he might encounter some intriguing experiences. Let us leave together. I dislike the thought of being a prisoner, Dr. Nelson replied. Trusting his instincts and driven by his adventurous spirit, he made his choice swiftly. Very well. Let us gather our belongings. Search for anything useful. We do not know what we might need on our way out or what we may encounter. It's best to be prepared, Leo instructed, seeing Dr. Nelson's resolve. He then produced an exceedingly old mechanical watch from his pocket, checked the time, and announced, 20 minutes for preparation. When time is up, whether ready or not, we must leave immediately. Now let us move. Unaccustomed to receiving such orders, both Dr. Nelson and Jason felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Leo, suppressing the pain from his abdominal wound, swiftly made his way to the collapsed debris of the shelter, searching for anything salvageable from the bodies. Observing Leo's example, though initially hesitant about scavenging from the dead, both men felt compelled to follow suit, scouring for anything that might prove useful in their dire situation. Perhaps it was the cumbersome sealed medical robe and mask that prompted Dr. Nelson to disregard the potential risk of infection as he hastily removed his garments, carefully folding and stowing them into the medical pouch he had just discovered. The revelation of Dr. Nelson's true visage surprised Leo. Despite the raspy quality of Nelson's voice and his status as a mentor at the medical academy, which suggested considerable age, he appeared quite youthful, seemingly in his 30s. While Leo was not entirely aware of the prestigious nature of a mentor at the Wiloan Medical Academy, it was evident that attaining such a position was no small feat, requiring not only exceptional medical skills but also a certain social standing. At that moment, Leo's attention was drawn to a prominent scar on Nelson's neck, indicative of an old wound, which likely contributed to his hoarse speech. Nelson seemed particularly sensitive to scrutiny. Leo's gaze lingered briefly on the scar, prompting Nelson to furrow his brow and pull up his collar to conceal it, choosing not to elaborate further as he resumed his search for useful items. Leo refrained from inquiring, recognizing that their relationship had not yet reached the level of personal intrusion, and the present was not an opportune time for such matters. Redirecting his focus to the debris before him, Leo quickly unearthed a plethora of valuable items: unopened cans, intact medical kits, coins from the Franconian Empire, and several daggers and swords. However, the most significant find was a mechanical crossbow with a 10-bullet magazine discovered on the body of an officer. This intricately crafted device, with its myriad of gears interlocking and complemented by a series of peculiar mechanisms, constituted a beautifully designed weapon of lethality. The crossbow was compact enough to be wielded with one hand. Upon discovering it, Leo adjusted it to single-shot mode and tested its power. The palm-sized steel bolt it fired effortlessly penetrated a nearby steel plate intended for defense, embedding deeply into the earth beyond. This weapon's effectiveness far surpassed that of the rudimentary firearms. Jason, witnessing the results of the test, could not suppress his envy as he glanced disdainfully at the rear-loading gun in his hand. Firearms had emerged over 3 centuries ago and had undergone continuous refinement since their inception, as those in power sought to transform them into instruments of siege warfare. Yet, contrary to expectations, the inherent limitations of gunpowder prevented firearms from achieving mainstream status. whether due to elemental inconsistencies in this world or other enigmatic forces at play. Gunpowder here was notoriously unstable. Identical mixtures would sometimes fail to ignite, while at other times, they would detonate with far greater force than anticipated. Regrettably, as one major issue was addressed, the chaotic nature of gunpowder ignition remained unresolved, leading to frequent occurrences of misfires. Consequently, armies resorted to various unconventional strategies to mitigate this dilemma. In the early days, soldiers were simply instructed to carry multiple guns. Should one misfire, they would switch to another. And once all firearms were expended, they would engage in close combat. As time progressed, the invention of rear-loading guns and magazines led to the development of a device that would eject any struck ammunition, regardless of whether it ignited, thus preparing the next round. Typically, a 10-round magazine could ignite 1 or 2 rounds, and although the number was limited, a coordinated barrage from multiple weapons could still yield substantial lethality, explaining the widespread adoption of these volatile arms. Beyond these methods, a select few highly advanced civilizations such as the Kingdom of England and the Franconian Empire developed a special stabilizer. This stabilizer not only enhanced the power of gunpowder weapons, but also ensured reliable ignition, rendering their use comparable to that of traditional gunpowder weapons from Earth's bygone era. However, the synthesis of such stabilizers was both complex and required rare materials, making them exorbitantly priced. Consequently, these munitions were produced only in limited quantities, primarily allocated to nobility and high-ranking military officials. Additionally, strategic assets such as steam tanks and battleships were equipped with special bombs containing stabilizers, much like the artillery shell that had just obliterated the cover. In comparison to firearms constrained by gunpowder, the mechanical crossbow, which operated on mechanical principles to launch bolts, emerged as the primary weapon for various armies. For instance, the exquisite Lock crossbow now in Leo's possession was the product of the engineers at the Lock Mechanical Academy in the Kingdom of England, who had refined ancient siege weaponry into a compact form, capable of firing a quiver of arrows at an astonishing rate. This Lock crossbow, specifically tailored for the English military, was designed for range and lethality, with even more advanced models available. Even adversaries such as the Franconian Empire acknowledged the Lock crossbow as one of the most formidable weapons in the entire Walloon world. However, it was not without its drawbacks. The intricate gears could easily sustain damage with continuous use, complicating repairs that could only be performed by certified mechanics from the academy. Moreover, the high cost of production limited the number acquired by the English military, which typically issued around 10 units to each primary combat squadron. In contrast to these precision-engineered crossbows, armies predominantly equipped themselves with steam crossbows. The steam crossbow first emerged over 2 centuries ago during a naval conflict between the Kingdom of England and the maritime dominion of the Sigma Kingdom. The fleet commander, Marquis Grant, enlisted a friend from the Lock Mechanical Academy to design a steam crossbow specifically for naval warfare, culminating in a unique tactical approach. In that pivotal battle that reshaped global dynamics, Marquis Grant decimated the Sigma Kingdom's dominant fleet with the steam crossbow and his innovative strategy, establishing England as the new maritime superpower. Following this resounding victory, the steam crossbow quickly garnered attention across nations, transitioning from maritime to terrestrial applications, and evolving into a standardized military asset. Today, virtually all armies are equipped with these devices, adapting them for diverse terrains and strategies, and pairing them with a variety of specialized ammunition. Chapter 5. The Hell of Poisonous Gas. Get down, Leo exclaimed, immediately sensing a decrease in danger. He pressed his body against the earthen wall of the trench. Jason, being action-oriented, instinctively followed Leo's lead and took shelter by the nearest wall, having learned from past experiences. Nelson too did not dare to ignore the warning. He paused his task and concealed himself. At that very moment, thousands of arrows descended from the sky, striking various spots both within and outside the battlefield, as well as within the trench. Upon impact, flames erupted from the arrows, splattering in all directions and swiftly engulfing the surroundings in a fiery inferno. As the flames blazed intensely, a noxious odor permeated the air. Damn it! They are using phosgene gas. They intend to kill everyone, Nelson shouted in alarm upon witnessing the green smoke billowing from the flames. Change into the doctor's attire. Despite the urgency of the situation, Leo maintained a remarkably calm demeanor and quickly issued a clear directive. He dashed towards the cover, disregarding the wounds on his body. and began to unearth the bodies of the doctors buried beneath wood and earth. Jason and Nelson hurriedly joined him, and soon they had unearthed 2 corpses. Leo and Jason stripped the sealed suits from the bodies and donned them. Though the suits were slightly small, they managed to fit, covering any exposed areas with other garments. They then donned bird-like masks, barely shielding themselves from the toxic gas. "Let us move immediately. There is no time for gathering supplies," Leo urged, instructing the others to grab weapons, medicine, food, and other essentials. He rummaged through the corpse of one of the crossbowmen, retrieving a set of maps, a compass, and other navigational tools. After a brief organization, he tied a rope around them, forming a secure connection, and led the way, plunging into the now greenish-yellow fog of poison gas, closely following the trench's edge towards the battlefield's perimeter. Though the smoke was thick, nearly blinding, the connection of the rope ensured they would not become separated. The only challenge was whether Leo could navigate through such dense toxic vapors and find the correct path to safety before their protective gear and masks succumbed to the corrosive gas. Jason, with his straightforward nature, simply felt that following Leo was sufficient, without needing to ponder further. However, Nelson had more reservations. While he felt relief at having chosen to flee with Leo, he also worried about Leo's capability to lead them to safety. Yet, he realized he had no retreat, as it was evident that the Fran Empire was not inclined to adhere to the Continental Agreement concerning the use of poison gas, intending to eliminate all enemies on the battlefield. The identity of the Wyland Medical Institute could not guarantee his survival. He could only pray that Leo would lead him out of this dire predicament, with the 3-dimensional map as their guide. Escaping would be relatively straightforward compared to worrying about losing their way in the toxic fog. The only obstacle remained the so-called comrades who stood in their path. Before the Fran Kingdom launched the gas attack, several soldiers from the Kingdom of England were already taking refuge in the trench. Although these soldiers did not perish immediately like those who had yet to find cover, their situation was equally dire. The rapidly spreading poison gas left them with no escape, causing irreversible damage to their visual and olfactory nerves, plunging them into despair. Any creature enveloped in despair often becomes more fearsome and frenzied. As Leo led Jason and Nelson around a patch of flaming poison gas and entered a flame-free bend, they encountered a group of soldiers consumed by despair, frantically attacking everything in sight with their blades, blocking their path forward. In the face of this chaos, Leo did not hesitate. He gestured for Nelson and Jason to halt, then extended the rope to a sufficient length. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he moved silently towards the nearest deranged soldier, akin to a stealthy feline. With ease, he evaded the soldier's erratic swings, and with a swift motion of his dagger, he silenced the soldier, leaving behind a lifeless body with a severed throat. With each leap and flick of his blade, another deranged soldier fell, and within 4 minutes, nearly 60 mad soldiers lay dead in the trench, their blood staining the earth. Had these soldiers retained their awareness and collaborated, Leo would have faced a formidable challenge in eliminating them, but in their current state, dispatching them was akin to slaughtering a flock of sheep. After ensuring there were no survivors, Leo tugged on the rope, signaling Nelson and Jason at the trench's opposite end to approach. When Leo dispatched the first mad soldier, the two could still faintly discern the scene through the toxic fog. Although Leo's actions appeared effortless, neither assumed that these deranged soldiers were truly easy to kill. However, as they advanced and witnessed the bodies strewn about, each with a cleaved throat, they began to doubt their previous assumptions, feeling as though these soldiers had been effortlessly vanquished. The trio traversed 5 more similar trenches, employing the same method to eliminate the soldiers driven mad by the gas. After that, they no longer encountered such situations. It was not that there were no soldiers affected by the gas, but rather that the gas had claimed the lives of those soldiers. Though Leo had considerable battlefield experience within the Earth Federation, he had mostly engaged in small squad operations, executing targeted strikes, and had never witnessed a large-scale battle or the extensive use of poison gas for mass extermination. The hellish scene before him instilled a sense of trepidation that quickened his pace. After roughly half an hour in the trench, the toxic fog ahead suddenly thinned, revealing an array of supplies abandoned by fleeing soldiers, with very few corpses of those who had succumbed to the gas. It was clear that when the Fran Empire launched the gas attack, the defenders had promptly chosen to retreat, discarding all burdens, including their comrades. Those damn scoundrels. May the divine punish these sinners, subjecting them to the fires of hell until the end of the world. Nelson suddenly erupted, his voice laced with venomous curses. It was evident from his words that he condemned the Friend Empire's genocidal tactics, as well as those who had the means to escape with their comrades, yet chose to abandon them. Are we not the same? Jason, though simple-minded, grasped Nelson's underlying meaning and mumbled dismissively. His attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby corpse, clutching a fine pocket watch, which he hurriedly picked up and stowed in his pocket. Though somewhat clumsy and straightforward, Jason, having spent years in the military, was not lacking in wit. He playfully shook the rope connecting them, ensuring they would not become lost, and quipped, "We are one. Wait a moment. I hope you remain silent regardless of the circumstances." Just as Nielsen was about to retort, Leo interjected, seemingly displeased with their bickering. He issued a warning and then led both of them forward until they reached a point where the noxious gas had thinned enough to discern objects several meters away. There. He halted. Leo appeared to sense something amiss, pausing for a moment before signaling for the two to take cover behind a barricade. He then untied the ropes binding him and handed the Rock 3 crossbow to the defenseless Nielsen, instructing them both to stay put. If any enemies approached, they were to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary, as revealing their position could be perilous. He would venture outside to assess the situation. The two nodded in understanding. Once Leo departed, the foolish Jason, restless, began to survey his surroundings. He soon dragged several corpses over, covering himself with them in a guise of death. Nielsen rolled his eyes at the sight. Not only was the corpse he chose to drape over himself a height of less than 5 feet 7, while he towered at over 6 feet, but the ill-fitting Dr. S attire Jason wore would raise suspicion in anyone's mind, rendering his disguise utterly ineffective. Nielsen considered mocking him, but restrained himself upon recalling Leo's warning. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he retrieved 4 vials from a leather case filled with various potions at his waist. He carefully poured some of the powder from one vial into a small iron box and meticulously mixed the contents. He then removed the arrows from the crossbow magazine, allowing their tips to be coated with the concoction before reassembling them. Although Nielsen lacked combat prowess, he was aware that wielding a weapon did not guarantee accuracy in hitting vital points. Should he miss, the adversary could raise an alarm, alerting others to their presence. Thus, he employed a secret formula for a potent poison, crafting a lethal concoction that would act swiftly, ensuring that even a non-fatal shot would still prove deadly. Meanwhile, Leo had reached the very edge of the trench. He crawled out, swiftly rolling behind a dilapidated barricade and cautiously peering out to survey the surroundings. Earlier, upon faintly hearing some French from a distance, he sensed the situation might be dire, but upon witnessing the reality, he realized it was far worse than he had anticipated. At the battlefield's periphery, within his line of sight, were at least 7 squads of the Fran Empire stationed behind makeshift defensive barricades, vigilantly observing the trench. These squads comprised 2 types of soldiers, the armored sword-wielding assault troops and the exterminators, who carried small steam devices and wielded steam crossbows. The Fran Empire's armored soldiers were renowned across the continent of Veron. Much of the Empire's dominion over half of the continent could be attributed to these formidable troops. Armed with broadswords, large shields, and heavy armor, these soldiers became veritable fortresses on the battlefield, making it nearly impossible for any army to withstand their charge, a fact evidenced by the countless enemy corpses that attested to their fearsome reputation. However, with the advent of steam technology, particularly the miniaturization of steam-powered crossbows, the armored soldiers began to lose prominence due to their lack of mobility and sustained combat endurance. Today, they predominantly served as support units within exterminator squads, shielding the exterminators from close-range threats without the need for extensive maneuvering, thereby indirectly enhancing battlefield stamina. Although Leo had never witnessed armored soldiers firsthand, he was aware of similar units from the old Earth era of the Earth Federation, rendering them not entirely unfamiliar. His gaze lingered on the armored troops, primarily seeking to identify any defensive vulnerabilities to exploit in future encounters. Yet, his attention was primarily drawn to the exterminators operating the steam crossbows. While he had heard much about these soldiers from various nations, this was his first encounter with them in person. Chapter 6. An unwelcome army. The steam crossbow, as a weapon, defies the laws of science. Even Leo struggles to fathom its propulsion mechanism. Clearly, relying solely on steam-driven thrust seems insufficient to impart significant force to the arrows. Yet, if it does not depend on steam propulsion, what purpose does the half-human height steam apparatus carried by the destroyer serve? With these questions swirling in his mind, Leo scrutinizes the gear adorning the destroyer. The figure is clad in a steam-insulated suit, sporting goggles reminiscent of diving masks, and wielding a crossbow launcher that bears a striking resemblance to the old Earth Gatling gun he once encountered in the Earth Federation's armory. While Leo observes discreetly, a soldier from the Kingdom of England, whose skin is severely corroded, suddenly emerges from the trench, frantically sprinting towards the outskirts of the battlefield. The commotion he creates is considerable, drawing attention almost immediately. A destroyer shouts and gestures as if to signal to his comrades that this soldier is his target. In an instant, he raises his crossbow launcher and aims at the deranged soldier. Swiftly, a series of barely audible whistling sounds emanate from the device, and 5 arrows, each approximately 20 centimeters long, pierce into the soldier's body. The barbed tips of the arrows are designed to prevent complete penetration, inflicting greater tearing damage upon impact. When the soldier collapses, his body is rendered unrecognizable, torn into fragments by the cruel design of the arrows. Although Leo has witnessed the might of various weapons within the Interstellar Federation, he cannot help but be astounded by the destructive power of the steam crossbow. Had he still possessed his former bioengineered body, such a rapid-fire weapon would not have posed a significant threat. However, this new body, while 2 to 3 times stronger than an average human, lacks the agility to evade arrows that move faster than sound. Should he expose himself, his fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the deranged soldier. What is the situation outside? Nelson inquires urgently upon spotting Leo. Jason, brushing aside a corpse, sits up and eagerly awaits Leo's report. Leo recounts the perilous circumstances he has just witnessed, and upon hearing the grim news, both Nelson and Jason slump despondently to the ground, their spirits visibly diminished. Sensing the disheartening atmosphere, Leo attempts to instill a glimmer of hope, stating, "We cannot escape now, but perhaps after nightfall, we may uncover a flaw in their defenses." Although his words sound more like a final solace, they provide a sliver of hope, lightening the mood slightly. Following Leo's suggestion, the trio shifts to a trench closer to the battlefield's edge, not for a better vantage point of the Franconian soldiers, but to evade the noxious gas. Within this trench, the toxic smoke has thinned considerably. As long as their skin remains shielded, they will be safe from harm, and their protective gear will no longer corrode, allowing them to endure until morning. They meticulously organize their belongings, rearranging their packs as per Leo's advice, rendering their gear more orderly and reducing any noise made while moving. As they complete their preparations, the sun descends, casting the sky into twilight. In a moment of boredom, Jason, seeking to pass the time, quietly asks Leo, "Will we be safe here? If those fellows push into the trench, we might be discovered immediately." That's reassuring. Jason sighs in relief, laying his head upon his backpack and drifting into sleep, unconcerned about whether they will find a way to escape the enemy's lines. The atmosphere settles into a tense silence, broken only by the occasional clatter of metal armor from outside the trench. After a considerable time, night fully envelopes the surroundings. Perhaps the heavens are favoring Leo and his companions, for the clear skies of the day have transformed into an overcast shroud, obscuring the stars and moonlight, plunging everything beneath into deeper darkness. At this moment, the Franconian forces encircling the battlefield have gathered substantial firewood, constructing numerous bonfires according to their distance, igniting them to create a series of blazing beacons that illuminate their surroundings. The flames merge, forming a perimeter of light that serves as a searchlight barrier. Perhaps emboldened by their lack of immediate danger, Nelson finds a wooden crate to elevate himself and cautiously peers over the trench, adjusting his mask's eyepiece as if it were a telescope to observe the movements of the Franconian soldiers. Leo notices Nelson's actions, particularly the adjustment of the eyepiece. Piquing his interest, he mimics Nelson's movements, exploring the edges of his own mask's eyepiece. Though the sensation is dulled by his gloves, he detects what seems to be a deliberately protruding gear. With a tentative turn, he realizes that the eyepiece extends like a telescope, clarifying the distant scene. Though this device may appear an insignificant relic within the Earth Federation, its craftsmanship is commendable in their current environment. What does this mean? Leo inquires, puzzled. Indeed, Nelson nods. If memory serves, this is not Duke Devon's territory. Why would his direct troops venture here? Moreover, they violate the Continental Accord by deploying deadly gas. Does he not fear retribution from the Continental Council? Such matters are of no concern to us. Knowing them serves no purpose, Leo replies, dismissing the potential secrets tied to the war, focusing instead on more pressing inquiries. "Doctor, since you can readily identify those soldiers as Duke Devon's direct troops. You must possess some knowledge about them. What can you tell us of their capabilities? The more we know, the less likely we are to face unforeseen complications. Who do you think I am? I am merely a physician. How could I possibly know about Duke Devon's forces? Nelson chuckles self-deprecatingly. However, it is worth noting that Duke Devon's direct troops rank among the finest in the Franconian Empire. He pauses, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. But after a moment's consideration of the situation, he proceeds. A classmate from medical school once mentioned that the school collaborated with Duke Devon to develop a drug capable of unlocking human potential. Ultimately, it seems the endeavor failed, producing only a substandard version. In the Earth Federation, the enhancement of human capabilities through pharmaceuticals is commonplace. An ordinary individual can systematically take such drugs to attain physical attributes comparable to combat bioengineered beings. Although the technological level here may not support the efficient potential-enhancing drugs of the Earth Federation, the creation of something akin to them is not entirely out of reach. Thus, he promptly inquires, "Are you familiar with the substandard version of that potential-enhancing drug?" Not in great detail. Nielsen shook his head slightly and added, "However, I have encountered the corpses of experimenters who failed due to defective products. Those bodies, how shall I put it? They resembled monstrous beings, heavily muscled. It indeed poses quite a challenge." Leo furrowed his brow, contemplating that if those armored soldiers had indeed consumed such a substance, his attacks would likely prove inadequate to inflict fatal harm. This could potentially alert others and plunge him into peril. "Very potent," Nielsen remarked with notable confidence. Yet sensing he may have overstated, he added, "The efficacy is indeed high, but only in the case of ordinary individuals. I have not tested it on those with unique circumstances. What happens if this powder is subjected to fire? Would it lose its potency?" Leo inquired further. Nodding, Leo asked, "Could it still be effective?" After a moment of contemplation, Nielsen appeared to weigh Leo's thoughts before responding. "Simply using this mixed powder may not yield the desired effects. However, I can modify the powder so that it activates through combustion with only a minimal reduction in potency." A look of delight crossed Leo's face as he urged, "Excellent. Please prepare it swiftly." At Leo's insistence, Nielsen promptly retrieved his pharmaceutical case, extracting several vials of powder and a set of weighing scales. He meticulously combined the substances according to the prescribed formula, filling nearly half of an iron box with the concoction, while the necessary ingredients for the poison were nearly depleted. Leo then found a wide-mouth flask from Nielsen's medical kit, pouring the entire contents of the iron box into it. Next, he crafted a light-blocking tent using a wooden box and thick cloth. Within this tent, he used a medical alcohol lamp to heat some water. Once the water reached a boil, he extinguished the flame. He then took a piece of bandage, measuring 1/2 meter in length, and inserted it into the flask filled with poison, pouring the warm water over it. After sealing the flask's opening with a soft stopper, he vigorously shook the vessel, ensuring the poison dissolved rapidly into the water, thoroughly saturating the bandage. With all preparations complete, Leo signaled to Nielsen to take a moment's rest, lest he lacked the strength to escape during their imminent breakout. Chapter 7. Escape from the battlefield. Nelson was unaware of how long he had been asleep. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming tension he had previously experienced. Once he had relaxed, he sank into a deep slumber, only to be stirred awake by a firm nudge on his shoulder. As he roused from his slumber, still shrouded in confusion, he contemplated rebuking the individual who had disturbed his rest. However, just as the words formed on his lips, he became acutely aware of his surroundings and realized he was still amidst the chaos of battle. Gazing into the inky darkness, Nelson retrieved his pocket watch, discovering that it was now 4 o'clock in the morning of the following day. By his calculations, dawn would arrive in approximately 2 hours. At that moment, he noticed that Jason, who had been sleeping beside him, was now awake and preparing for action. However, Leo was nowhere to be seen, which ignited a sense of inexplicable anxiety within him. Where could Leo be? Ignoring his own belongings, Nelson urgently whispered to Jason, expressing his concern that Leo might have abandoned him and fled. Following the direction indicated by Jason's finger, Nelson saw nothing amiss. Just as he was about to inquire further, something in the periphery of his vision seemed to stir. Yet when he focused intently, he could discern no irregularities. With a heart full of curiosity, Nelson adjusted the glasses on his mask, striving to clarify the distant scene. Finally, he perceived something peculiar. At the edge of a flickering campfire's glow, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness, moved swiftly along the ground like a gecko. As it passed one of the fires, it tossed something into the flames. How was this possible? Witnessing such a startling sight, Nelson's mind brimmed with questions. As if attuned to Nelson's thoughts, Jason murmured softly, "I too wish to know how this fellow accomplishes such feats." In stark contrast to the contemplative state of Nelson and Jason in their trench, Leo was entirely consumed by his task. He dedicated the majority of his cognitive faculties to calculating the deepest shadows cast by the fire and the blind spots of the patrolling armored soldiers. Since the previous night, he had been waiting for the opportune moment when the wind would shift, which it finally began to do in the early hours, blowing towards the soldiers of the Fran Empire. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly awakened Jason and produced the pre-prepared bandages soaked in poison, cutting them into small strips corresponding to the number of campfires. Then, he crawled low to the ground, slipping into the shadows cast by the fires, methodically placing the poisoned fabric strips into each one. This was Leo's singular chance to forge an escape route, for he had noted that with the dew of dawn, the smoke above the battlefield had settled completely. Once daylight broke, the Fran Empire's forces would sweep across the field to complete their final purge. Leo might still have a chance to break free, but he feared for Nelson and Jason's safety. In earlier times, when he was merely a biological weapon, Leo would have felt no remorse or unease for failing to rescue Nelson and Jason. However, now that he had integrated into this body, merging with the essence of the former Leo and acquiring his memories, his psyche inevitably underwent a transformation, awakening emotions previously dormant within him. While these sentiments might seem burdensome, he welcomed this newfound humanity, discovering that the world appeared infinitely more vibrant through the lens of these feelings, an experience he had longed for, yet never known. As a being caught between man and machine, carrying this complex tapestry of emotions, Leo swiftly deposited all the poison strips into the campfires, remaining outside the trench, lying flat on the ground to await the poison's effects. Perhaps believing the situation was secure, or perhaps due to the diminished vigilance typical in the early hours, the patrolling soldiers and the annihilators stationed behind temporary cover remained oblivious to Leo's actions, entirely unaware of the impending consequences. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed when the soldiers patrolling near the first campfire began to show signs of distress, staggering a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Soon after, the annihilators hidden within the nearby cover fell silent, succumbing to the poison without a sound. The soldiers near a line of over 10 campfires followed suit, one by one, falling to the ground. At this juncture, Leo sprang to his feet, crouching low as he gestured toward the trench where Jason and Nelson were located. He then dashed past the campfires, racing toward the annihilator's position and seizing a steam crossbow from one of the fallen soldiers, targeting the projection, locking onto the objectives. Leo, issuing commands to his auxiliary brain, recalled the operation techniques he had observed previously and opened the steam valve to its maximum setting. He raised the crossbow, aligning the firing port with the positions of the unaffected annihilators and armored soldiers, and pulled the trigger. A series of soft whizzes emanated from the crossbow, accompanied by a gentle vibration that coursed through Leo's hands as dozens of arrows were unleashed, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from afar. Leo did not pause to assess the aftermath. Rather, he confidently redirected the firing port to the opposite side and unleashed another volley before the enemy could react. To his surprise, the recoil of the steam crossbow was far lighter than he had anticipated, resulting in enhanced accuracy. With the auxiliary brain's assistance, all target locations were projected onto his vision. Provided the targets did not exceed the predicted speed, none could evade his aim. Indeed, this proved true. Aside from the poisoned soldiers, over 50 individuals perished from his arrows during the 2 barges, all of whom had been locked onto his sight. Such commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the distant army, inciting a stir due to the sudden surge in casualties. Commands echoed from afar. Though Leo did not comprehend the Fran language, he could discern from the soldiers' movements that, as he had anticipated, they did not recklessly advance toward his position. Instead, they adopted a cautious approach, slowly advancing while dispatching troops to encircle from another flank. With Leo's covering fire, Jason and Nelson managed to escape from the trench to a nearby cover without incident. Observing this, Leo promptly set down the steam crossbow and sprinted towards their location. Upon arrival, he found Jason and Nelson attempting to retrieve steam crossbows from 2 incapacitated annihilators, intending to confront the Fran soldiers as he had. "You 2 fools, drop that equipment and flee," Leo hissed at them, quickly veering away towards the path leading away from the battlefield. At Leo's urging, the simple-minded Jason immediately complied, relinquishing the crossbow and pursuing Leo, while Nelson followed closely behind. Just moments after their departure, the steam crossbow Leo had used earlier, having been set to maximum pressure without continual use, accumulated excessive steam in a confined space, resulting in an explosion that enveloped the area in a thick cloud of mist. Simultaneously, this powerful explosion resulted in damage to other nearby steam devices, with steam gushing from the ruptured machinery and swiftly coalescing into a dense fog in the air. Fortunately, this explosion did not hinder their escape. Rather, the immense commotion it created drew the attention of the Fran army, thereby wasting their optimal opportunity to pursue the three fugitives. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, the trio quickly made their way into the forest adjacent to the battlefield. Although they felt considerably safer upon entering the woods, Leo did not cease his forward momentum, leading Nelson and Jason further away from the conflict. By selecting relatively easy paths, their progress remained swift. In just over an hour, they crossed a mountain and arrived at a small river on the other side. Can we rest for a moment? I can barely go on, Nelson gasped, having already removed his mask and loosened his clothing, collapsing onto a stone by the riverbank, drenched in sweat. Being merely a temporary military medic, Nelson was not a trained soldier and had not undergone formal marching drills. Managing to trek for more than an hour over mountainous terrain was already commendable. In fact, even before reaching the other side of the mountain, Nelson had longed for a respite. However, the thought of potential pursuers behind them made him endure, knowing that lingering would only heighten their peril. Yet now, he was certain he had reached his limits, having required Leo and Jason to support him as he neared the river. "Let us rest for 5 minutes," Leo said, understanding that Nelson was truly spent. He nodded in agreement with Nelson's request and added, "Remove all your medical isolation gear and any clothing associated with the Kingdom of England." Although Jason and the others did not fully comprehend Leo's reasoning, they had come to regard him as their leader and naturally complied. Following his example and shedding all items bearing the insignia of the English kingdom, Leo meticulously inspected the discarded possessions, finding nothing of value to retain. He then wrapped each item in stones and cast them into the nearby river, where they quickly sank into the murky waters, unlikely to resurface anytime soon. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, Leo briefly elucidated, "The French Empire will undoubtedly issue bounties in surrounding towns for capturing any soldiers of the English kingdom. Wearing such attire will only bring us trouble." Subsequently, Leo retrieved the map and compass he had discovered on an officer the previous day, spreading them on the ground before asking Nelson, "Doctor, do you have any idea where we are now?" "Our battlefield is in the Bruetti region. Based on our direction of escape, we should currently be within the Brumarl forest," Nelson replied, tracing their approximate location on the map. He then pointed to the small river before him, stating, "This river is likely a tributary of the Pongo River. If we follow it downstream, we should reach the Pongo River. If the Kingdom of England has not been completely routed, the port of Vinaya near the river's mouth should still be under our control. We can head there." Leo did not immediately respond to Nelson's suggestion. He scrutinized the map for a moment before turning to Jason, asking, "What is your opinion, Jason?" "Me?" Jason was taken aback that Leo sought his input, scratching his head in confusion. "Wherever you go, Leo, I will follow. However, I do not wish to serve as a soldier again. If we are conscripted back into the army, we might end up abandoned on the battlefield, waiting for death. We may not be as fortunate to escape next time." Though Jason's words were blunt, they held merit, and Leo nodded in agreement. He then turned back to Nelson, inquiring, "If we reach Vinaya port and the war is still ongoing, will we be assigned to another army and sent back into battle?" While Nelson might leverage his identity as a doctor to avoid re-entering combat, it seemed unlikely that Leo and Jason could evade such a fate. Contemplating this, Leo closed his mouth and solemnly asked, "What do you propose we do?" "We shall not go to Vinaya port," Leo declared, pointing to a city on the map. "We will go here instead." Chapter 8. The accusation plan and the steam airship. Upon observing the location pointed out by Leo, Nelson exhibited a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the rationale behind choosing this site as their refuge. Judging by their current position, the distance to Miria City was indeed shorter compared to that to Pamber City. However, the disparity in distance could not solely be assessed through a mere linear measurement on the map, but necessitated an understanding of the actual terrain. Should they opt for Pamber City, they could simply follow the small river downstream, locate a usable boat in the riverside villages, and drift along the waterway, reaching their destination in no more than 3 days. Conversely, a journey to Miria's city would require traversing the expansive and primordial Black Forest of the Fran Empire or taking a considerably longer detour around its periphery, demanding at least 7 days or more to arrive. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Miria's city lay deep within the Fran Empire, surrounded by some of its most significant towns, with the royal summer palace of the Fran Empire situated adjacent to Bordeaux, near Miria's city. Thus, as fugitives from the Kingdom of England, their choice of destination was tantamount to walking into a trap. With his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, Nelson expressed his concerns about Miria's city, subtly hinting that Leo's selection was not a judicious choice for their escape. Jason, who had been silently listening, though still trusting Leo, began to harbor doubts regarding the suitability of Miria's city as well. In contrast, Leo, unfazed by the skepticism, radiated confidence. With a smile, he folded the map, secured the compass to his arm with canvas, and leisurely addressed Nelson, asking, "Doctor, apart from being known as the City of Flowers, what other title does Miria's city hold? What is the origin of this name?" Nelson furrowed his brow and explained, "It is because Empress Miria I of the Fran Empire designated a portion of the royal gardens to establish a new city, inviting the headquarters of the Continental Council to reside here, which has since been regarded as a permanent neutral ground. Countless disputes among the nations of the continent have been mediated in Miria's city by the Continental Council, ultimately resolving peacefully without the outbreak of war. Hence, it has come to be known as the City of Peace. Indeed, the headquarters of the Continental Council is located there. Now, consider this. If we travel to Miria's city as participants of the Battle of Brelady to accuse the Fran Empire's crown prince, Duke Devon, of violating the Continental Agreement signed by all nations by employing poison gas, what do you think?" Leo mused, relieved that the former occupant of his body had held a fascination for Miria's city, providing him with ample knowledge about it, which inspired this plan. Upon hearing Leo's proposal, Nelson's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape momentarily forgetting to breathe, relying solely on his mouth for air, which rendered his breathing heavy. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Are you mad? The Continental Council would never entertain your accusation. They would simply discard you onto the street, and then the Fran Empire's secret police would apprehend you, consigning you to a dungeon for eternity." "Shoo, quiet down, don't be so agitated." Leo seemed to have anticipated Nelson's reaction, placing a hand over Nelson's mouth to stifle his protests, signaling him to remain silent with a finger on his lips. Although Leo's actions were not forceful and his tone remained calm, Nelson felt an inexplicable chill, as if uttering another word might result in a violent response from the man before him. Leo then released his grip on Nelson's mouth, disregarding the shock evident in Nelson's eyes, and continued the discussion. "If a mere foot soldier like me were to lodge a complaint, it would hardly capture the attention of the esteemed members of the Continental Council. However, you, Doctor, are different. You are an intern mentor at the Wylan Medical Academy, and your involvement in the conflict between the Fran Empire and the Kingdom of England is solely to save lives. Duke Devon has used poison gas to murder those young intern doctors who had just emerged from the academy, fulfilling their noble mission. Do you think the Wylan Medical Society would remain indifferent to such news? Would the Continental Council not respond?" Though the flicker of fear Nelson had felt towards Leo had not entirely dissipated, the unfolding accusation plan sent chills down his spine. Despite its rough edges, the plan was undeniably actionable, with a significant chance of success. If they merely accused Duke Devon, the Fran Empire might indeed concede and allow the complaint to proceed. As Nelson pondered Leo's strategy, the more feasible it appeared, leading him to realize that such brilliance could not possibly stem from a mere village blacksmith. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "You intentionally targeted Crown Prince Duke Devon to avoid broadening the scope of the accusation against the Fran Empire, thereby minimizing the difficulty of the complaint, correct?" "Not at all." Leo promptly provided an unexpected answer, pointing at Nelson. "Did you not say that Duke Devon's forces should not be present here? If they ought not to be here, then there must be something amiss with Duke Devon, making him an ideal target. But what benefit does this hold for you?" Nelson pressed further. Upon reflection, Nelson realized that he was indeed a pivotal factor in Leo's plan. Without his involvement, the likelihood of success would be negligible. Just as Leo had stated, Nelson recognized that he had no alternative should he execute Leo's accusation plan. Even if he were not sent to the front lines by the military, he would likely face repercussions from the medical academy. risking not only his position as an intern mentor, but potentially losing his medical license altogether. With these thoughts in mind, Nelson was prepared to acquiesce to Leo's strategy when suddenly, a resounding whistle echoed through the air, followed by an intensifying cacophony of mechanical friction. It's a steam airship. Nelson easily identified the source of the distinct sound. Ignoring his fatigue, he stood up and staggered toward a clear patch at the riverbank, craning his neck in the direction of the sound. Leo and Jason, intrigued by Nelson's mention of the steam airship, joined him at the riverbank, gazing upward. Before long, they beheld a constellation of orderly lights twinkling in the distant sky. As the lights drew nearer and the daylight began to brighten, a colossal airship came into view. The vessel measured approximately 400 meters in length, resembling a whale, yet adorned with 2 additional stabilizing fins. It was constructed from a lustrous metallic alloy, with massive rivets binding the metal plates into a cohesive whole. Atop the airship were 5 steam pipes, from which steam occasionally erupted, reminiscent of a whale's spout. The airship's underside featured a cabin over 300 meters long, seamlessly connected to the main body, while the rear housed an array of thousands of steam pipes forming a propulsion system. When acceleration was required, these pipes simultaneously expelled steam, propelling the airship to speeds exceeding 10 times its normal pace. Moreover, what captivates the eye most at the bottom of the cabin are the cannon barrels pointing downwards. A rough count reveals approximately 100 artillery pieces of various sizes, with the most formidable one located directly in front, measuring around 50 meters in length, seemingly designed specifically for engaging other airships. Soon, the airship soared past the 3 individuals, not pausing for a moment for the 3 minuscule beings below. It is truly magnificent. Each time I behold it, I am struck by its unparalleled mechanical beauty. As the airship's tail vanished beyond the mountaintop, Nelson could not help but exhale deeply, exclaiming, "What a colossal machine!" Jason echoed his sentiment. In stark contrast, Leo appeared remarkably composed, although he too marveled at the peculiar beauty of such steam-powered machinery. He had previously witnessed and boarded a star destroyer capable of accommodating an entire city. Thus, the impact of this airship paled in comparison, leaving him less awestruck. Upon discerning the airship's affiliation, both Leo and Nelson felt a wave of confusion wash over them. For the direction from which the airship had come indicated that it had embarked from the battlefield. This implied that Duke Devon had abandoned his post before the conclusion of the war. Furthermore, judging by the trajectory of the airship, it was evidently en route to the imperial capital of the Fran Empire, and at an alarming speed, continuously accelerating through its propulsion system. This revelation led both Leo and Nelson to sense that perhaps some events, beyond their grasp, were unfolding. They chose not to dwell further on this matter. Nelson swiftly expressed his agreement with Leo's plan, and Leo, wishing to avoid any further delay, resolved to traverse the Black Forest. Upon hearing Leo's decision, Nelson felt a twinge of concern, yet ultimately accepted it, even allowing a glimmer of anticipation to surface in his eyes. For the Black Forest is one of the last remaining primordial woodlands, home to a plethora of ancient species, including many herbs long forgotten by the outside world. If he could manage to bring back even a couple of specimens, it would undoubtedly earn him remarkable prestige at the medical academy. Conversely, the boisterous Jason stared at Leo with wide-eyed astonishment, yearning to shout but suppressing his emotions to avoid causing a commotion. He lowered his voice and fervently exclaimed to Leo, "Are you insane? You are truly mad. Only you could conceive of traversing the Black Forest. If you wish to meet your demise, you might as well jump into the water and drown, rather than expend energy running so far to meet your end." Leo had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Jason. In his memory, the Black Forest was merely an expansive wilderness. "Are you truly afraid of the Black Forest?" Leo inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "Are you not frightened?" Jason's face clearly reflected his trepidation as he replied, "Did you not hear the ballads about the Black Forest when you were a child?" "Ballads?" Leo regarded the towering man before him with a mixture of perplexity and disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. He might have considered that Jason's evident anxiety stemmed from a previous, unsettling encounter in the Black Forest. But he could never have guessed that Jason's current panic was rooted in childhood tales of the forest. Before Leo could assuage Jason's fears, Nelson interjected, offering his counsel. "The Black Forest is indeed daunting. If we were to traverse its depths, I too would hesitate to agree." However, as he spoke, he pointed to their location on the map in relation to the city of Malaya, drawing a route and encircling the section of the Black Forest they would traverse. The portion of the Black Forest we will cross is merely on the periphery. We will not penetrate its interior, and this area has been explored by many. Most of the lethal beasts have retreated deeper into the woods, significantly reducing the danger. Jason gazed down at the map for a prolonged moment before lifting his head. Skepticism evident in his eyes as he asked Nelson, "The danger truly diminishes significantly?" "Indeed, it does," Nelson replied with unwavering conviction, adding, however, "I will need to prepare some supplies beforehand." After a brief silence, Jason ultimately nodded vigorously, conceding, "Very well. We shall proceed through the Black Forest." Chapter 9. Rabbit Skin Town. Rabbit Skin Town, much like the surrounding villages near the Black Forest, thrives on the various specialties derived from the forest. The town was initially established by individuals drawn to a particularly unique breed of rabbit known as the fine-furred rabbit. The first to take an interest in this rabbit was a biologist named Benjamin from the Fran Empire, who dedicated 10 years to studying these creatures along the fringes of the Black Forest, meticulously documenting their habits and characteristics in a book. Consequently, this rabbit, endemic to the Black Forest, became known as the Benjamin rabbit. While Benjamin's intent in documenting these rabbits was to foster their protection, he unwittingly detailed the exquisite softness and delicacy of their fur, asserting on multiple occasions that it was among the finest in the world. When his book gained popularity and he achieved fame as a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Fran Empire, a surge of fur traders and hunters flocked to the area, envisioning untold riches. Within a month, a bustling town emerged around the temporary dwelling Benjamin had erected on the outskirts of the Black Forest, as hunters and fur traders surged in to capture these rabbits. The Benjamin rabbit's ability to thrive in the perilous environment of the Black Forest speaks to its adaptive nature. Previously, even the most skilled hunters posed little threat to their populations, but with Benjamin's comprehensive observations published, hunters easily set traps to capture these elusive creatures. In under 3 years, all Benjamin rabbits within a 170-kilometer radius from Rabbit Skin Town had been hunted to extinction, necessitating deeper, more dangerous ventures into the heart of the Black Forest for any further captures. Despite the loss of such a lucrative resource, the enterprising spirits of some individuals uncovered other hidden treasures within the Black Forest, capable of fetching high prices. For instance, purple leafgrass, used in the production of hemostatic medicines, the aesthetically captivating rainbow birds, and the highly coveted black spotted leopard cat, desired by every noble child, were among these discoveries. Even today, there are individuals who collect the rich, ancient soil that has accumulated on the forest floor, believed to be ideal for cultivating rare and precious plants. In the beginning, Rabbit Skin Town was formed spontaneously by merchants, hunters, and mercenaries. After enduring several tumultuous episodes driven by greed, a coalition of prominent merchants and powerful factions recognized that the ongoing chaos was unsustainable. Thus, they united to establish a town council, tasked with resolving disputes and managing the distribution of resources. As the profits generated by Rabbit Skin Town and neighboring villages continued to swell, the Fran Empire's council, unwilling to forfeit such a substantial tax revenue, dispatched tax officials and imperial militia to oversee these towns. However, the Fran Empire's council was astute in their approach. They merely assumed control of tax collection and defense without directly meddling in the town's administrative affairs. The actual governance remained with the town council, which, in a sense, legitimized this spontaneously formed body as a recognized administrative entity. This shrewd maneuver fostered a tacit agreement between the towns and the empire, allowing both parties to benefit and coexist peacefully until now. The station militia justified their recent actions by claiming that military operations were imminent, necessitating a state of emergency in the villages near the battlefield to prevent enemy infiltration. Following the invasion of the Kingdom of England, the region of Breltii, engaged in combat with the Fran forces, lay perilously close to the eastern edge of the Black Forest, just a few mountains away. From a map, the proximity to the battlefield seemed alarming, as though the flames of war could engulf the area at any moment. Yet, any military strategist would quickly discern that the English forces had no intention of advancing into the Black Forest. Their course would take them through the expansive plains of Breltii, heading directly north toward the province of Lyon, near the imperial capital. Therefore, the militia's rationale for the state of emergency was tenuous at best. As the interests of trade caravans, hunters, and mercenaries were severely impacted by the enforcement of the state of emergency, the militia profited handsomely from the sale of confiscated contraband. It became apparent to all that the so-called emergency was a pretext for the militia to exploit the towns for their own gain. While they insisted that their orders originated from the military, claiming their actions were legitimate, those whose interests were harmed harbored deep mistrust towards the militia, demanding an immediate lifting of the restrictions to restore trade. Tensions escalated in the towns along the eastern edge of the Black Forest, including Rabbitskin Town, leading to multiple confrontations in recent days. If someone else were to lead the way, it would likely take them several days to travel from the nearby river to the renowned Rabbitskin Town. An unsettling atmosphere loomed. Nelson, having visited Rabbitskin Town before, observed the tightly shut wooden gates and the assembly of hunters, mercenaries, and caravans outside, along with the cacophony of voices emanating from that direction. "I can tell something is amiss," he remarked. "Is that even necessary to mention?" "I can see it too," Jason retorted, rolling his eyes in response. Nelson chose to disregard Jason's provocation and instead turned to Leo, awaiting his decision. By now, Nelson had grown accustomed to Jason's occasional jabs, understanding that it was merely a reflection of Jason's character rather than genuine malice. Although he felt somewhat perturbed, he had no intention of engaging with someone of such a lower social standing. Leo scanned the distant crowd before instructing Jason, "Do not speak. Your English accent is too pronounced for anyone to overlook." "Isn't yours just as thick?" Jason countered. "Wait, how do you?" Both Jason and Nelson were taken aback, for they were aware that Leo did not speak Fran. "Didn't I ask you to teach me Fran on the way here?" Leo replied nonchalantly. "This is the result of half a day's language learning." Upon hearing Leo's words, Nelson and Jason stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. For Leo, possessing a secondary intellect made learning a new language in such a short span of time unremarkable, especially since he was already familiar with a related dialect, which significantly eased the learning curve. However, for his companions, particularly Nelson, Leo's remarkable ability was astonishing, bordering on the terrifying and despairing. Undeterred by their astonishment, Leo continued with his directives. "When we approach, you will pretend to be a doctor gathering rare herbs from the Black Forest, while Jason and I will serve as your guards." He then inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary to go to Rabbitskin Town? What herbs do you need? Can't they be collected along the way in the forest?" It seems Rabbitskin Town is under lockdown, and entering could be perilous. After hearing Nelson's concerns, Leo stepped back, adopting the demeanor of a subordinate, resting his hand on the hilt of his war knife. The knife's hilt bore distinct characteristics of English craftsmanship, which he had tightly wrapped in cloth. Additionally, he discarded the more identifiable sheath, leaving the knife strapped to his waist, coupled with the dirt and grime on his attire, giving him the appearance of a destitute mercenary. As for Jason's appearance, it bore little distinction from Leo's, unless Jason spoke. No one would consider him a denizen of the Kingdom of England. Upon hearing a greeting, the rotund man cast a puzzled glance at Nelson. Upon noticing the medicine box and the deliberately tied knots upon it, his previously indifferent demeanor shifted instantaneously to one of profound respect, as he returned the greeting with, "Good afternoon, follower of Mocha. It is indeed the recent state of martial law that has caused this predicament," the stout man remarked with irritation. Though his words were not directed at Nelson, yet the frustration in his tone was palpable. Nelson continued to extract information from him, stating, "Even with martial law in effect, it seems excessive to barricade the doors, preventing commerce, does it not? The town council is currently in negotiations with the tax officials, advocating for the lifting of martial law to restore commercial order. The local militia, concerned that outsiders may disrupt the negotiations, has expelled all non-residents of Rabbitskin Town and secured the gates." The stout man furrowed his brow, lamenting, "It appears the situation is quite dire." After hearing Leo's analysis, the stout man looked up at the militia stationed on the city walls, quickly grasping the situation, and nodded in agreement. His displeasure towards Leo's interjection dissipated, along with the mounting tension that had accumulated since the morning. With a lighter heart, he inquired of Leo with a smile, "It is indeed rare to find a guard with such keen insight as yours. Would you be interested in joining us at the Torrent Trading Company once your current assignment concludes? Our compensation is the highest in the industry." Leo imitated the elaborate speech patterns of the Franks and replied, "It would be an honor to join the Torrent Trading Company. However, my current assignment requires a considerable amount of time, and thus I must respectfully decline." "What a pity," the stout man expressed, a look of regret crossing his face. He then turned to Nelson with envy, saying, "You have found yourself a remarkable guard." The stout man then apologized. stating he had matters to attend to and must take his leave, before hastening away on his short legs toward another large trading company's caravan. Seemingly eager to share Leo's analysis with others, Leo and the others did not linger but instead moved to a makeshift tavern located at the edge of the carriage square, where they found a small table, ordered a few beers, and sat drinking while awaiting the conclusion of the negotiations in Rabbit Skin Town. Why did you decline the invitation from that caravan supervisor? From what I understand, the compensation at the Tauren Trading Company is indeed substantial. Nelson casually broached the subject, perhaps out of boredom. Why do you say that? Nelson inquired, puzzled. Leo cast a calm glance at Nelson and replied, he never introduced himself from the very beginning. Chapter 10. The Adornments of the Wizard People. As Leo analyzed the negotiations concerning the martial law in Rabbit Pelt Town, which hindered local commerce, progressed smoothly. The militia enforcing the martial law recognized that their exploitation of the situation for personal gain was excessive, and continued actions of this nature would surely incite public outrage. Although the militia had been summoned from other towns in the Friend Empire and could easily be reassigned elsewhere to escape any repercussions, they remained apprehensive. Should they deeply offend the residents of Rabbit Pelt Town, they might find themselves targeted in their new postings, rendering their financial gains meaningless. Nevertheless, the militia was reluctant to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity without conditions. Historically, the militia of Rabbit Pelt Town had occupied the lowest rungs of the social ladder, merely serving as mercenary escorts for trade caravans and enduring the dangers of the Black Forest. They had little to gain, as the caravans were backed by powerful interests, and the town itself lacked a significant resident population, leaving the militia with only meager military pay. Now, with the backing of the martial law issued by the military, they saw a chance to negotiate better terms with the town council to enhance their compensation. The militia's intentions did not escape the keen eyes of the town council's shrewd members. Due to the military's involvement, they were cautious not to pressure the militia too harshly, preferring to allocate some funds to swiftly resolve this unwarranted calamity. The only question was how much they were willing to spend. The council members proposed a one-time payment to settle the matter, but the militia, not easily fooled, opted for a more sustainable arrangement, demanding a monthly deduction from the commercial taxes to support their organization. After a day of steadfast negotiation, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, both parties finally reached an agreement. The tax collector would be permitted to impose an additional 1,000th of a tax on the commercial activities in Rabbit Pelt Town, specifically earmarked for the militia's development. While the martial law would not be overtly rescinded, its enforcement would effectively cease, maintaining the status quo of inspections. Once the consensus was reached, the militia captain opened the town's wooden gates, and the tax collector along with the council chairman emerged to announce the outcome. Given the involvement of the additional tax, the approval of the major merchant guilds, which dominated the town's commerce, was necessary. For these guilds, a mere 1,000th tax was negligible compared to their daily earnings from trade. After all, their significant profits had never stemmed from legitimate business, but rather from smuggling various contraband goods. The martial law imposed by the military was akin to a noose around their necks. If not lifted soon, the financial repercussions could be devastating, especially if they risked offending influential clients due to unfulfilled orders. Considering the historical conflicts between the Kingdom of England and the Fran Empire, the merchant guilds anticipated a prolonged war, thus they were more eager than anyone for the martial law to be rescinded. Consequently, after deliberation, the heads of the major guilds ultimately consented to the additional tax. With the town gates fully opened, the merchants, who had been waiting impatiently in the carriage square, began to pour in. Leo and his companions blended into the throng, entering Rabbit Pelt Town. The original builders of the town had seemingly constructed it without any coherent plan. The buildings were haphazardly arranged, resulting in a labyrinthine layout that disoriented newcomers. First-time visitors, lacking a guide, would surely find themselves lost. Nelson was not a stranger to Rabbit Pelt Town. Although several years had passed since his last visit, and new constructions had emerged, the main establishments remained unchanged, including the tower inn he intended to visit. Despite its name, the tower inn was only 2 stories tall, with a tavern and shop on the first floor and accommodations on the second. The inn appeared as an ordinary manor-style lodging, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet it served as the hub of the town's black market, where all illicit goods circulated. Leading Leo and Jason into the inn, Nelson greeted the lobby manager with familiarity and, utilizing his credentials as a physician, secured a room previously reserved by other mercenaries. Once inside their quarters, the trio tended to their wounds, changed their dressings, and took a moment to rest before venturing downstairs to the black market after nightfall. Although termed a black market, the area was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it was illuminated by numerous bright oil lamps, casting a light akin to daylight. The black market was situated within a small garden at the back of the inn's first floor, where transactions of contraband took place. Both parties left their valuables behind, only proceeding to a hidden location to inspect goods and finalize deals once an agreement had been reached. Surrounding the garden were dozens of shops, most dealing in high-end and specialty items. After entering the garden, Nelson led Leo and Jason straight to a shop marked with a herbalist sign, pushing open a glass door to enter. Though the sign indicated it sold herbs, the interior resembled a general store, with the only medical-related item being a large cabinet filled with drawers on the right side. The rest of the merchandise bore no connection to medicine. The initially bored shopkeeper brightened upon seeing Nelson, embracing him warmly as if greeting an old friend, and inquired about his well-being. Nelson responded with utmost respect, akin to a student addressing a teacher, answering the shopkeeper's questions candidly, leaving no details concealed, even revealing their identities as soldiers from the Kingdom of England. As Nelson mentioned their affiliation, Jason instinctively prepared to intervene, but Leo restrained him, sensing that Nelson possessed discernment regarding the gravity of the situation and deemed the shopkeeper trustworthy. Furthermore, Leo felt confident in his ability to handle any unfavorable actions from the elder before they could transpire. Damn the Duke of Devon! How dare he act in such a manner? The elder's fury erupted upon hearing that the Duke's forces had resorted to using mustard gas. His hands clenched, teeth gritted, and veins bulging on his forehead, as though he were a victim of the gas himself. The intensity of the elder's rage puzzled Leo, prompting Nelson to offer an explanation. It was Master Pierre who championed the inclusion of the prohibition against the use of mustard gas in warfare within the Continental Accord. Lowering his voice, he added, "The Master's daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter all perished due to mustard gas, so." Nelson fell silent, allowing the elder time to regain composure. After a prolonged moment, the elder gradually calmed, fixing his gaze on Nelson and stating solemnly, "You mentioned wanting to go to Milia City to accuse the Duke of Devon, correct?" "Indeed, Master," Nelson affirmed. The elder contemplated for a moment before responding, "I can assist you. I shall draft a letter for you to present to His Excellency Vicemeer at the Continental Tribunal. It should carry some weight." With that, the elder approached the counter, retrieving paper and pen, quickly inscribing a message on the table. Leo, feeling somewhat bored, wandered around the shop, casually inspecting the items displayed on the tables and in the glass cases. He stumbled upon a collection of high-energy objects. As Leo approached a selection of trinkets and necklaces resembling religious artifacts, his auxiliary system suddenly emitted a prompt, compelling him to halt. The location of the high-energy objects was indicated. Leo reached into the pile of ornaments and quickly located the high-energy item indicated by the auxiliary system. This item was a necklace of crude craftsmanship, its band woven from the fur of a wild beast, while the pendant was a wooden plaque etched with seemingly chaotic lines. The necklace was so unremarkable that it could easily be overlooked if discarded on the ground, had it not been for the system's alert. Leo would scarcely have given it a second glance. However, upon discovering that this rough necklace was indeed a high-energy artifact, Leo felt compelled to discern its unique qualities. He meticulously examined every aspect of the necklace, ultimately focusing on the chaotic lines of the wooden plaque. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Leo noticed that when he concentrated intently on the plaque, the lines appeared to come alive, shifting across the surface to form peculiar patterns. These patterns inexplicably instilled within him a sense of nausea, as though someone were stirring a stick within his mind. What could this be? At that moment, Jason, observing Leo's prolonged scrutiny of the necklace, approached with curiosity. "A rather intriguing trinket," he remarked, breaking Leo's concentration and restoring clarity to his muddled thoughts. Upon re-examining the wooden plaque, Leo found that the previously extraordinary sensation had dissipated, though the lingering feeling of unease remained. Were it not for the auxiliary system's continued indication of the plaque as a high-energy item, he might have dismissed the prior experience as mere hallucination. "Compile the physical activity data from 3 minutes ago," Leo commanded the auxiliary system, and soon the data materialized before his eyes. A comparison revealed that his brain had entered a state of activity 30 times above normal levels, a level of intensity he had never encountered before. Furthermore, the data indicated that he had been subjected to an imperceptibly faint radiation, which, curiously, seemed to have no detrimental effects on his body. Instead, it appeared to stimulate his cells, resulting in the complete healing of several wounds. "How much for this necklace?" Leo inquired, approaching the elderly vendor. The old man paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the necklace in Leo's hand. He set aside his pen and scrutinized the item before asking, "What made you choose this particular piece?" "I simply liked it," Leo replied nonchalantly, withholding the truth. The elder, aware of Leo's evasiveness, paid it no mind. He returned the necklace and stated, "This necklace belongs to the Wysek people's priest, valued at 15 gold francs. Considering your connection to Nielsen, I shall reduce the price by 1 gold franc. What could possibly justify such a steep price?" Nielsen mused, intrigued by the exorbitant cost of the item Leo had unearthed. Deal. Though 14 gold francs was a hefty sum, Leo had previously acquired a considerable amount of currency from the deceased, rendering the purchase feasible. As he spoke, he retrieved a gold shield equivalent to 14 gold francs from his pocket and placed it on the table, but did not withdraw his hand. "However, I have one condition. You must tell me where this item originates." The elder brushed Leo's hand aside, sweeping the gold shields into the drawer beneath the counter, and began to recount. This necklace was crafted by the chief priest of the ancient Wysek tribe, who reside on the fringes of the Black Forest. It is primarily used in rituals honoring the deities of the Wysek belief system, particularly the Night Shepherd. It is said that this necklace allows its bearer to commune with the divine. He paused briefly, grasping a pen to compose a letter while continuing, "Regrettably, the Wysek people refused to submit to the Frankish Empire, resulting in their near annihilation during a military purge. It is possible that a few Wysek clans still exist deep within the Black Forest." "Wysek adornments?" Nielsen queried, drawn in by the tale, eager to examine the ornament. Leo naturally handed it over, yet as Nielsen scrutinized the wooden plaque, Leo observed his expression closely. However, he discerned no unusual reaction from Nielsen, who evidently did not perceive the mysterious high energy within the pendant. At that moment, Jason also joined in, taking the ornament from Nielsen for a casual inspection. As his gaze fell upon the wooden plaque, he suddenly furrowed his brow, revealing a look of distaste. "What is it?" Leo inquired, keenly observing Jason's reaction. "Nothing, it's just." "I find this item rather unappealing," Jason replied, returning the ornament to Leo, struggling to articulate his sentiments. Chapter 11. The misty month in the dark forest. The old man slightly raised his head and shot a disgruntled glance at Nelson, remarking, "If I had found the Book of Human Bones, I would not be languishing here, but rather seated in the spacious office of the Academy, indulging in cigars from the kingdom of Magaganu and sipping fine wine from the empire of Fran." Nelson carefully accepted the letter, stowing it away in a waterproof leather pouch, and then requested the old man, "Teacher, I also need to purchase some of your anti-insect medicine." "Anti-insect medicine?" The old man furrowed his brow at the mention of it, replying tersely, "Are you planning to traverse the dark forest?" "Yes," Nelson replied, glancing at Leo. Upon receiving a nod of approval, he divulged their plans to the old man, saying, "If we cross the dark forest directly, we might reach the city of Myria in no more than 4 days. But if we take the dark forest road along its perimeter, it would take us over 10 days, even by carriage. Riding might shorten the time slightly, but not by much." As the old man listened to Nelson's words, he lit his pipe and took a deep draw, exhaling smoke as he said, "Are you not aware that it is the misty month in the dark forest? It is ill-advised to venture in it this time." "Misty month?" Confusion washed over Nelson's face, clearly indicating his lack of understanding regarding the term. Such a situation indeed exists. Nelson's expression turned grave, fully aware that the old man's character was not one to exaggerate. Since the old man had stated this, it was evident that the dark forest during the misty month was fraught with peril. Therefore, he anxiously turned to Leo, asking, "Mr. Leo, what do you think? Should we perhaps take the dark forest road instead? If we ride swiftly, we could reach the nearest Doha in 2 days to catch a steam train, arriving in Myria in about 7 or 8 days. No need to change routes. We shall proceed through the dark forest," Leo asserted, detecting the hesitance in Nelson's voice, but choosing to remain steadfast in his decision, confidently asserting, "There is no need to worry about getting lost in the mist, for I am certain I will not." Leo's confidence stemmed from the capabilities of his auxiliary brain system, which could effortlessly chart any map in a comprehensive, three-dimensional manner. His past experiences had long since proven this, rendering the forest's dense fog a veritable death trap for ordinary individuals, inconsequential to him. The assurance emanating from Leo caused both Nelson and the old man, Pierre, to momentarily pause. However, having previously witnessed Leo's ability to choose the correct path in the mountains, Nelson, albeit surprised, felt a strange sense of certainty in Leo's conviction. Conversely, Pierre perceived Leo's demeanor as nothing more than the bluster of ignorance, convinced that once they truly entered the dark forest, Leo would be just as terrified as the novice hunters. Thus, the old man prepared to persuade Nelson against what he deemed a suicidal plan to traverse the dark forest during the misty month. However, anticipating the old man's counsel, Nelson preemptively stated, "Teacher, I believe that since Mr. Leo has made such a claim, he will surely be able to accomplish it. We shall not alter our plans." Damn it! The old man, fully aware of his student's stubborn nature, could only curse inwardly, refraining from further persuasion. He then approached Leo, grasping his collar as if to vent his frustration, prepared to deliver a scolding. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Leo's remarkably calm demeanor, he found himself feeling that perhaps Leo was not merely boasting, but genuinely capable of achieving his words. Thus, the reprimanding words he intended to utter were swallowed back down, and he settled for a fierce glare at Leo before turning to retreat into the small room behind the shop. After a brief interval, the old man emerged with a simple wooden box, placing it on the counter before pushing it toward Nelson. He also retrieved 3 spherical incense burners from his person, placing them atop the box, stating, "My anti-insect medicine may weaken in the misty month. You must not only wear it, but also ignite one and place it in the incense burner, applying it to the outside of your body. And the burner must remain lit until you exit the forest." "Thank you, teacher," Nelson expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Suddenly, Jason interjected, somewhat dampening the mood, asking in English, "How much will this cost? Do we have enough money?" Both Leo and Nelson shot Jason a disapproving glance, signaling him to be quiet. The old man's face darkened slightly upon hearing the English. Although Nelson had previously introduced Leo and the others as soldiers from the Kingdom of England, both he and Leo had conversed with the old man in the local dialect of Frank, causing him to momentarily forget that they were individuals from opposing nations, merely his student and his friends. However, Jason's thickly accented English triggered unwelcome memories, reminding him of the current animosity between their countries, and his expression soured further. He glared at the 3 before him, curtly stating, "There's no need to discuss the price. Given your current circumstances, you certainly cannot afford it." As he spoke, he produced a very thick book, placing it on the counter and swiftly flipping to a bookmarked page, pointing at the illustration of an herb, saying, "However, if you can help me find this herb, I will give you these items as a gift." "What is this?" Leo asked, puzzled, as he leaned over to inspect the page. The illustration depicted a flower resembling the earthly plant known as lily of the valley. Yet this particular bloom bore a single flower, 1 stem, and a single leaf, its overall hue a striking purple adorned with delicate golden swirls, exuding beauty. "This is the purple crown flower." Nelson only needed to glance at the page to recognize the distinctly identifiable flower without consulting the accompanying description. However, he soon expressed his confusion, asking, "Did not the Herbal Association claim that the purple crown flower does not exist? The foolish assertions of those imbeciles have never been accurate." The old man snorted disdainfully before continuing, "I possess credible information that the purple crown flower appears within the dark forest during the misty month, but it must be contained in a special vessel to preserve it intact and prevent wilting." At this moment, Leo interjected rather abruptly, saying, "Wait. If it is known that this plant can be found in the dark forest during the misty month, that implies someone must have ventured into the misty dark forest and returned alive, does it not? Did you not previously mention that no one?" "Idiot. Those who emerge may not necessarily be human." Before Leo could finish his thought, the old man retorted sharply, "Not necessarily human?" Leo was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the old man's words, and was about to inquire further when the old man gestured to indicate he would reveal no more. The old man then posed, "What do you think of this trait?" Nelson hesitated briefly before responding, "I cannot guarantee that I will find this legendary plant." The old man replied readily, "No matter. If you find it, that is splendid. If not, it is of little consequence." "Very well, I shall make the attempt." Nelson nodded in agreement. Leo interjected once more, saying, "Hold on, I believe this trait seems somewhat imbalanced in our favor." As he spoke, he pointed to the illustration on the page. "If I am not mistaken, this plant is unique in the world, correct? Do you not think it rather excessive to exchange such a one-of-a-kind plant, which could bring you both fame and fortune?" Merely for some anti-insect medicine? Let us not forget, I risk incurring a loss. The elderly man immediately revealed his merchant instincts, negotiating with Leo. After all, you may not necessarily find the purple crown flower, while I must invest in these precious pesticide remedies in advance. Leo, pinpointing the elder's vulnerability, retorted, Yet you will never find anyone willing to venture into the Black Forest during the foggy month, will you? Unaware of the true value of the purple crown flower. Leo deliberately adopted a posture of feigned ignorance, relinquishing the power of pricing to the elder, stating, It is not a matter of what I desire in return, but rather what you are willing to offer as compensation. 3,000 gold francs, the elder proposed after a moment of contemplation. Leo countered, No, I believe 3,000 gold shields would be more appropriate. You must be mad. 3,000 gold shields? Do you comprehend the worth of such an amount? The elder's expression exaggeratedly conveyed disbelief, as if Leo had proposed a sum sufficient to purchase the entirety of the Franconian Empire. Calmly, Leo replied, I am aware of the value of 3,000 gold shields. I deem the purple crown flower worthy of that price. Although the Franconian Empire stood as one of the preeminent powers on land, it paled in comparison to the Kingdom of England, which thrived on maritime trade and maintained commercial relations with nations across 3 continents. Consequently, the gold shields issued by the Kingdom of England became the common circulating currency among the member states of the Continental Assembly. With an exchange rate of 2 to 1 against the golden francs, the elder, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and conceding, Very well, it shall be 3,000 gold shields. Afterward, he produced a barrel-shaped container presumably meant for the purple crown flower and handed it to Nelson, providing him with an address in Milia City, instructing him to venture there regardless of whether he found the flower. Throughout this exchange, the elders scarcely glanced at Leo again, clearly harboring resentment toward him for setting such a steep price. I require a private room, Leo suddenly requested of the hotel manager in the lobby. Upon not receiving the desired response, he furrowed his brow. Nelson, puzzled by Leo's sudden need for solitude, sensed his urgency and suggested, It is unlikely to find an available private room in the inn at present. However, if you truly require one, you may use our own. I need to prepare some potions and can do so at my mentor's place. Staying there for the night would be no issue. He glanced at Jason, adding, Jason can assist me. Jason appeared somewhat reluctant and rolled his eyes, but did not reject the proposal. Leo, not one to be finicky, nodded in agreement. Let it be arranged thus. The time I require is not extensive. Perhaps just half an hour will suffice. Once I am finished, I shall seek you out. Upon hearing Leo's words, both Nelson and Jason exchanged knowing glances, their eyes appraising Leo, clearly indicating a misunderstanding prompted by his statement. Leo discerned their misinterpretation but had no intention of clarifying. He took the key from Nelson and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room, Leo casually discarded the package onto the floor, then locked the door, checked the window latches, and drew the curtains. Subsequently, he inspected the room's walls. Although the exterior was constructed of wood, a layer of fireproof asbestos was sandwiched between the walls, also serving an acoustic purpose, ensuring that no sound would escape from the room, regardless of the commotion within. After thoroughly checking for any issues and finding none, Leo stripped off all his clothing, retrieving the necklace of the Wizzic people from his pockets, and reclined on the bed in a state of complete relaxation. Assess physical condition, real-time adjustments to bodily data. Projection system, Leo commanded his auxiliary brain. Chapter 12. Activation of psychic abilities. Name, Leo. Race, human strength, 2. 5. 3. Agility, 2. 2. Will, 15. 15. Constitution, 2. 7. 3. 5. Talents, combat will, a natural warrior, capable of mastering and excelling in any combat technique within a short period. Danger perception, an extraordinary nervous system that senses surrounding dangers. Skills, mechanical will, as a biological weapon, possesses an almost absolute calm and rational will. Impervious to external disturbances. Activation requires 3 minutes, followed by a 24-hour cooldown. Perfect control, achieves flawless control over all bodily organs, facilitating healing, combat, organ evolution, and more. Requires high energy intake to sustain the consumption of the perfect control skill. Upon Leo's command, his auxiliary brain projected his bodily condition data onto his retinas. Upon viewing the latest bodily data, Leo could not help but marvel at the fundamental qualities of his current physique. Remarkably, within just a day, most of which was spent in transit without true rest. His injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. His agility had returned to its normal level. And while his strength and constitution had yet to fully recover, he estimated that after a night's rest, they would be nearly restored. However, what Leo needed to focus on now was the high-energy substance in his possession. He aimed to analyze this substance and formulate the optimal absorption strategy. The high-energy substance was categorized as a mental-type high-energy material, capable of being absorbed directly through the skin. The optimal absorption strategy was positioned at the pineal gland in the forehead. Activation of psychic abilities. Upon encountering these four simple words, Leo involuntarily inhaled sharply, and a surge of euphoric emotion erupted within him, an impulse to leap up and cheer overwhelming his being. Had it not been for his calm while still in effect, he might have succumbed to the intense joy that threatened to manifest in jubilant gestures. It was no wonder Leo felt such elation. For all members of the Earth Federation, whether natural or bioengineered, the activation of psychic abilities signified a monumental evolution of the species, transforming from a quasi-cosmic race into a true cosmic race capable of traversing the vacuum of space. According to the historical records of the Earth Federation, psychic abilities first emerged during the Civil War on Old Earth, a phenomenon largely regarded as supernatural powers. It was not until the establishment of the Earth Federation that these abilities were formally named and studied. However, compared to the brain-dividing technique, which could induce evolution in the entire Earth Federation populace, psychic abilities, manifesting only in a select few, were not given significant importance by the Federation, often relegated to being utilized as a form of trump card. It was only when the Earth Federation ventured beyond the solar system, entering true cosmic space and encountering an alien race, that their perception of psychic abilities began to shift. During a pivotal battle that profoundly affected the Federation's cosmic strategy, the alien race employed a form of energy known as spectral energy, which was merely another manifestation of psychic energy, effortlessly annihilating 50 of the Federation's Titan-class warships from its first exploration fleet. It was only after suffering significant casualties that the Federation began to recognize the importance of psychic abilities, elevating their status to parity with the brain-dividing technique. As the scientific community of the Earth Federation commenced extensive research into psychic abilities, understanding deepened, and practitioners became increasingly adept, thereby amplifying the potency of psychic energy. With the involvement of psychic practitioners on the front lines, the Federation's fortunes began to reverse, transforming from passive defense to organized counterattacks, eventually exerting pressure on the alien race, culminating in their complete defeat and eradication 30 years later. The war endured for 3 decades, inflicting catastrophic losses on the Earth Federation, reducing its population to levels reminiscent of the old Earth era. In response, the Federation Council initiated a biological weapon program, embarking on a large-scale production of bioengineered soldiers for frontline warfare. Although the 13th generation bioengineered individuals like Leo bore physiological similarities to normal humans, some even able to marry and bear children, the mechanical will imposed upon them due to the demands of war rendered them fundamentally different on a deeper mental level. This absolute rationality of mechanical will allowed bioengineered soldiers to maintain perpetual calm on the battlefield, swiftly determining optimal offensive strategies for maximum impact. Yet, this very faculty that rendered them formidable in combat also became the greatest barrier to their activation of psychic abilities. Their mechanical will, which enabled them to thrive in battle, was an impediment to experiencing the emotional surges necessary to unlock their latent psychic potential. Historically, only 2 bioengineered individuals had successfully activated psychic abilities, both owing to initial calibration failures that resulted in incomplete mechanical wills, thus granting them the emotional nuances of ordinary humans. Their emotional outbursts during warfare ultimately facilitated the awakening of their psychic powers. While still within the confines of the Earth Federation, Leo had often harbored the hope of activating his psychic abilities, fully aware that the chances for someone like him, a meticulously engineered bioweapon, were virtually non-existent. Yet, this hope persisted. As the commander of a special operations unit composed of frontline bioweapons, Leo had collaborated with the Federation's psychic practitioners, witnessing firsthand how alien races, no less formidable than himself, crumbled like ants under the psychic practitioners' onslaught. Each time he observed the devastation wrought by the practitioners, his desire for psychic abilities intensified. This yearning reached its zenith when his combat squad perished in a conflict involving psychic practitioners. Now, Upon learning that the necklace in his possession could grant him this coveted power, he was struck by the notion that his arrival in this world, his embodiment in the form of a soldier named Leo from the kingdom of Engel, was entirely driven by a fervent desire to acquire psychic abilities. Contemplating this, Leo felt the tumultuous emotions within him surge to a climax. He recalled the Federation's research on the activation of psychic abilities, recognizing that intense emotions appeared to be the key. Although he lacked clarity on the precise method for activating his psychic powers, he understood that this moment was opportune. Thus, Leo promptly positioned the necklace above his pineal gland and reclined on his bed, relaxing his body while maintaining a fervent emotional state. Initiate high-energy absorption. Activate perfect control. Assist energy transformation. As Leo issued each command, the auxiliary brain system flawlessly executed the steps in accordance with his directives. The vast amounts of mysterious energy attached to the necklace permeated his skin, and under the guidance of the perfect control skill, Leo's body swiftly absorbed it. The vast amounts of mysterious energy absorbed did not disperse throughout Leo's body. Rather, they concentrated in his pineal gland. Around this gland, a transformation akin to a radiation of energy unfolded, affecting not only the pineal gland itself, but also the surrounding cerebral tissue. This mutation was inherently chaotic and disordered. A normal individual subjected to such an energetic alteration would undoubtedly transform into an unknown monstrosity. However, thanks to the perfect control skill, the enigmatic power within the necklace was utilized flawlessly, all directed towards the mutation and enhancement of Leo's brain and pineal gland, achieving an unparalleled perfection that even the creator of the necklace could scarcely replicate. As Leo underwent cerebral enhancement prior to activating his psychic energy, it seemed as though his spirit, or perhaps his very soul, ventured into a mysterious realm. This realm was an extraordinarily dark space, a stone forest comprised of colossal pillars encircled by shadows. Each pillar pierced the black clouds above, and coiled around each was a gigantic serpent, all of which gaped skyward, releasing plumes of toxic smoke that mingled with the ominous clouds above. At the heart of this stone grove lay a vast plaza, its floor composed of anguished human faces, while a colossal stone chair, large enough for a giant, dominated the center. Leo found himself standing at the left side of this chair, needing to gaze upwards to behold its armrests. What captivated Leo's attention were the countless minute scratches adorning the chair's surface, reminiscent of those on the wooden pendant of the necklace. At first glance, they appeared static, yet upon closer scrutiny, these scratches seemed to writhe like serpents, squirm like earthworms, and resemble centipedes, constantly shifting and intertwining to form incomprehensible symbols. The more Leo observed these symbols, the more he was engulfed by a sense of revulsion, a nameless dread that ignited an impulse to scream in madness. Suddenly, as he reacquainted himself with his corporeal existence, Leo was struck by an unprecedented headache. Even though he had never uttered a cry of pain before, he could not suppress a groan as he instinctively grasped any object within reach to strike his head, hoping this brutal method would alleviate the agony. Fortunately, this intense headache was transient. Mere minutes later, as he approached his threshold of endurance, the excruciating pain vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only the external injuries caused by his earlier actions. Having finally caught his breath, Leo refrained from immediately instructing the auxiliary brain system to assess his condition or confirm whether his psychic energy had been activated. Instead, he reclined on the bed, allowing himself to relax and clear his mind, resting for approximately half an hour until he had fully recovered from the preceding torment. At that moment, he noticed the necklace of the whizzed people that had fallen to the ground during his earlier thrashing. Picking it up, he observed that the once vibrant, unknown beast hair woven strap had faded to a grayish hue, appearing as though it might crumble at the slightest touch. The pendant at the end was marred by numerous cracks, not resulting from external force, but rather resembling the effects of prolonged erosion from within. After scrutinizing the necklace, Leo concluded that it no longer possessed any residual energy and set it aside. He then commanded the auxiliary brain system, assess bodily condition, organize data, and project information. As the command was issued, the system interface materialized once more within his ocular crystal. Name, Leo. Race, human strength, 2. 5. 3. Agility, 2. 2. Will, 5. 25. Constitution, 2. 0. 4. 5. Mental, 4. 8. Psychic energy, 40. 80 talents. Combat will, an innate warrior, capable of mastering and excelling in any combat technique within a short span. Psychic awareness, an extraordinary nervous system that senses surrounding dangers, constructs a mental web, and perceives psychic phenomena. Mental web requires psychic energy, skills, mechanical will. As a biological weapon, possesses an almost absolute calm and rational will, impervious to external disturbances. 3 minutes activation time, 24 hours cooldown. Cooldown state, psychic vision, grants heightened visual acuity, allowing sight of things invisible to the average person. Consumes psychic energy. Perfect control, enables flawless control over bodily organs, facilitating healing, combat, and organ evolution. Requires high-energy substances to sustain the consumption needed for perfect control. Cooldown state, Chapter 13, Chaotic Subspace and Psychic Energy. How could this be? Upon observing the new physical data, Leo's face illuminated with a joyful smile, albeit accompanied by a hint of perplexity. The basic physical attributes now included the mental quality and psychic energy attributes, two facets directly linked to the activation of psychic energy. This was anticipated by Leo and was indeed what he most desired to see, as it signified his liberation from the shackles imposed by his previous physical and mental state, marking a significant advancement on the path of evolution and granting him the formidable power he had long yearned for. According to the research conducted by federal scientists, the initial activation of psychic energy corresponds to a mental attribute value that is approximately half of the initial basic value of the will attribute, while 10 times the value of the mental attribute equates to the initial quantity of one's psychic energy. Consequently, Leo had already anticipated his mental basic attribute to be 8 points, with his psychic energy quantity at 80 points, and thus was not taken aback. With the activation of psychic energy, his innate ability of danger perception transformed into psychic perception, and he additionally acquired a skill-based talent known as the mental web, which caught Leo by surprise, providing him with an unexpected delight. Another pleasant surprise was the skill of spirit sight. However, even after perusing the analysis and explanations organized by the auxiliary system, he found himself bewildered by its function, as there was no mention of such a skill in the catalog of psychic abilities compiled by the Earth Federation. The decline of his physical daily value to 2 points and his mental daily value to 4 points were deemed normal. Considering the recent physical and psychological torment he had endured, it would indeed be peculiar if his daily values had not decreased. What truly puzzled Leo was the unexpected increase in his physical basic value by 1 point and an astonishing rise of 10 points in his will basic value. In comparison, the drop of his will daily value to 5 points and the mechanical will skill entering a cooling state seemed less conspicuous. The subspace was the latest achievement of the Earth Federation's research into cosmic spaces prior to Leo's arrival in this world. This research was prompted by a catastrophic incident involving 7 interstellar-level psychics, who, while utilizing wormholes created by their own powers for spatial transfer, encountered unforeseen circumstances. 2 psychics perished. While among the survivors, only one experienced a drastic enhancement in power, and the rest succumbed to madness. This incident caused a significant upheaval within the Federation, which promptly convened various authoritative scientists to conduct specialized studies on the matter. Through inquiries with the sole survivor who had experienced a marked increase in strength, the Federation learned that these interstellar-level psychics had been transported to an unknown space upon entering the wormhole and encountered an indescribable unknown entity, suffering from its mental intrusion. The 2 psychics who could not withstand the assault ignited their internal psychic energy, resulting in their immediate demise, while the others managed to endure and reopen the wormhole to escape, though it remained unclear why only one emerged unscathed and significantly empowered, while the others descended into madness shortly after their escape. Subsequent investigations revealed that the phenomenon of entering a wormhole and appearing in an unknown space was not exclusive to interstellar-level psychics. In fact, nearly all psychics whose mental attributes reached or exceeded 100 had experienced this unknown space at least once, with the common precursor being entry into a wormhole. The distinction lay in the fact that they had never encountered any unknown entities, and their time spent in that unknown space was fleeting, so brief that they mistook it for an illusion. Later, the Federation acquired information about this unknown space from some friendly alien races, which designated it as chaotic space. They believed it to be a subspace formed by the chaotic will of the universe, where psychic energy and its relation to it were akin to 2 magnets attracting each other. When psychic energy reached a certain threshold, overlaps would occasionally occur. causing the spirits or souls of psychics to unavoidably enter that space. As the level of psychic energy increased, the duration of these overlaps lengthened, allowing psychics to physically enter that subspace. The unknown entity described by the surviving psychics was considered to be the embodiment of the chaotic will of the subspace, appearing only before those psychics who had physically entered it, with no discernible pattern regarding when or in what form it would manifest. The only certainty was that its appearance constituted a life and death trial for psychics. Failure to withstand the trial would result in either immediate death or madness upon escape, while those who succeeded would experience a remarkable enhancement in their psychic energy level. Leo called upon the auxiliary system to retrieve the records from that time, juxtaposing his experiences with those documented. He too had encountered an indescribable unknown entity and had entered a surreal space, emerging with enhancements. If it were merely a case of similar circumstances, one might dismiss it as coincidence. However, with three aspects aligning so closely, attributing it solely to chance seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Leo did not possess the hubris to assert that his experience in that unknown space equated to the recorded chaotic subspace. After all, entering such a realm necessitated a mental basic value of 100 or more, along with the requirement of engaging with a wormhole, both of which were recognized as established laws. He merely considered the place he had entered to be akin to chaotic subspace, with experiences paralleling it, though they were not identical. Thus, upon departing, only his will was enhanced, not his mental state. In light of this, the cooling status of the mechanical will skill became explicable, as entering chaotic subspace would invariably involve contending with the chaotic will's assault. Even if the location he had just been in was not chaotic subspace, the governing principles were likely similar, and the passive activation of mechanical will serve precisely to counteract the incursion of chaotic will. Therefore, the decline of his will attributes daily value from 15 to 5 points stood as compelling evidence of the chaotic will's influence. To validate his hypothesis, Leo promptly instructed the auxiliary system to compile records of bodily changes following high-energy absorption. As the command was issued, a series of records materialized before his eyes, and he swiftly identified entries that corroborated his conjecture regarding mental intrusion. Abnormal mental energy intrusion. Will daily value declines, 14. 5. 14. 13. 5. Will daily value reaches the warning threshold, 6. 5. 6. Activating mechanical will. Decline in will daily value ceases. Abnormal mental energy conversion. Will basic value increases, 15. 5. 16. 16. 5. Abnormal mental energy dissipates. Will basic value growth halts. Mechanical will enters cooldown period. These records of bodily changes strikingly validated Leo's hypothesis. Yet regrettably, the auxiliary system lacked the capacity to confirm the existence of subspace or quasi-subspace, leaving the question of whether that unknown place was indeed a quasi-subspace unresolved. Having gained a general understanding of the situation, Leo felt a twinge of concern regarding whether his use of psychic energy, spirit, or soul might once again draw him into that unknown realm. However, he also felt somewhat reassured that mechanical will could resist the mental energy incursions from that space. Moreover, he was confident that as his willpower strengthened, the efficacy of the mechanical will would similarly enhance, potentially enabling him to confront the colossal figure of which he only possessed a vague recollection. Devoid of any fear or negative emotions, and impervious to mental energy intrusion. After examining his body and confirming that there were no significant injuries sustained during the activation of his psychic abilities, Leo redirected his focus to the newfound powers acquired through this activation. According to the records of the Federation, most psychics, upon initial activation, are endowed with a singular psychic skill, which is also their most formidable ability and dictates their external trajectory. However, it seemed that due to Leo's exceptionally high initial mental attribute score of 8, far exceeding the Federation's recorded maximum, his personal data page indicated only one unknown auxiliary skill related to clairvoyance. In reality, he possessed an additional extraordinary perception skill that had evolved into a talent for psychic awareness. This talent's mental network effectively mirrored the Federation's psychic network skill, enabling him to harness two distinct psychic abilities from his initial activation. Within the Federation's records, a staggering 95% of psychics initially manifest the psychic network skill, which is deemed the most fundamental and widely utilized skill among all psychic abilities. By constructing a mental network, psychics can attain a radar-like function, allowing them to perceive the movements of all surrounding entities without moving from their position. When combined with the secondary brain's mapping capabilities, a complete and accurate three-dimensional map can be effortlessly constructed within the psychic's mind, proving invaluable in urban warfare and sieges. At advanced levels, a psychic can even infiltrate an enemy's mind, exert control, and annihilate at will. Within the Earth Federation, there were interstellar-level psychics who, from their flagship, utilized the mental network to encompass entire interstellar battlefields, seamlessly connecting the minds of millions of soldiers to deliver a devastating blow to the adversary. Yet, this was not the true extent of the mental network's capabilities. The primary reason psychics activate the mental network skill in its nascent state is to gather ambient free energy, thereby gradually enhancing their own psychic power. In other words, the longer the mental network remains open, the more beneficial it is for the psychic's advancement in power levels. Although Leo was not a psychic during his time in the Earth Federation and could only glean information from publicly available materials, the mental network skill, being the most basic of psychic skills, was universally recognized. Regardless of whether it was the Earth Federation or extraterrestrial races, the psychics employed similar techniques, making information about the mental network skill widely accessible, with only a select few advanced skills derived from it remaining classified. Now, Leo's secondary brain system contained a detailed compendium on the application of the mental network skill, which, under his command, was transmitted to the main brain. Soon, Leo felt as if he had read this material 1,000 times, able to recite it fluently. Familiar with the content, he attempted to deploy the mental network as instructed. Perhaps due to it being his first attempt, or because the mental network was not merely a singular psychic skill, but an ancillary ability of his psychic awareness talent, or simply due to his inexperience with psychic powers, he found it challenging. As he wove his psychic energy into a network, it continuously swirled within his mind. And despite feeling as though his head was swelling with the accumulated energy, it failed to breach the barrier of his skin. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Leo reluctantly halted his efforts with the mental network skill, fearing that persistent exertion might cause his brain to rupture from the pressure of the amassed energy. Though his initial endeavor to wield his psychic energy ended in failure, Leo remained undaunted, for he could sense the presence of psychic energy within him and exercise a degree of control over it, which had met his anticipated objectives. After a brief respite to alleviate the throbbing in his head and restore calm to his psychic energy, given that 2 units had been expended during his earlier attempts, he shifted his attention to the clairvoyant skill, eager to explore its undocumented functionalities. In stark contrast to the arduous experience with the mental network skill, the activation of the clairvoyant skill was remarkably straightforward. By issuing a command to his secondary brain system, the clairvoyant skill immediately activated, and he distinctly felt the psychic energy coursing into his eyes, sustaining the clairvoyant state. However, Leo was perplexed. Upon activation, he perceived no alterations. What he saw before remained unchanged. With this curiosity in mind, he approached the window, drawing back the curtain to gaze outside. In that moment, the true capabilities of the clairvoyant skill unfolded before him. What should have been an impenetrable darkness in Rabbit Skin Town was now vividly illuminated in his vision. The night transformed into shades of gray, buildings appeared pale. The flames of torches blazed with an almost blinding white intensity, and the pedestrians were enveloped in varying depths of shadowy mist. Furthermore, as he intensified the flow of psychic energy, his clairvoyant vision adapted as if equipped with a telescope, allowing him to discern distant objects while time seemed to slow for all moving entities he observed, akin to experiencing an adrenaline-fueled bullet time. Chapter 14. Familiarity with Spiritual Powers. What a formidable skill! After comprehending and mastering the ability of spiritual sight, Leo could not help but exclaim, his heart racing with excitement, his palms damp with sweat. It is no wonder his emotions were so heightened. From what he had gleaned about the spiritual sight skill, it possessed, at the very least, the capabilities of night vision, long-range vision, and hyperdynamic vision all at once. Though each of these visual abilities could be systematically acquired through training, ultimately culminating in a high-level extraordinary vision skill, the initial manifestation of these powers was singular. The fact that Leo's spiritual sight had seamlessly fused all 3 abilities was unprecedented. Perhaps it had occurred before, but remained undocumented due to its rarity. In summary, this skill far surpassed his initial expectations and could undoubtedly be classified as a secondary advanced spiritual skill within the Earth Federation. Having grasped the fundamentals of spiritual sight, Leo contemplated deactivating it. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he employed the mental web skill at this moment? With this notion, Leo began to weave the mental web using spiritual energy, expanding it outward. The execution of the mental web skill exceeded his anticipations. He felt no resistance as it radiated from him in an invisible sphere, extending nearly 100 meters before it finally halted. At that moment, Leo felt as if he had ascended to a divine state, comprehending every nuance within the domain of the mental web. From the minuscule insects within the wood, the fungi burgeoning in the corners, to the merchants conversing in the shadows and the skirmishes unfolding in the alleys. Every sound and movement within the 100-meter radius of the hotel became vividly perceptible to him. The data collected formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. Remaining composed, Leo refrained from succumbing to this near-divine illusion and promptly commanded his auxiliary brain system. Soon, the three-dimensional map generated from the mental web's perceptual data began to materialize in his vision. When compared to the rudimentary three-dimensional map he had constructed through physical measurement and visual assessment, this new rendition resembled a meticulous quantum map as opposed to a mere sketch from the 18th century on old Earth. Notably, the map enabled him to pinpoint the positions and movements of individuals with precision, eliminating the need for prior estimations. Deactivating the spiritual sight, Leo issued another command to his auxiliary brain system. As the activation state of the spiritual sight ceased, the mental web, however, remained intact, still expanded. How could this be? The earlier obstacle resurfaced. The mental web could not penetrate the brain to extend outward. Was it truly the case that the mental web could only operate in conjunction with the spiritual sight? Pondering this, Leo reactivated the spiritual sight, and as he had anticipated, the barriers encountered by the mental web dissipated once more. The combat skill module and combat talent module were unique capabilities of the auxiliary brain system possessed by Leo, and indeed any biological weapon with a fighting will. This ability allowed biological weapons to rapidly assimilate and master any skills related to combat and warfare, transforming them into new abilities or talents. Leo surmised that the mental web's inability to function independently stemmed from it being merely a talent, not yet an established skill. In a sense, the mental web could be regarded as a combat-related skill, prompting him to attempt to create a genuine mental web skill through the establishment of a skill module. The structural analysis of the mental web was completed. The combat skill module is now being established. The combat skill module has been successfully created. The spiritual skill of the mental web has been initiated. Leo immediately activated the personal data interface of his auxiliary brain system. Name, Leo. Race, human strength 2. 5-3, agility 2-2, willpower 4-25, constitution 2-0-4, 5, spirit 4-8, spiritual energy 28-80, talent, combat will, born warrior. Capable of mastering and excelling in any combat method in a short time. Spiritual perception, extraordinary nervous system, can sense surrounding dangers, construct mental webs, and perceive spiritual entities. Mental web consumes spiritual energy, skills, mechanical will, possessing an almost absolute calm and rational will, impervious to external disturbances. 3-minute activation time, 24-hour cooldown. Cooldown state, perfect control, achieving flawless control over all bodily organs, applicable in healing, combat, and organ evolution. Requires high-energy sustenance to maintain the perfect control skills consumption. Cooldown state, spiritual sight, grants exceptional vision, enhancing visual acuity, allowing sight of things beyond normal perception. Consumes spiritual energy. Mental web, creates a mental web, which can be released outward, forming a mental domain that provides profound perception of all objects and energies within. Module progress, 0-0-5. Observing the personal data interface with the mental web skill currently in modularization, a smile graced Leo's face. Although the modularization progress was a mere 0-0-5, he was confident that with increased usage, the auxiliary brain system would delve deeper into the analysis of the mental web, leading to exponential advancements in progress, and a complete spiritual skill would soon materialize. Having completed the planned tests for various spiritual applications, Leo prepared to close the personal attribute interface. But his movements suddenly stalled as his gaze fell upon the willpower attribute. He noticed that the previously stable value of 5 had diminished to 4. Would the use of spiritual energy weaken his willpower? As this question surfaced in his mind, Leo quickly noted the reduction in his daily spiritual energy from 38 to 28. Comparing the consumption of spiritual energy and the corresponding decrement in willpower, he speculated, could it be that 10 points of spiritual energy usage results in a 1-point loss of willpower? Determined to uncover the truth behind this anomaly, Leo refused to remain ignorant, especially since the issue pertained to his very survival. While he was uncertain of the consequences when his willpower reached 0, he was certain that it would not be a desirable outcome. Nevertheless, Leo refrained from further employing spiritual sight or the mental web to examine the correlation between spiritual energy consumption and willpower depletion. Upon noticing the perfect control skill, a new idea blossomed in his mind. He theorized that the spiritual skills activated through his spiritual energy might not be limited to 2, but could indeed encompass 3, with the third being concealed within an already existing skill akin to spiritual perception. The activation of the perfect control skill necessitated high energy, and the unknown power harbored within the necklace represented such energy. If spiritual energy also constituted a form of high energy, could it be utilized to activate the perfect control skill? With purpose, Leo promptly attempted to activate the perfect control skill through his auxiliary brain system, and as anticipated, the skill was easily activated, causing his spiritual energy to diminish at a rapid rate of 0.2 per second. Initiating healing control, Leo commanded the auxiliary brain system. A wave of warmth, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring, swiftly radiated from within his body. The wounds on his body began to itch, accompanied by a sensation akin to pinpricks of pain. However, being accustomed to injuries, he understood that this was merely a sign of healing. Leo, who was meticulously monitoring his personal data interface, observed that as his psychic energy was perfectly controlled for therapeutic purposes, both his strength and constitution were rapidly recovering. Soon, his strength reached its full capacity of 3 points, while his constitution advanced to 4 points, dispelling the lingering weakness he felt. As his psychic energy consumption fell below 20 points, the daily value of his will, as anticipated, decreased slightly. Yet, concurrently, his mental base value received an increment, marked with a plus sign and the notation of 1%. Leo ceased the perfect control skill, halting the expenditure of psychic energy, and examined his nearly healed wounds before shifting his gaze to the altered personal data interface. Name, Leo Race. Human strength, 3, 3. Agility, 2, 2. Will, 3, 25. Constitution, 4, 4. 5. Mental, 4, 81. Psychic energy, 1980 talents. Combat will, an innate warrior capable of mastering and excelling in any combat technique within a brief period. Psychic awareness, an extraordinary nervous system that perceives surrounding dangers, constructs a mental web, and senses psychic phenomena. The mental web requires psychic energy. Skills, mechanical will, as a bioweapon, possesses an almost absolute calmness and rationality, impervious to external disturbances. Activation time, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours in cooldown. Perfect control, achieves flawless control over bodily organs, enabling healing, combat, and organ evolution, requires high energy intake to maintain the skill. In cooldown, psychic vision, grants extraordinary visual acuity, enhancing visual intensity to perceive things beyond ordinary sight, consumes psychic energy. Mental web, creates a mental web that can be released outward, forming a psychic domain that provides heightened perception of all objects and energies within the area. Module progress, 0.05. In this moment, Leo felt that perhaps the perfect control skill was the most formidable and exceptional among all his abilities. From the revised personal data, it became evident that the daily value of will indeed decreases by 1 for every 10 points of psychic energy expended, since the reduction pertained solely to the daily value. As long as the number did not diminish to 0, it could gradually recover through rest, thus posing no significant issue. Moreover, the expenditure of psychic energy affected not only will but also mental acuity. Fortunately, this influence was positive, with each use of approximately 20 points of psychic energy. His mental base value increment by 1%. While this 1% increase did not factor into the base value, he believed that upon accumulating the increased base value to 100%, a qualitative transformation would undoubtedly occur, elevating his mental base value. Furthermore, methods to enhance mental base value were not restricted to the utilization of psychic energy alone. For instance, absorbing high-energy objects like the necklace of the Whisk people could significantly augment his mental base value. Now, Leo pondered that as his mental base value elevated, his psychic energy would inevitably increase dramatically, allowing for a corresponding rise in the frequency and duration of psychic skill usage. Initially, this might seem inconsequential, but should his mental power significantly surpass his willpower, the limitation imposed by will consumption would render any surplus psychic energy futile. Thus, Leo must discover ways to enhance his willpower before his mental power exceeded it. Within the Earth Federation, numerous methods exist to augment mental power, including external stimulation and self-accumulation. In essence, the Earth Federation has nearly exhaustively explored mental power enhancement. However, methods to increase willpower are scarce. The only confirmed approach is through combat, constantly engaging in battles. As long as one does not succumb to despair, willpower is certain to grow, though the extent of growth may vary. Currently, Leo also possessed a rapid means to bolster his willpower, yet he had never contemplated this option. Unless he were to lose his sanity, he would never willingly allow his mind or soul to venture into that enigmatic unknown realm, confronting the terrifying psychic infiltration, invasion, and trials that haunted him. Even with mechanical will providing a measure of protection, he was reluctant to take such risks. Rather than endure a near-death trial to increase his willpower, he would prefer to follow the Earth Federation's approach of engaging in battle. At least this way, he could retain control over his own life, rather than surrendering it to others. Chapter 15. The Tavern Blood Fight. What has happened to you? Have you been brawling in your room? Leo, who had ceased his exploration of psychic energies, descended the stairs and entered the herbal shop he had visited earlier. There, he found Nelson meticulously placing his freshly concocted potions into a dedicated box. Upon seeing Leo enter, Nelson paused momentarily, taken aback by the visible bruises still lingering on Leo's face, remnants of a recent psychic healing. "It's nothing. I did it to myself," Leo stated, a fragment of truth veiled within a concealment of the full story. Nelson, bewildered, could only stare in confusion. Leo then surveyed the room and inquired, "Where's Jason?" "He found it terribly dull here and has gone to the tavern at the inn for a drink," Nelson replied, gesturing in the direction of the tavern. After securing all the potions into his backpack, he asked Leo, "Do you need anything from the room?" "No, that's not necessary. You may head up," Leo responded, making his way toward the door. Pausing at the threshold, he added, "However, it is somewhat disordered. You may need to tidy up." With that, he left a perplexed Nelson behind and proceeded to the tavern within the inn. The tavern at the High Tower Inn was divided into an upscale and a lower-class section. The upscale tavern, located within the black market of the inn, primarily catered to traders of illicit goods, boasting an array of fine wines sourced from across the globe. In contrast, the lower-class tavern stood adjacent to the upscale one, separated by a thick, soundproof wall. This establishment served the hunters and mercenaries who resided in Rabbit Skin Town, where business transactions from the black market often necessitated hiring mercenaries or hunters for various tasks, with messages relayed through a pipe to the tavern's notice board. Due to the onset of the fog month, the work available to the mercenaries and hunters in town had drastically diminished. Mercenaries fared relatively well, facing only a reduction in escort duties related to the Black Forest, while the demand for caravan guards had surged, as the traders in Rabbit Skin Town strategically hoarded goods. The rise in prices during the fog month led to an increase in the trade of Black Forest specialties, drawing more caravans to the town, and consequently, more mercenaries were needed for protection. In stark contrast, the hunters, reliant solely on the forest for their livelihood, found themselves in dire straits. The fog month effectively severed their means of sustenance, leaving them to languish in the tavern day after day, awaiting the end of the season. As a result, drunken brawls had become a common occurrence, often ignited by trivial provocations. A mere word or glance could spark a fight, as was the case with Jason's current predicament. At that moment, Jason clutched a stool that had lost all but one leg, glaring menacingly at the surrounding hunters brandishing knives and daggers. While he outwardly exuded confidence, inwardly, he recognized the peril he faced. Without intervention, he might very well meet his demise at the hands of these Black Forest hunters. To this day, Jason remained puzzled as to how a simple drink had devolved into a confrontation with these desperate men. His only recollection was of whistling at an alluring waitress, which had provoked a nearby patron to unleash a torrent of incomprehensible words. Initially, adhering to Leo's advice to avoid trouble, he had ignored the man. However, when the patron smashed a bottle over his head, he found himself compelled to retaliate. In the ensuing chaos, He had felled the instigator and 2 others who came to his aid, leading to his current predicament of being encircled by a dozen hunters. Damn it. If I had known better, I wouldn't have come here alone for a drink. Jason cursed himself inwardly, lamenting the folly of his craving for alcohol. Suddenly, a burly man with a red beard stepped forward from the ring of hunters, brandishing 2 Parnier battle axes. He hurled one axe to the ground and bellowed at Jason, his expression suggesting a challenge to duel. Despite the man's intimidating presence, Jason felt a surge of defiance, with no retreat available. He was determined to make the most of the situation. 1 death would balance the scales, 2 would be a profit. He crouched down to retrieve the fallen axe. Wait. A commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the tavern. Though the words were in French, Jason recognized Leo's voice. He straightened up and turned toward the source of the sound. The crowd parted, revealing Leo, whose face bore a few bruises but was otherwise calm as he navigated through the throng. As he approached the encircled area, 2 hunters attempted to block his path. But Leo appeared to disregard them entirely. He turned his gaze toward an older hunter seated by the hearth, cradling a stunning waitress in his arms, and smiled. The person inside is my companion. I have come to resolve this issue. Do you truly fear us too, Blood Axe Gang? Unbeknownst to Jason, Leo had arrived at the tavern earlier, observing the unfolding situation and assessing the terrain before stepping forward when Jason, the reckless fool, was about to make a decision. He had learned that the hunters Jason had provoked belonged to a local gang led by an older hunter named Bobble, hailing from the small nation of Parnier in the mountains of the Mosin continent. This gang, known as the Blood Axe Gang, derived its name from the signature weapon all its members wielded. Although the old hunter was an outsider, his formidable survival skills in the wilderness had earned him the respect of many local hunters, who willingly joined his ranks, forming a large gang of over 300 members. Most of the recruits were solitary outlaws. Thus, other gangs in Rabbit Skin Town were reluctant to provoke him. Similarly, Leo was disinclined to antagonize a group of desperate men well-versed in the treacherous Black Forest, especially given that the conflict had arisen from Jason's reckless flirtation. Upon hearing Leo's subtly provocative remarks, the scarred visage of the old hunter contorted into a sinister grin. He gestured to his subordinates, signaling them to allow Leo entry. As the hunters parted, Leo entered the circle and approached Jason. Before Jason could speak, Leo gestured for him to remain silent, briefly assessing his condition and confirming he bore no significant injuries beyond superficial wounds. Adopting a conciliatory tone, Leo addressed the old hunter. I have come to understand the situation. My companion is at fault, and we are willing to apologize and offer compensation. I hope, Mr. Bobble, that you will. I do not lack for money. A languid voice interrupted Leo's speech. The old hunter rose, having slapped the voluptuous waitress's rear to signal her to stand, and stepped to the edge of the hunter's circle, casting a disdainful glance at Leo. Since we are all rather bored, let us settle this with a blood fight instead, he bellowed, rallying the crowd. What say you all? Yes, we are not short on funds. We want to see bloodshed. This is the custom of Rabbit Skin Town. The surrounding hunters and mercenaries, eager for chaos, echoed the old hunter's call, igniting a fervor within the tavern. Leo's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the surrounding patrons. He turned to the bartender polishing a glass at the back counter and inquired, Does your boss not intervene when disturbances occur in the tavern? It was evident that Leo was not the first to pose such a question. The bartender swiftly responded, Such incidents are commonplace. If things are broken, they pay for the damages themselves, and if someone dies, they manage the body. Moreover, these events lend an air of liveliness to the tavern. So the boss certainly has no objections. After hearing the bartender's words, Leo glanced once more at the exuberant hunters and mercenaries around him, chuckling softly as he shook his head, muttering to himself, It seems reconciliation is out of the question. With that, he signaled Jason to step back slightly before approaching the Parnial battle axe lying on the ground. He turned to the old hunter and asked, Mr. Bober, what are the rules of the blood duel? Noticing Leo's calm demeanor, as if the surrounding crowd were non-existent, the old hunter felt a wave of unease wash over him. Having traversed the 3 continents for years, he was well acquainted with various types of people. His continued survival, unlike many of his compatriots who had perished on their journeys, was due to his keen discernment of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Yet now, as Leo stood before him with an icy gaze that seemed to disregard all, the old hunter realized his judgment may have been flawed. Unfortunately, he had already made his declaration, and should he show any sign of retreat, he would likely find it impossible to remain in Rabbit Skin Town. Despite the unease brewing within him, the old hunter's face betrayed none of his discomfort. Instead, he appeared even more menacing, his expression growing increasingly ferocious as he lowered his voice, laden with pressure, and declared, "The rules of the blood duel are simple. Pick up the axe at your feet and face off against 3 of our chosen members. If you survive, this matter will be settled." Seeing Leo's nonchalant attitude, the old hunter's eyes narrowed instinctively as his anxiety intensified. "Let me be the first." A burly man with a red beard exclaimed eagerly, ready to spring into action. Upon hearing the old hunter's command, not only were the members of the Blood Axe gang taken aback, but even those familiar with the gang within the tavern were stunned. The first to be selected for the blood duel was no ordinary individual. He was one of the few non-hunter members of the Blood Axe gang, tasked specifically with resolving issues in Rabbitskin Town. He had claimed the lives of at least a dozen individuals, often using a pair of curved knives to slit his opponents' throats, earning him the moniker the Throat Cutter. While he was not the strongest member of the Blood Axe gang, no one, including the old hunter, believed they could defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon being called out, the Throat Cutter, Albert, raised an eyebrow in surprise, approached, and sized up Leo with a hint of disdain, stating, 3 seconds. With that, he suddenly lunged forward at an astonishing speed, drawing his twin blades from his waist, resembling 2 beastly fangs, aimed straight for Leo's throat. In that instant, everyone assumed Leo was doomed, for Albert's attack was both unexpected and swift. Even the old hunter failed to perceive it in advance, believing he himself would struggle to withstand such a sudden assault in an equal confrontation. However, in the next moment, the seemingly invincible Albert collided with an invisible wall, his body propelled into the air as he flipped and crashed to the ground. A parnial battle axe embedded in his forehead, nearly cleaving his skull in 2. The tavern fell into a profound silence, even the bartender behind the counter momentarily forgetting his task of polishing glasses. After a prolonged pause, the patrons began to comprehend the unfolding events, and the previously raucous atmosphere returned, albeit with lowered voices as they quietly speculated about what had just transpired. Not only were the onlookers baffled by how Leo's battle axe had ended up in Albert's head, but even the old hunter, standing just a few paces away and fixated on Leo, could not discern when the axe had been thrown. Though Leo maintained an outwardly calm and indifferent facade, internally, he was consumed by astonishment and exhilaration. He had executed the axe throw using a perfect control technique triggered by his psychic energy, and he was astounded by the immense boost in agility and strength he experienced in this mode, enhancements that felt several times greater, nearly comparable to his previous biologically engineered physique. Chapter 16. Surprises following surprises. Although Leo was immensely astonished by the power of his psychic abilities, he recognized that this was not an opportune moment for contemplation. Thus, he approached the corpse of the throat slasher, removing his battle axe from the lifeless head, wiping the blood onto the deceased's garments. He maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to the old hunter, smiling as he spoke. "I believe we should let this matter pass. For one life has already been lost over a trivial issue, and we should not incur further losses. What do you think, Mr. Bober?" At that moment, the old hunter chose not to persist stubbornly, having realized from Leo's earlier display of strength that the man before him was not to be trifled with. While retreating might tarnish his reputation, it paled in comparison to the prospect of meeting his end at Leo's hands. Consequently, the old hunter forced a grim smile, nodding in agreement as he replied, "You are right. I feel the same." The old hunter's capitulation incited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers, who regarded him with a newfound contempt. Some members of rival factions discreetly slipped away, seemingly intent on disseminating news of this event to undermine the old hunter's standing. Meanwhile, the Blood Axe gang members appeared dissatisfied with the old hunter's retreat. However, they understood that continuing the bloodshed could result in any one of them being the next casualty. Thus, their discontent was not particularly fervent. Witnessing the old hunter's submission, Leo did not press his advantage further. Instead, he approached the owner of the Parnier battle axe, addressing him with a tone that conveyed an unmistakable sense of fear. "Your axe is quite formidable. I find myself in need of an equally matched weapon. Might I request the other axe as well?" "Of course, certainly." The burly man had no courage left to contest Leo's request, hastily handing over his battle axe and even the specially crafted axe belt from his waist. Upon returning to their quarters, Jason excitedly recounted the events that had unfolded in the tavern to Nelson, his curiosity piqued regarding how Leo had thrown the battle axe and other matters of intrigue. Meanwhile, The Rabbit-Skin Town was stirred by the recent conflict that had erupted in the Tavern of the Tower Inn. In Rabbit-Skin Town, the Blood Axe Gang was not the most powerful faction. However, it held a significant share of the lucrative Black Forest product trade, drawing envious glances from numerous rival factions eager to seize that share for themselves. The Old Hunter's retreat in the tavern acted as a signal to all who coveted the Blood Axe Gang's territory, conveying an unmistakable message of aggression. Leo's actions merely served as a catalyst. In truth, the Old Hunter had begun to recede into the shadows over the past few years. Whether in territorial disputes within Rabbit-Skin Town or in the gathering of Black Forest resources, he had not taken personal charge, leading many in the town to whisper rumors of his waning strength. Now, with the Old Hunter's withdrawal serving to confirm these rumors, word of the tavern incident spread swiftly, prompting 5 rival gangs encroaching on the Blood Axe Gang's territory to unite and invade the Old Hunter's domain. Although these 5 gangs were relatively small, their combined might surpass that of the Blood Axe Gang. Furthermore, each of these factions was backed by a substantial commercial force, their resources far greater than those of the isolated Blood Axe Gang. When the 5 gangs launched their joint assault, the Old Hunter mysteriously vanished, leaving the defense of the Blood Axe Gang in the hands of his second-in-command. Many speculated that the Old Hunter had fled upon sensing the impending danger, and the various factions in town concluded that the Blood Axe Gang was doomed. Meanwhile, larger factions and powers awaited the Blood Axe Gang's demise, ready to swoop in and claim their share with minimal effort. Despite suffering heavy losses during the clash, with fewer than 100 of its members remaining intact, the Blood Axe Gang's strength was unexpectedly bolstered by the arrival of over 200 seasoned gunmen brought by the Old Hunter. As a result, the territory under the Old Hunter's control expanded more than twofold following the elimination of the 5 rival gangs, rendering the Blood Axe Gang one of the most formidable powers in Rabbit-Skin Town. In less than 2 hours, the Blood Axe Gang had turned the tide, consuming the 5 rival factions that had sought to besiege them. Those who might have considered intervening found themselves unable to gather their forces in time. Although the larger factions in Rabbit-Skin Town had been poised to capitalize on the Blood Axe Gang's weakened state, they ultimately refrained from action, opting instead to observe as the Blood Axe Gang absorbed its hard-won victories. Their inaction stemmed not from fear of the Blood Axe Gang's newfound strength, but rather from the realization that the 200 gunmen brought by the Old Hunter were highly trained professionals. Moreover, the ammunition they wielded consisted of exceptionally expensive specialized rounds, with at least 1,000 rounds already expended and an equal or greater number still in reserve. Across the entire Violent Continent, only the Fran Empire maintained a regimented corps of professional gunmen, while other nations typically fielded ordinary soldiers armed with standard firearms. The Fran Empire's gunmen corps consisted of 3,000 troops, directly under the Emperor's command, funded by the Royal Treasury, and thus referred to as the Royal Fran Gunmen, or, based on their uniforms, the Royal Blue Guard. Although the over 200 gunmen brought in by the Old Hunter bore no insignia associated with the Blue Guard, astute observers could discern traces of their combat style reminiscent of the elite gunmen. Additionally, the specialized ammunition they employed was not only costly due to the rare stabilizing agents required for its production, but also available only through specific channels, making it inaccessible even to the wealthiest nobility of the Fran Empire, who typically possessed no more than a few dozen rounds for personal defense. Historically, the factions of Rabbit-Skin Town had underestimated the Blood Axe Gang, believing it to be a mere upstart without any backing. Thus, when the town's interests became saturated, and the prospect of new opportunities dwindled, they first considered eliminating the seemingly defenseless Blood Axe Gang to share in its spoils. However, they now realized that the Blood Axe Gang's backing might very well be the Fran royal family, transforming the once vulnerable gang into a formidable predator, one that posed a genuine threat to those who had once sought to devour it. Yet, unlike those preoccupied with the Black Forest's wealth, Leo and his companions, indifferent to such matters, slept soundly, perhaps due to the exhaustion of their recent escape. They remained undisturbed even by the echoes of gunfire and cries that reverberated through the town. Unbeknownst to Leo, in his slumber, he had inadvertently evaded a grave peril. Conversely, the inhabitants of Rabbit-Skin Town who were intrigued by the Blood Axe Gang developed a misconception stemming from the Old Hunter's decision, believing that the events unfolding within the tavern were merely a theatrical performance, a cunning ruse designed to provoke the avaricious into action, thereby granting the royal family an opportunity to directly intervene in the affairs of the Black Forest. This led some to speculate that Leo might be affiliated with the Fran royal lineage. Thus, when he was roused from slumber by Jason, he did not ponder why he had slept so deeply, nor did he consider what strategies he would need to employ upon entering the Black Forest. Instead, he immediately commanded his auxiliary brain system to open his personal data interface and assess the recovery status of his attributes. After a night of rest, his physical points had fully restored, his mental points had recovered to 6, alongside an increase in his spiritual energy to 60 points. Most notably, his willpower had returned to 18 points. Though it had not reached its maximum, its recovery surpassed his expectations, offering him a pleasant surprise. While Leo exuded confidence, Nelson felt a lingering unease, meticulously rechecking the various equipment he had prepared the previous day, as well as the gear belonging to Leo and Jason, until he could discern no discrepancies. Only then, urged by Jason, did they exit the room. Descending to the tavern's restaurant on the ground floor, they shared a modest breakfast, after which Nelson packed some convenient dry bread for future needs. Upon entering the dining area, both Nelson and Jason felt no abnormalities. However, Leo quickly sensed numerous gazes sweeping over him. After he took a seat, some patrons observed him intently, as if memorizing his features. After providing a small tip, Leo learned from the restaurant attendant the reason for his conspicuousness, and he was taken aback by the previous night's occurrences in Rabbit Skin Town, realizing it was not a place to linger. Though Leo harbored no fear of retaliation from the Blood Axe gang, he doubted his ability to protect Jason and Nelson should they find themselves besieged. Therefore, after breakfast, he dissuaded Nelson from visiting the herbalist to pay respects to his mentor. The three of them shouldered their packs and exited Rabbit Skin Town through the side door facing the Black Forest. Shortly after their departure, a group of hunters, armed with pannial battle axes and bearing firearms and crossbows, emerged from the town in pursuit, following the path taken by Leo and his companions toward the Black Forest. As this band of 30 hunters left the town, the news reached the old hunter of the Blood Axe gang, who upon hearing it, wore an exceedingly grim expression. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to ignite the very air within the room. Chapter 17. Into the dark forest confronted by the somber countenance of the old hunter. The high-ranking members of the Blood Axe gang dared not utter a word, fearful that any misstep would unleash the old hunter's wrath upon them. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of nervous swallowing. "Air, it seems your men are rather disobedient," remarked a young man with a small mustache, seated casually to the left of the old hunter. He appeared unfazed by the old hunter's demeanor, lounging with his feet propped on the table, casually questioning the situation. Even though he donned the same hunter's attire as the others, an air of nobility emanated from him, setting him apart from the rest. Pierre may have been an impulsive fool, but he was a fool bound by loyalty. Despite the young man's blatant disrespect, the old hunter, instead of delivering a scathing reprimand, took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. He turned, casting a cold glance at the young man, and said, "Alberte, who perished yesterday, saved Pierre's life more than once, hence his reckless pursuit of vengeance." The young man retained his condescending tone. "I care not for your grudges or hatred. I merely wish to ascertain whether the fool you speak of, having taken over 30 men, will jeopardize our plans. It would be best if I could take my time and leisurely make my way to Maria City." Stretching lazily, he feigned exhaustion. "After fighting all night, I am truly fatigued. I wish to rest, so I shall leave everything here to you. Is that acceptable, Lord Air?" The old hunter's pretentious demeanor only deepened the young man's disdain, though he did not reveal it. As the young man prepared to depart, he abruptly halted, turning back to address the old hunter with a serious demeanor. "There is something I ought to remind you. Your involvement in this plan is solely due to the strong recommendation of that esteemed general. You are longtime friends, and he places immense trust in you. I hope you do not betray that trust, for if you fail, it will not only be you who faces consequences, but the general will also be implicated." The old hunter furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "I understand the gravity of the situation. No further reminders are necessary." "Very well. I shall refrain from overstepping," the young man said, unperturbed by the interruption. He offered a courteous bow to the old hunter before exiting the room. Once the young man departed, the old hunter closed his eyes in contemplation, his subordinates remaining silent, hesitant to disturb his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he suddenly opened his eyes and addressed a subordinate with a prosthetic leg. "Cripple, the territory of Pierre is now entrusted to you." Though the rationale behind the old hunter's decision eluded them, A chill ran through those present. The cripple then spoke. "Boss, Pierre took the 3 guns and 30 specially made bullets you entrusted to him last night when he left. Without those, I cannot reclaim the territory. This scoundrel, even in his departure, he brings me trouble." The old hunter slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his pent-up fury, cursing loudly. Those around him had no doubt that had Pierre been present, the old hunter would have torn him apart. Meanwhile, Leo, having reached the edge of the dark forest, was oblivious to the group pursuing him, unaware that their actions had embroiled the Blood Axe gang in considerable trouble. His attention and gaze were entirely captivated by the forest before him. From memories of his past life, Leo knew that the trees in this world not only grew rapidly, but also soared to impressive heights. The charcoal trees, regarded as vital resources by various nations, reached heights of nearly 100 meters at their shortest. Even ordinary species, once matured, stood at least 20 to 30 meters tall, and all trees continued to grow indefinitely as long as they remained alive. It was unclear whether the peculiar environment of the dark forest or the nature of its tree species was to blame, but the trees here exhibited grotesque growths known as tree tumors. These tumors marred the trunks, twisting and distorting the trees, resulting in very few that grew straight. Consequently, the trees of the dark forest held little value. Even when cut down for firewood, they were often rejected due to excessive moisture and hardness. Due to the lack of value attributed to the trees, the dark forest was home to ancient specimens that had thrived for hundreds, even thousands of years. Even the trees at the forest's periphery were at least 2 to 3 centuries old. The lengthy growth period had rendered the trees exceptionally tall, and the twisting caused by the tumors led to their entanglement. Over time, these trees formed an immense wall of intertwined trunks. Soaring to heights of 100 meters along the forest's edge, it remained uncertain whether the dark forest truly possessed the mystical powers spoken of by the people of this world, or if there were other unknown reasons. But these trees grew solely within the confines of the dark forest, never extending outward. Thus, this grand arboreal wall served as a natural demarcation of the dark forest's boundaries. Initially, Leo had spotted this wall shortly after departing from Rabbitskin Town. However, he had not realized it was formed by the intertwining of trees, mistakenly believing it to be a barrier constructed by the Fran Empire to prevent the poisonous creatures and wild beasts of the dark forest from attacking nearby towns. Upon seeing the wall, he had admired the engineering prowess of the Fran Empire, considering that even the United Earth Federation, under similar conditions, could not construct such a towering structure spanning thousands of kilometers. Yet, upon approaching and discerning the wall's composition, he found himself utterly astounded, rendered speechless, and could only marvel at the wonders of nature. Despite having encountered countless bizarre phenomena and grand spectacles across the universe, he had never witnessed anything quite like this magnificent tree wall. "Isn't it breathtaking?" Nelson gazed upwards, attempting to discern the treetop vistas, then turned to Jason and Leo. "When I first laid eyes on this tree wall, I was equally awestruck, standing outside for ages, completely oblivious to the fact that the hunter team I had hired as guides had already entered. I squandered an opportunity to venture into the dark forest." "What a dull person," Nelson remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he observed Leo walking toward the forest entrance, rolling his eyes. "I concur," Jason chimed in, nodding in agreement. The two exchanged glances, finding a newfound mutual appreciation due to their shared sentiments. The entrance Leo discovered was a passage into the forest previously opened by hunters and mercenaries from Rabbitskin Town. Due to the vast disparity in scale compared to the 100-meter wall, this entrance appeared little more than a mouse hole in the wall. Over time, this mouse hole became the colloquial term for all entrances to the dark forest. The path within the mouse hole extended for over 20 meters, remaining relatively unobstructed, as the hunters from Rabbitskin Town had cleared away branches and underbrush, excavating the thick layer of decaying soil before laying down a layer of quicklime and gravel to inhibit plant growth. However, it remains uncertain whether the substantial investment of manpower and resources has led to a situation where the returns do not justify the means, as the road was merely constructed for a distance of over 20 meters before coming to an abrupt halt. Beyond that point lay a narrow path, obscured by tree roots, shrubs, vines, and a variety of broadleaf plants, forming a dense jungle trail. At the end of the path, Nelson signaled for a halt and retrieved the insect repellent he had purchased the previous day from his backpack. He placed 3 vials into a small cloth bag tied with a string, gesturing for Leo and Jason to hang it around their necks. He then extracted 3 more vials, igniting them in a spherical incense burner prepared the day before, indicating they should be attached to their belts. Following this, he produced gloves and a neck gaiter, urging them to wear them to minimize any exposed gaps, and meticulously bound their legs and feet with bandages, securing their boots. The exposed areas of their faces and hair were coated with a salve he had concocted the night prior. Nelson's series of meticulous protective measures left Jason feeling quite impatient, particularly uncomfortable with the gloves and neck gaiter. Although spring had only just reached its midpoint outside, the weather remained chilly. Yet this cold was entirely excluded from the depths of the Black Forest. Within the forest, the climate was strikingly different, both humid and stifling. Once adorned with gloves and the neck gaiter, Jason felt a sense of suffocation. In contrast, Leo exhibited no aversion to these uncomfortable precautions, having frequently battled in unfamiliar environments. He understood that when one is unaware of their surroundings, the wisest course is to heed the guidance of those more experienced. While he was uncertain of the effectiveness of Nelson's protective measures, he recognized the disparity between being shielded and unprotected. Thus he approached each precaution with utmost seriousness. Even more so than Nelson. Once adequately prepared, Leo took the lead. At that moment, the forest was devoid of the ominous fog that struck fear into the hearts of the townsfolk of Rabbit Skin Town, allowing him to rely on conventional methods rather than utilizing his psychic abilities. He gathered data through physical sensations and visual cues to construct a relatively rudimentary map for navigation. Although Leo had diligently sought the most accessible paths for Nelson and Jason, who were not accustomed to traversing jungles, the journey remained arduous. Furthermore, the dense foliage obscured the sunlight, rendering the Black Forest a true realm of darkness. Even with several lanterns prepared by Nelson, visibility remained poor, leading to frequent mishaps. Fortunately, both individuals exhibited commendable adaptability. Under Leo's continuous guidance, they swiftly grasped the art of navigating the jungle, their eyes gradually acclimatizing to the forest's gloom, significantly quickening their pace. The trees of the Black Forest were not only colossal but also immensely heavy, with their growth often resulting in twisted forms that shifted the center of gravity. Without a robust root system, these massive trees might have collapsed during their early growth stages due to an imbalance. Although, as trees matured, they intertwined with the branches and trunks of others, finding new points of support. Their roots continued to grow unfettered, adhering to their initial patterns. These roots sprawled across the ground, entangled with one another, and as trees aged and decayed, their roots would decompose, enriching the soil and providing sustenance for new roots. Historically, this decayed soil went unnoticed, but as various national academies recognized its potential to rejuvenate barren lands, it gained significant value. Consequently, each year, numerous excavators ventured into the Black Forest alongside hunters to extract this fertile compost. While it may appear as a simple task of unearthing decayed soil, the dangers inherent in this trade far exceed those faced by hunters in the Black Forest, as the soil harbored numerous venomous insects, whose bites could prove fatal. The path chosen by Leo conveniently coincided with the excavation routes of these soil diggers, enabling him to navigate without extensive reliance on his auxiliary brain system for analysis. By merely seeking the remnants left behind by the excavators, he could clearly discern a passage deeper into the Black Forest. Chapter 18. High-energy force field. Leo led the 2 companions behind him across an arch bridge formed by a colossal tree root. As he walked ahead, he cleared away the moss that clung to the surface of the root, ensuring that the 2 who followed would not slip as they stepped upon it. Prior to choosing this arboreal bridge, Leo had cautioned them to tread carefully, warning them against the peril of falling into the small river below, which spanned over 4 meters in width. Although the insect repellent he had applied was highly effective, it proved futile in water, rendering it useless against the venomous creatures that inhabited the river. Should one fall into the water, the fate would be akin to the nearby skeletal remains, stripped bare by the ravenous insects. Having traversed the tree root bridge without incident, Leo found a relatively open area to pause. This halt was not due to an absence of pathways ahead, but rather a necessity for rest, as evidenced by the audible labored breaths of his companions, which indicated their physical limits had been reached. Continuing further would risk injury to their bodies. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, Leo scanned the surroundings for danger before making a suggestion. Upon hearing Leo's proposal, Nelson and Jason, without uttering a word, each found a slightly elevated root to sit upon, gasping for breath and wiping away the sweat that cascaded from their foreheads. Leo calmly reminded them, "It would be prudent to hydrate now, but do so sparingly. Take small sips." In silence, Nelson and Jason retrieved their water flasks from their belts, unscrewed the caps, and resisted the urge to gulp down the contents, instead sipping delicately. After approximately 5 sips, they simultaneously ceased, laboriously reattaching the caps. "Leo, how is it that you seem unaffected? You don't even appear to be sweating. Are you some sort of anomaly?" Jason, regaining his breath, looked upon Leo with a mix of envy and admiration, illuminated by the dim glow of the lantern. At that moment, Leo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had just reviewed his personal data interface and discovered that despite the continuous exertion and occasional use of his psychic abilities, his psychic energy remained unscathed at 60 points. Through the records from his auxiliary brain system, he learned that the entire Black Forest was enveloped in an unknown high-energy force field. This force field could not be directly absorbed. Instead, it could enhance or evolve certain bodily functions through meticulous control, though it did not bolster his willpower or mental strength. Remarkably, it could gradually replenish his expended psychic energy, ensuring he maintained optimal levels as long as he exercised proper control. Furthermore, the high-energy force field within the Black Forest was not static. Indeed, Leo discerned from subtle fluctuations in the recorded data that as one ventured deeper into the forest, the intensity of the force field increased. If the data trends continued, it was conceivable that the heart of the so-called impenetrable Black Forest housed a force field capable of facilitating his absorption and evolution, thereby granting him more potent psychic abilities. The Black Forest itself is a collective term for the region, divided into 5 distinct sections: the Lower Black Forest, the Great Black Forest, the Upper Black Forest, the Black Forest Marsh, and the Vino Mountains. The Great Black Forest serves as the core of this region, with the other sections extending outward. Among them, the Lower Black Forest is the smallest, while the Upper Black Forest, the Black Forest Marsh, and the Vino Mountains lie beyond the borders of the Fran Empire. Leo's knowledge of the Black Forest stemmed from a map painted on the wall of the inn's dining area. Although he had learned from Nelson that the forest was vast, he was astonished to discover that it occupied nearly half of the violent continent. The Fran Empire, the largest territory on the continent, was divided, with one half consumed by the Black Forest, while the other half was forcibly contorted into a U-shape by its encroachment. Isn't it said to be the mist month in the Black Forest? Why have we encountered no fog despite our prolonged journey? As Leo contemplated the circumstances regarding his data and the Black Forest, Jason suddenly posed a question to Nelson that had been on his mind as well. Since entering the Black Forest, Leo had observed several wisps of vapor, yet these were mere wisps, far from the dense fog that could ensnare one in confusion. "I inquired about the mist month with my instructor," Nelson replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and wringing out his towel. "During the mist month, dense fog does not immediately envelop the forest. It appears sporadically in various locales, lingering for days or even weeks before vanishing, only to reappear elsewhere. It is not until approximately 30 to 40 days into the mist month that the thick fog becomes established throughout the forest." Leo inquired, "What is the current status of this phenomenon?" Nelson responded, "It has been 23 days since the first appearance of dense fog." Jason chuckled, "It seems we are fortunate." "Is that so?" Jason recoiled slightly, glancing cautiously around him, as Leo opened his mouth to inquire further about the fog in the Lower Black Forest. A faint sound from afar interrupted him, prompting him to turn toward the source of the noise. "Leo, what is it?" Nelson observed Leo's sudden movement and quickly inquired. "I heard a gunshot," Leo replied in a low voice. "A gunshot?" "I heard nothing," Jason said, puzzled, turning to Nelson. "Doctor, did you hear it?" "No." Nelson shook his head. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar white light flickering in Leo's eyes amidst the darkness, but just as he prepared to scrutinize it further, the light vanished, leaving him to question his own perceptions, especially following Leo's claim of hearing a sound they could not. Though Nelson lacked extensive experience in the jungle, he had read enough to understand that some individuals in such environments could easily succumb to hallucinations. He suspected he might be experiencing a similar phenomenon. Just as Nelson was about to voice his suspicions regarding the hallucination and propose a strategy to address it, Leo, wearing an enigmatic smile tinged with disdain, instructed him and Jason, "You two stay here and do not move. I will take care of a few matters." Venturing into the depths of the Black Forest, Leo navigated with unparalleled ease, as if traversing his own backyard. Each step was meticulously calculated, and through the mental web he had constructed, he moved with the grace of a master of the forest. Upon hearing the faint gunshot moments ago, Leo activated his psychic vision, engaging the mental web to survey the forest behind him. Through this enhanced perception, he constructed a three-dimensional map and biological detection system within his auxiliary brain. His observations revealed over 30 hunters trailing behind them, their identities unmistakably revealed by the two pannial battle axes strapped to their waists. To his surprise, these hunters were less than 100 meters from their resting spot, separated only by a dense row of trees, which they would need to navigate to reach the root bridge. The gunshot had been an accidental discharge from one of the hunter's weapons, and it appeared that the ammunition used was not specially designed. Under normal circumstances, such a sound in an open area should have been loud, even with trees obstructing the sound, yet it had been so faint that Leo nearly questioned his own hearing. This situation led Leo to ponder whether the high-energy field enveloping the dark forest might indeed diminish and obscure the transmission of sound. It reminded him of a person ensnared within dense fog, unable to see a way forward or project their cries for help. Even if someone were to pass within 100 meters, they would remain oblivious to the desperate calls, left to await their demise in solitude or become prey to the lurking beasts of the forest. Now that Leo had detected these malevolent tales, he was determined not to let them follow any longer. He instructed Nelson and Jason to remain in place while he approached to deal with the pursuers. Before long, Leo found himself in the shadow of a colossal tree not far from the group. He locked onto each individual, projecting their images into his mind, then disengaged his spiritual vision and mental web, transitioning into a conventional combat mode. A brief observation revealed that the 30 or so individuals appeared disunited. The majority, numbering over 20, were grumbling about their ill-fated decision to enter the dark forest, while the remaining 8 remained remarkably composed. 2 of them crouched with lanterns, meticulously searching for traces of Leo and his companions, seemingly indifferent to the complaints of the others. It became evident that these 8 were the true hunters pursuing Leo. Moreover, Leo noticed that the weaponry of the 20-odd individuals consisted primarily of bows and crossbows, with any firearms being rudimentary at best. In stark contrast, 3 of the 8 boasted finely crafted standard rifles, complemented by a special ammunition belt containing 5 exquisitely made bullets, including the 5 bullets in their magazines. This group possessed a total of 30 specialized rounds. After conducting this assessment, Leo quickly identified his target, who was positioned at the rear of the group, tightening a slightly loosened bowstring, clearly an experienced hunter. Yet, Leo could discern the tension in his hurried breaths and the fidgeting adjustments to his bowstring, indicating his nervousness. His deliberate lagging behind the others suggested that he would likely be the first to flee at the first sign of trouble. Having pinpointed his initial target, Leo stealthily maneuvered through the darkened forest, slipping silently between the gaps of massive tree roots, undetected even when he came within mere centimeters of a hunter. The sound-absorbing decay of the forest floor and the surrounding high-energy field rendered his movements utterly silent, almost spectral in nature. After neutralizing one target, Leo refrained from drawing his dagger. Instead, he cautiously dragged the body into the shadows, angling the wound towards the ground and extracting the blade in such a manner that the blood spilled directly onto the earth, avoiding any splatter upon himself. Once he had dealt with this first adversary, Leo liberated the pannial battle axe from the corpse and proceeded towards his next target. The impenetrable darkness of the forest granted Leo exceptional cover, allowing his previously honed stealth and decapitation techniques to flourish in this environment, all while the others remained blissfully unaware of the diminishing numbers within their ranks. It wasn't until the 2 who had been searching for Leo's prior footsteps deduced their trajectory and stood to resume the chase that they realized their once numerous party had dwindled to a mere handful. "Boss Pierre, you can't accuse us unjustly. Since we accepted your payment, we are undoubtedly committed to following you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be traversing the dark forest in this fog." One individual hastily interjected, "We have no idea where those others went. I swear to the gods, they were just here." Suddenly, someone suggested, "Could it be that the monster within the fog has come for them?" Before this thought could fully materialize, a chilling gust swept through the stifling air, causing all present to shudder involuntarily, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. In short order, the individual named Pierre regained his composure and bellowed at the one who had spoken, "You fool, what nonsense are you spewing? There is no fog. How could there be?" Yet before Pierre could finish his sentence, a shadow surged forth from the darkness, striking him squarely in the exposed chest, piercing deeply and propelling his body violently against a tree root. Chapter 19. The Misty Wonderland. Damn it. An ambush. Enemies. Hide. Hide. At the moment that man named Pierre collapsed, gasps of shock echoed among the group, and they swiftly concealed themselves behind the massive roots of trees, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes vigilant towards the source of the projectiles. Some, fearing that the flicker of their lanterns might betray their position, hastily extinguished the flames. As one did so, others followed suit without a second thought, snuffing out their lights. Little did they know, this act of desperation would not save their lives, but instead hasten their demise. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a deep, ominous murmuring began to resonate, emanating from the very places where the seekers had taken refuge. There stood Leo, unchanged, next to a corpse with a slashed throat. In the dim light that reached the area, several more bodies lay sprawled on the ground, weapons still clutched in their lifeless hands, concealed behind the roots. Beyond the flickering flames, more corpses lay scattered around. The hunting party of over 30 had succumbed to Leo's assault in less than 10 minutes, obliterated completely. For Leo, seasoned by countless encounters, this was but a mundane affair, as ordinary as eating or drinking. Instead of departing immediately, Leo meticulously surveyed the battleground, gathering spoils as per his usual practice. The bows and crossbows carried by the hunters were finely crafted, worthy of being called exquisite weapons. However, unfamiliar with such arms, Leo discarded them aside. Instead, he selected the best 10 of the symbolic Parnier battle axes they wore at their waists, securing them onto a specially designed belt. Unlike the bows and crossbows, Leo possessed experience with the Parnier battle axe, allowing him to wield it with ease, bypassing any need for acclimatization. The Parnier battle axe bore resemblance to the Indian war axes of Earth's former military regimes, despite the Earth Federation's reliance on magnetic energy and laser weaponry. Specialized assault units like Leo-S still equipped themselves with melee weaponry. The weapon he chose was versatile, suitable for both ranged throwing and close combat. After selecting the weapons, Leo proceeded to gather all manner of potions from the fallen, whether familiar or foreign, packing them away alongside their wealth. Once he had compiled a sizable bundle, his attention turned to the firearms in the hands of the 3 corpses. Unlike the multi-chambered, rapid-fire rifles standard in the British military, the firearm in Leo's grasp was a single-shot breech-loading rifle, akin to the M1903 Springfield of Earth's bygone era. This rifle could be preloaded with 5 rounds, but required manual cycling after each shot, necessitating the chambering of a bullet before continuing fire. The choice to employ such an inconvenient loading mechanism, despite the availability of more advanced high-capacity automatic magazines, was to deliberately slow the user's firing rate. After all, the specially crafted ammunition contained in these rifles was not only guaranteed to activate with each shot, but was also costly. Even the wealthiest nations, such as the Fran Empire, could not afford the wastage that would come from using a rapid-fire weapon with such expensive rounds. Though Leo had never handled this type of gunpowder firearm, he had experience with similar Gauss rifles. The design of the weapon and its firing principles might present minor hurdles, but much like the Parnier battle axe, he would likely adapt quickly to its use. He slung one well-maintained rifle over his shoulder and removed the 5 ammunition packs from the waists of the 3 corpses, attaching them to his own. He then extracted 5 preloaded special rounds from the other 2 firearms. Upon touching the ammunition, the auxiliary brain system promptly alerted him that these special rounds were high-energy objects. Observing the 10 special rounds in his hand, Leo pondered the distinction between these and regular ammunition, noting that they contained a unique stabilizing agent, evidently infused with 1 or more high-energy materials. However, he recalled that the formula for this stabilizer and the sources of such rare materials were state secrets, beyond the knowledge of someone of his lowly status. With this thought, he dismissed the notion of tracing the high-energy substance through the special bullets. Shortly thereafter, Leo navigated through a thicket, arriving at the root arch bridge he had crossed earlier. Faint lights flickered in the distance, gradually coming into view. Yet, as he prepared to ascend the arch and cross to the other side, his steps faltered. He noticed that what had been an empty shore moments ago was now shrouded in an inexplicable, thick fog, as if conjured from thin air. Recalling the data associated with the fog of the mist moon, Leo's previously relaxed demeanor tightened, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Exercising caution, he approached the fog wall at the bridge's edge and reached out to probe its depths. The auxiliary brain system chimed in again, indicating the presence of a high-energy field. Yet this time it added that it could be utilized for psychic energy replenishment. This revelation clarified the origin of the high-energy field that had manifested within the dark forest. Clearly, this bizarre mist was the source of that energy. In line with the rational mindset instilled by his past as a bioweapon, Leo recognized this mist as belonging to an unknown danger zone, necessitating a detour, even if it meant leaving his comrades behind. However, due to the amalgamation of memories from this body, he felt a surge of emotion. Friendship and a sense of responsibility surged within him, as logic urged him to retreat. The turmoil in his heart propelled him forward into the mist without hesitation. Once Leo had nearly fully immersed himself in the fog, a powerful suction force drew the remaining part of him into the shroud. Upon being enveloped, he immediately felt as though he were submerged in water, an invisible pressure compressing his body, inducing a sensation of mild suffocation. With the auxiliary brain system continuously gathering and organizing data, Leo swiftly discerned that this condition was still a result of the high-energy field, as the disparity between the energies inside and outside the mist created that dragging sensation and discomfort. Though his body experienced some distress, Leo noticed that his psychic energy, previously depleted from utilizing skills such as psychic vision and mental web, was rapidly recovering, alleviating his anxiety in this unknown environment. At that moment, the mist severely impaired visibility. Even with Leo's superior eyesight, he could not discern any object beyond a meter away. Fortunately, he had previously gathered terrain data through the mental web, composing a map that projected a three-dimensional illusion in his mind's eye. Thus, even if the mist obscured his sight, he could accurately determine the location of every object, as if the mist were non-existent. Following the projections in his mind's eye, Leo swiftly advanced and soon arrived at the location where they had previously rested. There, he discerned a faint glimmer of lantern light flickering through the dense fog. As he approached, he found both Nelson and Jason sprawled on the ground, as if they had been ambushed when the fog descended. He rushed to examine them, only to find that it was a mere false alarm. Neither had suffered any attack. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that they were simply in a deep slumber. It appeared they could not withstand the high-energy field within the fog, resulting in a protective physiological response. Leo quickly assessed their condition and deduced the cause of their unconsciousness. While this state of unawareness might not currently pose a threat to them, the prolonged exposure to the enigmatic high-energy field could lead to irreversible harm. Contemplating this, Leo resolved to carry them out of the fog before devising a strategy to navigate through it. As he bent down to grasp the waistbands of their trousers, preparing to lift them, an acute sense of danger surged through him, prompting an instinctive sidestep. He felt a sharp object graze his right arm. Turning to investigate, he noticed a gash in the fabric of his sleeve, the clean cut indicating the weapon's razor-sharp edge. Although the garment was not entirely severed, he sensed a new wound on his arm, suggesting that the blade not only possessed remarkable sharpness but also bore an unknown force capable of inflicting harm without damaging the clothing. Moments later, the feeling of peril returned, this time distinctly aimed at his neck, and the speed was significantly greater than before. The urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Acting on instinct, he activated his perfect control skill, entering a state of unparalleled physical and mental clarity. In an instant, Leo's form flickered as he sidestepped approximately 30 centimeters, simultaneously drawing his Paniel battle axe. With a seemingly casual motion, he swung one axe into the air beside him. A dull thud echoed, followed by a palpable resistance as the axe struck something solid. Without missing a beat, Leo pivoted, throwing the other axe into the air. The thrown axe momentarily hovered as if it had struck an unseen object before being propelled forward by an immense force, landing a short distance away. In a remarkable turn of events, the axe suspended mid-air began to oscillate rhythmically. He deactivated perfect control and activated spirit vision, and at that moment, the fog dissipated, revealing the previously obscured black forest. The forest, now transformed, resembled a fantastical dreamscape, illuminated as if it were daylight, not by sunlight filtering through dense foliage, but by the radiant glow emanating from every tree, which had become luminescent, casting away the surrounding darkness. The canopy above was equally enchanting, adorned with vibrant blossoms and entwined with climbing vines. The true wonder lay in the ethereal orbs of light flitting around the flowers. Through the lens of his spirit vision, he easily discerned that these orbs were tiny figures with transparent wings, clad in garments fashioned from leaves. Each figure carried a diminutive basket woven from flower buds, wielding sticks smaller than matchsticks. Gently tapping the blossoms, and collecting the falling pollen. Fairies, sprites. Although Leo had not perused the fairy tales of old Earth, he was well acquainted with the wondrous creatures depicted therein. The tiny beings fluttering above bore an uncanny resemblance to the mythical entities of folklore. His gaze shifted to the ground, where the once dark, decayed soil had transformed into a shimmering golden hue, not merely a change in color, but a layer of soft, moss-like golden vegetation. It was then that he noticed that both Nelson and Jason, who had been beside him moments ago, had mysteriously vanished. Remaining composed, Leo recalled the earlier encounter with the invisible entity and crouched down to feel around the spot where they had lain. To his relief, he discovered that their bodies had merely taken on a transparent appearance. They were still present, lying exactly where he had left them. Chapter 20. The Golden Stag. Upon confirming that his two companions were unharmed, Leo cast his gaze over himself and his surroundings. To his astonishment, the once pristine parnial battle axe in his hand was now smeared with a layer of crimson blood, while his arms and clothing bore numerous splatters. Not far from him lay an oddly shaped beast. It appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of various common animals. The body of a black panther, legs resembling chicken claws, a scorpion-like tail, and the head of a large parrot. At that moment, the creature's abdomen was gaping open, its entrails spilling forth, while the parnial battle axe he had hurled moments ago was lodged in its neck, blood oozing profusely as the creature's life force rapidly faded. As Leo approached the creature to examine its anatomical structure, and even contemplated the prospect of dissecting it to taste its flesh, the beast exhaled its final breath. Concurrently, a golden flame erupted from its corpse, enveloping it entirely, while the blood that had splattered about ignited like gasoline, bursting into golden flames. Caught off guard by the sudden blaze, Leo hastily discarded the parnial battle axe and attempted to extinguish the flames that had ignited on his blood-stained clothing. However, he soon realized these flames bore no heat, resembling an illusion that inflicted no harm, merely incinerating the beast's remains to ash and evaporating the blood completely. As he observed the peculiar golden flames extinguish, Leo retrieved the axe from the ashes, only to be surprised when he unearthed a small, gem-like black heart amidst the remnants. Clearing away the ash, he discerned that it was a remnant of the creature after its cremation. This revelation reminded Leo of certain anecdotes regarding powerful psychics within the Federation, tales that spoke of their bodies spontaneously combusting upon death, leaving behind ashes that often contained indiscernible remnants. This legend closely mirrored the scene before him, with the distinction that one involved a creature he could easily slay, while the other pertained to a psychic capable of traversing the cosmos. Though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the nature of this black gem heart, Leo refrained from recklessly touching it. Instead, he prodded it gently with his battle axe, ensuring it posed no danger before finally securing it. As he picked up the small heart, the auxiliary brain system issued a notification. High-energy substance detected, absorption possible. Overwhelmed with elation at this announcement, Leo recalled his earlier hopes of discovering absorbable high-energy materials within the Black Forest. The swift realization of this aspiration filled him with unexpected delight. Eagerly, Leo commanded the auxiliary brain system, analyze the structure of the high-energy substance, and formulate an absorption plan. Shortly thereafter, a three-dimensional representation of his body appeared before him, pinpointing the location for the small heart, complete with numerical values. The readings indicated 73 for his legs, 62 for his arms, 64 for his abdomen, and a remarkable 92 for his heart region. Though he yearned to absorb the high-energy substance immediately, the precariousness of his current situation compelled him to exercise restraint. Thus, he placed the small heart into a pouch, securing it with a string like a vial of insect repellent, and hung it around his neck, keeping it close. With a decision made, Leo swiftly approached the invisible forms of Nelson and Jason, prepared to deactivate his psychic vision skill. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground, interrupting his actions. Curiosity piqued, he instinctively expanded his mental web to investigate the source of the disturbance. At that moment, he witnessed a row of trees collapsing about a kilometer away, not just a single tree, but an entire line, falling as if compelled by an unseen force, intertwining and forming an expansive forest thoroughfare. Surrounding fairies scattered from the fallen trees before regrouping, swiftly transforming into a vibrant cloud. Meanwhile, the fairies who remained atop the standing trees abandoned their foraging for pollen and nectar, converging towards their companions. A stag, a colossal stag, Leo exclaimed in awe as he discerned the immense figure approaching in the distance. It was a golden stag, towering over 200 meters, dwarfing the surrounding trees like mere shrubs. This staggering height did not even account for the towering antlers, which added at least another 100 meters to its stature. The sheer enormity of the stag was breathtaking, but even more astonishing was the sight of its antlers, partially obscured by swirling golden clouds, revealing hints of large stone structures, suggesting the presence of a castle atop its antlers. Moreover, despite the stag's massive size, its hooves left no damage upon the trees it traversed, which stood upright once again after its passage. As the stag approached the colorful cloud of fairies, Leo observed them swarm towards the tips of its antlers, swiftly disappearing into the golden mist. Leo stood transfixed, utterly mesmerized by the enchanting spectacle before him. Whether it was the overwhelming beauty or the invisible aura of authority emanating from the stag, he found himself unable to move. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over him. His willpower. Realizing something was amiss, Leo quickly accessed his personal data interface, only to find his willpower rapidly diminishing, plummeting to single digits. This alarming decline reminded him of the massive shadow he had encountered in that unknown realm, a situation strikingly similar to the one he now faced. The only difference was that his mechanical will skill had yet to recover from its cooldown, leaving him unable to stabilize his willpower in the face of this new threat. Deactivate psychic vision. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Leo commanded the auxiliary brain system. As the psychic vision skill was lifted, the previously vanished mist reappeared, obscuring the stag from view, allowing his plummeting willpower to halt at a precarious 7 points. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, rendering him incapable of further thought, and he collapsed to the ground, relaxing completely, reminiscent of the previous night in his hotel room. Though his body and mind were at ease, Leo remained vigilant, directing his focus to his personal data interface. Just as his willpower had surged upon encountering the shadow in the unknown realm, it too increased by 5 points upon witnessing the golden stag, raising his base willpower to 30 points. Yet, in comparing the magnitude of this enhancement, Leo couldn't help but feel that the golden stag, while magnificent, did not quite measure up to the immense shadow he had encountered before. However, he soon realized that this perception was fundamentally flawed. He discovered that his personal data had improved not solely in terms of willpower. His physical condition had also seen a slight enhancement, reaching a score of 5.5, while his mental state had surged to 10. More importantly, the progress in constructing the mental network skill module had reached 10%, marking a remarkable leap forward. Feeling a revival of stamina, Leo sat up from the ground and swiftly approached Nelson and Jason, lifting them despite the abandoned backpack and lantern on the ground, and made his way toward the edge of the dense fog. Before long, he navigated through the mist according to the terrain map in his mind, ascending the rude arch bridge to reach the opposite bank of the stream. After gently placing the two men on the ground, he slapped their cheeks lightly. But there were no signs of awakening. Taking out his water bottle, he poured a little water into his hands and splashed it on their faces. After a brief wait, he observed as Nelson and Jason gradually opened their eyes, though their minds had yet to recover from the state of unconsciousness. They looked around in confusion and, filled with bewilderment, turned to Leo to inquire, "Weren't we just? How did we end up here?" "When the fog appeared, you both fainted," Leo explained, gesturing toward the fog wall across the stream. "I was concerned for your safety, so I carried you out." "How did your task go?" Jason inquired, seemingly diverting the conversation from the fog-induced fear. "Look, the fog!" Nelson suddenly exclaimed. The two men turned their attention to the dense mist across the stream, only to witness the once obscuring fog rapidly dissipating, visibility increasing from less than a meter to completely clear within 30 seconds, revealing the forest ahead, dark as ink. Was that a mere moment in time? Leo frowned, glancing at the pitch-black woods across the stream, and asked Nelson, "Did you not say the fog would linger for at least several days? How can it feel like it lasted less than 10 minutes? Although the backpack and lantern remained untouched on the ground, Leo noted with curiosity that the flame in the lantern had extinguished. This lantern was specially crafted in Rabbit Skin Town for environments like the Black Forest, utilizing a unique oil resistant to the forest's dense humidity, and designed to prevent the flame from being extinguished by strong winds. Even if it fell into the water, as long as it was retrieved promptly, there would be no adverse effects. Though the extinguishing of the lantern was a trivial matter, it captured Leo's attention. He opened the lantern to inspect its contents, discovering that the oil had been completely consumed, evident from the remnants. "How long should this oil last?" Leo inquired. Approximately 3 days, Nelson replied after a moment of contemplation. Leo handed the lantern to Nelson, stating, "Take a look." Nelson accepted the lantern and examined its interior with a lighter, confirming the absence of oil, and muttered in disbelief. "How could this happen?" Leo remarked, "It must indeed have been 3 days. What about us?" Nelson quickly retrieved his pocket watch, checking the time displayed. This watch was a reward from his medical school upon graduation, crafted by a renowned watchmaker with a history spanning 3 centuries, capable of indicating not only the time, but also the date and year. After glancing at the watch, Nelson expressed his confusion. "No, it can't be. We haven't been gone for 3 days, or—" "We have not, but the lantern has," Leo pointed out, indicating the lantern that hung from his belt, which originated from the Blood Axe gang. Standing nearby, Jason could not comprehend the exchange between the two, focusing instead on his task of retrieving spare lamp oil from the backpack to refill the lantern. The fog. It altered our perception of time, did it not? Although Nelson was merely a medical student, his intellect surpassed that of the average person, and he quickly grasped Leo's implication, exclaiming in astonishment. Chapter 21. A pitiful wretch, a frantic gasp echoed through the stillness of the dark forest, followed swiftly by a shadow bearing a lantern as it darted through a tree hollow formed by gnarled roots. It landed nimbly upon a large stone, deftly leaping over a thicket to touch down on the soft earth beyond. A muffled groan, deliberately subdued, escaped the shadow as it knelt, clutching its right foot, beside which lay a stone obscured by decayed soil and rotting leaves. It appeared that the shadow had inadvertently stepped upon this concealed stone upon landing, sustaining an injury to its ankle. Yet, despite the pain, the figure pressed on, limping forward until the agony became unbearable. It finally sought refuge in a relatively open area, retrieving a flask of oil from its pack and encircling itself with a ring of the flammable liquid before igniting it, creating a protective fire barrier. The flames illuminated the shadow, revealing a young man in his 20s, robust yet clad in somewhat tattered attire, suggesting a life of labor. In his hands, he wielded a short blade and a hand crossbow, indicating a novice's grasp of weaponry. The most striking feature of this young man was a scar that ran from the corner of his right eye to his lip, a mark of a past injury that lent him an air of ferocity. However, in this moment, all semblance of bravado had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. Should any of the residents of Stone Slate Town observe him, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Albin, the most notorious troublemaker in town, a free man with an insatiable desire for freedom. Albin's restlessness stemmed from his unwillingness to toil in the town's joint quarry, as he yearned to escape to the grand cities of Leon, Lancy, or even Myria. While his personal aspirations might have been benign, he often incited the town's youth to share in his fantasies, creating an atmosphere rife with discontent. To Albin, his dreams posed no threat to others. He viewed the conservative elders of the town as mere lifeless husks. A significant sum of money might seem substantial to the average person, yet it was woefully inadequate for a prolonged stay in a bustling metropolis. He learned that in a city like Leon, the monthly rent for a modest apartment could reach 70 bia, and with living expenses, he would require around 90 bia a month. The meager funds he possessed would only permit him to reside in the city for a mere 2.5 years. Thus, he longed for a swift windfall to amass sufficient funds for his urban ambitions, enabling him to escape this desolate place. Just days prior, a sensational event in Stone Slate Town ignited a spark of opportunity for Albin. A man known as Honest Bill had fortuitously stumbled upon an excrement of the gold-eater beast at the forest's edge. This creature, native to the dark woods, had a peculiar diet, consuming metals but only able to digest iron and copper, excreting a unique alloy as waste. The Royal Academy of the Fran Empire valued these alloys highly, offering handsome rewards for them. When Honest Bill discovered an extraordinarily rare alloy comprising gold, silver, and gemstones within the beast's droppings, it fetched a staggering 70,000 golden francs from a wealthy merchant from Lancy. Consumed by jealousy over Bill's fortune and yearning for a similar stroke of luck, Albin delved into research about the gold eater at the town library. An unexpected revelation led him to disregard the dangers of the fog-laden Black Forest and venture in, determined to find his own prize. He learned that a gold eater does not expel its waste all at once. Rather, it produces it in successive deposits at nearby locations. Thus, he surmised that other excrement must be hidden not far from where Honest Bill had found his. Blinded by the allure of wealth, Albin dismissed the perils of the forest during the fog-laden season, hastily preparing only a few weapons, along with some water and provisions, and carrying his family's glass lantern into the depths of the woods. At first, fortune favored him. He encountered no immediate dangers and even discovered a piece of gold-eater excrement along with traces of the creature's movements, leading him to another deposit. Though encircled by the protective flames, Albin felt no sense of hope against the lurking threat of the spotted panther outside his fiery sanctuary. The beast awaited the flames to dwindle before pouncing upon him. Even without the immediate threat of the panther, he was utterly lost in the dark forest. With no possibility of escape, especially during this most treacherous season, in a moment of conflicted emotion, Albin opened his pack to gaze upon the 2 pieces of gold-eater excrement, worth a fortune of over 100,000 golden francs. His face flickered with various emotions before he forcefully closed the pack, discarding his hand crossbow and unsheathing another short blade from his waist. Come forth, beast. Do you not desire my life? Then let us face this, Albin shouted, rising from the ground and rushing to the edge of the fire circle, defiantly glaring into the darkness beyond as he brandished his short blade, taunting his unseen predator. Yet, the abyss remained eerily still. Albin, undeterred, shifted his position to continue his provocation. He felt compelled to act, believing that a spirited fight was preferable to awaiting death in despair. Perhaps, like the heroes of Barut's legends, he might earn entry into the halls of valor. As he continued this reckless bravado, a shadow stealthily crept to the periphery of the fire circle, its violet-black eyes fixed intently on Albin's figure, biding its time. When Albin turned his back completely to the shadow, it sprang forth like a gust of dark wind, soaring over the flames, and in an instant, it surged behind him. Its jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged for his throat. In that fleeting moment, Albin's sole thought was one of dread. Time seemed to slow, and the panther's movements appeared sluggish, allowing him the illusion of evading its grasp. Yet, he realized that his body was paralyzed, and visions of forgotten memories flickered before his eyes, among them, images he believed he had long since buried. Ultimately, these memories crystallized around a singular, beautiful figure, and a wave of regret washed over him. Regret for his yearning for the city, regret for his reckless pursuit of wealth within the forest, and regret for the wrongs he had committed against the one who had loved him. In this moment, he could not help but vow to the gods that if he survived, he would remain contentedly in Slate Town, cherishing those who loved him. Perhaps Albin's prayers bore fruit. For just as the fangs of the striped leopard grazed his neck, an invisible force hurled the creature away, causing it to collapse outside the ring of fire, twitching for a moment before lying still. After experiencing such a life-threatening ordeal, it felt as if all the strength had been siphoned from Albin's body. His weakened form could no longer support him, and he sank down onto the ground, confused about what had just transpired. He only knew that the terrifying hunter that pursued him was now dead, and that he was safe. The tumult of emotions overwhelmed him, and he cried out in anguish, resembling a madman. Even though he remained in the perilous embrace of the dark forest, uncertain of his ability to escape, he felt compelled to celebrate his miraculous survival. Shortly after Albin's emotional outpouring, flickering lights appeared in the thicket to his left. As a patch of waist-high shrubs parted, several hunters clad in hunting gear, each bearing large packs, emerged and stepped into the fire's glow. One of the tallest and most robust among them regarded the weeping Albin and asked a bespectacled companion, "Doctor, do you think this lad has lost his mind?" The bespectacled man crouched down to examine Albin and replied, "He is not insane. He has merely gone through a harrowing brush with death, and it is natural for his emotions to be somewhat unruly. He will calm down soon." Taking a glance at the prey in the strong man's hands, the doctor remarked, "The striped leopard is the most formidable predator of the dark forest. Nearly half of the hunters who venture into these woods meet their demise at its jaws. In ancient times, the skull of a striped leopard was used to craft exceptionally tough bone armor. Even specialized bullets, while powerful, may not penetrate such a cranium." At that moment, Albin's cries abruptly ceased, as if he had exhausted all his energy, and he sat vacantly on the ground. "Can you walk?" the strong man inquired, approaching the now subdued Albin and giving his leg a gentle kick. "You must be a resident of the nearby village. We are about to leave the dark forest. And I trust you wouldn't mind guiding us?" The strong man frowned, preparing to crouch and lift Albin from the ground to teach him a lesson about gratitude towards his saviors. But the bespectacled man intervened. The doctor then knelt beside Albin, withdrew his gloved hand to check his pulse, and said, "He has succumbed." After inspecting the exposed parts of his body and noticing the darkened right hand, he continued. He must have been bitten by a venomous insect. This venom is unlikely to be immediately fatal and could be treated with herbs. However, in his desperate flight from the striped leopard, his frantic movements accelerated the circulation of the toxin throughout his body. His earlier erratic behavior may indeed have been influenced by the venom. Here is a package. It seems to belong to this young man. The strong man exclaimed as he discovered Albin's bundle and opened it. Inside, there appear to be 2 pieces of gold ore. The bespectacled man leaned closer to inspect, his expression shifting to one of surprise. This is not gold ore. It is the dung of a gold-eating beast. What? Dung? The strong man's face contorted in disgust as he dropped the package to the ground. Though gloved, he instinctively wiped his hands on his companion. In contrast, the bespectacled man nonchalantly picked up the package from the ground, extracting a piece of the gold-eating beast's feces to examine closely. He then turned to the bearded man who was dissecting the striped leopard and said, "Since Jason has no interest in this, why don't we split it between us? Is this stuff valuable?" The bearded man inquired, his focus still on meticulously examining each organ of the leopard as if searching for something of significance. His question piqued the strong man's curiosity, drawing his gaze back to the pieces of dung he had just found so repulsive. "Indeed, it is quite valuable," the bespectacled man provided. "The gold-eating beast is exceedingly rare within the dark forest and is among the few non-aggressive creatures. They are exceptionally adept at hiding, making them elusive to even the most skilled hunters. There was once a duke who offered a vast expanse of land in exchange for a live specimen, but he was unsuccessful." The strong man interjected, "Wow, such a high value. Does the worth of the gold-eating beast extend to its dung as well?" "The price of its dung is unrelated to that of the beast itself. The dung is valuable because it is a unique alloy of metals," the bespectacled man explained, casting a sidelong glance at his companion. "Due to the elusive nature of the gold-eating beast, its dung is equally hard to find, making it a rare commodity. In a year, it is nearly impossible to come across even a single piece. Generally, the market price for gold-eating beast dung ranges between 2,000 to 8,000 gold shields." 8,000 gold shields? The strong man exclaimed in shock. "However, some particularly special pieces can fetch tens of thousands." The strong man gaped, at a loss for words. The bespectacled man continued, "The piece we have here is an exceptionally rare alloy of gold and silver gemstones. The last comparable piece was sold 13 years ago at the auction house in Setport for 79,000 gold shields. Our piece, in terms of both size and gemstone composition, far exceeds that one, so based on market growth, it could easily be valued at over 100,000 gold shields." "Wow." The strong man's jaw dropped in astonishment, his face alight with disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he managed to utter a drawn-out interjection, as if no other expression could convey his wonderment. Yet, the strong man merely shook his head, not requesting a share of the treasure. Instead, he turned back to the lifeless body on the ground, sighed, and lamented. "What a pitiful fellow. Indeed, a truly unfortunate soul," the bespectacled man concurred, his smile fading as he regarded the corpse, nodding in agreement. The strong man's mood shifted swiftly. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to the bearded man who had completely dissected the striped leopard and said, "Leo, have you been kissed by Lady Luck? Since entering the dark forest, your fortune has been remarkable." A mere kick of a stone led Nelson to discover a purple crown flower, and a simple push of a tree root unveiled a rare herb. "Now, you even secured a prized prey and garnered 2 pieces of invaluable dung. Your luck is simply extraordinary." The strong man's praise, however, did not elicit joy from his companion. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, remarking, "I too am curious as to the source of this luck." Chapter 22. Whispers in the thick fog. The 3 individuals who encountered Albin were none other than Leo and his companions, who had traversed the treacherous depths of the dark forest. Although they were uncertain of their exact location, the sight of Albin allowed them to deduce that they had reached the western expanse of the dark forest, not far from its edge. From the moment they entered the forest's eastern side to their current position, a mere day and a half had elapsed, significantly less than they had anticipated. This unexpected expedience could be attributed not only to Leo's remarkable ability to navigate the forest's obscurity, but also to the fact that, following their encounter with the dense fog, they had faced no further dangers. Indeed, not a single beast that posed a threat had crossed their path. The ease of their journey caused Nelson to question whether they were still within the feared confines of the dark forest. However, it was not merely the smoothness of their passage that astonished Nelson and Jason. It was Leo's extraordinary fortune that seemed almost surreal. While walking, Leo casually kicked aside a decaying tree root, only to unearth a rare violet flower, the seven-petaled crown, which Nelson had promised his mentor he would collect. According to Nelson, the environment beneath the rotting root was entirely unsuitable for such a flower, making its presence a veritable miracle. Intrigued, he collected a significant amount of the surrounding soil to study later. If this stroke of luck had been an isolated incident, it might have been dismissed, but fortune continued to favor them. Each time Leo moved an obstruction, he unveiled precious resources hidden behind it: mature herbs, rare tree species, and exotic animal bones, all of which cumulatively exceeded a staggering 300,000 gold shields in value. This remarkable bounty had never been achieved by even the most skilled hunting teams of the Dark Forest. Yet, compared to the 2 piles of golden beast dung they had recently discovered, these treasures paled in comparison. Including Leo, they harbored no doubts that if they lingered in the forest for another day or two, the total value of their finds would undoubtedly surpass 1 million gold shields. To illustrate, the Duke of Buckingham from the Kingdom of England, known as the Duke of the Seas, managed the largest trading company in the world, commanding nearly 1/3 of the shipping trade across 3 continents, with annual profits approaching 1 million gold shields. Yet here were 3 individuals poised to accumulate such wealth within mere days, a notion that would surely be met with disbelief. "What shall we do now?" Jason suddenly inquired. Though his question was vague, the others understood his meaning. Faced with such immense potential gain, even Nelson, who typically held little regard for money, found himself hesitating. He placed the golden beast dung into Leo's backpack and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should stay for another couple of days?" After a moment of silence, Leo resolutely declared, "No. We must leave immediately and exit the dark forest as swiftly as possible." Without allowing his companions the chance to voice dissent, he shouldered his backpack, placing the petrified kidney he had extracted from the red-striped leopard into a small pouch around his neck, alongside the creature's dark heart and other similar items. Surprised by Leo's swift and decisive decision, Jason and Nelson exchanged glances before silently gathering their belongings and following suit. As they moved ahead, Leo's demeanor grew increasingly serious, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear and concern, not for the dangers that lay ahead, but for the streak of good fortune that had accompanied him. In truth, Leo had not been entirely honest. He was acutely aware of the source of his luck, suspecting it stemmed from the golden stag. Just as the stag had enhanced his resolve and physical prowess, it had also bestowed upon him an unusual streak of good fortune, allowing him to traverse the forest with ease and reap countless rewards. However, as a being renowned for his rationality, Leo could not bring himself to believe in such serendipity. He understood that great gains often demanded commensurate sacrifices, and he feared that continued presence in the dark forest might exact a heavy toll for the wealth they had amassed. With this thought weighing on him, Leo quickened his pace, and when he noticed that Jason and Nelson were lagging behind, he took their burdens upon himself, continuing onward. Thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities, even with the added weight of 3 backpacks, his stride remained unfaltering. Unaware of Leo's urgent motivations, Jason and Nelson sensed his growing tension, which in turn affected their own spirits, forcing them to shift their focus away from the earlier euphoria of discovery and concentrate on the journey ahead. Despite their fatigue, they refrained from requesting a respite. In their hurried passage, a journey that would typically require over an hour was compressed to under 30 minutes. The sunlight streaming through the gaps in the trees ahead was unmistakably visible, and even without Leo's guidance, there was no chance of losing their way. As they neared the edge of the dark forest, Leo's intuitive senses ignited an overwhelming sense of impending danger, as if the very earth beneath him was about to collapse. Cursing under his breath, he realized that, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely they would escape the looming threat before it materialized. Without hesitation, he discarded both backpacks onto the forest floor, retaining only Nelson's pack, which contained letters, the violet flower, and several rare herbs. Grasping Jason and Nelson firmly, he activated his combat module, engaging in a breathtaking display of speed and agility as he maneuvered through the branches, vines, roots, and underbrush of the forest, compressing a journey that should have taken 10 minutes into a mere 2. When the tugging sensation on their arms ceased and their feet found solid ground, they discovered that the oppressive darkness of the forest had given way to an expansive field of wheat. Though their stay in the dark forest had spanned less than 2 days, it felt as though they had endured the passage of 2 years. The sky, though overcast and threatening rain, offered a stark contrast to the suffocating gloom they had just escaped, providing a sense of comfort and relief. As they gazed upward, reveling in the sight of the sky, Leo sat on the ground, catching his breath and assessing his personal data interface. The activation of his perfect control combat module had not only drained his energy, but had also taken a considerable toll on his body, leaving him with a profound sense of fatigue, akin to having fought tirelessly for an entire day. Upon review, fortunately, Leo's willpower remained at a stable 2 points, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to find time to set a willpower alert line in the auxiliary brain system. Should it dip below this threshold, the system would automatically cease all psychic abilities that could adversely affect his will. Subsequently, he examined other personal data items. Although each daily value had decreased, the fundamental values remained intact. To his surprise, the basic value of agility had increased by 0.5, likely due to his recent burst of speed. At that moment, Nelson and Jason returned from their reverie, only to recall Leo's earlier act of discarding his backpack. Just as they were about to inquire about his reasoning, their gazes were drawn to the wall of trees in the Black Forest. "Leo, look." Jason pointed towards the Black Forest, addressing Leo, who was still engrossed in reviewing his personal data interface. Upon hearing this, Leo glanced towards the Black Forest and was taken aback by the sight before him. The once normal forest was now completely enveloped in dense fog, which not only cloaked the forest but also connected with the clouds above, creating an illusion of a cascading sea of clouds from the sky. This magnificent spectacle was a familiar sight to the villagers around the Black Forest, evoking no extraordinary emotions. However, for Leo and his companions witnessing such a grandeur for the first time, it was enough to leave them astounded. "Thank goodness you pulled us out, otherwise." Amidst the awe, Jason cast a wary glance at Leo. Nelson, curious, inquired, "Did you know the fog was about to appear?" Although Leo had not seen it with his own eyes, he could distinctly sense that something within the fog was watching him, generating whispers audible only to him. Leo understood that if he activated his psychic sight, he would undoubtedly discern what lurked within the fog. Yet he was equally certain that doing so would cause his willpower to plummet, akin to witnessing a golden stag, with unpredictable consequences for himself. Suppressing the urge to activate his psychic sight and enduring the whispers in his ear, Leo remained still, his body frozen in place as he observed the fog. Time passed without his notice until suddenly, the pressure on him dissipated, along with an indescribable sensation as if something had been removed. He exhaled deeply, releasing the tension in his mind, and collapsed unceremoniously onto the ground. "How long was I out?" Leo asked his 2 companions, who were watching him with concern. "Not long. About 10 minutes, Nelson replied, glancing at his pocket watch. Earlier, Nelson had mentioned it would be best not to disturb him. Jason, still worried, asked, "How are you feeling now?" With a smile, Leo replied, "I'm fine, really." Curiosity overtook Nelson, who asked, "What did you see?" "Nothing at all," Leo answered truthfully. However, it was evident that Nelson did not believe him, yet he refrained from pressing further. "How much do we have left?" Jason suddenly inquired. "This is the doctor's backpack," Leo said, unfastening the pack and placing it on the ground. "Damn, why is it the doctor's? There's nothing valuable in here," Jason muttered as he knelt to open the backpack and examined its contents one by one. Inside, the backpack was filled primarily with herbs, each carefully wrapped in cloth. Despite some damage from their earlier vigorous actions, the roots remained intact, preserving their value. Additionally, there was a special container made of a unique metal design to hold purple crown flowers, which was unscathed. The final item was a complete set of animal bones. Nelson was unsure of the beast from which the bones came, but he was certain it was not listed in any zoological compendiums published across the lands. "Is this all we have?" Jason said, disappointment etched on his face as he surveyed the items before him. "Not too shabby," Nelson pointed at the herbs. "These are quite precious, and since the roots are intact, if sold to a medical academy, they could fetch around 7,000 gold shields." He paused, hesitating, then looked at Jason and Leo with a conflicted expression. "However, I hope you will allow me to donate these herbs to the medical academy." "What? That's worth 7,000, Jason exclaimed in surprise. "That's fine," Leo interjected before Jason could finish, adding, "The animal bones should be worth something too. Let us compensate you with those." "Forget it," If we sell the bones, let us split it evenly. It's free money anyway. And I've never seen this much before. Jason shook his head, somewhat reluctant, but he didn't press the issue. After spending several days together, Nelson had become a friend in Jason's eyes, and he was not inclined to quibble over money. Chapter 23. The Western Continent and the steam train rearranging their belongings. Leo and Jason set forth along a narrow path between the wheat fields, with Jason shouldering the last remaining backpack, heading towards the distant column of smoke rising from a nearby settlement. Although the path was somewhat muddy, it paled in comparison to the treacherous, slippery ground of the Black Forest, making their journey considerably more agreeable. As they walked, Leo and Jason were taken aback by the seemingly endless expanse of wheat fields flanking them. The sight starkly contrasted with the wild grass and untamed forest they had previously encountered on the eastern side of the Black Forest, leading them to question whether they were still in the same realm. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jason voiced his thoughts, and fortunately, Nelson, who had perused the history of the Fran Empire, was able to elucidate their inquiry. As they observed, the western side of the Black Forest had been thoroughly cultivated, unlike the relatively untouched eastern side. This was primarily due to the geography. The eastern side consisted largely of hills and mountainous terrain unsuitable for farming, while the west unfolded into a vast, flat plain, spanning from the southern Pata Hills to the northern border of the Fran Empire along the Vlint River. This extensive land was predominantly flat. Despite the Fran Empire's self-identification as an ancient realm with a lineage exceeding 2 millennia, it had undergone the transition of 13 royal dynasties, acknowledged by historians as the 13 dynasties of Fran. Among these, 7 dynasties had established their strongholds on the 4 great plains west of the Black Forest, with their capitals situated in the heart of the plains at Leon, a period referred to as the 7 dynasties of Leon or the Western dynasties of Fran. Towards the end of the 7th dynasty, a massive slave uprising erupted, led by a gladiator-turned-slave who not only incited the slaves, serfs, and free men to overthrow the ruling Fran dynasty, but also nearly eradicated the royal family. The last surviving heir was spirited away by a loyal knight to the northern realms of the Vlin continent, to the wintry lands of the Beirut tribes. Years later, the now-grown heir rallied the Beirut people, traversing the Vineve Mountains to the eastern side of the Black Forest, where he spent years subduing the mountain tribes. Commanding a vast army, he audaciously crossed the Vlint River that threaded through the Black Forest, circumventing the perilous southern fortresses of the Vlin continent, and swiftly dismantled the slave dynasty that had plagued the western lands for over a decade. The new emperor of the Fran Empire believed that the previous dynasty's downfall was due to their prolonged residence in the affluent western continent, which had eroded their fighting spirit. Thus, upon ascending the throne, his first decree was to relocate the capital from Leon to the city of Donglen, nestled at the base of the Vineve Mountains on the eastern continent. Following this shift, historians began referring to the subsequent dynasties as the 6 dynasties of Donglen or the eastern dynasties of Fran. In contrast to historians, however, the anthropological school that emerged over the past century preferred to categorize the western dynasties as agricultural dynasties and the eastern dynasties as knightly dynasties. This distinction arose from the differing national policies. The western dynasties focused on land cultivation and deforestation for agriculture, while the eastern dynasties prioritized maintaining the natural terrain, constructing fortresses and castles to defend against potential invaders, and utilizing the plains for breeding warhorses rather than converting them into farmland. The western dynasties, on the other hand, transformed all arable land into farmland, pushing the boundaries of land cultivation to the extreme, even recklessly clearing all trees near the Black Forest to sow crops such as wheat, drawn by the land's extraordinary fertility. Furthermore, although the Fran Empire never officially acknowledged it, historians discovered that during the era of the Western dynasties, the emperor resorted to human sacrifices, offering numerous slaves to the ancient spirits residing within the Black Forest to facilitate their land reclamation efforts, an act that ultimately incited the slave uprising. As Nelson elucidated the thorough cultivation of land west of the Black Forest, the trio arrived at the small town where the smoke rose in the distance. Upon entering the cobblestone town, they found an inn to freshen up and change their attire before seeking out a quaint eatery to have a meal. While dining, they overheard conversations among the townspeople regarding a young man named Arbin, who had ventured into the Black Forest not long ago. Given the emergence of the forest's dense fog, many believed Arbin had met his demise. The locals exhibited starkly contrasting attitudes toward Arbin's fate. The elderly feigned sorrow, masking their delight, while the younger generation genuinely mourned. Unwilling to accept that Arbin was lost and convinced he had merely departed for the larger cities like Lyon. Inquiring about the best route to Rancher as they settled their bill, Nelson approached the restaurant owner. If you're not in a hurry and have limited funds, you can take a carriage from the junction. Every morning at 8, 6 carriages depart to transport townsfolk to Rancher, arriving in the afternoon. The owner explained while counting out change. However, if you're pressed for time and have some coin, you could opt for the steam train from the quarry, which departs every 2 hours starting at 6 in the morning, transporting materials to Rancher. There's a dedicated passenger car, but the fare is significantly higher than the carriage. Thank you, Nelson replied gratefully, taking the change before departing the restaurant with Leo, heading towards the train station constructed at the quarry. Upon reaching the station, they were fortunate. They had barely settled onto a bench when the steam train rumbled into view from the direction of the quarry. To Leo, this steam locomotive appeared as a colossal beast, while its size paled in comparison to the spacecraft of the Earth Alliance. The sheer mass and the overwhelming presence it exuded as it approached enveloped him in a sense of awe. As the locomotive drew nearer, he felt a fleeting illusion that it might leap from the tracks and collide with him, igniting an inexplicable urge for aggression. Compared to the steam trains depicted in the old Earth films, this one was undeniably massive. Leo estimated the locomotive stood over 10 meters tall, approximately 10 meters wide, and stretched more than 30 meters in length. Aside from the cab, the remainder was dominated by an array of enormous steam cylinders, numbering no fewer than 7. Beside each steam cylinder, there are 2 distinct exhaust vents, continuously belching steam that swiftly envelopes the small platform, perhaps to withstand the weight of such massive locomotives. The railway tracks in this world differ significantly from those of the old Earth. Each track here measures at least 50 centimeters in width and 40 centimeters in thickness. And instead of 2 tracks, there are 4. Dr. Nelson, a man of considerable erudition, possesses vast knowledge. Yet he finds himself surprisingly outmatched by Jason when it comes to steam trains. Despite his somewhat dull intellect, Jason exhibits an extraordinary memory for the subjects he adores, allowing him to effortlessly recite the specifications and models of every type of train in the contemporary world, data that others might find exceedingly tedious. As a plume of steam erupts from the exhaust pipe, enveloping the entire station, the train comes to a halt. In that moment, Jason resembles a child encountering a toy for the first time, circling the colossal locomotive several times, touching and tapping various components. Had the station staff not informed him that the train was about to depart, he might have crawled beneath the train to examine the chassis. Once the onboard attendants guided the 3 to their designated seats in the rear car, Jason transformed from his previous reticent demeanor, eagerly sharing details about the train with Leo and Nelson. Through Jason's enthusiastic exposition, Leo learned that the imposing locomotive was a Maris Titan 7 model, crafted by the Academy of Sciences of the Kingdom of Maris on the eastern continent of Minsk, specifically designed for freight transport. Due to the kingdom's abundant mineral resources, which had previously been difficult to exploit due to transportation issues, the Maris Academy, in collaboration with the National Institute of Mechanical Engineering, developed a colossal locomotive specifically for mineral transport, known as the Titan series. The Titan 7 they were aboard is the finest of its kind, capable of hauling at least 50 and up to 90 fully laden freight cars. Consequently, the vast majority of freight locomotives across nations now employ the Titan model. However, this type of locomotive is not without its drawbacks, the most significant of which is the necessity for specialized tracks, requiring 4 rails to be laid, thus substantially increasing operational costs. Additionally, speed is a concern. Tests indicate that even when hauling empty cars, the Titan locomotive operates at a slower pace than more common models. And when attached to freight cars, its speed can plummet to half or even less than that of standard trains. Nevertheless, its speed remains considerably swifter than that of horse-drawn carriages, prompting many in Slate Town who are in a hurry to conduct business in Lancy to opt for train travel. Although the ticket prices deter many residents. For instance, the compartment occupied by Leo and his companions was initially designed for the managers of the quarry, featuring plush sofas, a bar, and a restaurant, along with several small rooms for rest, amenities that would qualify it as a luxury carriage elsewhere. Thus, tickets for this section are quite expensive. Priced at 50 bia, roughly equivalent to the 10-day meal expenses for a family of 4, a sum that is decidedly beyond the means of Slate Town's inhabitants. Just as Leo was lost in thought about the lavishness of the rear carriage, a piercing whistle resonated into the sky. causing the carriage to tremble slightly and emit a series of creaks as it gradually departed the platform, steadily increasing its speed until it reached a relatively stable cruising pace. Chapter 24. Launcher, Factories, and the City of Cages. If one were to inquire among the Franconians regarding the most beautiful city in the Franconian Empire, some might choose Milia. For it is the seat of the Continental Parliament, home to representatives from various nations. These delegates not only bring their distinct customs, but also their exquisite cuisines, architecture, and art, making it quite justifiable to refer to Milia as the capital of nations. However, there are those who disdain this notion, asserting that the true jewel of the Franconian Empire is Leon. While Milia possesses undeniable beauty, it does not belong to the Franconian Empire, only Leon, the capital of the 7 dynasties, can genuinely embody the splendor of Franconia. With a history steeped in a millennium of culture and heritage, Leon boasts the most magnificent aerial gardens. Scholars have remarked that even a single brick from Leon could inspire a monumental tome. Nevertheless, there are still dissenters who argue against this perspective, claiming that Leon is but a decayed relic of the past, reeking of decay, and that only went on. A city emblematic of iron and solemnity can rightfully be deemed the most beautiful city of modern Franconia. The debate over the most beautiful city in the Franconian Empire remains unresolved. Discussions yield no consensus as each individual holds a personal preference, leading to a cacophony of opinions. However, if the question were altered to inquire about the largest city in the Franconian Empire, unanimity would prevail in the choice of Launcher. Centuries ago, Launcher was the largest slave city in Franconia, where the arena witnessed thousands of slaves battling daily. It was also the epicenter of a slave uprising that nearly led to the annihilation of the Franconian royal family and later became the capital of the slave kingdom. Following a devastating war, Launcher lay in ruins, leveled by the sole survivor of the Franconian royal lineage, obliterating all structures, including the grand arena. For over 2 centuries, Launcher remained uninhabited, its remnants utilized as foundational stones for other cities until the advent of industry breathed new life into the forsaken land. Despite the royal family's profound disdain for Launcher, desiring its permanent abandonment, the necessity for expansive land to accommodate factories compelled their minds to wander back to Launcher. The geographical advantages of Launcher are undeniable. It is situated at the convergence of 4 plains on the western continent, where ancient military roads intersect, rendering it a nexus of connectivity. Even the subsequent establishment of railways required no additional surveying, as they were effortlessly laid along these ancient routes, culminating in a railway network that envelopes the entire western continent. Furthermore, the region's waterways are intricately developed. Glacial waters from the towering Rod Mountain converge into the Rod River, which bifurcates in Launcher. One tributary flows southward into the Starfall Sea, retaining the name Rod River, while the northern tributary is renamed Rodlawn River, ultimately merging with the Vilunt River and flowing into the Endless Sea. With such expansive waterways, vessels can effortlessly transport goods from Launcher to distant locales. This immense geographical advantage ultimately led the Franconian royal family to establish a multitude of factories in Launcher, transforming it into the empire's largest industrial city. Over nearly a century of continuous development, the number of factories surged and residential areas for factory workers expanded, stretching from Old Launcher to New Launcher, and eventually into the surrounding plains, culminating in Launcher's designation as the largest city in the Franconian Empire. Intrigued individuals have meticulously measured Launcher's area, discovering that it would require 4 leons to equal 1 Launcher in size, and 2.5 Milias. Countless monstrous factories sprawl across the horizon, with towering chimneys rising like colossal trees, bereft of leaves, exhaling plumes of smoke that shroud the sky and shroud Launcher in perpetual gloom, earning it the moniker City of Eternal Darkness. If the factories were merely devoid of aesthetics, the workers' accommodations are equally grotesque. One can only ponder the intentions of those who constructed the workers' apartments, placing them in such close proximity that the narrow pathways between them barely allow 3 individuals to traverse side by side without brushing against the walls. While the living conditions may seem cramped, they are not insufferable if the population mirrors the apartment scale. However, as the influx of workers surged from over 50,000 a century ago to nearly 3 million today, the necessity for housing became imperative. With such a burgeoning population, the demand for housing escalated. Yet, with the completion of the railway network, land prices in Launcher skyrocketed, doubling annually. Acquiring land for future appreciation or factory construction proved lucrative. But investing in workers' apartments was an unequivocal loss, one that no merchant could sustain. Consequently, factory owners resorted to dubious strategies, rather than demolishing and reconstructing the workers' lodgings. They opted to build upwards, stacking floors like children's blocks. The solid foundation allowed these opportunistic owners to add floors without collapse. Following this precedent, other factory owners emulated the practice, erecting layer upon layer until structural inclinations emerged, threatening potential collapse. In response, these non-architects devised a rather poor solution, connecting all the workers' apartment buildings with steel beam-like columns, forcibly reinforcing their foundations. Despite the questionable nature of their methods, the results exceeded expectations, prompting the factory owners to continue adding floors and reinforcing structures, eventually culminating in a towering complex of over 200 stories, occupying 1/6 of Launcher's urban area. Resembling a monstrous apartment city. Due to the narrow roads, workers residing in these buildings could not navigate solely from the ground level. Thus, they ingeniously constructed aerial bridges from scavenged metal, linking the various apartment buildings. Additionally, skilled workers crafted rudimentary steam engines, situated at the periphery of the apartment complex, connecting steel cables and iron cages to create a crude steam-powered elevator for the workers' convenience. Consequently, this assemblage of steel frameworks renders the entire apartment complex reminiscent of a colossal cage, earning it the playful epithet City of Cages. Moreover, the chaotic and haphazard construction within the City of Cages has resulted in a labyrinthine terrain, where even long-term residents risk losing their way upon venturing beyond their familiar quarters. Thus, the workers residing within have taken to whimsically dubbing their surroundings the Black Forest, an intricate maze fashioned from steel, concrete, and granite, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Whether it is the Cage City or the Iron Black Forest, these two names hold no pleasant connotations in Lancy. The Lancy City Council regards Cage City as a malignant growth, yet they are acutely aware that this growth is untouchable. For the entire fabric of Lancy's factories relies on it to supply adequate labor. Thus, they choose to turn a blind eye to this blight. Consequently, an intriguing scene unfolds in Lancy. Although the imposing Cage City stands as a landmark, akin to the Arc de Triomphe of Winterland or the Statue of Peace in Milia, its presence is conspicuously absent from any local newspapers or magazines. The residents of other neighborhoods, under the influence of the city council, are reluctant to mention it, often referring to it merely as that place. A few years prior, a wall was constructed to isolate Cage City from the ordinary residential areas of Lancy entirely. At this moment, Leo, Nelson, and Jason stand before this colossal structure, which the common citizens of Lancy prefer to ignore, in search of an entrance to the city. An hour earlier, as the train entered the urban expanse of Lancy, Leo immediately spotted the striking Cage City. Unlike Nelson and Jason, who gasped in awe at the bizarre edifice, Leo remained composed, his disdain unmistakable as he candidly expressed to his companions, "I detest this place, especially those factories. It's truly uncomfortable." His forthrightness took the others by surprise, prompting them to inquire about the source of his aversion. They viewed the sprawling factories as symbols of human industrial advancement, a testament to humanity's greatest powers, something to take pride in. Though economists of the Earth Federation lavishly extol the prosperity of the Federation's economy, it is evident to any discerning individual that this prosperity is founded upon the plundering and exploitation of resource planets on the Federation's borders. For the vast majority of Federation citizens, resource planets are mere abstractions, names devoid of personal experience. They harbor no interest in what conditions prevail there or how the inhabitants live. However, Leo, as a bioweapon of the Federations, has ventured to these resource planets on numerous occasions due to his duties. He is acutely aware of the harsh realities and the desolate existence of the people there. As a bioengineered being at the time, he felt no surplus of emotion and harbored no sympathy for those he encountered, rendering him indifferent to their plight. He detests this uncomfortable sensation, which he has never before experienced, and it permeates his mood, instilling in him a primal urge to obliterate everything before him. This feeling has lingered since the train ride and now accompanies him as he stands before Cage City. The freight train station is situated in the northeast corner of Lancy, while the passenger train station lies to the northwest, necessitating a crossing of the Rodlawn River. This detail eludes Nelson, who has never visited Lancy. leading them to search for the ticket office for trains to Milia at the freight station for half an hour before finally grasping the situation. After receiving directions, they boarded the steam tram to the passenger center across the river, only to discover that the train to Milia had just departed 10 minutes prior, with the next train not scheduled to leave until 2 o'clock the following afternoon. Upon arrival, Leo learns that Nelson has only exchanged a few letters with an old classmate in the years following their graduation and is aware that this classmate operates a private clinic within the workers' apartment complex in Lansing, catering specifically to the laborers. However, he is unaware of the clinic's exact location. Let us inquire, Leo suggested impatiently as he observed Nelson flitting about like a headless fly against the iron wall in search of an entrance to Cage City. And while you're at it, ask about your old classmate's clinic. If he is not a quack and hasn't met with a grim fate, he should have some notoriety here. Chapter 25. The clinic of the Cage City. At this moment, Leo's evident irritation and displeasure were palpable, not only to Nelson but even to the most oblivious Jason. Nelson was acutely aware that approaching Leo would likely render him a target for his frustrations. So he cunningly took advantage of Leo's suggestion and headed to a makeshift shelter at the corner of the city wall to inquire about matters. Meanwhile, Jason, rather foolishly, addressed Leo. Your temper reminds me of my mother's. There are always a few days each month when she suddenly, realizing that Leo was not jesting, Jason promptly shut his mouth, recoiling slightly and standing aside in silence. Leo, too, sensed that his emotions were decidedly amiss, causing him some distress. He suspected that this was a consequence of memory integration, where even the slightest negative feelings could be exacerbated by side effects. Regrettably, he had no immediate remedy for this predicament and could only hope that as he acclimated to his newfound emotional existence, these side effects would gradually dissipate. I inquired earlier. A week ago, there was a dispute between the factory union and the workers' association here. The workers blocked the entrance to the apartment city with steel plates. Nelson explained as he approached after gathering the details. He gestured toward a nearby steam elevator, stating, to gain entry, we must use the steam elevator. Very well. Let us proceed. Leo nodded succinctly. His seemingly incongruous statement momentarily startled the trio, prompting them to exchange puzzled glances. Nelson quickly stepped back, halting when he could barely see the elevator above, and shouted toward a vague figure beside it. Hello. We are not factory workers. We are outsiders looking for a friend. After a brief pause following Nelson's loud call, a voice emanated from the loudspeaker, instructing, speak into the receiver. It is right beside you. It was then that Nelson noticed a small horn made of wood and metal hanging beneath the loudspeaker. Approaching it, he hesitated, uncertain of what to do next. Leo, unable to bear the sight any longer, recalled the general shape and use of such devices from old films, prompting him to advise, speak into that horn. Taking Leo's suggestion to heart, Nelson covered his mouth with the horn, pressed down firmly, and reiterated his previous statement with considerable volume. There is no need to shout. A softer tone will suffice, the loudspeaker replied, admonishing Nelson before inquiring, who is the friend you seek? Catherine Nightingale, Nelson responded promptly. At this mention, a wave of intense curiosity surged within Leo. Although he could suppress this curiosity born of negative influence, he decided to follow his instincts and directly asked Nelson. By her name, it seems she is a woman. Was she your girlfriend during your time at the academy? How could that be possible? Nelson vehemently denied it, flustered and at a loss for words, his face flushed either from excitement or embarrassment, resembling a lobster that had just been cooked. He must have harbored a secret crush on Catherine. Even the dullest Jason could discern the situation from Nelson's demeanor, unrelentingly quipping, however, judging by your current demeanor. Even if she hasn't found a partner, it seems you have little hope. Nelson was left speechless by Jason's remark, ultimately resorting to gritting his teeth and shouting, be quiet. Jason merely chuckled and shrugged, refraining from further provoking Nelson's emotions. Enough. Someone is coming, Leo interrupted, pointing upwards. Nelson glanced up to see a vague figure peering down, followed by a voice from the loudspeaker, somewhat hoarse yet warm, asking, who took Professor Victor's undergarments? And where were they last placed? Upon hearing this voice, Nelson's agitation ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a joyful smile as he impulsively replied. Jeff took the professor's trousers and ended up draping them over the head of the wise lion statue in the library. Is that really you, Nelson? It's been ages. As the woman's voice resonated from the loudspeaker, the steam elevator above began its slow descent. It soon reached the ground floor, and Nelson, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward, with Leo and Jason following closely behind. After a brief jolt, the elevator ascended smoothly, reaching the 10th floor in less than a minute. During the ascent, both Nelson and Jason grew increasingly anxious and fearful, instinctively clutching onto anything within reach, their faces paling in the process. Upon reaching the 10th floor, as the iron doors of the elevator opened, the two men hurriedly leaped out, not bothering to survey their surroundings until they felt the solid ground beneath their feet. Exhaling in unison, visibly shaken, Leo calmly stepped onto the platform designed for the elevator, surveying the individuals before him while instinctively assimilating the surrounding environmental data into his mind, mentally formulating an optimal plan of action. "It's wonderful to see you here." Nelson, a mature woman with curly brown hair, clad in a blood-stained blue apron, approached briskly, unreservedly embracing Nelson and warmly exclaiming. This intimate gesture from the mature woman left Nelson momentarily flustered, unsure of where to place his hands, and astonished those around him, eliciting a few whistles from onlookers. "Silence. Everyone disperse. This is my old classmate. Do you understand?" The woman released Nelson and called out to the crowd behind her, raising her fist. The onlookers chuckled and promptly scattered, leaving only two attendants by the elevator to monitor the scene below. "And these two are?" Catherine did not immediately inquire about Nelson's purpose, but turned her gaze toward Leo and Jason, evidently unable to extend the same trust toward them as she did with Nelson. "This is Leo Dodd, and this is Jason. They are my companions." Nelson introduced the pair, elucidating their connection, but perhaps deeming the term companions insufficient, adding, "They are also comrades." "Comrades?" Catherine blinked in surprise, scrutinizing Nelson with an expression of disbelief. "You have been to the battlefield?" "Academy mission," Nelson replied with a bitter smile, his expression darkening as he sighed. "Unfortunately, it ended in failure, resulting in the loss of several of my students on the battlefield." "Was it during the Anglo-French conflict in the Burlet region?" Catherine seemed to seek confirmation from Nelson, then raised her hand to silence him, stating, "This is not the place for such discussions. Let us proceed to my clinic." With that, she decisively turned and strode into the lobby before the elevator, ascending via a nearby welded staircase, with the three of them hastily following in her wake. After climbing several floors via the staircase, they arrived at a bustling indoor market. The previously dimly lit market, adorned with oil lamps, was now illuminated sufficiently for patrons to discern the surroundings. The market, transformed from a two-story building, featured small shops resembling square boxes, partitioning the first floor into distinct sections. Those with wealth rented these small establishments, while those less fortunate set up stalls in the aisles. The marketplace offers a plethora of diverse goods, ranging from staple grains and everyday necessities to an array of weaponry, alongside some incomprehensible mechanical components. However, the most frequently traded item remains the unrefined crude oil. In an environment like Caged City, the absence of light renders existence quite arduous. Catherine appears to hold considerable esteem here. Not only do the laborers who come to purchase goods greet her with deference, but even the vendors rise to pay their respects. And even those rebellious gang members bow their heads in acknowledgement as she approaches. "It seems your status here is quite elevated," Nelson remarked upon witnessing this scene. As they conversed, Catherine led the trio through a narrow alley at the corner of the market, arriving at its conclusion. There stood an open door, leading them into a vast chamber, nearly as expansive as the marketplace itself. The interior was impeccably clean, with beds neatly arranged throughout the room, each separated by white cloth. Additionally, the number of oil lamps hanging here surpassed that of the marketplace, illuminating the space brilliantly. "Teacher, the patient in bed 7 has relapsed," a woman, similarly attired to Catherine, hurriedly approached upon seeing her enter, her tone urgent. Without pausing to address Nelson and the others, Catherine swiftly made her way to bed 7, retrieving her medical instruments to meticulously examine the patient's condition. Observing this, Nelson could not remain idle. He promptly grabbed his medical bag and hastened to assist Catherine in examining the patient. After Nelson departed, Jason, feeling somewhat bored, glanced around and casually took a seat on a nearby chair. Leo, meanwhile, began to explore the surroundings, instinctively focusing on the doors and windows of this large clinic. The door through which they had entered was likely the back entrance. The main entrance lay directly opposite, also separated by a white cloth. Although the room was sealed, it did not feel stifling, likely due to the ventilation pipes protruding from the corners of the room. However, given the industrial waste outside, The air circulating into the room remained quite poor. Despite this dismal air quality, the patients here seemed capable of recovery, aside from their robust constitutions and fortunate circumstances. Catherine's medical expertise undoubtedly played a significant role. Once the environmental data was processed by his auxiliary system, Leo ventured into his small adjacent room beside the main entrance, which was filled with various dried herbs and animal specimens. Just as he was about to turn and leave after a cursory glance, his gaze fell upon a black, stone-like object on the table. With a hint of suspicion, Leo approached the object and picked it up, receiving a message from his auxiliary system. High-energy substance detected. Energy level too low for absorption. Satisfied with this revelation, Leo set the object down, observing the unclean dissection tools on the table, as well as the trash can nearby containing dismembered limbs resembling those of rodents. Suddenly, Leo chuckled to himself. It seems this day will not be devoid of excitement. Chapter 26. Martin Luther in the depths of the Black Forest. Aside from acquiring a heart-shaped high-energy substance from the monster he vanquished in the Misty Realm, Leo also discovered some non-absorbable high-energy materials from the beasts he hunted along the way. He chose not to utilize these high-energy materials immediately. Instead, he tucked them away in his pocket, awaiting the opportunity for further study, until he encountered this peculiar object resembling an animal organ on the table. Leo had believed that only under the influence of the unique high-energy field of the misty Black Forest could ordinary animals produce such high-energy materials. However, the current evidence before him suggested otherwise. Beasts in the Black Forest were not the sole producers of these substances. Leo's feelings toward the Black Forest were complex. He was acutely aware that many creatures capable of generating absorbable high-energy materials likely lurked within its shadows. Yet he harbored a profound apprehension about re-entering that fog-laden realm and once again facing the golden stag. He could not ascertain whether fortune would favor him a second time, especially before his willpower succumbed to the overwhelming influences he still could not comprehend. Thus, he resolved to maintain a respectful distance from the Black Forest, at least until he fully understood this world and possessed the means for self-preservation. As he could not procure high-energy materials from the Black Forest, Leo sought alternatives, such as the necklace that unlocked his psychic abilities. However, such items were rare and could not be sought after at will. Encountering even one was fortunate, and the likelihood of finding another was left to chance, a gamble Leo was reluctant to take. Otherwise, he would not have decisively abandoned the idea of re-entering the Black Forest. The appearance of this hard object, reminiscent of an animal organ, enlightened Leo to the fact that while such high-energy materials were uncommon, they were not as scarce as he had initially surmised. This discovery conveniently addressed his need for additional high-energy materials. Although these substances could not be absorbed directly and could only replenish his psychic energy, it was evident that just as there existed lower-tier high-energy materials in the Black Forest, higher-tier counterparts must also exist. The creature formed from the fragments bore some resemblance to a rat, albeit significantly larger, akin in size to a typical cat or dog. It was labeled as rat-like due to its sharp teeth, distinct from those of an ordinary rat, and its forelimbs resembled lizard-like claws rather than short rat paws. Furthermore, this rat-like beast appeared remarkably robust, with muscles beneath its fur and no trace of fat. While some animals might emerge from hibernation in spring with depleted fat reserves, it was implausible for any creature to exhibit such minimal fat as this rat-like beast. Could it be possible? Was the technology here capable of such feats? Upon encountering this abnormal creature, Leo's mind drifted to the experiments conducted by the human scientists in the federal laboratories, recalling that many of the failed specimens bore similarities to this beast, entirely muscular and devoid of any fat. However, Leo swiftly dismissed this notion. After all, in a world still in the early stages of the old Earth's industrial era, it was inconceivable that anyone could accomplish what might not even succeed at the highest levels of federal research. Who are you? What are you doing here? A man's voice broke Leo's contemplation, and he felt a hand grasping at his shoulder from behind. Naturally, Leo would not allow such an intrusion. He deftly evaded the approaching hand and turned to face a middle-aged man with a full head of red hair and striking blue eyes, exuding an air of dignity and authority. My companion is an old classmate of Dr. Catherine. He is not one of those you might be imagining, Leo stated. The distinguished middle-aged man appeared momentarily surprised that he had not seized Leo, though he concealed his reaction, instead scrutinizing Leo with a discerning gaze. His eyes fell on the rear-loading gun slung across Leo's back and the ammunition pouch at his waist, narrowing slightly as he met Leo's gaze. "Do you believe I am thinking of that kind of person? The factory owner's kind?" Leo replied candidly. "May I take a look?" The middle-aged man, blocking the doorway to a small room, did not press Leo for further details about his arrival, but gestured toward the rear-loading gun on Leo's shoulder. Leo removed the gun and handed it over, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of the man using it against him. "This is a fine weapon, well-adjusted." The middle-aged man complimented the gun before adding, almost cryptically, "If I recall correctly, these rear-loading guns are products of the Murphy Arms factory, handcrafted, each equipped with a serial number on the trigger. Yours has 1, 2. Is that strange?" Leo replied, having made several adjustments to the firearm during his time in the Black Forest and noticing the serial number. The gun itself was not peculiar. The strange part is why it appears in your possession. I recall these guns and their ammunition are custom-made, exclusively for the Royal Guard of Fran. Unless the owner of Murphy Arms is seeking his own demise, he would never dare to manufacture these weapons for anyone else, the middle-aged man stated, arms crossed. Observing Leo intently. The Royal Guard of Fran? Leo's expression revealed surprise. He never anticipated that the rear loader he had taken from a member of the Blood Axe gang would be linked to the Fran Royal Guard. However, the memory of that night, regarding the old hunter's valor, began to clarify some matters in his mind. Yet, the events surrounding the Blood Axe gang were merely a trivial interlude for Leo. They were in the past and unlikely to intersect with his future. Nor was there any potential for connection with the Fran royalty, rendering him indifferent to the implications of his assumptions. "How do you know all this?" Leo inquired. Suppressing his findings within, "Shouldn't such matters be confidential? I worked at the Murphy Arms factory. The gun you hold may very well have been produced by me." The middle-aged man replied with evident confidence. "For some, such matters are confidential, but for those who wish to know, knowledge is attainable." Leo continued. "What if I claimed that I acquired this gun from someone else? Would you believe me?" "I would," the middle-aged man nodded, refraining from providing his reasons for believing Leo's words, and extended his hand. "Martin Luther." Leo Dodd. Leo introduced himself, shaking the man's hand. "It seems I need not introduce you too." Catherine approached with Nelson and Jason, smiling as she observed the interaction between Martin and Leo. "I heard your old classmate had arrived, so I came to see for myself." Martin stepped closer to Catherine, affectionately kissing her cheek before turning to the somewhat somber Nelson. "Greetings, Dr. Nelson. I am Martin Luther, a close friend of Catherine's. She often speaks of you." "Poor doctor," Leo muttered under his breath, observing the scene. Indeed, the poor doctor, Jason, who had just arrived beside Leo, nodded in agreement, having overheard Leo's remark. Nielsen did not heed the jests of his companions. He gathered his melancholic thoughts and smiled at Martin, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Nielsen Matthew." After his self-introduction, he fell silent, resembling a closed book, which rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. At that moment, Catherine aptly broke the tension, addressing Martin. "Nielsen just shared some news with me." As she stepped into the confines of the laboratory, she gestured for Nielsen to enter, prompting Martin to intuitively close the door behind them. Only then did she continue. "Nielsen and his companions have just returned from the battlefield of Lebuty, where they discovered that the Fran army violated the Continental Agreement by employing phosgene gas. The troops responsible for this transgression were directly under the command of Duke Devon, the Crown Prince, indicating that this decision was likely orchestrated by him." At Catherine's invitation, Nielsen recounted their experiences in detail. His audacity was remarkable. Upon hearing Nielsen's revelations, a flicker of surprise crossed Martin's face as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Leo and the others, though it was swiftly replaced with disdain and hostility. He chuckled lightly, saying, "However, I find such occurrences unsurprising. With the lineage of the Fran royal family being what it is, they are capable of anything." He then scrutinized Nielsen and his companions, keenly discerning their intentions. "You have left the battlefield to come here, I presume, to travel to the city of Milia and accuse Duke Devon of his crimes?" Martin's ability to deduce their subsequent plans from mere hints astonished not only Nielsen and Jason, but also Leo, who momentarily likened Martin to those federal politicians who manipulate millions with ease. "What is their chance of success?" Catherine inquired, her faith in Martin's judgment evident in her tone. "Had this been a few days ago, I would have told you their chances were no more than 10%, and I would advise against embarking on such a perilous path, though I am unaware of the architect behind this plan. He must be quite naive to think that the members of the Continental Parliament are saints." Martin disdainfully critiqued the scheme, his tone dripping with scorn. They are politicians, those who can engage in light-hearted banter with you yet would stab you in the back the moment you turn away. Their morals are more putrid than excrement. Trusting them is akin to trusting the devil, who at least honors his contracts. As Martin relentlessly trampled upon the notion of the plan, both Nielsen and Jason instinctively turned their gazes toward Leo, whose forehead was beginning to vein with tension. Catherine cast a reproachful look at Martin, silently indicating that his words had been excessive. Nielsen, Jason, and even Catherine struggled to comprehend Martin's remarks, but Leo quickly arrived at an understanding through his analytical capabilities. "Is something amiss in the Fran Empire?" he inquired. Martin paused, taken aback by Leo's perceptiveness, and scrutinized the towering figure before him, surprised by his keen insight. "What?" The question elicited shocked expressions from everyone except Leo, whose distinct reaction did not go unnoticed by Martin, leading him to mistakenly believe that Leo had already deduced the truth. Consequently, Martin regarded Leo's political acumen with newfound respect. However, he remained oblivious to Leo's complete lack of reverence for figures like the Emperor. The fate of such individuals bore no weight on him, nor did it stir any intense emotions. How is that possible? The newspapers outside. Catherine, though trusting Martin, instinctively voiced her skepticism. This information has been suppressed by the royal family. In the entire Fran Empire, indeed the world, no more than 10 individuals are aware of this matter, Martin asserted, pointing to the others present. But now we must add ourselves to that list. How can this be? Nielsen still struggled to accept the news. The steam airship. Leo suddenly interjected without context. This remark jolted Nielsen into realization, as he swiftly connected the dots and exclaimed, "No wonder he departed on a steam airship amid the urgency of battle. It seems he must have received news of King Louis IX's critical condition at that time." As he spoke, he noticed the puzzled expressions of the others and recounted the moment they witnessed Duke Devon's exclusive airship departing the battlefield. Chapter 27. The negative energy field and gifted psychics. After listening to Nelson's account, the news, which had the potential to shake the entire civilized world, was nearly confirmed. Why was this information not made public? Catherine could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. It must be for the sake of the throne. Louis IX had yet to designate a crown prince, and according to the rules of succession, 3 individuals were simultaneously eligible to ascend to the imperial throne of Frank, with Duke Devon being one of them. Martin, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Regardless of who ultimately claims the throne, heads will roll among the Frank royal family and their supporters, which is indeed a cause for celebration." Martin's unabashed hostility towards the Frank royal family puzzled Nelson, while Catherine appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such sentiments. Suddenly, Leo, with a tone tinged with inquiry, addressed Martin. "I am quite curious, my lord, how you came to know such confidential matters, but I am even more intrigued as to why you would divulge this secret to us. Mere strangers you have only just met." Martin feigned indignation, claiming, "You are friends of Catherine. I trust her, and thus trust you as well. This information could assist you. Which is why My Lord Martin, there is one thing I must agree with in your earlier statements." Leo abruptly interrupted Martin with a smile, asserting, "The morals of politicians are worse than dumb." He then shifted his tone, adding, "You strike me as very much like a politician." At Leo's words, everyone fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Jason, seemingly grasping the implication of Leo's remark, burst into laughter. "Are you saying he is dung? Right? You are indirectly insulting him, aren't you?" Nelson glanced at Martin and Catherine with concern, fearing they might be angered by Leo's words. However, his worries proved unnecessary as Catherine chuckled, pointing at Martin. "I have always said your demeanor is reminiscent of those politicians. You never believed me until now that someone has pointed it out, do you?" Martin displayed no signs of anger, instead offering a self-deprecating smile. As laughter subsided, Martin's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "Let me be frank. Prior to my introduction, I was already aware of the 3 of you. I simply did not know your true identities until Nelson recounted your ordeal. You know us." Leo furrowed his brow. "You have clearly underestimated your actions." Martin retrieved a newspaper from his satchel and handed it to Leo. "Among those you killed during your breakout was the young son of the Duke of Milan, who was sent to the Duke Devon's direct forces for training. It was initially thought to be a routine skirmish, but..." Leo glanced at the newspaper briefly before passing it to Nelson, questioning, "Is this merely based on this newspaper?" Martin shook his head. "It is not just the newspaper. In fact, before this news was reported, or more accurately, as soon as the battle concluded, I was informed of that gentleman's demise, though I did not know your identities until just now. You see, this is all your fault for being so talkative. Whenever you encounter a woman, you just spill everything." Jason reproached Nelson. Nelson's face reflected embarrassment and guilt, while Catherine shot a disapproving look at Martin, evidently displeased with how Martin had exploited her connection to gather intelligence from Nelson. At that moment, Leo seemed to have shifted his focus away from the fact that he had gained an enemy in the Duke of Milan. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly appeared enlightened and cryptically stated to Martin, "I understand now. It is that Duke of Milan, isn't it?" The remark was vague, leaving not just Jason puzzled, but also Nelson and Catherine. Only Martin, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, regarding Leo with a newfound sense of equality and admiration. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is markedly simpler. "I have my informants close to the Duke of Milan, just as I do within the Frank royal family," Martin complimented, then turned to the three of them. "I propose a transaction that will undoubtedly benefit you." Leo raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned about offending the Duke of Milan by negotiating with us?" Martin smiled. Individuals of that lofty stature will not squander their time glancing down at mere vermin. He then addressed Catherine. "Kinna, please bring that file over." "File? You intend for them to handle this matter?" Catherine hesitated, shaking her head vehemently. "No, this is our own issue. We must resolve it ourselves. Nelson and the others are merely here to visit me and are leaving by train tomorrow." Martin did not attempt to persuade Catherine. Instead, he turned to Nelson. "I believe if Nelson knew you were in trouble, he would be more than willing to assist." As Martin anticipated, Nelson, sporting a worried expression, turned to Catherine, his intelligence seemingly plummeting. "Kinna, have you encountered some trouble?" Catherine opened her mouth, about to implore Nelson not to meddle, but Martin interjected inexplicably. "Kinna, think of those children." This statement caused Catherine to pause, glancing at the concerned Nelson, before letting out a heavy sigh. She shot an exasperated glare at Martin, stating, "Just as Mr. Leo Dodd said, Martin, you truly are akin to a pile of dung." With that, she forcefully yanked the door open and stormed out. Leo hardly needed to observe Nelson's expression to know that he had fallen into a trap, having leaped in willingly, with no hope of escape. He regarded Martin with keen interest. "I am quite eager to learn how you plan to persuade me to assist you." With a confident demeanor, Martin replied, "All I need is a day. Regardless of the outcome by tomorrow, the transaction will be considered complete, ensuring you will not miss your train. Thus, for a day's time and a commission of 5,000 francs, I believe this arrangement." Before Martin could finish, Leo turned to Jason. "Jason, how much money did we lose this morning?" Jason contemplated seriously before responding. "It should be around 500,000 gold shields, I believe." In the exchange of questions and answers, Martin found himself at a loss for words. He had confidently offered 5,000 francs as a commission, yet the individuals he sought to hire had casually lost 500,000 gold shields, leaving him with an embarrassing sense akin to a beggar seeking alms from a wealthy patron. Though he had contemplated the veracity of Leo and Jason's claims, even if the figure were reduced tenfold, it would still amount to 50,000 shields. If he had such funds at his disposal, he would not have faltered in negotiations with the factory owner, rendering the current predicament a mere triviality. At that moment, Martin recalled how long Leo had lingered in Catherine's laboratory and dissection room, causing his gaze to sweep across the room until it settled on the assembled remains of a rodent-like beast and the dark object beside it. Leo did not accept the dark object, but instead fixed his gaze on Martin. "What do you know?" Upon hearing Martin's words, Leo appeared contemplative, discreetly activating his psychic vision as he regarded Martin. However, before Leo could fully comprehend Martin's situation, he was startled by the billowing gray mist before him. The previously unremarkable small room was now shrouded in this eerie fog, and it was evident that the clinic outside was similarly affected. It could be surmised that the entire cage city was likely engulfed in this gray haze. The negative energy field discovered was not absorbable by lower-level energies. However, it could serve for mental and willpower recovery, albeit with unknown side effects. Leo hardly needed to rely on his auxiliary brain system for analysis. His innate sensitivity allowed him to effortlessly perceive the intense negative emotions within the gray mist, emotions that coalesced from the daily grievances, anger, and despair of Cage City's inhabitants, forming a negative energy field reminiscent of a high-energy black forest. What truly astonished Leo was the mention of mental and willpower recovery in the data records, a revelation that left him astounded. while he intentionally overlooked the part regarding unknown side effects. Indeed, as Martin's figure emerged into view, Leo immediately noticed a faint layer of white gas swirling around him, particularly around his eyes, where two clusters of white gas lingered, somewhat obscuring his vision. Upon seeing what he sought, Leo promptly seized his spiritual sight, took the high-energy substance from Martin's hands, and inquired, "Do you know what this is?" Martin replied, "I only know that this item is related to specially made bullets. Beyond that, I'm not very certain. However, I am having it researched. And if you are willing to participate, there's no need." Leo interjected, declining Martin's offer. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I agree to assist you, provided it does not impede tomorrow's train schedule. You may keep the 5,000 gold francs. I have no need for them. However, I require you to agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I'm uncertain what exactly you require of our assistance, but it seems likely to be quite a challenging task," Leo said with a smile. "Such challenging endeavors typically signify substantial rewards. I need the privilege to select from the spoils, limited to 5 items. Impossible. At most, 2 items. Martin promptly rejected Leo's request, laying down his terms. 2 items will suffice. Leo had no intention of bargaining, as his aim was not to negotiate with Martin but to probe his character. It became evident from Martin's reaction that he understood the potential rewards that lay ahead if the matter were resolved, hence his immediate refusal of Leo's initial terms. Martin, being quite astute, realized he had inadvertently revealed too much once Leo acquiesced to his conditions. Yet, rather than feeling angered, he was pleased, for such candor suggested a heightened probability of success. "Since we are collaborators now, I would like to clarify something," Leo suddenly inquired. "When you initially sought me out, you were likely unaware of our activities in Buret. Moreover, even if our endeavors were known, it wouldn't warrant the extensive persuasion you employed. You must have approached me for other reasons. Might you disclose what those are?" Feigning profundity, Martin replied vaguely, "I have already informed you. My eyes can perceive the truth of the world." Upon hearing this, Leo quickly recalled his observations regarding Martin and the white gas that congregated around his eyes. It was evident that those 2 clusters of gas represented some form of spiritual energy, endowing Martin with abilities akin to his own illusionary perception. This energy likely allowed Martin to discern that he too possessed some form of spiritual power, prompting him to engage with Leo. With Catherine having broached the topic to such an extent, neither party felt inclined to elaborate further, merely nodding in reluctant agreement. Chapter 28. Religion and Religious Rituals. After acquiescing to Catherine's request for involvement, Martin reached out to open the folder on the workbench, extracting several documents which he handed directly to Leo. It seemed he regarded both Nelson and Jason merely as adjuncts, with Leo being the true agent of action. Leo, without a hint of hesitation, accepted the files, casually finding a chair to sit down, illuminated by the wall's light as he scrutinized the contents. The documents Martin presented were records of homicide cases, accompanied by hastily drawn sketches by an artist. Though the sketches were rough, they, combined with the written accounts, provided a vivid depiction of the crime scenes. All these murders occurred within the confines of Cage City. The locations varied, but the circumstances were eerily consistent. The victims' eyes and hearts had been excised, with a mouse placed where the heart once resided and 2 insect cocoons nestled within the eye sockets. Strangely, the extracted heart and eyes were absent from the scene, suggesting that someone had removed them post-mortem and replaced them with the mouse and cocoons. What was most peculiar was that every individual recording these cases unanimously believed that the victims had extracted their own hearts and eyes, with the sequence indicating that the victims must have been deceased prior to the removal of their eyeballs. "Are these cases from several years ago?" Leo inquired, noticing the dates on the documents, his brow furrowing. "You aren't suggesting I assist you in solving these cases, are you?" "No, these cases merely serve as the catalyst," Martin replied, producing additional documents and passing them to Leo. Leo then distributed the files to Nelson and Jason, who gasped in astonishment upon reading the contents. The dates on Leo's current documents spanned from last winter to the present spring, with the most recent case occurring merely 10 days prior. This time, the victim was not an adult, but a child. The modus operandi remained unchanged. Yet the items involved had evolved from mere mice and cocoons to what were described as feral mice and 2 moths on the workbench. "What are the moths?" Leo queried. "They melted," Martin clarified. "The moths were crafted from ice and have since melted away." With that, he handed Leo the remaining documents in the folder, stating, "In truth, Our purpose in seeking you is not to have you investigate these cases. We have already unraveled them. The cult holds the greatest suspicion. Following the direction of Martin's finger, Leo's gaze fell upon the document that read, Ebon Church, Achnaia's sect. Is it a cult? Leo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not at all. It is a church registered with the Orthodoxy. Martin shook his head, elucidating. Once a sect receives the Orthodoxy's endorsement and is listed among the Orthodox, it is permitted to preach anywhere, to anyone. However, if a sect operates without such permission, it is deemed a cult, and the Orthodox tribunal's forces will annihilate all who adhere to it, with governments cooperating fully. Though the Orthodoxy primarily venerates the divine, it is less a religion than a continental council. Before the establishment of the Continental Council, the Orthodoxy was responsible for mediating disputes among nations, with the 12 cardinals representing various countries. Thus, governments remain unconcerned about the Orthodoxy's expansion. Upon hearing Martin's explanation, Leo continued to examine the documents in his hand. Although he could quickly memorize all the information through his auxiliary system, the astonishing nature of the content compelled him to peruse each page diligently. The records indicated that the Ebon Church is an ancient polytheistic faith, first emerging in the Black Forest marshes, where they deified all visible creatures, such as the god of venomous snakes and the god of toads. Despite their antiquity, their bizarre deities have rendered them unpopular, limiting their outreach beyond the marshes. The Achnaiah sect is a burgeoning offshoot of the Ebon Church, worshipping a deity named Achnaiah, also known as the god of 1,000 eyes and hearts. Officially, the church claims that Achnaiah is an ancient god who has awakened from slumber, necessitating the formation of a new sect to spread his faith. However, many believe that this so-called Achnaiah is merely a construct of the church's administrators to attract more youth to the Ebon Church, creating an oddly shaped, yet simplistic deity. While the deity's appearance is peculiar, the teachings do not appear to be particularly unusual. Achnaiah's doctrine asserts that the truth of this world is concealed beneath the veneer of secular splendor, and only through faith in Achnaiah can one harness the power of his 1,000 eyes to pierce through the fog and unveil the world's truths. Those who perceive these truths will achieve eternal transcendence. Moreover, the doctrine warns that the truth of the world is too overwhelming for mortals. Each glimpse into this truth subjects the observer to the world's will. Only by believing in Achnaiah and drawing upon the strength of his 1,000 hearts can one withstand these tribulations. Otherwise, the soul may perish in the onslaught, and the body will suffer interminable torment. After a moment of contemplation, Leo recalled Martin's words and their similarity to the doctrine, prompting him to set down the documents and, with grave seriousness, asked Martin, "Are you also a follower of Achnaiah?" "Indeed," Martin nodded, "or more accurately, I was the architect behind the Achnaiah sect within Cage City." "And now? Have you lost your church?" Leo probed mercilessly, striking at Martin's wound. Martin furrowed his brow, responding, "To avoid conflict and prevent the fragmentation of a church that had taken so long to establish, I chose to withdraw." "Huh." Martin suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with evident derision. Even Jason sensed the mockery and prepared to intervene, but Leo, maintaining his composure, restrained him. "Martin," Catherine admonished, her tone reproachful. All right. I shall cease my laughter." Martin raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, saying, "I always believed myself to be the most arrogant person in the world, frequently boasting about my ability to change the world and accomplish great deeds. Yet, I never anticipated encountering someone as audacious as myself here. Did I say anything wrong?" Leo did not allow his temper to flare at Martin's demeanor, instead retorting with a serious inquiry. Leo countered, "If not for control over the sect, then what motivates you?" "For the order we have painstakingly established." Martin's smile vanished as he spoke earnestly. "You are not from Cage City. You cannot fathom what it was like here. It was hell, a monstrous entity that devoured hope, where inhabitants either morphed into monsters or were consumed. After years of servitude, we finally forged a semblance of order in Cage City, and life began to improve for all. Now, someone seeks to upend that order. What do you think I should do? Was Cage City truly that dreadful?" Nelson interjected suddenly. "It matters not. It is all in the past." Nielsen instinctively reached out to grasp Catherine's hand, but midway altered his course, opting instead to pat her shoulder. Leo paid no heed to the subtle flirtation between the couple nearby, fixating his gaze on Martin, inquiring, "What do you wish for us to do?" "My associates. Those within the church are all acquainted. Attending the church would draw attention to us, making it impossible to uncover anything," Martin replied. "However, The three of you are different. You are unfamiliar faces, and thus could easily masquerade as workers residing in Cage City. As new members of the church, you could infiltrate and see if you might uncover those responsible for these deeds. If you could procure evidence, it would enable me to persuade the three archpriests of the church to allow me to directly intervene in this matter. From the information at hand, it was evident that the individual perpetrating these acts had resided here for an extended period, engaging in what appeared to be some form of religious ritual, likely with assistance in concealing his actions. Leo, filled with skepticism, queried, "Have you never suspected that it might be the three archpriests you mentioned?" "Impossible," Martin stated with unwavering conviction. "It absolutely cannot be them. Please refrain from asking me for reasons. I can only assert that I am well aware they would never commit such acts." Leo fell silent for a moment before responding, "I require further information, such as the geography and layout of Cage City, as well as details concerning the church and its surroundings." Upon hearing Leo's request, Martin expressed his displeasure, stating, "The information you seek is not even available to me. It must be gathered on short notice. Furthermore, even if we were to collect it, it would be extensive. Certainly not something one could comprehend in a single day, let alone master its contents. If His Lordship Leo Dodd is unwilling to cooperate, simply refuse. Rather than complicating matters for me, I apologize. My demands may indeed be somewhat unreasonable," Leo responded, offering an apology before continuing. "However, we are entirely unfamiliar with Cage City and the location of that sect. Even if we were to infiltrate, discerning anything of substance within a day would prove quite challenging." "I have considered that as well," Martin quickly replied. "Initially, I intended to send someone with you to guide you through the church's location. However, now that Catherine has chosen to join, it would be ideal for her to lead you. She could provide cover if necessary." Upon hearing this, Nielsen furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Catherine, who subtly shook her head. "Regarding the investigative aspect, it is not as difficult as you might envision. We have identified a potential stronghold for those conducting the religious rituals, though its geography is somewhat peculiar, making it inconvenient for my associates to approach. You, however, could easily infiltrate, and it would be simple for you to procure something that could serve as evidence. Thus, a day's time would be entirely sufficient." Leo pondered briefly before affirming, "In that case, I have no objections." Martin then inquired, "And what of the two of you? Do you have any further requests?" Nielsen promptly shook his head, stating, "I have no requests." Jason, however, interjected with a bold tone, "We should at least have some means of defense, right? In case of an unforeseen circumstance, it would be prudent to be able to fight our way out." Martin paused, then nodded in agreement. "That is certainly necessary. After all, Mr. Dodd's firearm cannot be taken inside. We will need to prepare alternative weapons. I do hope, however, that if you are discovered, you will refrain from resorting to violence. Even if you are apprehended, I possess means to extricate you, but engaging in combat could lead to unforeseen complications." Within the small building, a chaotic array of mechanical parts lay strewn about, with a few makeshift welding and cutting machines occupying the relatively open space. Additionally, Leo's attention was drawn to the presence of electric lights adorning the interior. Though only two bulbs flickered dimly and occasionally sputtered, it was undeniably powered by electricity. Chapter 29. Gene Valjean. In this world, steam generators had emerged over a decade ago, causing quite a stir as many believed it represented the future of technology. However, in due course, they found themselves perplexed about its practical application. It was not until a warden, perpetually troubled by prisoners escaping, conceived that the steam generator could aid in managing the prison. Thus, he encircled the prison walls with an electric fence to thwart any attempts at escape. After numerous trials, it became evident that the combination of the steam generator and the electric fence yielded extraordinary results, establishing the electric fence as the sole purpose of the steam generator. Before entering the Cage City, the rudimentary microphone and speaker positioned beside the elevator merely piqued Leo's curiosity. But now, the electric light illuminated the fact that the inventor of this marvel possessed an understanding of electricity that far surpassed others in this realm. If fortune favored him, he would undoubtedly emerge as a pioneer in harnessing electrical energy. With that thought, he swiftly exited the building, his figure vanishing into the inky darkness of the corridor. "Leo, this thing is incredibly bright," exclaimed Jason, his curiosity getting the better of him as he leaned closer to the bulb, squinting upwards. After a moment, his eyes stung from the intensity, and he lowered his gaze, rubbing his eyes and remarking, "It's just a bit blinding if you stare for too long." "You fool. Why did you stare at it for so long? Leo chuckled in jest, glancing around the room filled with a plethora of peculiar machinery. To his left sat a contraption resembling a piano, yet instead of strings, it featured vacuum tubes the size of fingers, through which an unknown liquid flowed, appearing exceedingly bizarre. On his right lay a mechanical arm constructed from air tubes, steel bars, and gears, its pneumatic tubes connected to a small steam engine resembling a steam-powered crossbow, albeit bulky and cumbersome, indeed a challenge for Leo to carry. Not far away stood an apparatus reminiscent of a gramophone, while the ceiling was adorned with models akin to gliders from a bygone era on Earth. The walls were plastered with intricate mechanical blueprints and three-dimensional diagrams. Although he had yet to meet the person named Jean Valjean, Leo had already formed a distinct impression in his mind. This individual was undoubtedly a self-taught mechanical genius. "I dislike that fellow," Jason suddenly remarked as Leo admired the various intriguing machines in the room. Leo halted, turning to Jason with a calm inquiry. "I share your sentiment. Do you know whom I am referring to?" Jason asked, taken aback. "Of course," Leo said, tilting his head towards the door. Jason smiled and leaned closer, whispering, "Do you believe what he said?" Leo regarded Jason with mild surprise, retorting, "You doubt his words?" After a moment of contemplation, Jason shook his head. "I feel uneasy about it. My mother always told me that anything that feels wrong is likely not good." "Your mother is quite correct. You should always heed her advice." Leo nodded with a grin, then added in a conspiratorial tone, "Like you, I too harbor a disdain for that man." As he himself stated, politicians are but a pile of dung, and who would believe the words of excrement? Jason, perplexed, queried, "If you do not trust what he says, then why?" Leo candidly expressed, "I wish to unravel his true intentions." "What does he seek from the doctor?" "Doctor?" Jason was further confused. Leo casually picked up a spherical mechanical object from the table, examining its structure as he spoke. "Although he appears to be persuading me to engage in this nonsensical collaboration, his true objective has always been the doctor. You and I are merely secondary players in his scheme." "Is he after the doctor?" Jason, unsure of Leo's reasoning, nonetheless trusted his judgment and expressed concern for the doctor. "Should we inform him?" "Do not tell the doctor." Leo shook his head. "He is so entranced he has forgotten his own name and cannot conceal anything. Moreover, I do not trust that Catherine either," he added, perhaps too definitively. "At least not at this moment." Just as Leo finished speaking, his finger inadvertently activated a switch on the mechanical sphere he held. With a click, the sphere split apart in the middle, and the upper half of the shell unfurled like a blooming flower. From the lower half of the sphere, a gear-driven miniature house gradually emerged, with every occupant and creature inside performing various actions in synchrony with the turning gears. Once all movements were completed, another click resonated as the house sank back into the lower half of the sphere, and the petal-like upper section closed, restoring it to a spherical form. "Wow, what a delightful little contraption. I would gladly spend 10 gold shields to procure one," Jason exclaimed in awe, taking the object from Leo's hands to inspect it closely, seemingly intent on uncovering its inner workings. Indeed, it was a charming little device. However, Leo found himself more intrigued by its creator. While accustomed to the pinnacle of machinery such as battleships, Leo was astonished by the ingenuity of this small object. Yet his curiosity was directed towards the mind behind its creation. At that moment, a loud thud echoed from the upstairs, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. The sound resonated sharply through the iron-structured ceiling and floor. Leo and Jason exchanged glances, each retrieving a pannier battle axe from their waists before ascending the stairs. The second floor mirrored the first, filled with an array of peculiar mechanical contraptions. However, unlike the chaotic arrangement below, these devices appeared mostly intact and well-organized, suggesting they were completed products. Against one wall stood an expansive workbench, cluttered with several disassembled small steam engines. A spotlight, fashioned from tin, was affixed to the workbench by a mechanical arm, and beneath its glow sat a figure engrossed in their task. Leo and Jason approached, their footsteps echoing against the metal floor. Yet the individual at the workbench seemed oblivious to their presence, wholly absorbed in their work. Soon, they reached the figure, and as Jason raised his hand to tap the person on the shoulder to announce their arrival, Leo grasped his wrist, shaking his head. He leaned down to observe the workbench more closely. The figure was clad in a grimy work uniform, and a leather helmet reminiscent of old Earth aviation gear obscured their head. From what they had witnessed, it appeared the helmet possessed excellent soundproofing. Additionally, The individual wore a pair of remarkably intricate mechanical eyes, surrounded by a series of fine gears, with the frames resembling a monocular telescope, equipped with adjustable magnification. Given the current task at hand, it seemed these eyes were designed to magnify objects, serving a purpose akin to the Doctor's mask, but with greater precision. At this moment, the individual was meticulously assembling a delicate mechanism resting on the table with a pair of tweezers. This intricate machinery contained a multitude of tiny gears. And although the ultimate purpose of this device remained a mystery, its complexity far surpassed that of the mechanical sphere located downstairs. At this juncture, the last gear had been installed, prompting the person to take a deep breath to steady his nerves. He flexed his somewhat stiff fingers, then grasped a minuscule gear, scarcely larger than a grain of rice, and carefully positioned it within the bearing, securing it in place. Subsequently, he picked up a pre-prepared cover and affixed it, tightening it securely. Upon completing this task, he exhaled deeply, uttering a peculiar celebratory phrase in an unusual tongue, before stretching and removing his goggles and helmet to reveal a youthful visage in his early 20s. Despite having removed the impediments to his sight and hearing, the young man remained oblivious to the presence of others behind him, as his attention was wholly captivated by the creation before him. He picked up the assembled device, now encased, and scrutinized it under the light with great fascination. "May I take a look?" Leo suddenly interjected. Startled, the young man gasped, involuntarily flinching, though his steady hands prevented him from dropping the mechanical device. Regaining his composure, he turned to see Leo and Jason positioned behind him. Although a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, addressing them in a steady tone. "If you seek coin, there are 30 gold francs in the cabinet beside the workbench. I have no Hagen powder, but if you wish for..." "Blast it, we're not robbers," Jason retorted sharply. At this, the young man's expression softened slightly, and he inquired, "Are you here to purchase something?" "We've come with Martin," Leo replied candidly. "You are called Jean Valjean, correct?" "I am Leo. Martin mentioned that you possess some fine equipment we could utilize." Upon hearing Leo's words, Jean Valjean subtly furrowed his brow, seemingly harboring little respect for Martin. Though he masked it well, Leo discerned a hint of disdain in his gaze. "Where's Martin?" Jean Valjean glanced behind the two. "Damn it, I'm going to get scolded again," he muttered in frustration. Leo gestured towards the mechanical device in Jean Valjean's hands and asked, "May I see it? Do you understand?" Jean Valjean replied with a hint of arrogance as he handed the item to Leo. "Be careful, don't break it. I worked hard to finish this." Ignoring the young man's tone, Leo examined the device. It was approximately the size of 2 palms. Its gears encased within a box made of iron, featuring several apertures, each marked with a number and symbol. A long rectangular window on one side displayed 7 cylindrical gears. Despite the box's peculiar design, the labels on the buttons made it easy to deduce the device's function. Under Jean Valjean's slightly astonished gaze, Leo adeptly pressed several buttons and wound a spring on the side of the box. Once fully wound, he released it, and the 7 cylinders began to spin rapidly, ultimately coming to rest sequentially on a number, forming a 7-digit figure. This calculator is quite a remarkable invention. It can perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division with numbers up to 7 digits, as well as percentages. I believe merchants would find this device immensely appealing," Leo asserted as he returned the item to Jean Valjean, offering a suggestion. "However, it does have a drawback. It cannot accurately calculate decimal numbers. Any decimal point introduced will result in a single-digit error in your calculations." "Calculator?" Jean Valjean pondered Leo's words for a moment, then exclaimed joyfully, "Yes. That's the perfect name for it. Do you also have knowledge of mechanics?" Leo replied honestly, "Not really, but I know how to use it." He pointed to the spotlight on the workbench, adding, "You've done well with the spotlight." "A spotlight. It seems you truly understand its application," Jean Valjean remarked. As a mechanic, he not only relished discussions with fellow enthusiasts, but also appreciated praise for his creations. Consequently, his demeanor towards Leo softened considerably, shedding the initial air of guarded arrogance. "Why not promote this light within Cage City?" Leo further inquired. Given the pervasive darkness of Cage City, this light would be perfectly suited. Leo turned to glance at Martin, who was ascending the staircase, and asked, "Why?" Chapter 30. The Array Machine. In truth, Martin had already arrived at the staircase while Leo and Jean Valjean were conversing. Yet he did not ascend immediately. Instead, he lingered at the staircase, quietly listening to their dialogue. Unbeknownst to him, Leo had already detected his presence. Although Leo was unaware of Martin's motives, he was acutely aware of how to respond. Thus, when Jean Valjean expressed dissatisfaction and disdain towards Martin, Leo deliberately shifted the discussion towards the machinery, ensuring that Jean Valjean's emotions did not fully surface. However, he did not anticipate the depth of animosity between Jean Valjean and Martin, as their first encounter was fraught with tension. Martin disliked Jean Valjean's demeanor and loathed being questioned by a subordinate in front of others. Nevertheless, he understood that without Jean Valjean, the machinery essential for the normal operation of the cage city would likely fail in over half of its functions, plunging it into chaos. Therefore, regardless of Jean Valjean's unpleasant attitude, he had no choice but to swallow his pride, at least until his plans came to fruition. "Could you inquire about the cost of such a lamp?" Martin steadied his emotions, casting a cold glance at Jean Valjean as he spoke. "Is this item particularly expensive?" Leo paused, for in the Earth Federation, lamps of similar functionality were quite inexpensive. Even a beggar from a barren planet could afford one. A reality that also held true during the Old Earth era. Thus, he was inclined to believe that all lamps were comparably affordable. Upon hearing the inquiry, Jean Valjean displayed a hint of embarrassment, pursing his lips as he replied, "Only 20. Leo, adhering to his perception of the lamp's affordability, inquired about the currency unit. 20 beads? That is somewhat costly for an average person. If it is merely 20 beads, while I cannot furnish the entire cage city with these lamps, I shall at least replace the lighting in several key locations, such as Kina's clinic, with these brighter fixtures." Martin scoffed, voicing his displeasure. "The actual cost of these lamps is 20 kinsa." Upon hearing this figure, Leo gasped in astonishment. After days of study, he had acquired a basic understanding of the currency exchange rates and the intrinsic value of the money. He was well aware of the most renowned currencies. Although kinsa was not as widely circulated as gold franc or gold shield, it was recognized as the highest valued gold coin, with each coin convertible to 25 gold shields. By such calculations, the cost of one lamp equated to 500 gold shields, or over 1,000 gold francs. Such exorbitance would not only be untenable for a place like Cage City, but would likely exceed the opulence of even the royal palace of Frank. "Why is it so exorbitant?" Leo inquired, curiosity piqued. "The lamp itself is not overly expensive, but the cost is primarily due to two components," Jean Valjean elucidated. "One is the filament of the bulb, which requires a rare or sourced from the Mosin continent, refined into a precious metal that is exceedingly scarce, yielding less than 500 grams annually. The other is the steam generator, which necessitates a current stabilizer that also employs a precious metal. Together, they significantly inflate the price." Leo was unaware of the materials required for such bulbs or the devices needed, as his era had transitioned to energy-efficient light particle lamps. Nonetheless, he felt there might be alternative, more affordable materials available. However, not wishing to overstep, he remained a silent observer. Seemingly eager to depart, Martin impatiently urged, "Jean Valjean, where are those weapons? Present them now for Mr. Dodd to select." "My weapons?" Jean Valjean exhibited a look of disbelief, as if confronted with an absurdity, confirming, "Those weapons?" "Indeed, those weapons," Martin replied, fully cognizant of Jean Valjean's meaning. Jean Valjean questioned, "Did you not assert that those weapons were substandard?" "I financed your research to equip the guild's guards with weapons that are both cost-effective and capable of mass production." Martin, nearly grinding his teeth, retorted, "You expended 130,000 gold francs yet produced those items. Do you truly believe I should consider those weapons acceptable?" The last phrase was nearly a shout, as if he sought to unleash the pent-up frustration he had endured before the factory owners onto Jean Valjean. The phrase having no words for his suffering aptly described the relationship between Martin and Jean Valjean. Despite the guild's insufficient reserves, he had managed to allocate 130,000 gold francs to enlist Jean Valjean, the finest mechanical engineer in Cage City, to develop weapons suitable for the city and capable of mass production, thereby strengthening his negotiating position with the factory owners. Yet, upon exhausting the funds, Jean Valjean unveiled his creations, nearly provoking Martin to eliminate him on the spot. Ultimately, he had retained his composure, confining Jean Valjean to his workshop until the debt of 130,000 gold francs was repaid, at which point he could regain his freedom. "Are there issues with those weapons?" Leo inquired of Martin. "The weapons themselves are impeccable, indeed the finest I have ever encountered. Not even the master engineers of Murphy's Armory could produce superior arms." Martin inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire, and explained to Leo, "However, not only are they prohibitively expensive, but they are also impractical for general use. No amount of explanation will suffice. You will understand once you see the actual items. He then turned to Jean Valjean, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Bring down the goods. There are too many items. Let us ascend to view them." As he spoke, Jean Valjean approached a wall-mounted lamp, exerting force to shift the wall's lamp bracket, which was followed by a cacophony of mechanical grinding and the clashing of gears emanating from above. With a jarring noise, a section of the ceiling descended, and as the mechanical gears rotated, an entire iron panel morphed into an ascending staircase. After the staircase had settled, Jean Valjean removed the wall-mounted lamp and led the way upwards, with Leo and the others following closely behind. Upon reaching the staircase's summit, they discovered not a room, but rather an elevator shaft. Jean Valjean gestured for everyone to wait at the edge of the shaft, and shortly thereafter, a series of creaking sounds echoed from above, followed by the sight of an elevator swaying as it descended, halting before Jean Valjean. "When did you construct this new elevator inside the building?" Martin questioned, annoyance evident in his tone. "Are you not aware that any construction within the building requires approval from the building committee? I am not within the building, hence, no approval from the committee is necessary," Jean Valjean replied, gesturing towards the deep shaft beneath the elevator. Upon peering down the shaft, those with keen eyesight could faintly discern the street scene below. This space was originally intended to be above a roadway between buildings. However, the street had been obscured by a passage constructed of steel frames and iron plates, with some individuals even erecting structures atop the connecting supports, rendering the street nearly unrecognizable. Yet, as Jean Valjean had stated, this location did not fall within the building's confines, allowing for construction without the need for committee approval. Upon witnessing Martin rendered speechless, Jean Valjean revealed a faint smile, opened the lift door, and gestured for everyone to board. He then adjusted a nearby control lever. The lift began to ascend slowly, and after rising approximately 4 to 5 meters, its four corners were secured by a set of gear rails made of steel, transitioning from a rope-based ascent to a gear-driven movement. After about a minute, the lift had ascended roughly 20 floors, and as Jean Valjean manipulated the control lever, it gradually descended, coming to a halt before a pitch-black corridor. Jean Valjean lifted a hanging lamp and entered the corridor, passing through 3 doors before handing the lamp to Leo. He then produced 2 keys, inserting them into 2 differently shaped locks on the door. With both hands, he exerted force and twisted the keys in opposing directions, resulting in a mechanical sound as the door slowly opened, releasing a wave of warm, stale air that tousled the hair and clothing of the 4 individuals. "You've certainly built this place with great security," Martin remarked, his words laced with implication. Unperturbed by the possibility of future repercussions from Martin, Jean Valjean replied with a hint of levity, "I have many valuable possessions. I must find several places to store them." As those outside speculated about the size of the room, a series of lamps, embedded in the ceiling and walls, appeared to ignite simultaneously as if under some enchantment, dispelling the darkness within. Just as the onlookers had conjectured, the room was indeed spacious, approximately equivalent to the area of 6 neatly arranged clinics. Despite its vastness, the room contained relatively few items, certainly fewer than the mechanical workshop below. Among the few objects, aside from an enormous clock, which Leo could comprehend, the purposes of the other machines remained elusive. The most intriguing of these was a colossal machine occupying half the room, resembling a series of interconnected spinning frames. However, these machines were devoid of any thread, and within their interiors lay an array of gears and various lengths of square steel rods. By deducing the trajectory of the gear's movement, Leo could envision how the machine might operate, with the steel rods exhibiting a certain rhythmic motion, thus engaging the gears and causing the other rods to move in an irregular manner. Yet, the implications and utility of such motion eluded Leo's understanding. Perhaps sensing Leo's gaze, Jean Valjean, as if recognizing a kindred spirit, turned to him with a smile and said, "I knew you would notice her immediately upon entering. She is a true beauty, is she not?" Jean Valjean excitedly caressed the machine, declaring, "Her name is the Array Machine, a culmination of my years of invention." This display even sent a shiver down Jason's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze, while Martin appeared pained, unsure of how to respond. "What is the purpose of the Array Machine?" Leo inquired once more. "It is an amplified calculator," Jean Valjean explained. "Did you not claim that my calculators were flawed? This one possesses no defects and can compute various data to predict future events. Is that not akin to the mythological fates?" Jason interjected, drawn in by Jean Valjean's description. Legend has it that the fate goddess of Beirut wove the future of the world on a spinning machine. Perhaps this contraption is analogous to her loom. With this remark, Jean Valjean regarded Jason as a confidant, perhaps even more so than Leo, for he shared the same perspective on the machine, hence his use of a feminine designation. However, this camaraderie was swiftly shattered by Jason's next question. But can this thing actually be used? Jean Valjean cast a disapproving glance at Jason and responded, albeit with diminished confidence, the machine has some minor issues that require further adjustments before it can be utilized. Upon hearing Martin's words, Jean Valjean did not rebut but merely scoffed, retreating to a corner of the room. He then emerged with a large cart, typically used for unloading goods at a dock. Pushing it towards the three men, he proceeded to fully open a box, laying it on the ground to reveal the array of weapons contained within. Upon seeing these weapons, Leo could not help but gasp in astonishment and turned to Martin, whose expression had soured. No wonder you deem these weapons substandard. They are indeed not meant for ordinary individuals. Chapter 31. Flintlock hand cannon. Before them lay a box of weapons, all appearing as if they were magnified several times. For instance, the flintlock pistol nearest to Leo was constructed with a gear mechanism for its body. Typically, a flintlock pistol measures roughly the length of an adult's forearm. Yet this particular one was nearly twice as long, comparable to a full adult arm. The barrel, too, was thickened and enlarged, giving it the appearance of a miniature cannon. What was even more perplexing was that despite the substantial increase in barrel size and thickness, the body and grip of the weapon bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary flintlock pistol, regardless of whether anyone could even lift this hand cannon. Its bizarre design evoked no desire to handle it. The other firearms displayed similar peculiarities, all operating on the flintlock mechanism rather than the now popular breech-loading and repeating firearms. In contrast to Leo and Martin's silent contemplation of the arsenal, Jason appeared remarkably exhilarated. He crouched down and hoisted a repeating firearm that resembled a steam crossbow, attempting to wield it single-handedly, only to find it too heavy, forcing him to embrace it with both arms as he mimicked the sound of gunfire with enthusiastic bangs. Leo, this thing is incredible, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Leo chuckled softly, crouching to inspect the hand cannon in front of him. Compared to the 5-barreled flintlock repeating firearm Jason had picked up, the hand cannon in Leo's grasp felt significantly lighter. With his extraordinary strength, 3 times that of an average person, he could easily lift the weapon, and his stamina, exceeding 5 times that of an ordinary individual, allowed him to hold it aloft for an extended period. Witnessing Leo's effortless handling of the heavy flintlock hand cannon, Martin and Jean Valjean displayed expressions of astonishment. However, their reactions differed. Martin's surprise was tinged with concern and a hint of gloom, while Jean Valjean radiated joy and excitement, clearly pleased that someone could wield his creation in the manner intended. Although Leo's focus remained on the weapon in his hands, he maintained vigilance regarding his surroundings. Despite Martin's quick concealment of his true emotions, Leo's keen perception did not let this slip by unnoticed, further fueling his suspicions about Martin's behavior. After assessing the situation around him, Leo redirected his attention to the hand cannon. The barrel, while substantial, featured a bore much smaller than its diameter, approximately the size of a rabbit's eye, leaving the majority of the structure as the barrel wall. This design evidently aimed to prevent the barrel from bursting under the force of gunpowder, especially given its reinforced thickness. Leo's gaze then shifted to the weapon's body, which was somewhat misshapen. The front section connecting to the barrel was particularly broad, while the rear portion tapered quickly towards the grip. On the upper half of the body, there was a spherical insertion point that was typically covered. With a gentle push of the cover, a small rail within became visible. "Is this where the ammunition is loaded?" Leo inquired, his auxiliary brain system analyzing the mechanism and swiftly deducing its purpose. He turned to confirm with Jean Valjean. "Indeed, that is the place for loading ammunition," Jean Valjean affirmed, noting Leo's astute observation with renewed respect for his mechanical understanding. He then retrieved a box from a nearby cabinet, opening it to reveal several spherical projectiles. Handing a few to Leo, he elaborated. "These projectiles are simple to make, just a mixture of standard gunpowder combined with crushed charcoal and 2 specially formulated bullets powder, moistened with water, encasing a steel ball, and then molded into appropriately sized ammunition. Once dried, they are complete." Leo accepted the projectiles, aligning one with the insertion point. Upon pressing the cover aside, the perfectly sized ammunition was inserted into the weapon's body. Following Jean Valjean's guidance, he turned a gear adjacent to the insertion point, which propelled the ammunition to the rear of the chamber, precisely where the flintlock's ignition mechanism resided. The falling hammer would strike the device, igniting the gunpowder. How much ammunition can be loaded? Leo asked, observing the ample space within the chamber. And after the first round ignites, will the subsequent projectiles be usable? He added inquiringly. Absolutely, Jean Valjean nodded, then procured a wooden dummy from a corner cabinet, placing it against the wall opposite the door. He also gathered 4 highly effective sound-dampening leather helmets, gesturing for everyone to don them. Jason, already exhilarated by the odd-looking weapons, was eager to witness their power, while Martin shared his curiosity, recalling that these weapons were crafted at a cost of 130,000 gold francs. His prior judgment that these firearms were substandard now wavered under Jean Valjean's confident demeanor, igniting his intrigue. Standing behind Leo, they heard muffled sounds penetrating the leather helmets, each accompanied by a flash of gunpowder erupting from the barrel, reminiscent of the mythical breath of a dragon, truly breathtaking. Even more astonishing was the power of the projectiles. The first steel ball obliterated the wooden dummy, while the subsequent rounds struck the wall's buffer, shattering it and denting the steel wall behind it, leaving cracks in its wake. In stark contrast, Leo, facing away from them, seemed less than satisfied with the hand cannon. He furrowed his brow, subtly adjusting his somewhat numb arm and shoulder. While he could not dispute the weapon's destructive capability, its weight combined with the recoil of the gunpowder was taxing even for his exceptional physique. Of the 5 shots fired, only the first was within his control. The trajectory of the remaining 4 was entirely unknown to him. Impressive power, Leo remarked, turning to Jean Valjean with a note of approval. Yet before Jean Valjean could express joy at the compliment, Leo doused the moment with cold water, stating, however, I concur with Mr. Martin's assessment. This weapon, or rather, this type of weapon, is not up to standard. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, Jean Valjean might have dismissed them. Yet, coming from Leo, whom he regarded as a mechanical expert, they compelled him to reflect on whether his design choices had indeed faltered. Could you elucidate the reasons for its inadequacy? Jean Valjean humbly inquired. Leo countered. First, tell me your thought process when designing this firearm. What kind of weapon did you envision? Isn't it obvious? Jean Valjean questioned in confusion. It is as Mr. Martin requested, powerful, cost-effective, and suitable for mass production. Leo replied somberly. Do you not yet recognize your oversight? The requirements for this firearm were posed by Mr. Martin, not conceived from your own desires. Upon hearing Leo's words, Jean Valjean furrowed his brow, lost in thought. You have designed this weapon entirely in accordance with the perspectives and directives of others, Leo continued. As he spoke, he produced ammunition the size of a rabbit's eye and remarked, to enhance the power, you have made the ammunition this large, resulting in a significant increase in force. However, the explosive power of the gunpowder surpasses what an ordinary barrel can withstand. It requires exceptionally hard and rare materials to endure such explosive force, which inevitably raises the cost. He then pointed to the cannon-like barrel and continued, thus, you opted for a different approach by thickening and lengthening the barrel. Yet, you discovered that it is not only the barrel that must withstand the explosive force of the gunpowder. The chamber endures an even greater impact. Indeed, you are correct. You speak the truth, Jean Valjean acknowledged, nodding in acceptance of his own shortcomings. His demeanor, however, displeased Martin, who was observing the situation from the side. The same conclusion that Leo had reached garnered Jean Valjean's approval, while Martin, whose relationship with Jean Valjean had never been particularly amicable, found himself in a complete fallout. This left him with an unprecedented sense of frustration, a feeling he loathed. I can offer you 2 suggestions, Leo declared, embodying the essence of a true antique weapon master. One suggestion is to transform these weapons into portable personal close combat artillery, replacing the steel balls in the ammunition with more economical metallic shavings to enhance the coverage area and hit rate of shrapnel. The second suggestion is to utilize your mechanical knowledge to add several shock-absorbing devices to mitigate the recoil from the gunpowder explosion, allowing those capable of wielding these weapons to fire with ease. Jean Valjean contemplated for a moment before nodding. Yes, these are indeed valuable references. Upon hearing Leo's suggestions, Martin's expression turned contemplative, and a flicker of delight crossed his face. Once Leo finished speaking, he crouched down and rummaged through the weapons on the ground, subsequently retrieving an improved mechanical crossbow. This crossbow bore a resemblance to an ancient siege crossbow, crafted from what appeared to be a very standard metallic material. Thanks to Jean Valjean's intricate mechanical design, drawing the bowstring became a simple task. Additionally, the accompanying quiver contained 5 different types of ammunition, labeled as explosive, acid, gas, hypnotic, and armor-piercing, suggesting versatility for various environments. This crossbow undoubtedly held the highest value among the collection and was most suitable for common use. "Jason, this crossbow is for you," Leo offered, handing it over. The power of the flintlock pistol Leo had just demonstrated had captivated Jason. He believed that a man ought to wield such formidable weaponry, leading him to regard the crossbow as a trivial item. Even though the crossbow's strength rivaled that of firearms, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. Nonetheless, despite his hesitance, Jason accepted the crossbow as instructed, strapping the quiver to himself while casting lingering glances at the hand cannons. Observing this, Leo retrieved the flintlock pistol he had previously used, gesturing for Jean Valjean to fetch a few more boxes of ammunition. He then handed these items, along with Jean Valjean's specially crafted backpack holster, to Jason, stating, "You may take these items. You can wield it only when you can hold a gun single-handedly for 30 minutes without setting it down. Otherwise, you shall carry it on your back." He then turned to Martin, adding, "Do I not possess the authority to select 2 items? This is one of them." Unaware of Leo's words, Jason happily accepted the equipment, removing the crossbow he had just donned and replacing it with this new set. He secured the flintlock pistol in the specially designed backpack holster, assessing the weight and finding it manageable before equipping the crossbow. "Will you not choose a weapon for yourself?" Jean Valjean inquired solemnly. Leo shook his head, saying, "There is nothing I require." Chapter 32. The King and the Queen. However, upon seeing the box, Martin's expression abruptly changed as he approached Jean Valjean with a serious demeanor, stating, "You cannot do this. It does not belong to you." "No, it is mine," Jean Valjean retorted sharply, adding, "Do not forget, old man was present when he passed away. He entrusted me with this, and I am now to present it to Mr. Leo Dodd, which aligns with his final wishes." With that, Jean Valjean brushed Martin aside and stepped forward to Leo, offering the box. "See if it meets your expectations." Leo accepted the box without any hesitation and opened it directly, revealing 2 exquisite firearms and a dagger nestled within. Meanwhile, Martin's breathing intensified upon seeing the weapons. Leo paused momentarily at the sight of the firearms, not due to their peculiarity, but rather their striking normality. Although he had encountered numerous firearms in this world, most bore bizarre designs, adorned with seemingly superfluous embellishments or complicated mechanisms. Even the breech-loading gun he carried bore the hallmarks of this world's distinctive style. Yet, the 2 firearms in the box appeared remarkably simple at first glance. Beyond surface engravings resembling ornamental patterns, they lacked the intricate gear systems that Leo had come to understand. The overall design resembled an antique Earth-era revolver, albeit with a thicker and larger barrel, almost disproportionately heavy at the front, requiring considerable strength to wield one-handed for extended periods. Upon observing the barrels, Leo comprehended why Jean Valjean opted for a thicker design. However, one often finds that appearances can be misleading. As Leo extracted one of the firearms in preparation for a closer inspection of its components, he realized that his initial assessment of its simplicity was entirely erroneous. The cylindrical barrel of this firearm was not a solid tube as designed by Jean Valjean's flintlock pistol, but rather featured a pivoting mechanism that Leo struggled to comprehend. A cursory analysis by his auxiliary system suggested that this device would create irregular grooves akin to rifling on the interior surface of the barrel. Even without being an expert in antique firearms, Leo could easily discern that these grooves would impede bullet travel, alter trajectories, and adversely affect accuracy without offering any beneficial enhancement to the weapon's power. Logically, Leo would have classified these firearms as failures. Yet, given the earlier dialogue between Jean Valjean and Martin, it was clear that these weapons were not as straightforward as they appeared. Thus, Leo inquired of Jean Valjean, "May I test it? What ammunition should I use?" "Standard specially crafted bullets will suffice," Jean Valjean replied. Leo examined the revolver's chamber and noted that it could not be removed from the frame. Instead, it required manual loading through an exposed port on the side. Akin to earlier revolvers, rotating the chamber after each round until all 5 were loaded. "Wait," Jean Valjean interrupted as Leo was about to fire, then retrieved a wooden target and positioned it across from them, placing a new steel plate behind it. Leo felt a sense of confusion at Jean Valjean's actions. as he was preparing the target area based on the flintlock pistol's power. During his time in the Black Forest, he had tested specially crafted bullets on various prey and was acutely aware of their limitations. While the special bullets could ignite at will due to the stabilizing agent, this same agent reduced their explosive power. For instance, had he not struck the vulnerable eye of the spotted leopard, a direct shot to its skull would have been insufficient to penetrate its bone. Thus, it was evident that the special bullets lacked significant power without the assurance of ignition. They held little value. Conversely, Jean Valjean's improved powder exhibited the might of a small cannon, far exceeding the power of the special bullets. By using a target meant for testing this powder to assess the special bullets, it implied that the peculiar revolver paired with the specially crafted ammunition would yield power comparable to that of the flintlock pistol. With a sense of anticipation, Leo positioned himself at the spot previously designated for the flintlock pistol test. As before, he raised the firearm and rapidly discharged 5 rounds. Leo gasped, not due to the sight of the special bullets shattering the wooden target and fracturing the steel plate, nor from the absence of recoil he felt from the handgun. His astonishment stemmed from the data analysis revealed by his auxiliary system. Psionic weapon, weapon structure unknown, psionic module unknown, psionic effect, explosive. However, as the Earth Federation engaged increasingly with alien species, they discovered that these extraterrestrial psionic users possessed their own unique psionic weapons. Consequently, the Earth Federation invested heavily in research in this area, yet the results were consistently underwhelming. The Federation scientists were baffled as to why an ordinary weapon or armor could transform into a psionic weapon merely by incorporating decorative patterns. Despite their attempts to replicate this effect with precision at a nanoscopic level on other weapons, it yielded no results. The Federation yearned to uncover the secrets of psionic weapon creation, yet such knowledge lay in the hands of a formidable alien race. Although the Earth Federation had secured a place in the Galactic Council, they remained as insignificant as ants compared to this species. Hence, the Federation was left with no choice but to acquire psionic weapons through alternative channels, whether by exorbitantly purchasing them from that alien race or seizing them from other extraterrestrial beings. Though these appropriated weapons might not suit human psionic users, they were better than nothing. When the auxiliary system identified the firearm in Leo's hands as a psionic weapon, he felt astonished yet had no doubt regarding the system's assessment. As he fired the weapon, the innate instincts derived from his battle prowess had already alerted him to its uniqueness. This instinct was the reason he was willing to expend precious specially crafted bullets in rapid succession. Only through the continuous firing could he provide the auxiliary system with ample data for analysis, leading him to uncover the secrets of this firearm. From the data gleaned through his battle instincts, Leo discerned that the specially crafted bullets exhibited no abnormalities upon ignition. However, the moment the bullets erupted from the muzzle, they experienced an unknown secondary acceleration, akin to the impact of an explosive reaction, resulting in an unexpected explosive effect upon striking the wooden target. However, even without the assistance of the combat instinct talent to aid the auxiliary brain system in data collection, Leo was able to deduce, through rational inference, the transformations the bullet underwent within the chamber. Consequently, it was not difficult for him to ascertain that the distinctive pattern of rifling, formed by a specific arrangement of gears within the chamber, was the primary cause of the bullet's alteration. With this thought in mind, Leo, facing away from the others, activated his spiritual vision and directed it toward the firearm in his hand. Indeed, the weapon was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, akin to the energy that surrounded Martin. What puzzled him, however, was that based on the intensity of the energy entwined around the gun, his auxiliary brain system ought to have identified its uniqueness upon grasping it, much like discovering the high-energy substances within specially crafted bullets. Yet, the reality was that only after using the firearm and analyzing its anomalous performance during shooting, in conjunction with past data collected on spiritual weapons, did he deduce that this firearm was indeed a spiritual weapon. A similar scenario had transpired with Martin, who also could not perceive the energy enveloping his body merely by touch. He required the skill of spiritual vision to perceive it. Martin was a living being, while this firearm was an inanimate object, leaving Leo to ponder the absence of any commonality between the two, at least one that he had yet to uncover. Perhaps this unknown commonality was the very reason Leo could not detect the spiritual energy through mere contact, as he did with other high-energy substances. After testing the firearm, Leo remained silent for an extended period, leading those behind him to assume he was awestruck by its power and refraining from interrupting him. The expressions of the three observers, however, were markedly different. Jason, though astonished by the weapon's might, held no ulterior thoughts and merely felt elated for Leo's possession of such an armament. In contrast, Martin unabashedly displayed a fierce jealousy, his avaricious gaze darting toward the other firearm in the box. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his inner thoughts. Though a smile laced with ulterior motives flickered across his face, as if he were scheming something at that moment. Oddly enough, Jean Valjean's demeanor was the most peculiar. He did not seem to mourn the loss of a formidable weapon, but rather exhibited a sense of relief, as if he were bidding farewell to a significant source of trouble. Does this gun have a name? Leo suddenly turned to ask Jean Valjean, having momentarily detached from the auxiliary brain system's data. This gun you hold is called King, Jean Valjean replied. King? Leo was taken aback, glancing down at the grip adorned with the king's crown and then at the identical left-hand gun in the box, which was designed for right-side loading. If this gun is called King, then the other must be named Queen, correct? Indeed, Jean Valjean nodded. With a smile, Leo approached the table, swapping the King for the Queen, loading it with a specially crafted bullet. He then moved to the designated shooting area and fired at the partially damaged steel plate behind the broken wooden figure. The effect of this shot did not draw the attention of the three behind him. Instead, Leo sensed something unusual. For the spiritual energy effect produced by the Queen during the shot was entirely distinct from that of the King. While the King imbued the bullet with an explosive energy that detonated upon impact, akin to a thunderclap inflicting catastrophic damage, the Queen endowed the bullet with a piercing capability. Upon striking the target, the bullet exhibited formidable penetration, effortlessly breaching both the wooden figure and the thicker steel plate behind it, leaving a hole just slightly larger than the bullet itself. This was merely the portion visible to his eyes, judging by the bullet's trajectory. He suspected it retained sufficient force to penetrate even more steel plates beyond those it had already traversed. Chapter 33. The twins. Leo placed the Queen beside the King, refraining from conducting further experiments, such as determining what might occur after infusing spiritual energy. This setting was not conducive to experimentation. After setting down the two firearms, Leo's gaze fell upon the two identical daggers within the box. These daggers possessed a distinctly ancient design, resembling short swords. The handles were crafted from a type of beast bone, enveloped in a layer of intricately patterned unknown metal. The blades, although forged from metal, lacked a metallic sheen, instead exhibiting a grayish-white hue that, at a distance, appeared bone-like. Perhaps influenced by the firearms, Leo harbored similar expectations for these daggers. They were exceedingly sharp. Noticing Leo's interest, the nearby Jean Valjean offered an introduction. Even steel plates can be sliced through as though they were butter. However, these daggers have one drawback. They are rather heavy. How heavy can a dagger be? Jason, skeptical, approached the table and attempted to lift one of the daggers. You have quite the strength, he remarked, rubbing his sore arm in admiration towards Jean Valjean. You managed to lift both daggers so effortlessly just now. Glancing at Leo, he added, Leo? You possess considerable strength as well. You lifted that box with one hand. Jason's observation reminded Leo that he had indeed held the box with one hand, which puzzled him. Although he sensed the box's weight, the records from his auxiliary system indicated that the weights of the King and Queen firearms accounted for over 99% of the box's total weight. Thus, the remaining weight should pertain solely to the box itself, implying that the daggers should weigh nearly nothing in comparison. I merely held the box. I did not lift the daggers, Jean Valjean clarified, gesturing for Jason to try lifting the box. Lift the box? How could I manage that? Jason queried, only to find that, upon exerting effort, he easily lifted the box, the anticipated weight vanishing entirely. Caught off guard by the absence of expected weight, Jason inadvertently propelled himself forward, causing the box and daggers to fly from his grasp. They arced through the air, landing nearby, with one dagger embedding itself into the steel floor as if piercing through butter, halting only when the guard caught it. As Leo had previously demonstrated, the dagger he held was indeed heavy, weighing several times more than the flintlock pistol he had lifted with one hand, making it laborious to raise. However, as Leo suspected, the weight did not manifest when the daggers remained within the box. It only arose upon direct contact or, intriguingly, when he merely thought of attacking with the dagger while holding the box. Through various experiments, Leo quickly discerned the conditions under which the dagger's weight became apparent. He realized that the weight would surface not only during direct contact, but also when merely lifting the box with the intent of wielding the daggers against a target. It seemed that the daggers could sense the wielder's thoughts regarding them within a certain radius. After numerous trials, Leo returned the daggers to the box, preparing to express gratitude to Jean Valjean for providing such remarkable weaponry. The king and queen firearms aside, although the daggers were not yet usable by him, he anticipated that they too were weapons of spiritual energy, merely awaiting the correct method of utilization. Their peculiar nature intensified his eagerness. At that moment, a spark erupted from the oil lamp on the table, illuminating the surroundings and revealing something peculiar about the dagger's blade pattern. Under the curious gazes of those present, Leo adjusted the lamp's position to cast light upon the daggers from a different angle. In that instant, the fleeting blade pattern reappeared, and upon closer inspection, Leo was profoundly astonished, for the pattern bore a striking resemblance to the strange markings on the Wizard people's amulet. However, mere similarity of patterns was insufficient for Leo to reach a definitive conclusion. What truly convinced him of their shared origin was the way the markings twisted and morphed, akin to living entities, when he focused intently upon them. Mr. Jean Valjean, could you enlighten me about the origins of these daggers and the firearms? Leo inquired, shifting his gaze from the daggers to Jean Valjean with a smile. Did you uncover something intriguing? Jean Valjean expressed curiosity regarding Leo's actions, suspecting he had made a discovery. These two daggers, along with the firearms, had been in his possession for 5 years. He was aware of the firearms' peculiarities and could deduce some mechanical principles. Yet the mysteries of the daggers had remained elusive, leading him to abandon his explorations long ago. Now, Leo's actions reignited his curiosity, prompting him to examine the daggers once more before losing them entirely. However, as fate would have it, he found nothing unusual. The daggers appeared just as they had for the past 5 years. Although Jean Valjean sensed Leo had uncovered something, he refrained from asking, merely gazing at Leo with a hint of envy, as he had possessed the daggers for years without any revelations, while Leo had made various discoveries in less than 3 minutes. This realization alleviated some of the guilt he felt for entrusting the weapons to Leo. After a moment of silence, Leo remarked, "Was your teacher a Wizard? Are you familiar with the Wizard people of the Black Forest?" Jean Valjean replied, somewhat astonished. This retort confirmed Leo's suspicions, yielding the desired answer. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further into the dagger's secrets, sensing that Jean Valjean, as an ordinary man, might not possess knowledge of their true nature. Deliberately shifting the topic, Leo asked, "Do these daggers have names?" "No," Jean Valjean shook his head, a fleeting sadness crossing his face. "Perhaps they once did, but the old man likely believed that after his death, the Wizard people would become extinct, rendering the names of their relics inconsequential. In that case, let us call them the twins," Leo proclaimed, unhesitatingly bestowing a name upon the daggers. He then closed the box and stowed it in his backpack. Rather than placing the king and queen firearms inside the box, he requested 2 mismatched holsters from Jean Valjean, securing the king and queen at his sides, adjusting their positions to ensure they would not hinder his draw. "Have you chosen your weapons?" Martin urged, appearing somewhat impatient. "Let us be on our way." Leo disregarded Martin's urgings and raised his hand towards Jean Valjean, saying, "Mr. Valjean, I hope we can communicate further in the future. Moreover, you are a mechanical genius who ought not to be obscured in this place. Thank you for your kind words. You are no less impressive," Jean Valjean replied, shaking Leo's hand before patting the wall with pride, adding, "I do not consider my stay here as being overlooked. This is my home, where there are those who need me, as well as those I need." Home. Leo hesitated momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, though it quickly returned to neutrality as he addressed Martin. "Mr. Martin, shall we depart? Why are you so slow?" Martin, who had already reached the elevator, displayed signs of impatience. Upon seeing Jean Valjean emerge from the corridor, he exclaimed loudly, "With so many oil lamps around, I must extinguish them before leaving. What if a fire breaks out?" Jean Valjean retorted sharply at Martin, then approached Leo, offering a handshake and presenting a box, saying, "These specially made bullets may be of use to you. I hope we can meet again, Mr. Moto." "Thank you," Leo replied graciously, accepting the box. "I too hope to see you before my departure." Jean Valjean smiled, turned to close the elevator door, and, under Martin's persistent urging, maneuvered the control lever, descending through the air along the same route. Upon returning to Jean Valjean's workshop, Martin promptly led Leo and Jason away. They traversed narrow, dimly lit passages, passing through several marketplaces and residential areas within the caged city, ultimately arriving at a location resembling a platform. This place was deemed a platform because many were awaiting transportation. The area, originally part of the caged city streets, was considerably wider and straighter than the adjacent narrow lanes. The building where Leo stood had been entirely vacated from the second floor to the top, with the street-facing wall removed, reinforced with steel frames and plates, specifically designed to serve as a platform for railcars. As Martin guided Leo and Jason into the platform, they did not mingle with the caged city workers waiting for transportation, but instead veered into an internal corridor, entering a small room. This room contained a dedicated elevator, flanked by 4 fully armed soldiers dressed in worker attire. Upon seeing Martin approach, the soldiers displayed immense excitement, their eyes filled with admiration, as they performed a somewhat unorthodox salute and greeted Martin in a language unfamiliar to both Leo and Jason. Martin's approachable demeanor endeared him not only to the soldiers, but also to Leo and Jason, who found themselves warming to this man, sensing that he was quite commendable. Chapter 34. The stage on the platform. The speed of the lift was rather unhurried, taking almost 2 minutes to reach the destination Martin sought. They must have been nearing the pinnacle of the caged city, for the luminous rays of the sky were clearly visible from above the lift shaft. As they ascended, the crowd on the platform thinned, and those awaiting the tram appeared increasingly refined in their attire. Some men and women donned the fashionable lace dresses, short trench coats, and triangular hats currently favored by the elite in the Fran Empire, resembling a gathering of the upper class. However, upon reaching the floor adorned with crimson-dyed walls, the ordinary workers and neatly dressed individuals vanished, leaving only a few figures clad in black robes standing quietly on the platform, awaiting the tram. Among them, Catherine and Nelson, who had previously parted ways with the group, now donned similar robes, albeit distinct from those of the others, lacking certain embellishments while featuring additional ribbons. The individuals on the platform, clearly of notable standing, exuded an air of distinction that set them apart from the laborers of the caged city. Yet, to Martin's surprise, these seemingly illustrious figures exhibited a remarkable familiarity and respect towards Catherine, with one individual even bowing slightly while conversing with her, akin to a subordinate heeding the directives of a superior. As Martin deliberately quickened his pace, the awaiting crowd turned their attention to the trio's arrival. The reactions of the individuals waiting for the tram, however, were markedly diverse. 3 of them displayed an air of indifference, even harboring a hint of hostility, while the other 2 revealed admiration and reverence, reminiscent of the soldiers guarding the private lift and the workers from the caged city's lower echelons. Before Martin could approach, the 2 individuals who regarded him with deference stepped forward, bowing before him in a gesture of submission, only straightening once Martin reached out to touch their heads. Just as they prepared to speak, Martin raised a hand to silence them, turning his attention to the 3 indifferent figures and admonishing them loudly. Has the church ceased to teach even the most fundamental courtesies? One of the women among the trio retorted coldly, "My Lord Martin, you are no longer the High Pontiff." Without allowing her to finish, Martin interjected, "Though I have resigned from the position of High Pontiff, I remain an apostle of Achnaya, holding a status within the church equivalent to that of the 3 high priests." The 2 respectful figures felt awkward, torn between standing by Martin's side or gravitating towards the indifferent trio, caught in a dilemma. Nevertheless, Martin's demeanor softened as he addressed them, encouraging them not to dwell on the earlier confrontation and to join their companions, assuring them he bore no ill will. Amidst the escalating tension between Martin and the senior clergy of the Achnaya sect, Leo and Jason had approached Catherine and Nelson. "Did Rian send you these?" Catherine inquired, her eyes catching sight of the conspicuous figures of a king and queen at Leo's waist, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Leo replied flatly, seemingly uninterested in further dialogue. Sensing Leo's aloofness, Catherine refrained from pressing further, merely stating her intention to retrieve cloaks for him and Jason before departing. "Doctor, you spent such an extended period together. Did you not engage in any other activities?" Jason jested, turning to Nelson once the trio was alone. "Why, you mustn't say such things," Nelson protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Catherine and I were merely preparing some medicines. She mentioned that there are numerous patients in the church's domain, and she hoped to see if she could provide them with treatment." "Hope to provide them with treatment?" Leo interjected, frowning. "Is there some qualification or requirement to treat those patients?" Nelson quickly clarified on behalf of his beloved, "No, it's just that those patients refuse treatment. They are devout followers of the Achnaya sect, believing that their afflictions bring them closer to Aknaya. They trust that with Aknaya's assistance, they can not only alleviate their suffering, but also obtain divine powers bestowed by Aknaya. As he spoke, he glanced at the 5 black-robed figures, adding, "They were once among the afflicted, but upon their recovery, they ascended to high-ranking positions within the church. With such examples, how could the sick be inclined to seek treatment? Some poor role models, aren't they?" Martin interjected, having approached at that moment, catching the tail end of their conversation. He expressed his agitation. "Clergy members should be those who sincerely venerate the divine and genuinely comprehend the doctrines, not these fortunate few who recovered from illness." "Dr. Nelson, do you agree with my assertion?" Martin pressed. Without a second thought, Nelson instinctively nodded in agreement. "Regrettably, not everyone possesses your clarity of understanding," Martin lamented with a wry smile. "When those individuals proposed to elevate such individuals to clergy status during the ministerial conference, I foresaw this day and vehemently opposed it, even resigning from the role of High Pontiff to protest. Yet, ultimately, my efforts were in vain. Now, look at what has transpired. Those who are ill refuse treatment, willingly heading to the church's domain to await death. Perhaps a rare few may survive, cloaked in falsehoods to attain clerical status. But how many know that the vast majority of patients missed their prime opportunity for treatment, succumbing to their ailments? This was not my vision for the establishment of the Aknaya sect." As Martin's impassioned words stirred something within Nelson, Leo coldly interjected, "You ought to address your congregation within the church rather than speak such words before us outsiders." "I would love to address all the faithful in the grand square of the church, yet I must adhere to my oath," Martin replied, undeterred by Leo's frigid demeanor. With a sigh of resignation, he continued, "Until I receive the consent of the 3 high priests, I am forbidden from entering the precincts of Cage City." Leo unreservedly exposed the underlying implications of Martin's words, stating, "If I am not mistaken, those 3 high priests likely share the same oath, forbidding them from departing that district without your approval. Am I right?" Leo observed Martin's solitary performance in silence, refraining from engaging with him. Meanwhile, Nelson and Jason felt no need to intervene, given Leo's presence. The anticipated dialogue failed to materialize, leaving Martin in an awkward position. Yet, he was not an ordinary man. In some respects, his resilience surpassed even that of Leo. He quickly regained his composure and continued, "However, with Catherine's presence, you now have a valid excuse. Catherine and Dr. Nelson can enter the underground crypt as medical personnel, and you two may accompany them as guards, allowing you to bring your weapons without needing to surrender them beforehand." At this moment, Martin could distinctly sense Leo's distrust towards him. However, he remained unconcerned. For in his view, even if Leo saw through his intentions, as long as Catherine and the others entered the catacombs, he would ultimately emerge as the victor, regardless of the final outcome. At that moment, Catherine retrieved 2 cloaks and handed them to Leo and Jason. Upon noticing the weapons they bore, particularly the flintlock pistol strapped to Jason's back, she couldn't help but frown and remarked, "It will be quite challenging for you to enter the sanctum with these weapons." "No, Kenna, they do not need to go to the sanctum," Martin interjected immediately, explaining his earlier thoughts to Catherine. Upon hearing this, Catherine's expression darkened considerably as she said, "You." She was about to voice her concerns, but glanced at the cloaked figures, hesitating. Consequently, she exchanged an apologetic look with Nelson and Leo before pulling Martin aside to a more secluded spot, gritting her teeth as she said, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not understand what the catacombs represent? You wish to cause trouble there? Aren't you afraid?" "I fear nothing," Martin declared resolutely, interrupting Catherine before she could finish. "As long as I can uncover the truth, I am willing to bear any blame." Catherine appeared somewhat swayed by Martin's fervor. Her previously steadfast demeanor softened, and her accusatory gaze diminished significantly. Her tone became considerably gentler as she asked, "Why do you believe the catacombs would be?" Martin once again interrupted her, stating, "It is not a matter of belief. The catacombs are our only remaining option. You should know this well. Our people have scoured every conceivable location without finding any evidence. Only 2 places remain unsearched, the sanctum and the catacombs. The sanctum is bustling with people. Secrets cannot be hidden there. However, the catacombs are different. Do you not think it is the most suitable place for concealing secrets? After all, it is a realm of the deceased or those on the brink of death. The dead do not divulge secrets. Do you not agree?" Catherine fell silent, seemingly harboring significant resentment towards Martin's suspicion of the catacombs, yet she could not deny the validity of his words. Moreover, she recognized that, as Martin suggested, She had harbored doubts about the catacombs in the past. However, due to their peculiar nature and her trust in her companions, she often unconsciously disregarded that place. Just moments ago, she had contemplated bringing medicine to the parish to treat patients, yet the catacombs were filled with gravely ill individuals. Logically, her treatment location should have included the catacombs, yet it had never crossed her mind, leaving her with a sense of sadness and guilt. Catherine also recognized the potential dangers, saying, "But this is our own matter. We shouldn't involve Nelson and the others. He is here of his own accord." Martin replied, patting Catherine's shoulder. "Do you not see his presence here as a twist of fate? Do not overthink it. Focus on how to find evidence within the catacombs." Catherine stood still for a moment before slowly stepping out. At that moment, Nelson noticed Catherine's troubled expression and approached to inquire about the situation. Catherine opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent, merely offering Nelson a faint smile and assuring him that all was well. While these individuals performed their roles with fervor, they remained oblivious to the fact that every action they took, including the dialogue between Martin and Catherine, was under Leo's watchful gaze. Leo was fully aware of everything. Consequently, he had to utilize his perfect control skill to enhance his hearing to the extent that he could eavesdrop on their conversation. Although employing his psychic energy for such eavesdropping seemed somewhat extravagant in the current context, Leo deemed it a worthy expenditure, for through this act of overhearing, his perception of Catherine shifted from wary surveillance to temporary trust. The reason for this trust being merely temporary was that he could not yet ascertain whether the earlier scene was a deliberate performance by the two. Given that Martin was aware of his extraordinary abilities, with Martin's intellect, he might exploit the situation to deceive Leo into trusting him. As a train with 10 carriages rumbled to a halt at the platform, the metallic sound of the tracks echoed. One by one, the group boarded the train, while Martin remained on the platform, bidding them a safe journey as he watched the train gradually depart. Perhaps due to the absence of others, a triumphant smile could not be concealed on his face at that moment. This very smile was captured by Leo, who had activated his clairvoyance. Chapter 35. Religious symbols. Leo and his companions did not occupy the same carriage as the cloaked figures. Instead, they settled in the rear compartment. As the train departed from the platform, it began to accelerate, causing the carriage to tremble violently. The sensation of being suspended 200 meters above ground left first-time passengers feeling a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, as if the carriage might topple at any moment. Jason and Nelson gripped the edges of their seats tightly, pressing their bodies down in an attempt to remain firmly seated. Despite their efforts, they felt a lingering sense of insecurity, as if a sudden jolt could hurl them from their seats. Catherine, accustomed to traversing the skies in such trains for her medical duties, remained unfazed by the apparent danger, knowing it was a safe mode of transport. However, she was intrigued by Leo, who sat across from her with remarkable composure. He seemed to sense each tremor before it arrived, adjusting his posture accordingly, appearing as if he were melded to his seat. The only peculiar aspect was his constant downward gaze, seemingly fixated on an object in his hands, though the dim light rendered it invisible. What? Perhaps the clattering of the wheels on the tracks drowned out Leo's voice. Or maybe Nelson was too engrossed in stabilizing himself to hear. Leo repeated his earlier statement. "I have no objections. What about you, Catherine?" Nelson hesitated briefly, nodding but not immediately rising. Instead, he glanced at Catherine, silently inquiring if she wished to converse with Leo. "Very well." Catherine's gaze fell on the king and queen at Leo's waist before she acquiesced. Seeing her agreement, Nelson slowly stood, grasping the railing for support as he bent forward, inching towards Leo, who effortlessly shifted to the adjacent seat. "Miss Catherine, you seem well acquainted with the king and queen," Leo initiated, seeking a topic to ease the chilly atmosphere. "I once saw my father use them," Catherine replied with a smile. "I imagined my father would pass the queen down to me, and I fancied that Jean Valjean would do the same. But alas, these were mere fantasies, and they have now found their rightful owners." Intrigued, Leo asked, "Would you share more about your father?" He sensed that Catherine's knowledge of her father was superficial. She remained unaware of the deeper mysteries surrounding him. Thus, he shifted to a more pressing inquiry. "Miss Catherine, may I ask what is particularly unique about Nelson?" "Let me be succinct," Leo said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Catherine. "Mr. Martin, who instigated our current endeavor, harbors ulterior motives. His target is Nelson. It is evident that there is something distinctly special about Nelson, potentially linked to the underground tomb." Though Nelson's fear concentrated his attention on the swaying carriage, a part of him remained curious about the conversation between Catherine and Leo, pondering why Leo would engage her at such a moment. Unfortunately, the train's noise rendered the dialogue inaudible, leaving him only to observe Catherine's troubled expression. He felt an urge to stand and inquire about her well-being, yet halted at Leo's subtle gesture. "Why do you suspect Martin's intentions are malevolent?" Catherine asked, gathering her scattered thoughts. "You must find it strange as well. The search for evidence in the parish is undoubtedly perilous," Leo continued, gesturing between himself, Jason, and Nelson. "If you were to choose someone among us for a dangerous and significant task, whom would you select first?" Catherine began to entertain Leo's perspective, yet doubts lingered. "But Nelson's visit was unexpected. I had no prior knowledge of his arrival. Martin has never interacted with Nelson. Why would he suddenly target him?" "That is precisely what I wish to ascertain," Leo replied gravely. "From previous observations, it appears Martin's plan against Nelson was hastily conceived, likely a reaction to learning of Nelson's presence. The scheme is riddled with flaws and thus requires a compensatory element. This person is you." He then posed an unrelated query. "Might you enlighten me about your relationship with Mr. Martin?" Catherine hesitated. We were once together but parted ways due to certain circumstances." "You hold considerable esteem in the Cage City, do you not?" Leo inquired. Catherine humbly responded, "It is sufficient." "Not merely sufficient," Leo pondered aloud. "From my vantage point, your reputation is quite formidable. Not only do you command respect among the common folk, but your standing within the Achnaya sect is also notable. Indeed, it surpasses that of Mr. Martin." "What do you imply?" Catherine's expression darkened, glaring at Leo. "Are you suggesting that Martin has involved me in his plans because my reputation eclipses his?" Earlier, Leo had directly confronted Catherine regarding Martin's schemes, prompted by the events at the platform that suggested she was not complicit. He was increasingly convinced of her ignorance regarding Martin's intentions. She believed their journey to the parish was solely to uncover evidence of the gruesome murders plaguing the Cage City. Yet, he sensed she possessed knowledge of certain matters, albeit bound by apprehension that hindered her from speaking freely. Leo chose not to press her further, understanding that such pressure would only breed resentment, thus allowing her the space to contemplate and articulate her unvoiced thoughts, a subtle interrogation tactic. The train traversed the aerial tracks for nearly 20 minutes, yet it felt to the passengers as though several hours had passed, each moment stretching interminably. Thus, when the train finally approached the parish and revealed its distinctive white architecture, both seasoned and novice travelers alike exhaled in relief. Upon entering the parish, nearly every structure was painted white, with prominent religious symbols adorning the walls in vivid red paint. When Martin mentioned the Achnaya sect, Leo had initially regarded it as a mere tool for manipulation. However, upon seeing those religious symbols, he recognized that this faith, rooted in the black forest marshes, might possess unfathomable power akin to the forest itself. He observed that these symbols, reminiscent of the markings on the amulet from the Witzk people, underwent inexplicable transformations as he concentrated on them. Such alterations were subtle, perhaps a mere shift in form or an elongation of a line, but these minute changes imbued the seemingly ordinary symbols with an overwhelming, disorienting aura that evoked a profound sense of unease. Although this transformation was not as intense as that of the Witzkian talisman, it was sufficient to alert Leo. Thus, Leo endeavored to activate his spiritual perception skill to assess his surroundings. However, the scene before him left him somewhat astonished, for he discovered that the parish of the Achnaya sect was remarkably pristine. This cleanliness was not of the conventional sort. Rather, the air surrounding him lacked the dense, gray-black negative aura prevalent in other areas of the Cage City. He detected traces of a high-level negative energy field, which could be absorbed, albeit with the adverse effects of weakened will, mental confusion, and unpredictable mutations. However, through the auxiliary brain system, Leo received an even more surprising piece of data. The negative energy field enveloping Cage City had not dissipated with the disappearance of the gray-black aura. Instead, it had undergone a transformation, evolving into a high-level negative energy field. Even in minuscule amounts, it could be directly absorbed for the enhancement of personal data, though the flaws were glaringly apparent: weakened will, mental disarray, and bodily mutation. "Mr. Dodd, what is the matter?" Through their previous conversation, Catherine had begun to pay closer attention to Leo. Although Leo had not made any significant moves, his expression had markedly changed upon entering the parish, prompting her to speculate that he had undoubtedly discovered something noteworthy. This led her to inquire further. Catherine paused for a moment, then shook her head, saying no. These symbols were painted by the congregation at the behest of Major after Martin resigned from the position of high priest. They signify rebirth. Oh, Major is one of the 3 high priests. Is that so? Leo fell silent. From his earlier spiritual perception, he had clearly seen the religious symbols on the wall absorbing the surrounding negative energy and transforming it into a higher-level negative energy field. For an ordinary person to be exposed to such a negative energy field for an extended period would be akin to being subjected to radiation. Their bodies would inevitably suffer various ailments, and some might even undergo mutations, a fact corroborated by the Earth Federation. This aligned closely with what Nelson had previously mentioned at the platform regarding the notion that one would receive the blessing of Ochnai's divine power upon recovering from a grave illness, which was evidently due to the mutations induced by the negative energy field. However, as the thought of Martin being a good person flickered in his mind, Leo immediately shook his head to dispel it. Had he still been a biological weapon, he might have been more inclined to trust the data collected in the resulting analyses. But now he found himself more attuned to his instincts. As the railcar navigated a bend and emerged from behind a towering building, the view before them opened up dramatically. The dense steel-framed structures of Cage City had vanished, revealing a colossal pit in the city, measuring 5 kilometers in diameter. Surrounding the pit were towering 200-story buildings, while the bottom of the pit showcased ancient-style granite structures, the most striking of which was a grand hall rising 50 meters high at the center of the pit. Chapter 36. The heretical belief in the Orthodox Church. The railcar that Leo and his companions were aboard circled half of the edge of this artificial cavern before coming to a halt at a towering building, which had also been converted into a platform. As Catherine led the group down from the railcar, before Jason and Nelson could acclimatize to the sensation of solid ground, they were approached by a dozen clerics clad in priestly garments, each adorned with a sword and a hand crossbow, who bowed respectfully to Catherine. This display was quite conspicuous, drawing the attention of others who had just disembarked or were preparing to board the railcar. Upon seeing Catherine, they too inclined themselves in respect. Although aware of Catherine's remarkable reputation from their time outside the Cage City, the 3, including Leo, were nonetheless taken aback by this scene, and a shadow of self-deprecation crossed Nelson's face. At that moment, a young cleric, his shoulders embroidered with golden thread and his collar adorned with peculiar symbols, stepped forward and addressed Catherine with deference. Miss Catherine, High Priest Major is already aware of your arrival and is awaiting you in the Chamber of Contemplation. Catherine furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. Your watchmen certainly have keen ears. I had only just made the last-minute decision to visit the parish, and you've already learned of my whereabouts. The young cleric offered no rebuttal nor defense but smiled at her, appearing entirely submissive. Hearing Catherine's words, he led his entourage ahead while Leo and the others were treated as if they were mere air, entirely unnoticed by the clerics. While being completely disregarded was somewhat disconcerting. In the present circumstances, Leo and his companions preferred to remain in such obscurity to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The lift designated for the clergy was evidently far larger and sturdier than those in the outer regions of Cage City. The robust steel chains could easily accommodate dozens of individuals per trip. The designer of the lift clearly understood the sentiments of the passengers. He had replaced the solid wall facing the abyss of the city with a series of not overly narrow railings, allowing those within to glimpse the scenery that differed from other parts of Cage City as the lift ascended or descended, unobstructed by the dense buildings of Cage City. The light from the sky poured into the depths, illuminating the ancient structures marked with distinct religious insignia, allowing the inhabitants of Cage City to feel the warmth of the sunlight, even if it were filtered through clouds and industrial haze. This seemingly ordinary view, set against the backdrop of the steel-black forest that is Cage City, emanated an inexplicable aura of sanctity, leading anyone who beheld it to mistakenly perceive this place as one favored by the divine, a sacred domain. Observing the scene before him, Leo could not help but admire the mastermind behind this design. Their grasp of the human psyche was undoubtedly masterful. However, Catherine exhibited no excitement or appreciation. Instead, she expressed her disdain. To construct this sanctuary of light, over 500,000 residents were displaced, thousands of steel frame buildings dismantled, with more than 3,000 lives lost during the demolition and construction of these religious edifices, and over 50,000 injured or disabled, costing a staggering 4 million gold francs. I wonder if that initial decision was truly correct. Of course, it was correct. The young cleric, while deeply respectful towards Catherine, did not hesitate to assert his own beliefs. The sacrifices made by our predecessors were indeed profound, yet they have bequeathed us this sanctuary for the forsaken. It is not merely a refuge for the body, but for the soul as well. Every inhabitant of Cage City benefits from it. And we take immense pride in possessing such a luminous place, venerating those heroes who sacrificed their lives for it. Faced with the young man's rebuttal, Catherine chose not to pursue the conversation further, well aware that such discussions with the clerics would lead nowhere. In no time, the lift arrived at the lowest level, where two clerics opened the gate, and the group streamed out. It was only then that Nelson, visiting for the first time, observed the ground below, which left him both astonished and perplexed. The floor, aside from the main passageway, was filled with individuals draped in black robes, each clutching a tome resembling a scripture. Bathed in the faint light, the faithful murmured the verses, yet the sound evoked neither sanctity nor tranquility. Rather, it felt stifling and eerie. If only the area adjacent to the steel structures of Cage City were in such a state, it might be acceptable. But the reality was that every space within this sanctuary of light was occupied by those shrouded in black, engrossed in their recitations. In addition, various clerics donned in garments of assorted colors patrolled different areas, some distributing food to the starving faithful, others checking the breath of those who had remained silent for too long, while many more addressed the questions posed by the devotees regarding the scriptures. Are these all patients? Nelson pondered, glancing at the scene before him and then at his medical bag, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. You need not worry about exhausting your supplies. In my view, none of these individuals would willingly accept your treatment. They are all waiting for their God to deliver them from this painful world, Leo remarked coldly, surveying the despairing individuals seated around them. At that moment, he felt no need to activate his spiritual sight, as the aura of despair emanating from these souls was palpable. This despair was born from their own negative emotions, which had been absorbed and transformed by the religious symbols painted on the walls and etched into the ground, morphing into a negative energy field that exacerbated their inner turmoil, perpetuating a cycle of despair until the day of their demise. I dislike this place. Jason, possessing a keen intuition, tightened his cloak as if shivering in the depths of winter, stating, "It is worse here than outside. I too harbor a dislike for this place. However, some find solace here. To them, it is the eternal garden spoken of in Beirut," Leo retorted without concealment. Though their conversation was not particularly loud, it was audible enough for others to grasp its meaning, and the sarcasm was clear even to the dullest of minds. The faces of the surrounding clerics darkened, and it could be surmised that had Leo and his companions not been in the company of Catherine, these clerics might have already taken action against the blasphemers. With diverse thoughts in their minds, the group traversed a grassy expanse filled with people, then passed through a grove before reaching a straight path leading to the Hall of Sacraments. In the center of the path, 2 rows of tracks awaited, and a railcar stood ready. Under the guidance of the young cleric, they boarded the vehicle, swiftly making their way to the Hall of Sacraments. After approximately 3 minutes, the railcar came to a stop before the square in front of the Hall of Sacraments. Like other areas, this place was also crowded with ailing worshippers, though they were not engrossed in reading a book. Instead, they directed their prayers towards the sole statue of Aknaya in the square. 3 of you should remain. High Priest Major requests an audience solely with Miss Catherine, the young cleric promptly stated after they disembarked. Leo frowned slightly, poised to speak, but Catherine interjected. "I shall enter alone. Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Dodd, and Mr. Jason, I kindly ask you to take a moment to rest here." With the parties involved having spoken, Leo found it inappropriate to counter their words and chose to sit on a vacant spot by the roadside. Although Nielsen was concerned about Catherine, he too felt it unwise to voice further opinions, opting instead to watch Catherine depart while he paced the square. Seated, Leo glanced up at the statue of Aknaya, which bore a visage so strikingly beautiful it was difficult to discern gender. Draped in an ancient-style robe, the statue held a heart in its left hand and an eye in its right, exuding an air of authority tempered with compassion and benevolence. In terms of artistry, this statue undoubtedly reflected the caliber of a master craftsman. Even within the Earth Federation, few possess such sculptural prowess. However, the statue starkly contrasted with the deity propagated by the Aknaya Church, known as the God of 1,000 eyes and hearts. This church not only anthropomorphized their deity according to the desires of the faithful, but appeared to reveal that the current leadership genuinely revered a figure quite distinct from the aforementioned god. The differing shapes of the symbols were merely superficial. The true divergence stemmed from the origins of these religious icons. The alternative religious symbols, pervasive throughout the parish, emanated chaotic and negative energies, easily perceptible even to someone as intuitively sensitive as Jason. This suggested that if these symbols indeed represented a divine entity, that entity could only be categorized as a malevolent god. To act under the guise of a righteous deity while perpetrating the deeds of a dark one was a secret potent enough to bring catastrophic consequences to the entire city of Caged. Upon uncovering this potentially lethal secret, Leo's rationality, guided by his auxiliary cognitive system, urged him to suppress his curiosity and vacate the premises without further ado. Having already acquired the king, queen, and the twin spirit weapons, he deemed his journey exceptionally fruitful, rendering any further risk unnecessary. The more he learned about the inner workings of the Aknaya Church and the sinister religious symbols, the greater the peril he faced. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the burgeoning emotions of a common man within him persistently compelled him to honor his promises, filling him with exhilaration and excitement at the prospect of delving into the mysteries of this world. After a brief internal struggle, Leo ultimately made his choice. At the moment of his decision, a long-standing sense of repulsion within him vanished, transforming both his spirit and physique in a remarkable way, akin to the distinction between wearing and not wearing protection. Feeling the change within, Leo was elated. Though the reasons for this transformation remained unclear, he instinctively recognized it as a positive development. He promptly checked his personal data, discovering an increase in his strength attribute to 4 points, agility to 4.5, and constitution to 6 points. These enhancements were reasonable, but the most astonishing alteration lay in his mental attribute, which surged by 10 points to 20. Moreover, the mental network skill module had been successfully established, allowing him to activate the mental network directly without first engaging the spiritual vision skill. Eager to adapt to his newfound physicality, Leo began experimenting with his abilities. The changes in strength and constitution were relatively easy to accommodate, requiring only a few squats and push-ups for swift adaptation. However, the increase in agility posed a greater challenge as it encompassed a wide array of elements, including movement, action, and flexibility. This unexpected enhancement, albeit modest, represented a significant leap across 2 conventional levels, necessitating ample practice and space for complete acclimatization. For the time being, he focused on simple exercises to ensure his enhanced physical attributes did not lead to complications. He took out some scattered coins, tossing them into the air and swiftly extending his hands to catch them all. Once he mastered this, he increased the number of coins to 100, assigning each hand a specific number to grab or attempting to catch them all with one hand. Through this exercise, he could rapidly acclimate to the discomfort caused by his heightened agility, while Jason, observing from the side, stood in awe of Leo's juggler-like skill, rendered speechless for quite some time. Chapter 37. Secrets Beneath the Sanctuary. The enhancement of physical attributes is markedly easier than the elevation of mental faculties. With a mental attribute of 20 points, Leo has already attained the status of a bona fide psychic within the Earth Federation. However, this augmented mental strength was not cultivated through years of effort. Rather, it likely emerged from the complete fusion of his soul with this body, rendering this psychic power foreign. If not managed carefully, it could disrupt his original mental strength. The most evident manifestation of this sudden increase in mental power is the talent for spiritual perception. This innate ability is directly tied to psychic energy. When his mental strength was merely 10 points, Leo could effortlessly control this talent. Yet, as his mental strength soared to 20 points, signs of instability began to surface. The most pronounced feature was that even without unleashing his psychic web or activating spiritual sight, he could easily discern the negative energy field surrounding him and sense the goodwill and malice of those nearby. He could even perceive fragments of thoughts emanating from individuals when they experienced intense emotions. A deluge of uncontrolled information flooded Leo's mind. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been driven mad by the chaos of negative emotions and thoughts. Fortunately, Leo possessed a secondary brain system. As he was influenced, he activated the filtering mode of this system, cataloging and analyzing the incoming data for useful insights while discarding the irrelevant. Although it may seem like a shortcut to rely on the secondary brain to manage the drawbacks of a rapid mental enhancement, it afforded Leo a crucial buffer, granting him ample time to acclimate to his newfound psychic power. Activating the psychic web, Leo quickly began to experiment with the newly created psychic web skill. As he had anticipated, Once the psychic web was formed, there was no longer a need to engage spiritual sight. It could be activated independently. Moreover, the activation of the psychic web expanded its coverage to approximately 200 meters. He felt that with perfect control, the range could potentially double. Furthermore, as the psychic web unfolded, the surrounding negative energy fields were drawn towards it, permeating the web itself. The adverse effects from the earlier spiritual perception talent reemerged, but this time they manifested as an indescribable negative energy, leaving him feeling as if he were ensconced in an icy cavern, rendering his body and mind profoundly cold. Sensing the anomaly, Leo promptly employed the methods outlined by the Earth Federation for utilizing the psychic web, controlling it to expel the negative energy and limiting its ability to absorb surrounding energies, retaining only its fundamental exploratory capabilities. Swiftly cataloging the terrain data into his secondary brain system, thereby constructing a three-dimensional topographical map in his mind. To gather as much terrain data as possible, Leo rose to his feet and began to move about, particularly circling the tower-like sanctuary. This peculiar behavior aroused the curiosity of certain clerics, who, noticing his unusual actions, refrained from intervening since he was not engaging in any overtly inappropriate conduct. The ground-level sanctuary exhibited little of particular note. Its architecture consisted of the commonplace elements of arches, stone columns, and religious sculptures typical of sacred structures. The only surprise for Leo was that there were 3 locations within the sanctuary where his psychic web could not penetrate, one of which was likely the meditation hall to which Catherine had gone, corresponding to the 3 high priests of the church. However, Leo was not overly concerned with the surface level. He merely needed to understand the terrain and the church's defensive layout. His true focus lay beneath, in the underground crypt. According to Martin, the sanctuary concealed a vast subterranean necropolis where only the gravely ill-faithful were sent, hoping to gain the favor of Aknaya before their demise. Upon probing with the psychic web, Leo confirmed Martin's assertion. Approximately 5 meters below the sanctuary was a substantial space, though he noted that the underground crypt occupied only a small portion of it. The boundaries of this subterranean expanse extended beyond the psychic web's coverage, and an analysis of the collected data revealed that it resembled an underground city centered around an ancient temple. However, only the regions close to the surface had been excavated. Specifically the crypt, while deeper sections of the city lay buried beneath rubble. Numerous passages leading further underground were obstructed by debris. Intriguingly, the Aknaya Church seemed acutely aware of the existence of the underground city, as Leo observed multiple teams excavating the blocked passages at the deepest point of the crypt. Even more curious was the presence of a horde of monsters within a sealed basement accessed by a deep well, where members of the Aknaya Church were casting large quantities of meat, evidently aware of the monsters' existence, and potentially even responsible for their creation. The Federation's research base, 21, was an unrecorded institution within the government. Had Leo not been tasked with escorting a shipment of critical experimental specimens, he might never have learned of its existence. The primary focus of this facility was the optimization of human genes, commonly referred to as alien gene modification. As the Earth Federation entered the interstellar age and began to expand outward, humanity discovered that their bodies were ill-suited for survival in the cosmos, vulnerable to various harmful radiations and countless unknown viruses. Simultaneously, the Federation recognized that many alien species previously encountered possessed exceptional resilience and adaptability in the universe. Thus, the proposal emerged to integrate the superior genes of these extraterrestrial races into human DNA to enhance it, leading to the establishment of this clandestine research base 21. Within this facility was a specialized repository for failed experiments. Leo had entered this warehouse while assisting the base with the disposal of unsuccessful specimens and had witnessed hundreds of failed experiments resulting from alien gene fusion, resembling the monsters he had encountered in that basement. The similarity was not merely in appearance, but in the grotesque deformities resulting from genetic collapse, a striking parallel. Could it be that the people of this world had mastered alien gene modification technology? Leo was profoundly astonished and found it difficult to believe that even the Earth Federation had only just begun to explore this technology. How could a society at the nascent stage of the Steam Age possess such advanced scientific capabilities? Though bewildered, Leo did not dwell on this query for long. Soon they would descend into the crypt, where he could investigate further and perhaps uncover the answers. Dispelling the three-dimensional topographical map from his mind, he redirected his focus toward the psychic web skill. The minimal energy expenditure associated with it was incomparable to the demands required before the skill had fully formed. In Leo's perspective, aside from the fact that the energy consumed by the already formed psychic abilities is significantly less than that of unformed skills, a more substantial reason may lie in the existence of the mental web skill within the talent for spiritual perception. Given this situation, Leo's mental web might be classified as a hybrid of skill and innate talent, as the latter does not consume energy. Thus, when the mental web is activated, his energy expenditure is reduced by at least half, if not more, compared to a conventional mental web skill. Upon hearing this, Leo withdrew his focus from the mental web and personal data interface to gaze in the direction indicated by Jason, perhaps due to the remarkable enhancement of his physical attributes. His eyesight had also improved significantly. Even without activating his spiritual vision, he could effortlessly discern distant scenes. At that moment, he observed a multitude of clergy from the church's guard, equipped with swords and crossbows, swiftly converging towards the building Jason had pointed out. It appeared that the clergy already present there intended to storm the structure, but a barrage of gunfire erupted from within, forcing those attempting to enter to retreat. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The congregants surrounding the building suddenly pushed aside the clergy preparing to breach it, each transforming into fearless warriors who charged unarmed into the edifice. Subsequently, the church guard emerged from the building, having removed over 30 corpses and numerous severely injured congregants who were unable to move. This vividly illustrated the brutal nature of the battle that had transpired within that building in less than a minute. Truly madmen, a throng of lunatics. After witnessing the chaos, Jason glanced at the other congregants around who remained indifferent to the turmoil that had just occurred, and he could not suppress a dry swallow, his face betraying astonishment and lingering trepidation. Leo comprehended Jason's sentiment. He too was profoundly shaken by the earlier scene, awakening an unfamiliar sense of dread within him. In the conflicts of the Earth Federation, it was not uncommon for soldiers to charge fearlessly when pushed to the brink. Yet such instances typically hinged on two prerequisites: the absence of an escape route and the injection of adrenaline. However, the congregants who had charged into the building were clearly not related to the ordinary churchgoers, and the events within did not necessitate their intervention. They could have merely stood aside and allowed the church guard to handle the instigators of the disturbance. Yet, inexplicably, they rushed into the building like madmen, exhibiting a disregard for death without the need for any pharmacological enhancement, resolutely confronting those who had sown chaos. Moreover, their indifference towards both the adversaries and the fallen congregants left even Leo, accustomed to various battles and deaths, feeling a chill in his heart. The source of his fear stemmed from the realization that many such fearless congregants might exist. As he surveyed the vicinity, he estimated that within this 5-kilometer radius of the Sanctuary of Light, there were no less than 50,000 potential madmen among the congregants, not accounting for those residing in the steel-framed buildings. According to Martin, within the confines of the caged city, the followers of the Aknaya Church numbered over 1 million, and the extent of such fanatics remained uncertain, even to Martin. However, even if only a fraction of these zealots existed, the Aknaya Church could still possess at least 100,000 death seekers at their disposal. What were their intentions? This was far from the actions of a conventional church. Leo astutely sensed the underlying peculiarities, and the vision of these fearless congregants armed with various lethal weapons surging out of the caged city surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Catherine hurriedly emerged from the sanctuary, her somber expression revealing that her meeting with the High Priest Major had likely ended unfavorably. Standing on the steps of the sanctuary, she cast a puzzled glance at the site of the earlier turmoil, her face reflecting bewilderment, clearly unaware of the events that had transpired. Then, she scanned the surroundings and spotted the tall figures of Leo and Jason standing conspicuously among a group of seated black-robed congregants, prompting her to stride over swiftly. The underground crypt has been sealed. Even I am not permitted to enter. We must find another way. Oh, Catherine approached quickly, intending to relay the outcome of her conversation with the High Priest Major, but her words trailed off as she glanced around, a look of confusion crossing her face as she inquired, "Why are there only the two of you? Where is Nelson?" It was then that Leo and Jason realized Nelson had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 38. Abduction or voluntariness. Not long ago, he had been waiting for you at the base of the stairs. How could he have vanished so suddenly? While Leo was constructing a mental map, Jason was intermittently monitoring Nelson's condition, as Leo had mentioned that Nelson was Martin's target, prompting Jason to pay special attention to him. It was likely that the recent commotion had diverted their attention, allowing someone to abduct the doctor. Upon realizing Nelson's absence, Leo immediately activated his mental net. Yet despite his efforts, he could find no trace of Nelson. It was evident that something had gone awry. Feeling a sense of guilt for what he believed was his responsibility, Jason exclaimed, "Damn it. If only I hadn't looked over there." "That is pointless," Leo replied gravely. "No matter how we prepare, they always find an opportunity." Catherine was also anxious about Nelson's predicament. Yet she remained composed enough to assess the situation without panicking. She made what she deemed the most prudent decision. "I will first seek out Major and have the church dispatch a search party. Then I will confront Martin. Since he is behind this, he must know Nelson's whereabouts." Over there, Jason pointed toward the steps not far away, placing his hand firmly on the crossbow at his waist, stating vehemently, "If I find out who abducted the doctor, I swear I will." "Have you lost your mind? Do you not fear being misunderstood at such a time?" Leo quickly placed his hand over Jason's, preventing him from drawing the weapon, then covered it back up with Jason's cloak, gesturing towards several clerics who were observing their surroundings. Despite Catherine's presence, which should have mitigated any misunderstandings due to her reputation in the Cage City, Leo, having witnessed the fanatical behavior of the earlier clergy, was uncertain whether Catherine's standing could suppress their fervor. Thus, he refrained from making any moves that might provoke unnecessary conflict, indicating for the two to follow closely. Leo proceeded to the last place Jason had seen Nelson. Upon arrival, Leo activated his perfect control skill to enhance his sense of smell. Soon, he discerned Nelson's scent amidst a cacophony of odors and reconstructed it into a humanoid illusion composed of scent particles projected onto his retina. Subsequently, he deactivated the perfect control skill and activated his mental net, using the scent particle data to locate matching scents with ease, again projecting the analysis onto his retina. Next, it was as if Leo was witnessing a past event as he observed the illusion of Nelson, composed of scent particles, and what he had recently done. It became apparent that Nelson had also been drawn by the commotion, yet from his position, he could not see what was happening. Thus, he ascended the stairs to a higher vantage point to gaze in that direction. However, after less than 5 seconds, Nelson seemed to notice something, his gaze shifting from ahead to behind him, and he swiftly descended the stairs, heading in the opposite direction of the disturbance. "Follow me," Leo instructed, following the illusion while addressing a bewildered Jason and Catherine. Jason, lacking any second thoughts, simply complied with Leo's directive without questioning its merit. In contrast, Catherine hesitated, puzzled by Leo's actions. She only observed him pausing momentarily, his gaze shifting as if he had seen something on the stairs, then darting to the other side, before he instructed her to follow without further explanation, leaving her perplexed. In Catherine's view, seeking assistance from the church was the most sensible course of action. Even if the church had its own suspicions regarding Nelson's disappearance, she could leverage her reputation within the church to organize a search party unaffected by its influence. Far more effective than aimlessly wandering here. "Can you explain what you're doing?" Catherine inquired, hastening to match Leo's pace and speaking in a low voice. Leo abruptly halted, gazing ahead at a structure resembling a prayer room nestled within the small grove of the garden. Catherine remained absorbed in Leo's discourse, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. As they conversed, Leo had already led them to a garden outside the Hall of Sacraments. Unlike other gardens, this one was devoid of the ailing black-clad individuals praying on the ground. It was eerily empty. Even the black-robed figures were seated on the low wall outside. Regardless of the crowding, none dared to step into the garden. Leo's astonishment was not due to the throngs of black-robed mourners, but rather because his vision, crafted from scent particles, revealed that Nelson's disappearance was not an abduction as he had initially surmised, but rather a voluntary departure with certain individuals. The limited actions displayed by the scent particles indicated that Nelson clearly recognized one of the individuals. His abrupt departure from the stairs was prompted by the sighting of this person. Subsequently, the illusion of Nelson exhibited signs of agitation, as if he were persuading or reprimanding someone, ultimately choosing to leave with a mysterious figure without informing Leo, an action that starkly contradicted Nelson's character. Regardless of whether Nelson's relationship with Leo had reached a point where such discretion was acceptable, he would never have left without notifying Catherine unless something urgent and significant compelled him. "We haven't lost the trail," Leo stated calmly, gesturing toward the garden and its structure. Asking, "What is that place?" he further inquired, "Why is no one allowed inside?" "Due to its special significance, the church has imposed restrictions on its use." Unless it's a day of worship, entry is prohibited to avoid disturbing the spirits, Catherine explained, sensing the weight of Leo's inquiry. Is it possible that Nelson went inside? If so, he may have been captured and taken to the retribution hall. Of course there are guards, but right now. Catherine glanced around, seemingly in search of the guards. There's no need to look. They must have been drawn away by the commotion over there. Leo indicated toward the source of the earlier disturbance. Without further questioning, he stepped into the garden, heading toward the Hall of Eternal Rest, much to Catherine's astonishment. Jason, oblivious to any concerns, followed suit, while Catherine hesitated for a moment, seemingly apprehensive. Nonetheless, her concern for Nelson ultimately prevailed, compelling her to risk breaching the Akanaya Church's regulations as she entered the small garden. The trio soon arrived before the Hall of Eternal Rest, which stood tightly closed, a lock securing its entrance, suggesting no one had entered. With the door locked, it seems no one has gone inside, Catherine remarked upon seeing the entrance. In response, Leo smiled and countered. Is it not possible that someone entered, stationed a guard at the door, locked it, and created the illusion that it had never been opened? However, you are correct. The door has not been opened, nor has the lock been tampered with. Yet Leo continued, but they have indeed entered the Hall of Eternal Rest, using a secret passage. A secret passage? Catherine stood in complete astonishment. Although her relationship with the church was exceedingly delicate, devoid of any real authority or management over its affairs, her understanding of the institution surpassed that of the vast majority. Nevertheless, she had never heard of any secret passage within the Hall of Eternal Rest. Observing Catherine's incredulous expression, Leo refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, he circled around the building to the wall obscured by dense woods. There, he fumbled at the corner for a moment, and then his hand seemed to press against something hidden within, producing a faint click. To their astonishment, the walls silently parted to reveal an entrance. Is this? Catherine was rendered speechless by the sight before her. After a prolonged pause, she directed a meaningful glance at Leo and inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you know of a secret passage that I was completely unaware of?" "After you, Miss Catherine," Leo gestured with a gentlemanly flourish. Though the sight of this bearded man attempting such a chivalrous gesture elicited a chuckle, Catherine hesitated briefly before stepping into the Hall of Eternal Rest. Although she harbored doubts about Leo's intentions, even suspecting that his presence here with Nelson was purposeful, her trust in Nelson quelled her suspicions for the moment. Once all three had entered the hall, Leo adjusted a hanging lamp beside the secret door, which then closed silently behind them. From the outside, the Hall of Eternal Rest did not appear particularly large. However, upon entering, the architect's ingenious design created an illusion of space that felt 2 or 3 times larger. They found themselves in a personal prayer chamber, and Catherine, familiar with the decor, immediately recognized the room and pushed through another door. She traversed a narrow corridor, leading them into a chapel. Despite being an enclosed interior space, the chapel was remarkably bright, thanks to the clever use of glass and light refraction. At the front of the chapel stood the statue of Akanaya, although this depiction differed from the one in the square outside. This statue was sculpted from irregular obsidian, symbolizing the divine's elusive nature. Eyes were carved into the obsidian surface and adorned with gold, while the back bore a heart, coated with a layer of crushed rubies. However, Leo discovered from Martin's materials on the church that this institution, in its efforts to promote itself within the caged city, did not impose religious taxes on its followers as other churches did, even if some devout believers were willing to donate their entire fortunes. How much could those residing in such dire conditions truly offer? In comparison to the church's expenditures, it was merely a drop in the bucket. It appeared that this church had alternative funding sources. As Leo pondered this revelation, Catherine suddenly lowered her voice, as if fearful of being overheard, and whispered, "Someone has entered the ancestral tomb." She stood before a massive wooden door, gesturing to Leo and Jason. This door was situated directly behind the statue on the altar. Upon turning to this side, Leo hardly needed to examine it closely to understand Catherine's assertion. The door was ajar, with a wooden wedge propped in the gap to prevent it from closing unexpectedly. Chapter 39. The pursuit. Catherine did not immediately pull the door open. Instead, she cautiously created a narrow gap to peer inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Nelson and his captors. Unfortunately, the room was empty. Leo, seemingly unconcerned about alarming anyone, abruptly yanked the door wide open, kicked the wooden wedge on the ground to prop it, and stepped inside, proclaiming, "No need to search. They are no longer here." Given that the Hall of Eternal Sleep featured a secret door, it was hardly surprising to find another concealed passage. Leo walked directly to the innermost grave within the tomb, which differed from the others. It housed a coffin containing a complete corpse, following several large-scale plagues that had ravaged the 3 continents of the Wayland world. Burial customs on the Wayland continent had changed. Except for wealthy merchants and nobles, the vast majority opted for cremation. In places like Cage City, the deceased were reduced to ashes, their remains placed in urns and interred in a niche of the grand tomb, neighboring other departed souls. Such a practice was most befitting of a slum like Cage City. Thus, the coffin burial before Leo felt rather out of place. This was the tomb of Saint Birmingham, the chief architect of the sanctuary, who had been canonized by Martin, then the high priest, and was inscribed in the annals of the Orthodox Church. Upon seeing the name on the tombstone, Catherine immediately made a gesture of religious prayer and explained to Leo. He was also the builder of the Hall of Eternal Sleep. He was the first to be buried here. Birmingham sounds like an English name, Leo remarked casually. He is indeed a man of your kingdom of England, Catherine replied. Leo, after hearing this, fell silent, instead crouching to explore beneath the stone coffin. Moments later, a mechanism clicked, and the coffin slowly shifted, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Catherine's expression reflected her surprise at this revelation. Wait. As Leo prepared to guide them down, Catherine stopped him and, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "You should explain first. We must decide our next steps." "What is there to explain?" Leo countered. Catherine pressed on. "Why do you know these mechanisms so well? Why do you believe Nelson was brought here? Where does this secret passage lead?" Catherine's astonishment was palpable. Clearly, this secret was not known to anyone. Leo continued, "Merely relying on perfume does not make your scent unique. There are also herbal and potion aromas on you. The combination of these scents renders your fragrance distinctive. You can discern these scents?" Catherine speculated. Leo neither confirmed nor denied it, merely smiled and gestured towards the revealed passage, stating, "By following the scent to its source, one can easily determine if there are secret doors or passages nearby. No one can simply vanish into thin air, especially not a group. Once a secret door is confirmed, locating the mechanism to open it becomes far simpler." Catherine was momentarily taken aback before finally exclaiming, "Were you a thief in the past?" Leo chose not to engage with this line of questioning and continued to point at the secret passage, saying, "As for where this passage leads, it should be quite easy to guess, and I believe you can deduce it. The underground tomb," Catherine quickly deduced. "Indeed, it is the underground tomb," Leo affirmed. His knowledge of the passage's destination was not mere conjecture. Rather, his mental network had already mapped the situation below. He then added, "Do you not find this matter peculiar? Mr. Martin seems to have a mysterious vendetta against doctors, ultimately targeting the underground tomb. Now another group has entered the fray, capturing the doctor and bringing him to the same location. What is so significant about this underground tomb? And what makes the doctor so special?" Leo's deliberate guidance led Catherine into deep contemplation, but she soon regained her composure. Her thoughtful expression indicated that she had arrived at some realization, though she chose not to voice it. Instead, she urged, "Let us first locate Nelson before discussing anything else." Seeing Catherine's reluctance to speak, Leo did not press further. He nodded in agreement with the suggestion to find Nelson first and proceeded to sever several wall lamps filled with lamp oil from the tomb using his battle axe. Catherine furrowed her brow at Leo's destruction of the lamps, wishing to intervene, yet ultimately refrained from saying anything. Leo ignited the lamps and handed them to Catherine and Jason for illumination in the passage, keeping the rest in his backpack as reserves. To avoid being hindered by his oversized cloak, Leo removed it but did not discard it, placing it alongside the others' cloaks in the backpack for potential use as kindling. Finally, he checked the readiness of the king and queen's weapons, ensuring Jason loaded the powerful crossbow acquired from Jean with ordinary bolts, eschewing those with special effects. Leo's meticulous preparations heightened Catherine's anxiety. She had initially come to treat patients, never anticipating such events, and felt secure within the parish, having carried no weapons. Her only potential tool was a sterilized syringe with a needle submerged in alcohol. "Take this battle axe, stay behind me, or Jason if trouble arises," Leo offered, sensing Catherine's predicament as he handed her a battle axe, advising her to be cautious. Catherine, clearly no ordinary woman, skillfully wielded the axe a few times before nodding at Leo, signaling her capability. At that moment, as Catherine stepped into the passage, the stone coffin closed silently behind her, leaving only the faint glow of the oil lamps in the corridor. "Let us proceed. We must catch up with them," We need to quicken our pace, Leo urged, not allowing Catherine time for further distractions, and hastened down the path ahead. Leo was also surprised by Catherine's adaptability. However, this was not favorable for him, as he had initially intended to use her as an excuse to slow their progress. The earlier delay and his current desire to decelerate stemmed from his curiosity about the individuals they were pursuing and their connection to Nelson. What were these well-equipped individuals doing here? Just as Leo had previously gleaned from the scent particles, it became clear that Nelson was not abducted. From the way he was flanked by his guardians, it was evident that he was a protected figure. Intriguingly, there were others being safeguarded alongside Nelson. Two in particular who appeared to share a close familiarity with him, engaging in intimate gestures such as shoulder pats during their journey, and Nelson showed no signs of resistance. Had Leo acted upon sensing Nelson and his companions, he believed they could have caught up with the group of individuals struggling to navigate the darkness within minutes. However, this would have made it challenging to ascertain their intentions. Thus, Leo deliberately allowed a sufficient distance to form before leading his companions in pursuit. However, he clearly underestimated Catherine's agility in a dark environment. Given the current pace of pursuit, should the other party remain within this secret passage, they would soon encounter one another. Fortunately, guided by the perception of the mental network, the exit of the secret passage lay approximately 160 meters below, and Nelson and his companions were merely half a circuit away from it. Leo continued to descend at the present speed, deliberately neglecting to warn about several damaged steps, causing both Catherine and Jason to stumble and make some noise. As he anticipated, the sound echoed through the passage, prompting those within to hasten their pace, swiftly reaching the exit and emerging into the open air. By the time Leo and his companions arrived at the passage's exit, that group had already vanished from sight. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Leo feigned a search along the stone wall before seemingly discovering a mechanism that opened the tightly shut stone door, leading the way out. The exit of the secret passage opened into a basement, the stone door concealing it fully. Upon stepping through, a few paces forward revealed the basement's exit, with stairs leading upward to the outside world. Where are we? Emerging from the basement, Catherine surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily taken aback. Although situated underground, the stone walls and the rocks above were adorned with a type of luminescent flora. While the emitted light was not overly bright, its collective glow provided a semblance of illumination, at the very least allowing one to discern the general layout of this subterranean space. A vast city ruin, this was the immediate impression anyone would have upon witnessing the surrounding scene. Furthermore, the entire city appeared to have been hewn from the very rock of the earth. This was evident from the flawless contact points of the beams, foundations, and roofs, indicating that these standalone stone structures had been carved from solid rock. In the distance, more houses could be faintly discerned against the stone wall, clearly hewn from it as well, suggesting that many had once inhabited this place. This must be an underground necropolis. While the two remained in awe of their surroundings, Leo, already well acquainted with the underground city's circumstances, expressed his thoughts with calm composure. Impossible. I know what an underground necropolis looks like. This cannot be a necropolis. Catherine vehemently shook her head, refuting Leo's assertion. After a moment of contemplation, as if struck by a realization, she abruptly looked up at the overhead rocks and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting we are beneath the necropolis?" In truth, Leo was well aware that they were indeed at the very bottom of the necropolis. If one were to traverse the normal route from the sanctum, they would first enter the necropolis, then access another underground residential area through a tunnel excavated from the necropolis, subsequently arriving here. The vertical descent of the secret passage allowed them to bypass both the necropolis and the adjacent underground residential district, directly arriving in this underground urban area. This was fortuitous for anyone reluctant to disturb the Aknaya church, as Leo sensed that both ends of the tunnel leading from the necropolis to the next underground district were heavily guarded by armed church soldiers. Without this secret passage, he would have had to strategize how to deal with them, but now he was spared considerable trouble, avoiding any potential discord with Catherine, who held special sentiments towards the church. At that moment, Catherine appeared to spot something, swiftly maneuvering through a pile of rubble to reach the center of this underground city. Here lay a central plaza, once adorned with a grand sculpture, now reduced to a heap of debris, though the base of the sculpture remained relatively intact. By the light of the luminescent flora clinging to the rock's surface, anyone with keen eyesight could barely discern the massive inscriptions and peculiar symbols on the base from a distance. At this moment, Catherine knelt on the ground, her face a blend of astonishment, excitement, and exhilaration as she gazed at the embossed text and symbols, murmuring to herself, "Is it true? It really exists? Nurgle truly exists." Chapter 40. The Favor of the Sea God. What is Nilgard? Would you mind explaining it? Leo approached Catherine, crouching beside her to examine the inscriptions above. He felt no energy emanating from those words and symbols. Reluctant to divulge the secrets within her heart, Catherine prepared to rise and continue the search for Nelson. However, before she could finish her thought, Leo pressed her down with his hand and spoke in an exceedingly cold tone. "Miss Catherine, I believe it would be prudent for us to clarify matters at this moment." "What do you mean by that?" Catherine's expression turned grave as her hand instinctively rested on the battle axe Leo had given her earlier. "To speak candidly, I do not trust you." Leo reciprocated her seriousness, showing no sign of concern for the weapon she held, instead maintaining eye contact with her. "But the doctor has faith in you. He believes that despite the years of separation, you remain the Catherine he loves. Therefore, as a comrade who fought alongside him to escape death, I am willing to attempt to trust you. However, Miss Catherine, you are quite disappointing. To me, you do not merit the doctor's trust." At the mention of Nelson, a shadow flickered in Catherine's eyes. She took a deep breath, steadying her guilt-ridden emotions, and retorted, "Why do you say that? Do you recall the questions I posed to you?" Leo intensified his tone, pressing her further. "What is it about the doctor that would attract Martin Luther's attention to the extent of concocting a flawed plan and leveraging his feelings for you to lure him into this underground tomb? What connection does this tomb have with the doctor? Do you remember those two questions? On the tram to the parish, when I first asked you, you had no answer. I chose to trust you, hence I refrained from asking again. Before entering the hall of eternal sleep, I posed the questions once more, and you deliberately changed the subject. I overlooked it, as finding the doctor was paramount. But now, will you still claim to know nothing?" Unable to withstand the mounting pressure emanating from Leo, Catherine averted her gaze and feebly replied, "But what does that have to do with Nelson? What I know now has no relevance to him." "Very well. I accept your assertion that it has no connection to Nelson." Leo placed a hand on Catherine's shoulder and spoke deliberately. "Now, I ask you, Miss Catherine, to state clearly to me that the matters you have discovered are unrelated to Nelson, and I shall refrain from further inquiries." The atmosphere around them instantly fell silent and grew exceedingly tense. Jason, uncomfortable in such a charged environment, excused himself under the pretext of scouting their surroundings, temporarily escaping the awkwardness. "I am unaware of your concerns. I am merely worried for my comrade's safety." Leo released his grip on Catherine's shoulder, softening his tone slightly. "The doctor must have been brought here for a reason. Consider the case files provided by Mr. Martin. If all goes as anticipated, the doctor will likely encounter similar predicaments. Thus, the more we comprehend the situation we face, the more safely we can rescue him. What do you think?" After Leo's words, the surroundings fell silent once more. Yet the atmosphere inexplicably relaxed, losing the earlier tension. Catherine suddenly spoke up. "I do possess certain knowledge pertaining to Nelson, but this matter is also intertwined with my lineage. It is a secret of my people, thus I—" Before Catherine could finish, Leo interrupted her, standing up and stating, "In that case, let us consider my inquiry unasked. You need not divulge anything further. We should continue our search for the doctor." "No, you are correct. There are some matters I ought to share with you." Catherine halted Leo, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "Martin's animosity towards Nelson stems from his heritage." Catherine explained. "Nelson is the youngest son of the Matthew family from Set Harbor." Initially, Catherine anticipated a reaction of surprise from Leo, yet he exhibited no sign of acknowledgement. Catherine questioned, "Are you already aware of Nelson's background?" "I do not know." Leo shook his head, candidly admitting, "I am unfamiliar with the Matthew family." "Are you from the Kingdom of England?" Catherine expressed astonishment, saying, "Lord Robert Matthew? The withering house of the White Rose." Unfortunately, despite Catherine's elaboration, Leo remained utterly bewildered. This reaction was not surprising, as his body had formerly belonged to a blacksmith from a remote town, with scant knowledge of the history of the Kingdom of England. His concerns had always revolved around his immediate surroundings. Even with fragments of memories merging with him, they remained disjointed, leaving him unaware of lords and noble houses. Seeing Leo's genuine confusion, Catherine carefully explained, "Robert Matthew was the founder of the House of the White Rose. He was conferred the title of Lord Protector for saving the English royal family, marrying his son to a princess of the realm and his daughter to Charles I, thus initiating an era of shared governance between the houses of red and white roses that lasted a century. However, for reasons unknown. The House of the White Rose gradually declined and retreated from the political center of the Kingdom of England, relocating to Set Harbor. Leo, perplexed, inquired, "What relevance does this have to the underground tomb?" Catherine replied, "After a century of intermarriage with the English royal family, the bloodline of the Matthew family has mingled with royal lineage, and it is said that the English royal family possesses the blood of the divine." Divine blood? Leo paused, recalling the shadows he had encountered in the unknown realm and the golden stag he had seen in the dark forest. In some respects, these beings were akin to deities. "I truly wonder if you are English," Catherine mused aloud, mistakenly believing Leo's bewilderment stemmed from ignorance of the matter, unaware that she had inadvertently revealed a truth. The founder of the English royal family, William I, was originally a general of the First Frankish dynasty. After offending the Frankish emperor, he was sentenced for treason but was spared execution due to the pleas of other nobles, instead being exiled at sea. Legend states that William I and his family drifted for many days, their food exhausted and hope for survival dwindling. At that moment, a sea god appeared, rescuing William I and his family and bringing them to the present English Isles, subsequently designating William I and his descendants as his favored kin, bestowing upon them the blood of the divine. Thus, the English royal family has always considered itself descended from the sea god. Indeed, Catherine recognized that Leo was entirely oblivious to these legends, regardless of their nationality. "Very well. The doctor possesses divine blood, which is the reason he is being targeted." Leo summarized, then inquired, "And what of this underground tomb? What connection does it have to the doctor, or specifically, to the divine blood within him?" As the topic of the underground tomb arose, Catherine's face displayed signs of concern once more. After much hesitation, she resolved to speak. Catherine approached the base of the statue, crouching down to touch the peculiar inscriptions, and with deep emotion stated, "This is not an underground tomb. It should be an ancient underground city-state known as Nilgard, the ancestral land of our kind. Our true names should be the people of Nilgard." Upon hearing Catherine's words, Leo was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Are the workers residing in the caged city all your kin?" On the road to Launcher, I overheard a doctor speaking. "Everyone is aware that His Majesty obliterated the newly established dynasty on the West Continent, restored the Fran Empire, and perpetuated the lineage of the Fran royal family, erasing all written records of that dynasty, which was founded by slaves. When others referred to it, they could only label it as the slave kingdom." When Catherine mentioned the Fran Empire, an involuntary expression of animosity and hatred crossed her face. However, when she spoke of the slave kingdom, a trace of inexplicable sorrow emerged as she remarked, "Everyone sees the resplendent Fran Empire, but how many know the fates of those who helped establish the slave kingdom?" "Are you the descendants of the slave kingdom?" Leo speculated, understanding her implication. Catherine neither confirmed nor denied it but continued, "Our kin have been relentlessly tormented by the Fran royal family over the years, forced to undertake the most arduous and perilous tasks, living in the direst conditions and subsisting on the wretchedest food, neither allowing us to live well nor suffer in peace. They seek to torment us for all eternity." As she spoke, sensing her emotions were amiss, she paused, gently closing her eyes to calm her rising agitation. Leo remained silent, allowing her the space to gather herself. At that moment, Jason, who had earlier distanced himself, appeared to sense the atmosphere had returned to normal and approached, seating himself quietly nearby. "Wait," Leo suddenly interrupted Catherine, abruptly grasping her hand and gesturing towards Jason before sprinting towards one of the stone houses, quickly disappearing inside. He positioned himself by the window, resting his hands on the two battle axes at his waist, peering outside. Leo's sudden action rendered Jason and Catherine tense, each drawing their weapons instinctively, covering their lanterns with their cloaks. However, after an extended wait without any sign of movement outside, they grew puzzled, questioning whether Leo had misjudged the situation. Just as Jason was about to inquire, Leo raised a hand to silence him and pointed towards a section of ruins at the edge of the square. Catherine and Jason cautiously leaned out from the window, scrutinizing the area Leo indicated. Soon, they perceived a shadow lurking among the debris, though its form appeared exceedingly peculiar. The shadow resembled a mass of mud, moving not as if walking, but rather gliding along the ground. Furthermore, its body was transparent, allowing the luminescent plants beneath it to shine through, creating an illusion of invisibility. Had it not been for the occasional disappearance of this transparency during its movement, revealing its true shape, It might have been difficult for Jason and Catherine to discern such a creature lurking within the ruins. The creature's movement seemed slow, yet it was remarkably rapid and unaffected by the terrain. In no time, it traversed a pile of rubble that would be arduous for an ordinary person to navigate. Arriving at the square where Leo and the others had previously gathered, suddenly, the creature halted, circling the base of a statue before stopping beside the very stone block where Catherine and Leo had just seated themselves, enveloping it with its mud-like body. Seeing this, Leo said nothing but immediately retrieved a church cloak from his backpack, took out a tomb lamp, poured all the lamp oil onto the cloak, rolled it up, and produced a lighter. Jason and Catherine, sensing the mounting tension, also grew anxious. At this moment, Leo gestured to Jason, indicating the flintlock pistol strapped to his back. Jason, understanding the cue, quickly removed the pistol, loaded it with ammunition, and handed it to Leo, assisting him in securing it on his back, while taking the rear-loading rifle equipped with 5 specialized bullets from Leo's hands. Just then, the creature abruptly dispelled its transparency, rising from the ground to about human height. A fissure opened in its mud-like body, emitting a shrill shriek directed towards the house where Leo and his companions were situated, before dashing towards them at an alarming speed. Chapter 41. Artificial Monsters. Jason, protect Miss Catherine. With a prompt command, Leo dashed out of the room, igniting the robe in his hand as he charged toward the creature. The monster, upon seeing someone rush out, emitted a frantic shriek, its speed of movement noticeably increasing. As they drew near enough to almost collide, the gaping maw-like fissure on the creature's body widened instantaneously, as if it intended to devour Leo whole. However, Leo moved with the agility of a cheetah, his body bending and twisting in ways unimaginable to an ordinary person, deftly evading the creature's attempt to engulf him. In one fluid motion, he unholstered the flintlock pistol from his back and pressed the muzzle against the creature's form, pulling the trigger without hesitation. At that moment, Leo did not concern himself with whether the gunfire would alert everyone underground. His singular focus was to eliminate this monster and ensure his survival. The flames that erupted from the flintlock ignited the creature's body, and the rapidly fired steel pellets tore through its already fragile form, leaving a gaping hole that exited through the other side, striking the rocky ground and creating a sizable crater. The mud monster seemed impervious to pain. Even with its body torn asunder, its attacks remained relentless. For Leo, who had entered a state of perfect control, the creature's movements appeared as if they were in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly weave through the gaps between its strikes. As he dodged, he hurled the now fully ablaze robe into the creature's rapidly healing wound. Unlike the surface burns inflicted by the flames from the flintlock, which posed no real hindrance to the monster, the fire burning within its body would prove fatal. As soon as Leo tossed the flaming robe into the creature's interior, it transformed into a raging inferno, as though its very essence was composed of flammable oil. Seeing the creature engulfed in flames, Leo swiftly retreated to a safe distance, halting his flight only to realize he had perhaps overestimated the situation. The moment the fire ignited within, the creature was already dead. What burned now was merely its shell. What is this? How can such a monster exist? After Leo signaled that they were safe, Catherine hastily emerged from the stone hut and stood beside him, her face pale as she gazed at the blazing heap before them. I too am curious about the nature of this creature. I believe the higher-ups of the Achnaya Church must have the answers, Leo replied, while retrieving another box of specially crafted ammunition from Jason, inserting it into his flintlock and slinging it over his shoulder. Leo realized that conventional handguns were insufficient against such monsters. As for the king and queen, he had yet to master their true usage, and with the limited supply of special bullets, he reserved their use for dire situations. Ironically, the flintlock, which he had previously dismissed, proved effective in this scenario, boasting over 50 rounds of ammunition, ample for his needs. Are you suggesting that these monsters were created by Meager and his associates? Catherine asked, her disbelief evident. Yet you have your suspicions, do you not? Consider the location and who controls it. The answer becomes quite apparent, Leo asserted, unveiling the thoughts Catherine wished to conceal, forcing her to confront the very truths she dreaded. Although Leo feigned ignorance regarding the monster's origins, merely speculating based on the surrounding circumstances, he was acutely aware of its source. Not far from their current position, within a subterranean expanse, lay a region cleared by the Achnaya Church, where, in a chamber descending several meters deep, numerous creatures resembling genetic aberrations were housed. Leo understood that the method to combat such monsters involved igniting their internal bodies because, while mapping the terrain above, he had witnessed Aknaya church clerics extracting bodily fluids from a captured creature, inadvertently igniting it and turning themselves into a fireball. The monster he had just dispatched was likely the same one from which the fluid had been drawn. It had escaped amid the ensuing chaos, but was unfortunate enough to encounter Leo, who possessed intimate knowledge of its nature. However, through the recent battle, Leo developed a keen interest in the creature's bodily fluids. These fluids were not only more flammable than the oils commonly found in this world, but they also released a far greater heat upon combustion. All oils utilized in this realm were derived from the fruits of the firewood tree, undergoing 3 rounds of refinement to produce various oil types. The best refined oil served certain industrial machines. The next tier catered to the nobility and wealthy merchants as smokeless oil, while the residual byproduct became the everyday oil for lamps. The initial extraction from plants, due to its non-flammable nature, was designated for mechanical lubrication. Just as Leo ignited his robe soaked in smokeless lamp oil, he needed to engage the creature long enough for the oil to burn completely, ensuring that the flames would not weaken or extinguish when he hurled it into the monster's interior. Now, the burning characteristics exhibited by the creature's bodily fluids reminded Leo of gasoline from the bygone era of oil on Earth, requiring only a spark to ignite fully. Moreover, the gases released from the combustion of this fluid could ignite again, akin to natural gas. The advent of oil had profoundly influenced technological advancement during Earth's era. Even Leo, a being solely focused on combat, understood that if this fluid could be mass-produced, it would herald the end of this world's steam age. From his earlier perceptions via the mental network, Leo discerned that the Aknaya Church had also recognized the potential of these fluids, which was why they spared no expense in feeding these monsters, allowing them to survive while periodically extracting their bodily fluids. This revelation ignited an insatiable curiosity within Leo to explore that region, eager to uncover the secrets hidden by the Aknaya Church, which had strayed from its doctrines. However, the dilemma arose as the location of that area was in stark contrast to where Nelson and his party had departed, leaving Leo torn between choices. As Leo pondered the situation, the remains of the monster were reduced to mere ashes, true ashes, devoid of any remnants. Although he deemed it unlikely that anything of value could be found among the ashes, he instinctively began to sift through the pile. Soon, he found his instinct was well-founded, for he uncovered 2 items within the ashes. "What is this?" Leo inquired. 45 individuals? Upon hearing this number, Leo paused momentarily, promptly commanding his auxiliary brain system to retrieve the exploration data records from the mental network. In no time, he located the information he sought. There were precisely 44 monsters within the underground chamber. With this one, it made a total of 45. Leo found it difficult to regard the situation as mere coincidence. According to Catherine, it was evident that during her studies abroad, Martin and his associates had uncovered something within the subterranean city and encountered certain events. Martin and the 3 high priests had survived, while the rest had transformed into monsters. At this moment, Leo suddenly recalled something and abruptly inquired of Catherine. "Miss Catherine, did you previously use the perfume you concocted yourself? Before attending medical school, that is." Catherine, perplexed by Leo's unexpected question, nonetheless nodded and replied, "I have always used it. My mother passed it down to me when I was very young," claiming it to be a family secret. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Leo's face as he gazed down at the pile of ashes. Although it was merely speculation, he had an inkling that the creature that had rushed towards them earlier did not intend to attack. Rather, it was drawn by the distinct fragrance of Catherine's perfume, evoking memories and compelling it to seek her out. However, its subsequent appearance had altered the course of events. At this juncture, Leo posed another seemingly cryptic question. How had the Aknaya Church developed prior to your entrance into medical school? At this point, Leo had already formulated an answer in his mind. From Catherine's age, it was not difficult to infer how many years it had taken for the Aknaya Church to evolve into the vast congregation of millions it was today. Under normal circumstances, it would have been utterly improbable for Martin and his underprivileged peers from the confines of the city to accomplish such a feat in a short span of time. Yet, the reality was that they had succeeded, and with remarkable finesse. Contemplating this, Leo clenched his right hand, feeling the second object he had just retrieved from the ashes, which resembled a bone. He sensed that this bone-like object might indeed be one of the catalysts of the incident. Thus, he issued an analytical command to the auxiliary system, and the results promptly materialized before his eyes. Unknown higher species remains detected, classified as Omega-level higher organism, non-absorbable. Chapter 42. Higher beings and guardians upon entering the interstellar era. The Earth Federation classified the higher intelligent beings within its domain into 4 distinct tiers: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Omega. Ordinary humans are regarded as the lowest tier, Alpha, while those endowed with exceptional intellect and formidable physical prowess are categorized as Beta. Individuals possessing psychic abilities fall under Gamma, while the range for Omega is vast. It is widely believed that any being capable of influencing the operation of a planet through their actions qualifies as Omega. The most renowned among them is the planetary will, also known as the Gaia will. Now, Leo astonishingly discovered a fragment of an Omega-level higher species from the ashes of a monster. Such a revelation would undoubtedly become a global sensation within the Earth Federation, as the mere value of this fragment could procure a 4th-tier resource planet. Leo, however, did not entertain the notion that the creature he had incinerated was an Omega-level being. Rather, he suspected that the monster's presence was a consequence of the fragment he held. If his estimations were accurate, there were over 40 such remnants, causing his breath to quicken with excitement. At that moment, Leo's contemplative demeanor and the subtle shifts in his expression caught the attention of Catherine, who was already harboring suspicions. However, she misconstrued Leo's thoughts. Believing he had uncovered something pertaining to her, such as the inexplicable presence of the stone pendant she clutched tightly, though merely a misunderstanding. It must be acknowledged that a portion of Catherine's conjectures was indeed on point. Thus, she earnestly addressed Leo. "You mentioned earlier that if we are to cooperate, there can be no secrets between us. I hope you can share your findings with me." Upon hearing Catherine's inquiry, Leo furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at the stone pendant in her grasp, instantly comprehending her reasoning. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. "Do you truly wish to know? Some knowledge may not be advantageous. At times, knowing too much can lead to—" "I want to know," Catherine interjected, her curiosity piqued, her resolve unwavering. In light of this, Leo chose to withhold certain details, refraining from disclosing the existence of the Omega-level remains. Instead, he shared his speculation regarding the 45 founders of the Achnaya Church having been transformed into monsters. "Impossible. That cannot be." Catherine vehemently rejected Leo's theory. Yet, the anguish and sorrow etched on her face, coupled with her gaze directed at the pile of ashes, belied her internal acceptance of the hypothesis. As Leo articulated his conjecture about the 45 founders, he attentively observed Catherine's expressions and emotions. While her feelings aligned perfectly with his speculation, her rapid acceptance of his theory struck him as peculiar. Could it be that my hypothesis is linked to some truth she holds? After patiently waiting for Catherine's emotions to stabilize, Leo inquired, "Do you not have anything else to share? For instance, what exactly transformed them into these monsters? What do you believe I should know? Perhaps you should consult Martin, who is acquainted with the Achnaya Church's 3 high priests. As for you," Leo leaned closer to Catherine, their breaths nearly intermingling, locking eyes as if striving to glimpse her innermost thoughts. Gradually, he withdrew, affirming, "You may not have known before, but you certainly do now. Do you not agree?" He gestured toward the surrounding structures, remarking, "Those who inhabit this underground city?" Catherine elaborated, "The term Nurgard derives from the ancient language of Virulent, meaning those who dwell underground. The Nurgardians constructed this subterranean city, forming a city-state kingdom whose prosperity rivaled that of the legendary city-states of ancient Virulent. Historical records indicate that a malevolent force emerged from below, corrupting the guardian deity of Nurgard, transforming it from protector to destroyer." Guardian deity? Leo was taken aback. In ancient city-state times, each city sought out a guardian deity, such as the god of slaughter and gladiators revered by the earliest residents of Launcher. However, most of these deities were merely symbolic, not genuine divine beings. Catherine hesitated, her voice faltering as the recent events had profoundly unsettled her, leading her to question her prior beliefs. Upon hearing this, Leo tightened his grip on the fragment of the higher being, sensing that it might originate from the corrupted guardian deity. Later, the ascendant Fran Empire obliterated the city-states constructed by the Nurgardians on the surface, erecting Launcher upon their ruins and enslaving the surviving Nurgardians. Catherine paused, letting out a sigh, and afterward, we delve into the history of the Fran Empire's dynasty. At this juncture, Leo began to grasp why 49 individuals encountered an anomalous fate, Yet only 4 survived, acquiring extraordinary abilities akin to psychic powers. While the remainder succumbed to genetic collapse, transforming into monsters, for not all descendants of slaves were Nurguardians. Intrigued, Jason could not help but ask, how does the history of the Nurguardians relate to the emergence of these monsters? Catherine hesitated before replying. We discovered notes left by individuals seeking refuge in the underground tombs before the downfall of the slave kingdom. The notes chronicled King Yasin, the valiant gladiator who vanquished the Fran Empire. He triumphed over the elite forces of the Fran Empire by uncovering the remains of the guardian deity within the ancient ruins of Nurgard, harnessing its power to forge warriors imbued with divine strength. Alas, these warriors were later corrupted by malevolent forces, leading to the swift decline of the subsequent slave kingdom. Do you believe in these accounts? Leo queried. Catherine paused momentarily before continuing. Martin and his companions likely subscribed to this belief. According to the notes, to create warriors with divine strength, sacrifices must be made at the altar that seals the corrupted remains of the guardian deity, requiring offerings of those possessing divine bloodlines. I suspect this is why Nelson has become a target. I once inadvertently mentioned Nelson's heritage to Martin, which explains his. Catherine's voice trailed off, laden with guilt, while Leo fell into a brief silence, digesting the information he had just received. In light of these revelations, Leo resolved to locate a doctor before pursuing other matters. He chose not to venture toward the area that likely housed the Aknaya Church's laboratory to hunt the monsters and acquire additional higher being remains, but instead decided to regroup with Nelson first. Although he remained intensely curious about the higher being remains within those numerous monsters, certain actions felt inappropriate with Catherine present, and he was uncertain how to utilize such remains at this time. In accordance with the practices of the Earth Federation, one would typically extract genes directly from the remnants, cultivating a genetic essence or attempting to clone superior beings. However, Leo, as a warrior, possessed no understanding of such matters, even if he did. The absence of advanced technological tools rendered him utterly powerless. Thus, the remains of these higher beings were to him as trifling as a mere chicken rib. Having made a decision, Leo adjusted his equipment slightly, instructing Jason to refill the quiver of his powerful crossbow, interspersing every 5 ordinary arrows with a single special arrow imbued with a fiery effect. He also ensured that the ammunition for his flintlock pistol was positioned for easy access, allowing for swift reloading after each discharge. Once fully equipped, Leo set off with the 2 companions, tracing the path taken by Nelson and his group. Not long after Leo departed from the underground habitation, 2 squads of Aknaya Church clerics, brandishing torches, emerged sequentially from 2 distinct underground passages within the same residential area. Had Leo remained, he would have recognized that these 2 factions comprised the defense clerics from the previous habitation and the station clerics from the laboratory sector. Among these clerics were experts skilled in tracking and exploration, enabling them to swiftly locate the site where Leo had engaged the creature, discovering the ashes left behind. Through the surrounding traces, they pieced together a rough account of the skirmish, arriving at a preliminary assessment of Leo's prowess, and ultimately deducing the number of individuals present based on the footprints on the ground. However, in their analysis of the depth of the footprints to ascertain the individual states, they mistakenly classified Leo, burdened by the heavy flintlock pistol, as a corpulent figure. Subsequently, from the team of clerics that had traversed from the laboratory sector, emerged a figure who appeared to be their leader. He issued a few directives to the other clerics, after which the 2 squads divided into 3. One group remained in the area to continue their search, seemingly intent on uncovering the reason behind Leo and his companion's silent infiltration, namely, the hidden passage. The final team, the most numerous of the 3, followed the trail of footprints left by Leo and his companions, unaware that these marks had been intentionally left behind by Leo himself. Proficient in special operations, Leo possessed countless methods to obscure his tracks, rendering him untraceable, yet he refrained from employing such tactics, even hoping that the Aknaya Church personnel, startled by the sound of his firearm, would pursue him. This would allow him to leverage these clerics against the faction that had brought Nelson here. Despite data suggesting that the group causing chaos in the shelter bore no ill intent towards Nelson, Leo, who consistently considered the worst-case scenarios, habitually devised preemptive strategies. Should that group pose no threat, he could ally with them to neutralize the clerics. Conversely, if that group were indeed problematic, he could harness the cleric strength to create chaos, thereby rescuing Nelson and, When the two factions were sufficiently engaged in conflict, eliminate them both. Chapter 43, Secrets of the White Rose with no further delay necessary. Leo quickened his pace, leading the way into an ancient passageway carved by the Nilfgaardians, which had been deliberately concealed. Simultaneously, the group disturbed by the earlier gunfire hastened their own advance, neglecting to obscure their trail. Consequently, Leo, in pursuit, needed no mental network to track them. The obvious signs left behind guided him effortlessly along their prior route. However, the fleeing group, apprehensive of potential pursuers, often took longer detours and intentionally navigated hazardous sections of the complex subterranean passage, such as the edge of a chasm, even setting traps along the way. Despite these measures proving futile against Leo, he chose not to dismantle them, reserving them for the benefit of his own pursuit. As he continued onward, enhanced hearing allowed him to catch at least two distinct cries of anguish emanating from behind him. In less than 10 minutes, Leo had caught up with the group ahead, re-establishing them within the reach of his mental network. Yet, rather than confront them immediately, he trailed at a distance, curious to observe their intentions upon reaching the passage's end. This winding, downward-sloping corridor had previously been explored by Leo through his mental network and was documented at the base of the terrain map he had constructed. He was acutely aware that the passage concluded at a broken bridge crossing a chasm, but what lay beyond that point exceeded the maximum detection range of his mental network. However, Leo surmised that the individuals he was following were likely well acquainted with what awaited them beyond the bridge. Given their evident familiarity with every fork in the path and their flawless navigation, this time, they appeared prepared to enact a specific plan. Leo's sudden deceleration puzzled Catherine, but she quickly rationalized it as a deliberate measure to conserve energy. Her altered demeanor was influenced not only by their recent conversation, which had fostered a sense of closeness, but also by Leo's timely rescue from a deadly trap, which instilled in her a modicum of trust. Thus, the two groups traversed the ancient underground passage for another 5 minutes until the leading party reached the passage's terminus. Exiting the corridor, they beheld a spacious plaza, reminiscent of the previous underground settlement square, where a statue had once stood, now shattered, leaving only a pedestal. Surrounding the plaza were niches that resembled shrines, originally carved with idols, now defaced. At the opposite end of the square lay a vast chasm, its depths obscured from view, with a width exceeding 50 meters. Evidently, this area had once seen considerable foot traffic, prompting the construction of stone railings to prevent accidental falls. A fractured stone bridge lay at the edge of the plaza, and remnants of its ornate base and railings suggested that it had once been a magnificent structure, now reduced to ruins. Standing at the bridge's edge, one could faintly discern the blurred outline of the opposing bridge, though the absence of bioluminescent flora rendered the area shrouded in darkness, concealing any further objects. Upon arriving at the plaza, the group immediately began to prepare a makeshift cable bridge, initially securing ropes to the stone columns. They then repeatedly shot arrows equipped with barbed hooks across the chasm, hoping to latch onto a reliable anchor point. Additionally, several members were assigned to keep watch, armed with mechanical crossbows aimed at the entrance, ready to unleash a volley upon any unwelcome intruders. Leo recognized that a direct approach from the passage's exit would be ill-advised. Fortunately, he was aware of an alternative route leading to the plaza. He followed the terrain map's guidance to the lower end of that passage and signaled to Jason and Catherine, pointing toward a nearly 3-meter-high, inconspicuous opening above them. With a smile, he patted Jason on the shoulder and continued to lead the way. After navigating a slight bend, the trio arrived at the passage's exit, which was situated about 2 meters high on the plaza's stone wall, obscured by creeping vines, thus remaining unnoticed by those in the square. Upon reaching the opening, Leo motioned for Jason and Catherine to sit nearby, each carefully parting a few strands of vines to peer outside. The plaza floor, along with the stone columns and walls, was adorned with bioluminescent plants, providing clarity to the activities within. Concerned for Nelson's safety, Catherine quickly located him, though she was perplexed by the fact that he did not appear to be a mere captive, although he seemed somewhat restricted, flanked by at least 2 burly guards. His relaxed conversation with them and the presence of his mechanical crossbow, which had not been confiscated, suggested a different narrative. Noticing the unusual dynamics, Catherine realized that the group's dialogue was conducted in English, with accents distinctly from Setport, leading her to unsettling conclusions. She began to suspect that Nelson's presence in the city was not to see her, but for ulterior motives, casting doubt upon Leo and Jason as well. Do not overthink it. Observe closely, listen intently, Leo quietly urged, sensing Catherine's unease. Although her suspicions lingered, they softened upon reflecting that if Leo, Jason, and the group before them were in collusion, he could easily have taken her directly instead of hiding and observing. Sean, what is the purpose of bringing me here? As Catherine followed Leo's advice and focused on the plaza's activities, Nelson suddenly approached a man clad in Ignian robes, exclaiming loudly, I cannot escape now. You must at least allow me to understand what is happening, even if you intend to kill me later. Nels, why would you think such a thing? We are relatives. How could I harm you? I merely seek to borrow your blood, the questioned individual replied, pulling back his hood to reveal an older man with glasses, who, while silencing Nelson's ramblings, disclosed his intentions. It's him. Catherine gasped softly upon recognizing the man. Do you know him? Leo inquired. Catherine nodded, lowering her voice. I encountered him in Martin's office. He introduced himself as the executive secretary of the Launchy Industrial Federation, responsible for labor negotiations with the Workers' Mutual Aid Association. Leo speculated. It seems Martin's machinations concerning Nelson must involve him. At that moment, an increasingly anxious Nelson pressed, where exactly is this? What does it have to do with me? His expression was one of confusion and disbelief. In truth, it has nothing to do with you. Sean displayed a look of pity as he gazed at Nelson and remarked, You have merely coincidentally appeared at an inopportune moment. My original target was Baron Maupassant of the Fran Empire. He left Rabbitskin Town just as you and your comrades departed, boarding a continental train bound for Myria City. The train will halt for half a day in Launcher, where he will be drawn by certain matters to assist me in completing a ritual. However, your presence is equally beneficial, for you too possess the blood of the Red Rose, the blood of the divine. Divine blood? Are you mad? Nelson glared at his relative in exasperation, exclaiming, Do you truly believe such nonsense propagated by the English monarchy about divine right? Sean shook his head in response, saying, Cousin Nelson, you are truly unfortunate. Not only excluded from the management of the White Rose family's assets, but also ignorant of the true history of the White Rose family. What on earth are you talking about? Nelson retorted, addressing his visibly aged cousin. Sean casually sat down on the ground, gesturing for Nelson to join him, and began to narrate. It is indeed true that the English monarchy possesses divine blood. The founder of the White Rose, that great protector duke, went to great lengths to secure the lineage of the English monarchy, in a bid to strengthen that bloodline. He even arranged a century-long marriage alliance with the English royal family. He then provocatively leaned towards Nelson and asked, Do you know why he did this? Familiar with his cousin's peculiar penchant for theatrics, Nelson chose to ignore the question. What a dull fellow you are. Sean scoffed. Robert Sean was not only a great military strategist, but also an intrepid adventurer. During his early escapades, he discovered a city constructed of colossal stones beneath the sea. Under the sea? Are you suggesting it lies beneath the ocean? Nelson interjected, unable to restrain his skepticism upon hearing the flaw in the tale. Indeed, beneath the sea, Sean affirmed. Although I cannot fathom how he managed it, the notes explicitly state it is underwater. He believed that this submerged city was the palace of the sea god, for only a deity could be worthy of such a grandiose abode. His notes contain scant descriptions of the palace, merely mentioning that when he departed, he took with him a scepter, reputed to be the sea god's rod of dominion over the ocean. Upon hearing this, Nelson, without a moment's hesitation, deduced the ensuing implications, stating, The condition for wielding that scepter is possessing the blood of the sea god, correct? Precisely. Sean nodded, continuing, In truth, the Protector Duke's plan was successful. However, one of his descendants, sharing his adventurous spirit, rather indiscreetly absconded with the scepter and has not been seen since. Nelson furrowed his brow and inquired, From your words, it seems you know where the scepter lies? It belongs to your Donald family, does it not? Indeed, Sean candidly admitted, producing an ancient diary and caressing its worn cover. This ancestor chronicled his experiences within this diary, and it is the very reason I am here. Are you implying that the scepter is here? Although still skeptical of the notion of divine blood, Nelson found himself drawn to Sean's tale. Sean's thoughts took a sudden leap as he redirected the conversation, saying, Did you know? The White Rose who took the scepter was once one of the instigators of the slave uprising that nearly obliterated the Fran monarchy. If the current Fran royal family were to learn of this, the Matthew family would surely face dire consequences. What nonsense are you spouting? Nelson exclaimed, visibly flustered. It was no surprise that he was in a state of disarray, for the Fran monarchy has always held a deep-seated resentment towards the events of the slave uprising, which, despite the passage of years and the rise and fall of several dynasties, remains a point of unwavering hostility. I speak no falsehood. This is a truth, one that remains unknown to all, Sean asserted, patting the notebook in his hand. Yet my ancestor recorded this grand jest. Would you care to hear it? Though he suspected that Sean's words might hold a kernel of truth, Nelson was acutely aware that the consequences of uncovering such information were far beyond his capacity to bear. Just then, a shout echoed from the direction of the broken bridge. A rope was being tautened by the winch, securing the first rope for the crossing bridge. Chapter 44. Hunter or Prey? We still have time. A smile graced Sean's face as he turned to Nelson and asked, Cousin Nelson, would you like to continue listening? The tale of the White Rose's adventures was rather unremarkable. His final destination was Rancher, where he was invited to witness a slave gladiatorial match. And there he believed he had discovered his life's purpose. Sean's expression was laced with disdain as he remarked, he exerted every effort to aid those slaves, imparting knowledge and providing resources, only to ultimately be sacrificed by those who hailed him as the great liberator. It is utterly ridiculous. Not far away, in a cavern within the mountainside, Catherine overheard these words, her face betraying her indignation, clearly believing Sean to be spouting nonsense. Nelson also harbored doubts about Sean's claims, his countenance filled with skepticism. Aware that his words might not suffice to convince Nelson, Sean proceeded to pose a series of questions. Do you know how those slaves overcame the fully armed elite forces of the Fran Empire? Do you understand why they sought to annihilate the Fran royal family while sparing some of their actual oppressors? And do you grasp why the Fran royal family endeavored to erase all records of the slave uprising? Out of hatred, Nelson countered. Isn't the near extermination of their people sufficient motivation for such actions by the Fran royal family? Hatred? Do you truly believe that mere hatred is adequate? Sean replied, his expression one of incredulity, as if Nelson had uttered something astonishing. With a tone dripping with scorn, he continued, Nelson, you are exceedingly naive. Even if you hail from a collateral line of the royal family, you remain oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the elite, so-called hatred is the least valuable of sentiments. For the sake of their own interests, they might even forge alliances with their enemies. While Nelson remained unconvinced by Sean's assertions, Catherine's face displayed a contemplative expression, evidently touched by Sean's words as a descendant of slaves. Meanwhile, Leo, though not particularly concerned with events from centuries past, instructed his auxiliary brain system to collect and analyze the conversation, concluding that over 80% of Sean's statements were indeed factual. The system highlighted two key points. If the divine warriors that the slaves purportedly used to defeat the Fran Empire's army truly existed, then, according to the diary mentioned by Catherine, a being of divine blood must have been sacrificed. Who could that individual be? Secondly, the exterminatory slaughter of the Fran royal family incited animosity from various nations in the Wyran world, leading to widespread support for the Fran royal family's conflict against the slave kingdom. Given the ability and wisdom of the king of Yassine, who led the slave uprising and established a kingdom that maintained stability for over a decade, it was evident that he was not merely a creature of emotion. There must be undisclosed secrets at play. Connecting this matter with the creation of divine warriors offered a potential answer, especially since the Fran royal family was recognized as one of the royal bloodlines. At that moment, Leo detected, through the mental network, a group of approximately 30 fully armed clerics entering a passage 200 meters away. The doctor's position was precarious. Should conflict arise between the two factions, he would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Leo noted that Nelson's current position aligned perfectly with the passage's exit, right at the center of the square, where the base stones barely reached knee height, with no nearby cover. If a battle erupted, Nelson would be the most suitable target for attack. After a brief contemplation, Leo resolved to attempt a sophisticated application of the mental network technique known as mental projection. This method had long been obsolete among psychics in the Earth Federation. However, it was fitting for the current scenario. Such a technique did not require advanced mental links. It merely involved projecting imagery akin to brainwave patterns toward a target, implanting the desired images into their mind, representing a one-sided communicative psychic skill. The obsolescence of this technique stemmed from the ease with which projected mental images could be intercepted, and not all individuals appreciated the involuntary reception of inexplicable mental projections. Consequently, most psychics, upon mastering mental network techniques, constructed mental barriers to isolate themselves from unnecessary external psychic disturbances. With his decision made, Leo began to construct images in his mind, such as scenes of conflict in the square, Nelson's evasive positions, and their current location within the cave. Once the imagery was complete, he transmitted the mental brainwaves, intermingled with these images, toward Nelson as if sending out a radio signal. When Nelson glanced toward the location of Leo and the others within the cavern, he noticed the hanging vines quiver unnaturally, and in that moment, he comprehended the significance of the imagery, feeling deeply moved by Leo's efforts to rescue him. Despite not understanding how Leo had conjured such illusory images in his mind, Nelson recognized the urgency of the situation and could not afford to dwell on it. He stood up with a natural demeanor, took a few steps in the square, and, as if drawn by some unseen force, moved to the evasion point that Leo had selected for him, feigning interest in the totemic designs adorning a nearby pillar. This pillar conveniently stood directly above the cavern where Leo and the others were hiding, providing a potential shield against incoming attacks. Though Nelson remained under watchful eyes, his actions did not arouse any suspicion, and thus the observers paid him no heed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the clerics of the Achnaya Church had entered the correct passage, and through the sounds echoing within, confirmed that they had arrived at their target's location. However, their pace slowed, taking more cautious and silent steps as they approached. Upon reaching the final bend of the passage, the clerics could see the square ahead. Due to the positioning of Sean's group being concealed, and with Nelson having shifted positions from their previous vantage point, the clerics could see no one in the square, only hearing faint voices from the broken bridge. The deliberation was brief, lasting less than a minute before a decision was reached. 5 clerics stepped forward, discarding their masks and garments, standing before the rest. At this moment, Leo, monitoring the situation through the mental network, was taken aback, as he observed that the unclothed clerics exhibited pronounced signs of genetic aberration. All bodily hair had vanished from these 5 clerics. Their skin became thin and translucent, allowing the underlying blood vessels to be clearly visible, rendering them almost inhuman in appearance. Even more astonishingly, these clerics grasped blade-like weapons, pressing their bodies against the stone walls of the passage. In no time, their skin began to alter in color and texture, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock, resembling chameleons. To the naked eye, distinguishing these individuals would prove exceedingly difficult. The mental network relayed this scene to Leo, prompting him to recall the creature he had recently dealt with. While the methods of invisibility differed, the effects manifested were strikingly similar, leading Leo to further suspect that the Achnaya Church had indeed mastered a relatively sophisticated form of hybrid genetic technology. The clergy, who had disguised themselves as rock walls, began to lean against the walls, gradually making their way down the corridor toward the square. They soon reached the exit, where several towering men wielding mechanical crossbows aimed at the passage. At that moment, the 5 clergy members acting as scouts felt a profound sense of relief for not recklessly entering the square, for the consequences could have been dire. Within the corridor, the other clergy members had shed their garments, revealing skin that mirrored the condition of the initial 5. However, among them were a few who, without leaning against the rocky walls, stood in place, their skin displaying translucent illusions. Had they truly mastered such technology? Observing the simultaneous presence of numerous genetically modified individuals, Leo became increasingly convinced that the Achnaya Church had extracted this transparent ability from those monsters and successfully applied it to others. This realization left Leo astounded, as the Earth Federation had expended countless resources and over a century without any successful cases in alien gene technology. Yet here, in this seemingly primitive steam-driven world, a church devoid of technological prowess had achieved it. This was nothing short of a mockery of the Earth Federation's mainstream technological evolution. At that moment, the situation appeared overwhelmingly advantageous for one side, with those capable of near invisibility prepared for action, while the guards, though vigilant, were oblivious to the enemy lurking nearby. However, Leo detected a subtle clue. As Sean discussed how to construct a bridge, he inadvertently cast glances toward the positions of the invisible clergy. 10 other bespectacled Englishmen mirrored this behavior, quietly setting aside their tasks to take up arms, seemingly casually positioning themselves behind potential cover. There was something amiss with the glasses. Leo smiled knowingly, quickly realizing that Sean was equally prepared for this encounter, heightening his anticipation for the impending conflict. As the clergy entered the square and reached their predetermined attack positions, those capable of complete invisibility crossed the square and moved near Sean, ready to strike. The other bespectacled individuals, aware of the invisible clergy's locations, simultaneously unleashed their mechanical crossbows at their respective targets, firing lethal projectiles. Meanwhile, the ambushers, acting as bait, swiftly rolled on the ground upon hearing the shouts, expertly evading the attack. Once stabilized, they indiscriminately loosed arrows toward the surrounding walls, even without visibility of the enemy. The density of the clergy's arrangement ensured that some arrows would find their mark. From her vantage point in the cave, Catherine witnessed Sean's forces launch their assault. Momentarily bewildered until the sight of a fallen clergy member, their invisibility dissipating, revealed the truth of the situation. Her expression turned to one of horror as she covered her mouth to stifle a sound. Professional soldiers, Jason remarked in shock at the scene. Leo nodded in agreement with Jason's assessment. The seamless coordination and lethal precision displayed were unmistakably the hallmarks of seasoned warriors. Moreover, he was further astonished by the analysis from his auxiliary system regarding the origins of these soldiers. Although the mechanical crossbows in their hands were manufactured by the same company as the standard military crossbow held by Nelson, the craftsmanship, materials, and design far surpassed the military version, indicating they were bespoke weapons. The ability to customize such military equipment for a formation of 30 or 40 individuals hinted at Sean's connection to the powerful supporters behind these soldiers. Chapter 45. The alien god cell stop. Sean bellowed, his voice cutting through the air as his subordinates finished unleashing 2 full magazines of arrows. At that moment, the well-trained soldiers ceased their onslaught, yet their weapons remained steadfastly aimed at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, each riddled with arrows, vigilant against any potential survivors. Sean reloaded his gun, casting a sweeping glance over the fallen, before striding towards the nearest corpse, which bore 5 or 6 bullet wounds. He kicked the body over, revealing a pale visage frozen in an expression of disbelief. Looking down at the lifeless form, Sean scoffed, "What a bunch of fools." They believed that by merging a fragment of the alien god cells and gaining a modicum of power, they had become invincible. Little did they realize, they were nothing more than failures. With that, he gestured for his men to discard the corpses into the chasm nearby, displaying no concern for the battle that had just transpired. Meanwhile, witnessing the formidable strength displayed by these individuals, Nelson felt a sinking dread. It seemed improbable that Leo and the others could rescue him. He also worried that his relatives might discover Leo's group, leading them to share the same grim fate as the corpses surrounding him. Therefore, he discreetly signaled to Leo and the others hidden within the rocky enclave behind him, urging them to leave immediately and disregard his plight. Jason and Catherine observed Nelson's gesture, though the recent skirmish weighed heavily on their minds. Abandoning Nelson was not a consideration. As for Leo, he paid no heed to Nelson's signal. His thoughts were consumed by Sean's derisive words directed at the corpses. Though merely a simple statement, it conveyed a wealth of information. Notably, Sean mentioned the term alien god cells, indicating a clear understanding of how the Acronia Church's clerics acquired their chameleon-like abilities. It was evident that these alien god cells were the key to such genetic mutations. Connecting this to the remnants of the advanced biological specimens he had obtained from the monster, Leo surmised that the alien god cells Sean referred to were indeed these remnants. It appeared that the denizens of this world had developed a unique form of genetic fusion technology, distinct from traditional science, boasting a significant success rate. As Leo pondered the origins of the alien god cells, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. Sean's derision towards the clerics' failures suggested that he must have encountered successful specimens as well, and likely more than just one. "Lord Sean, the aerial bridge has been constructed," called out one of the workers responsible for the bridge's setup near the broken span. Approaching the edge of the chasm, Sean observed the 2 ropes extending across to the opposite side. The ropes swayed precariously due to the gusts emanating from the abyss below, prompting him to furrow his brow as he inquired, "Is this aerial bridge secure?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising impatience, Sean raised his hand to pat the worker's shoulder, saying, "In that case, the task of securing the ropes is entrusted to you." Though the man was bookish, he was far from foolish, promptly declining, "I apologize, Lord Sean, but I am not part of the action team and am not responsible for such tasks." Sean felt a strong urge to press the gun to the man's forehead and compel him to traverse the bridge. Yet he understood that these individuals were merely following orders for this mission and were not genuinely under his command. Thus, he restrained his thoughts and instructed 2 members of the action team to use the aerial bridge to secure the ropes on the opposite side for utmost safety. Despite being seasoned warriors, the sight of the unfathomable chasm below instilled trepidation, causing them to hesitate for nearly half an hour before one successfully crossed. Unfortunately, the other faltered halfway, his limbs giving way, and due to ill fortune, the safety harness he wore was inadequately secured. Ultimately, he plummeted into the abyss, meeting the same fate as the bodies he had previously dealt with. While the soldiers made their final preparations to cross, Leo utilized his psychic network to probe the other side, eager to gather intelligence before anyone else. The chasm spanned no more than 50 meters at its widest. Leo's psychic network could easily extend to the opposite bank. However, he was taken aback to discover a force seemingly repelling his psychic network, obstructing his efforts to explore the situation across the chasm. As a result, the three-dimensional map projected before him remained blank. This was not the first occurrence. Previously, while probing the sacred hall, Leo had encountered similar phenomena. 3 rooms had resisted his scrutiny, and he speculated that this might relate to the 3 high priests of the Acronia Church. One of those rooms belonged to High Priest Major, who had conversed with Catherine. Now, he was left perplexed as to what force was causing this phenomenon across the chasm, unable to draw conclusions without sufficient data. As Leo wrestled with his thoughts about the situation on the far side of the chasm, the individual who had crossed earlier reinforced the ropes and, upon confirming their stability, affixed a heavy-duty roller typically used for loading at the dock. This allowed it to slide down the ropes to the opposite side. He then lit his oil lamp, waving it in the air to indicate that the way was clear. You. Sean pointed to 10 individuals, instructing, "You will accompany me across. The rest shall remain here to guard against any interference." Turning to Nelson, he called out, "Nelson, just as Sean was about to summon Nelson, he abruptly froze, as though ensnared by an unseen force. His gaze shifted to the exit of the tunnel, and his previously composed demeanor shattered, revealing a palpable sense of panic and dread. Sean's sudden change did not go unnoticed by Leo, who realized that a dangerous presence loomed within the tunnel. His attention had been focused on investigating the situation on the other side of the chasm, neglecting the conditions within the tunnel. However, his psychic network remained active, continuously gathering data. Upon inspecting the terrain map generated by his psychic network, he discovered that, much like the far side of the chasm, the tunnel was also shrouded in mystery, marked by a blank space. While both phenomena bore similarities, their implications were vastly different. The invisible repulsive force on the other side of the chasm was potent enough to extend over 200 meters, while the force within the tunnel only affected the immediate vicinity of the intruder. Thus, he could still deduce from the shape of the blank area on the tunnel map that it was likely a human figure no taller than 6 feet. You have not yet awakened?" Sean clearly recognized the approaching figure and was visibly terrified, his earlier composure evaporating, and even his voice trembled. The others around him also sensed the impending danger, raising their weapons towards the tunnel's exit. "If I had not awakened, I fear all my children would have been slaughtered by you." Within the corridor, a raspy voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a figure clad in a crimson Acronia robe, their head shrouded in a hood. Leo sensed that at the moment this individual spoke and stepped forth, Catherine beside him trembled slightly, clearly recognizing the newcomer. Given Catherine's reaction coupled with the anomalies in the mental network, Leo surmised with considerable certainty that this enigmatic figure in the distinctive red robe was likely one of the 3 high priests of the Acronia Church. Sean fervently explained, "This cannot be held against me. I was merely forced to retaliate, as they sought to attack me first." Yet, the red-robed figure, having reached the sculpture at the center of the plaza, halted and calmly stated, "I." Just as Sean was about to articulate his thoughts, an individual behind him, perhaps too anxious, inadvertently squeezed the trigger, releasing an arrow towards the red-robed figure. However, the arrow did not strike its intended target, instead grazing the figure's cheek before embedding itself into the stone wall surrounding the plaza. Observing this, other armed anglers, perhaps inspired by the act, began to unleash a barrage of arrows from their mechanical crossbows, emptying their quivers without awaiting Sean's command. In an instant, the long-abandoned plaza became a storm of arrows, inundating the entire area, while the red-robed figures seemed to neglect evasion, allowing the projectiles to pierce into their form. By the time the anglers had exhausted their ammunition, the figure's robe was riddled with countless wounds, resembling a porcupine. Witnessing the red-robed individual's plight, Sean felt an overwhelming urge to cheer, almost wishing to kiss the person who had first loosed an arrow. Yet, from her concealed position, Catherine clutched her mouth in anguish, tears streaming down her face. clearly believing the red-robed figure had met a dire fate. Only Leo, attuned to the mental network, sensed that the red-robed individual was unharmed. Their body instead brimming with a potent psychic energy rapidly accumulating, poised to erupt within a mere 5 seconds. This mental barrier not only shielded Jason and Catherine, but also encompassed Nelson below. At the very moment Leo's mental barrier was established, the energy within the red-robed figure reached its zenith, unleashing a tsunami of psychic waves that surged forth in all directions. This psychic wave posed no threat to inanimate objects like stones, but proved lethal to all living entities. The surrounding bioluminescent plants, though not the primary target of the wave, succumbed instantly to its aftermath due to their inherent fragility, their glow dimming rapidly, plunging the area into darkness. Facing the red-robed figure, the anglers led by Sean bore the brunt of the psychic wave, their bodies crumbling under its force, rendered as fragile as the flora. As if their innards and brains were blended to a pulp, blood oozing from every orifice, their eyes forced from their sockets due to cranial pressure. Ultimately collapsing like harvested wheat, their breaths extinguished. However, Sean, the leader among them, remained unscathed by the psychic wave's onslaught. As the wave struck, a pendant around his neck suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping him and repelling the psychic energy. When the wave glided over the surface of the light shield, it clashed with the mysterious energy contained within, both erupting in a resplendent display of prismatic hues, standing out vividly in the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, the dispersed psychic energy reached Leo's vicinity, colliding with the mental barrier he had previously established, causing a slight pain in his forehead and a momentary sense of dizziness, which quickly dissipated. Likewise, Leo's mental barrier, akin to Sean's light shield, responded with a soft glow upon the impact of the psychic wave. At that moment, Leo discerned that the psychic wave striking his side was considerably weaker than anticipated, as his mental endurance had only diminished slightly, far below his expectations. From the external conflict of the psychic wave, it became evident that even without his intervention, the wave would not inflict fatal harm on Nelson and the 2 others nearby. At most, it would induce a brief headache. It dawned upon Leo that his movements had indeed been compromised. Chapter 46. Explanation and Persuasion. Having made his discovery, Leo deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer. Thus, under the astonished gazes of Catherine and Jason, he reignited all the extinguished wall lamps, handing one to each individual, before parting the vines that concealed the opening and leaping down into the abyss below. Although Catherine and Jason were perplexed by Leo's sudden exposure, they followed him to the opening and, aided by Nelson, descended to the ground. In the inky darkness, Leo became the focal point, his light illuminating the surroundings. He positioned himself between Sean and the robed figure, adopting a relaxed tone as he spoke. "Gentlemen, since we have already fought and killed, shouldn't we now pause and engage in a calm conversation?" Having narrowly escaped death, Sean's legs faltered, and before Leo could finish speaking, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling involuntarily. Faced with death for the first time so closely, even Sean's extraordinary intellect couldn't shield him from the tempest of emotions within. While striving to stabilize his racing heart, Sean's gaze fell upon Leo, and the flickering light allowed him to easily identify the man. Previously, he would have overlooked someone like Leo, a mere pawn on the battlefield, but the unfolding events in Rabbit Fur Town had drawn his attention to this individual, particularly after learning that Leo had managed to subdue the seasoned hunter, Bobble, with a single throw of an axe, an achievement that had deterred even the most formidable from pursuing him. Recently, upon hearing from Martin that Nelson and his companions had arrived in Cage City, Sean had contemplated enlisting Leo into his ranks, recognizing that such a formidable ally would be invaluable, though he ultimately hesitated due to excessive caution. At the same time, arrows embedded in the red-robed figure's body were expelled under the influence of psychic waves. Had anyone possessed night vision, they would have seen that no blood flowed from his wounds, which were rapidly healing as small, insect-like growths divided and merged nearby. The earlier confrontation had left the red-robed man shaken. Although he appeared unscathed after dispatching over 30 foes, it was a close call, one he had not anticipated. Were it not for the second fragment of divine cell he had recently integrated, he might have succumbed to the barrage of arrows. Just then, Catherine, having leaped from the rocky cavern, rushed to the red-robed man's side, eager to inspect his injuries. However, he stepped back, avoiding her grasp, and said, "Kinna, I am unharmed." Catherine, still concerned, exclaimed, "How can you say that? I saw you take so many hits. Sometimes, what you see is not the whole truth." The red-robed man replied dismissively, his tone tinged with irritation. "Kina, why are you here? Do you realize that had I not redirected the force of the attack, you might very well be dead right now? Perhaps death would be preferable to living in ignorance of what you all are hiding," Catherine retorted fearlessly, challenging him. "Dennis, High Priest Dennis, I question you as one of the founders of the Aknaya sect. Was the church involved in the events of Grey Mouse District?" Grey Mouse District? High Priest Dennis paused, then asked for clarification. "Are you referring to the incident where workers' children were mutilated?" "Yes," Catherine confirmed. "That was not the church's doing. Rather, the church intervened. Major was aware of the situation, and Eric was injured because of it. Ultimately, it was Martin who handled the aftermath." Dennis defended himself, gesturing towards Sean, who was rising from the ground. "If you don't believe me, you can ask him. He was involved as well." His icy gaze pierced through his hood, landing on Sean. "You are fortunate to have aided Martin in cleaning up the mess. It even led you to a mysterious object that saved your life. But I wonder if it will save you next time. Who is responsible for such wickedness?" Though relieved that the church was not implicated, Catherine remained furious at the cruelty of the true perpetrators, pressing on with her inquiry. "What? Driven away? Are you mad?" Catherine's voice rose in disbelief, her expression of incredulity and anger so vivid that even Nelson, unable to see her face in the dark, could envision it. "You are a participant. What do you know?" Catherine shifted her focus to Sean when she realized she could not extract information from High Priest Dennis. However, before Sean could respond, Dennis coldly interjected, "Lord Sean, if you do not remain silent, I will unleash the divine cells to silence you, ensuring you never escape this underground city." "Fine. Forget I said anything," Sean replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He gestured to Catherine, delicately suggesting, "Miss Catherine, you are not yet entitled to this knowledge. It would be best not to inquire further. Otherwise, the trouble it brings to you and those around you would scarcely be worth it." Though she had anticipated this possibility from Leo's earlier deductions, hearing it confirmed by a friend of the involved parties was difficult for her to process. She withdrew, sitting down in silence, while Nelson instinctively approached, wanting to comfort her but at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to sit quietly beside her. High Priest Dennis regarded the dazed Catherine with a hint of sadness before turning his cold gaze back to Sean. "Sean, you may leave. I will not pursue you for trespassing in our sacred grounds, nor will I seek retribution for the deaths of my children." "Wait," Sean interrupted Dennis. "High Priest Dennis, it seems you have misjudged the circumstances. My intentions will only bring you benefits, not detriments. If I were to leave now, you would find yourself in great trouble." "Humph." Dennis scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced by Sean's ominous warning. "What do you intend to do?" Dennis asked, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry." Sean raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, smiling as he countered. "I merely wish to help you eliminate a significant burden. Moreover, this burden remains only because your ancestors committed a grievous injustice. My actions now would serve to bring closure to that wrongdoing." As he approached Dennis, he added, "Are you not curious about how your ancestors created those formidable warriors? It is worth noting that a mere 1,000 of those divine warriors once vanquished an elite army of 500,000 from the Fran Empire." Under Sean's persuasion, High Priest Denny was swayed. Years of study had left him entirely ignorant of the ancestral warriors' divine powers, and his efforts to replicate them had yielded only subpar results. Now, with the opportunity to delve into the mysteries of these divine warriors up close, it was difficult for him not to feel intrigued. Yet, he remained hesitant, burdened by lingering doubts. As a skilled negotiator, Sean understood when to ardently persuade and dismantle his opponent's defenses and when to withdraw, allowing them to contemplate without feeling pressured. For him, there was no need for further words. He simply awaited Denny's enlightenment. When Sean witnessed the complete annihilation of his troops, he initially believed the plan had failed and that his own life was in jeopardy. However, a sudden turn of events brought him renewed hope, and his spirits lifted, a smile breaking across his face. Yet, as he turned his head, he caught sight of Leo gazing at him with a smile, causing his expression to freeze instantly. Damn, how could he have forgotten him? Sean chastised himself internally. His past habits led him to unconsciously overlook Leo, a seemingly insignificant figure from the lower echelons of society, despite the fact that this very individual now stood as the strongest among the factions. Sean instinctively relegated him to a secondary concern, prioritizing the persuasion of High Priest Denny. "I believe," "Dear Mr. Denny, you may have misunderstood. Cousin Nelson merely wishes to draw a little blood. It poses no threat to his life. In fact, hasn't he the medical school recently advocated for bloodletting? Releasing a bit of blood can be beneficial for the body." Sean attempted to maintain a casual smile, unaware that, under the dim light of the wall lamp, his grin appeared rather bizarre. Leo chuckled softly, turning to Nelson, and inquired, "Doctor, your relative believes that drawing your blood is solely for your benefit. What is your take on that?" "My love for this cousin is ample enough to allow me to drain him completely," Nelson playfully responded, matching Leo's tone. "And I would be more than willing to do it myself. Cousin Sean, rest assured, I have always excelled in surgical subjects at the medical school. I assure you, the bloodletting will be entirely painless." Chapter 47. A Bountiful Harvest. Cough. Nelson's demeanor caused Sean to involuntarily clear his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I can assist you in successfully accusing Duke Dervin of employing phosgene gas at the Continental Assembly. You must understand that this matter." "Sir Sean, do you believe I care whether the accusation against Duke Dervin succeeds?" Leo interjected, shaking his head with a light chuckle before Sean could finish his thought. "Or perhaps you might explain to me what benefit I would gain from a successful accusation, or what detriment would arise from failure." Sean swiftly organized his thoughts in response to Leo's inquiry, opening his mouth but finding himself at a loss for words. He realized, as Leo pointed out, that for a lowly soldier like him, the success or failure of the accusation bore no advantages or disadvantages. If the accusation succeeded, the prestige would not accrue to Leo, a mere foot soldier without any background, but rather to the Continental Assembly itself. They would leverage this incident to proclaim to the nations of the Wayron world that the Continental Assembly had once again triumphed over tyranny, upheld justice, and fostered peace, thereby affirming its own worth. Conversely, should the accusation fail, the attorneys involved would gladly bear the burden of failure, asserting their defiance against oppression and commitment to justice, thus still garnering a measure of esteem. In essence, the only benefit that Leo and others could derive from initiating the accusation against Duke Dervin was that they would be required to remain in Myria City as witnesses until the matter was resolved, sparing them from the battlefield. Having come to this realization, Sean couldn't help but question, if there's no benefit at all, why would you risk accusing Duke Dervin? "Doctor, what about you?" Sean found himself bemused, witnessing someone willing to accuse a duke of another nation, and moreover, the first in line to the throne, merely to avoid the battlefield. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Sean remarked, "Mr. Leodod, it is indeed a cause for celebration that our nation possesses soldiers like you." Leo replied with a smile, "Sir Sean, is it appropriate to mock someone you wish to persuade?" "My apologies. I seem to have let my emotions get the better of me," Sean responded, offering Leo an apology before contemplating a few terms such as money, power, and other enticing pursuits, all of which Leo promptly dismissed. "Mr. Leodod, perhaps you should articulate what it is you desire," Sean exclaimed, displaying a look of utter exhaustion. As soon as Sean finished speaking, Leo directly stated his condition, the cells of the otherworldly god. This condition not only startled Sean but also drew the attention of the high priest Denny nearby. Regaining his composure, Sean let out a derisive chuckle. "Mr. Dodd, it appears you are merely another madman coveting the power of the divine." He then gestured towards the high priest Denny, adding, "However, you have come to the wrong person. I do not possess any otherworldly god cells, but the high priest Denny has plenty, albeit they are all inferior specimens, yet still usable." Upon hearing this, Leo turned his gaze towards high priest Denny. Denny furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly, "Mr. Dodd, since you have already implanted the superior otherworldly god cell, why do you still seek these inferior ones? You must be aware that not all implanted otherworldly god cells are beneficial. If mismatched cells are introduced, they will only cause the original cells to collapse." Upon hearing Denny's words, Sean exhibited a look of surprise, involuntarily reassessing Leo. Earlier, in his preoccupation with his own comfort, Sean had failed to notice Leo utilizing a mental web barrier to shield against the high priest's divine energy assault, thus remaining oblivious to Leo's extraordinary abilities. In Sean's understanding, there were not many who could implant superior otherworldly god cells, not due to their scarcity, but rather because few could integrate them. Having served the English royal family for many years, he had only encountered 5 individuals with superior otherworldly god cells, one of whom was the high priest Denny. To his astonishment, he now discovered another. Sean did not doubt Denny's words, as only a bearer of superior otherworldly god cells could identify others of their kind. Since Denny affirmed that Leo was one, it was beyond dispute. This unexpected revelation compelled Sean to reevaluate Leo's worth. If Leo were merely a powerful warrior, his value would at most equate to a useful enforcer or assassin. However, the worth of a possessor of a superior otherworldly godsteel far surpassed that of 1,000 formidable warriors. Moreover, the crucial point was that this individual had not yet revealed their capabilities. If managed astutely, Leo could become a pivotal trump card that could turn the tides in critical situations. Thank you for your kindness. Unaware that he had been mentally appraised, Leo responded to Denny's caution with nonchalance, saying, "However, whether or not I use them is entirely up to you." Seeing this, Denny refrained from further persuasion, pausing briefly before unexpectedly posing an unrelated question. "On my way here, I encountered the purified corpse of young Jack. He died at your hands, did he not?" Leo replied, "I apologize. At that time, he attempted to attack us, so I do not blame you. In fact, I should be thanking you." Denny's reaction was unexpectedly gracious. He sighed, expressing a hint of sorrow. "In truth, I should have resolved their fates long ago, rather than handing them over to my disciples to care for. Avoiding the sight of them and allowing them to exist in this state worse than death. You granting him release is a kindness, so thank you." With that, Denny sincerely expressed his gratitude to Leo. Naturally, Catherine, who heard these words, could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks as she leaned against Nelson's shoulder, quietly sobbing. The sudden happiness left Nelson momentarily at a loss for what to do. Even Jason recognized what to do, gesturing for him to embrace Catherine, yet he remained motionless, akin to a statue, prompting Sean, his cousin, to rub his forehead in exasperation. Leo paid no heed to Nelson's emotional turmoil. Rather, he was intrigued by the additional information revealed in Denny's earlier words. It was evident that Denny had entrusted the care of those who had transformed into monsters to his disciples, whether it was to avoid being reminded of their plight or out of fear of becoming such a creature himself. He and the other two high priests had not visited the 45 monsters since. Thus, the actions discovered earlier through the mental web, such as the clerics extracting bodily fluids from the monsters in the deep well chamber, were not orchestrated by the three high priests, but rather carried out by their subordinates in secrecy. The primary suspect in this matter appeared to be Martin Luther, as the bodily fluids of these monsters held immense significance for industrial advancement. Martin, seemingly indifferent to the church's mystical powers, prioritized tangible industrial technology, thus maximizing the potential of those fluids in his hands. At this moment, Leo felt the piece of advanced biological remains in his pocket, almost certain that Denny and the other members of the Achnaya Church were unaware that those monsters housed such advanced biological remnants within them. As Leo pondered, the high priest Denny, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "I can provide you with an alien godsteel, but I have a condition. I wish for you to purify these suffering old friends, allowing them to be completely liberated from their anguish." Upon hearing this, Leo did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he feigned hesitation. Meanwhile, Catherine, who was gradually recovering from her sorrow, stood up and implored Leo to alleviate the suffering of those old friends. "Very well, I accept your request." Although Leo pretended to struggle with his decision, internally he was elated, for this meant he could rightfully claim the remaining 44 pieces of Omega-class biological remains. At that moment, Sean, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "All right, since the terms have been settled." "Wait a moment. Lord Sean, you are rather cunning," Leo interjected, pointing at him with a grin. "To treat the conditions set forth by others, especially enemies, as your own contribution is utterly shameless." Upon hearing Leo's words, the surrounding individuals cast scornful glances at Sean. However, Sean appeared unfazed by their disdain. He merely chuckled, shrugged, and stated, "I am a merchant. Utilizing others' resources for my own benefit is merely a merchant's instinct. I am simply adhering to this instinct." As he spoke, his gaze intentionally shifted to the pendant hanging from his neck. Surprised by Leo's gesture, Sean instinctively grasped the pendant tightly in his hand. Although its power had already been released, who could guarantee that it would not manifest its effects again? Thus, for an ordinary person like Sean, the pendant was undoubtedly a life-saving item, and he had no intention of trading it. Fortunately, Sean soon conceived a suitable item for negotiation that met Leo's requirements. He cunningly ensnared Leo with his words. "You mentioned that any mysterious item would suffice, correct?" "Indeed. As long as it is a mysterious item," Leo confirmed. He could sense Sean's unusual demeanor, but chose not to retract his statement. In his view, obtaining those biological remains without question already justified this underground venture. Anything acquired from Sean would be a bonus. This is something I believe you will appreciate, Mr. Dodd. As Sean spoke, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, not too old, nor too new, and handed it to Leo. What is this? Leo inquired, glancing down at the notebook, noticing its rather ordinary craftsmanship, akin to a simple calfskin-covered notebook available for a mere $1 on the market. Sean smiled, feeling quite fortunate, and boasted, a wizard apprentice's notes, detailing some matters of the mysterious world. This should qualify as a mysterious item, right? Wizards? Leo paused, momentarily doubting his hearing. However, upon reflection, he considered that if the deities of this world could be Omega-class beings, then wizards might indeed be psychics. Sean directly placed the notebook in Leo's hands, saying, "It seems you truly are unfamiliar with the affairs of the dark world. This notebook is just right for you." He then gestured to the others, stating, "You all have no further questions, do you? If not, let us proceed." The crowd ignored Sean, focusing their attention on Leo, which rendered Sean somewhat embarrassed. Leo examined the notebook in his hands, flipping through its pages and discovering intriguing illustrations. Although his expression remained calm, his inner joy was palpable, just as Sean had suggested. This notebook might only contain fundamental aspects of the dark world related to the mysteries of this realm, yet it was immensely valuable to Leo, perfectly compensating for the gaps in his knowledge and enabling him to swiftly grasp the more authentic and enigmatic facets of this world. Securing the notebook close to his chest, Leo tacitly accepted Sean's offer and addressed the others. "Miss Catherine." "Just call me Catherine," she interjected promptly. Nodding, Leo continued, "Catherine, Dr. Jason, you three should gather the weapons from these bodies. Collect all other supplies, potions, ropes, and tools as well. Each person must be equipped, for we do not yet know what lies ahead." Understood, the three responded in unison, nodding before dispersing to collect the items. Observing this exchange, Sean expressed some dissent, saying, "Those items are the property of the royal family of England. You." However, sensing Leo's cold gaze upon him, he quickly amended, "Of course, given the circumstances. It would not be appropriate to leave these weapons and tools behind. Utilizing them is entirely reasonable." Chapter 48. The Stone Guardian. Leo disregarded Sean's attempts at levity, which were clearly intended to lower their guard, and instead fixed a serious gaze upon Sean and High Priest Denny, stating, "I have a matter concerning everyone's safety that I must inquire about. What is the situation across the way? How perilous is it?" The reason for Leo's inquiry stemmed from the overwhelming and enigmatic force emanating from the opposite shore, which sent shivers down his spine. Although he had yet to detect any immediate threat from that force, as it merely repelled his mental network, he could not dismiss the possibility that upon their passage, they might encounter something as inscrutable as the Black Forest. Thus, he sought to gather as much pertinent information as possible to prepare adequately. "I'm not entirely certain about the happenings over there," Sean replied, adopting a more serious tone as he explained his knowledge. "I only discovered this landmark, the Broken Bridge, through our ancestors' notes, which indicate that there exists an altar that requires divine blood to activate. This altar is where King Yashin once created divine warriors, and where a member of the White Rose family was sacrificed. The sea goddess scepter is left behind there." As they delved into serious matters, Sean continued, "The Aknaya Church has occupied this area for over a decade, amassing countless books and artifacts from the Nearguard people. They should possess a thorough understanding of the local situation." "Mr. Dodd, do you believe what High Priest Denny has said?" Sean probed, his tone laced with insinuation. However, after a moment of contemplation, Leo offered a response that surprised Sean once again. "I believe him. I genuinely think that High Priest Denny has never been here." "Why do you believe that?" Sean asked, perplexed. Leo's display of trust garnered him another reward, the favor of High Priest Denny. While this newfound goodwill was insufficient to forge a friendship, it would facilitate greater synergy between them during the forthcoming expedition. Despite Leo's expressed confidence in Denny's words, the High Priest chose to elaborate further. "We have acquired a substantial amount of information from other districts. Analyzing and interpreting these materials has demanded considerable time and manpower. Furthermore, the existence of the underground city must remain concealed from the outside world, limiting the number of participants. Among the Nearguard texts we have deciphered, none pertain to this location. Only fragments from other urban areas. Therefore, rather than squandering resources exploring the unknown, It would be more effective to concentrate our efforts on known territories for targeted excavation. Furrowing his brow, Leo remarked, "So, no one knows what the situation is over there?" "No," Denny hesitated before continuing, "but there is one detail that may assist us. According to a record of sacrifices written by a priest from Nirgard, every altar is necessarily guarded by two altar guardians. They are creations of the divine, possessing undying life and formidable power, embodying steel." "What nonsense is this?" Sean exclaimed, his expression one of utter confusion, interpreting the words as mere bedtime tales meant to frighten children. In contrast, a contemplative expression crossed Leo's face. The concepts of creation, immortality, immense strength, and the embodiment of steel sparked comparisons in his mind to the combat robots of the Earth Federation. At that moment, his deep reflection did not go unnoticed by Sean and High Priest Denny. Feigning intimacy, Sean leaned in and asked, "Leo, do you know something we don't?" Having grown accustomed to scavenging useful items from corpses since childhood, even though his current status rendered such practices unnecessary, Denny instinctively began collecting items from the fallen bodies. In contrast, Sean, holding himself above such tasks, felt a sense of isolation while others worked around him. Ultimately, he too had to engage in his first battlefield cleanup. Before long, all usable items had been gathered and sorted. Under Leo's direction, all medicinal supplies were entrusted to Catherine and Nelson, while others carried only minor healing salves. Each person received a repeating crossbow, and Nelson exchanged his standard issue for a superior model. Additionally, everyone acquired a short blade for close combat. Sean's heavy repeating firearm was confiscated despite his protests, replaced with a mechanical crossbow, while Leo retained the precious, specialized ammunition. Moreover, climbing gear such as harnesses and pulleys were assigned to Jason and Leo, with each individual receiving a bundle of rope for unforeseen circumstances. Once these preparations were complete, Leo and the others approached the broken bridge. The previously constructed ropes remained, but the supporting pulleys had fallen into the abyss below, either due to insufficient securing or the recent disturbance of psychic energy. The individual who had previously crossed to the other side was now absent, perhaps affected by the psychic wave that had swept over, leaving them incapacitated, if not dead. Leo grasped the nearby rope to assess its stability, then set aside his gear, opting to carry only essential tools for constructing a ropeway. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, he ascended the rope. For Leo, climbing such ropes was as effortless as eating or drinking. Had he not wished to avoid drawing undue attention, he could have crossed the 50-meter span in mere seconds. Fortunately, he refrained from executing any hazardous or hasty maneuvers. Upon reaching the midpoint of the rope, where the mysterious force's influence waned, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Though this chill posed no threat to him, it could incapacitate those unprepared or with weaker constitutions, leading to temporary numbness or stiffness in their limbs. Suspended in midair, such symptoms would render them incapable of gripping the rope, risking a fall into the abyss. Leo marked this precarious position in his mind, planning to caution the others when they constructed the pulley system on the opposite side. The chill dissipated swiftly, and Leo experienced no further discomfort. He quickened his pace and soon reached the other side. Upon descending from the rope, Leo immediately surveyed his surroundings. The area beyond the broken bridge resembled a plaza, surrounded by shrines and stone columns. However, unlike the previous location, everything here remained remarkably intact, including the statue at the center of the plaza. In stark contrast to the broken bridge, the edge of the plaza before him bore a colossal bronze door, approximately 5 meters high and 4 meters wide. Years of moisture had corroded its surface, leaving it marred by rust. The distinct metallic scent wafting through the air, even from the broken bridge. At first glance, the scene appeared unremarkable, yet Leo felt a heightened sense of vigilance. He drew his weapon, the king, and unsheathed a battle axe. In truth, a flintlock pistol would have been more fitting at this juncture, but its weight necessitated its exclusion from the rope's load, leaving him with the king, an arcane weapon he had yet to fully master. With one hand gripping a gun and the other wielding an axe, Leo scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. His acute awareness stemmed from the absence of a particular entity, the corpse of the Englishman who had previously arrived at this location. "Leo, what's the matter?" Upon noticing Leo's sudden silence, the others began to grow anxious, and Jason's inquiries echoed in the desolate space. However, as anticipated, Leo found that his mental web throbbed beneath his scalp, utterly incapable of extending beyond his confines. He detected an unknown high-energy field, and preliminary analysis suggested it possessed repulsive characteristics, rendering it non-absorbable, yet potentially useful for psychic replenishment. In the absence of a more effective mental web, Leo opted to activate his spiritual vision, and the moment he did, he was rewarded with insight. His gaze fell squarely upon a statue in the center of the square, which, under the influence of his spiritual vision, emanated an intense aura of psychic energy, despite its mundane stone composition. Recalling High Priest Dennis's mention of the near Guardian's altar being surrounded by guardian creations tasked with safeguarding its sanctity, combined with the disappearance of the Englishman and the energy radiating from the statue, Leo had ample reason to suspect this seemingly innocuous stone figure. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired a shot directly at the statue's head. The specially designed bullet, enhanced by psychic energy, struck the statue with explosive force, shattering its head into fragments. Contrary to expectations, the statue exhibited no reaction to the attack, leaving Leo, who had been braced for confrontation, in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, the headless statue sprung from its pedestal, its chest splitting open to reveal a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, lunging toward Leo. "Leo, what is happening over there?" Hearing the gunfire from across the way, Jason and the others immediately called out with concern. On the pedestal, a loose stone slab caught Leo's attention, and from the crevice, he could see blood seeping out. He lifted the slab to uncover the previously missing Englishman, wedged within the hollow of the pedestal. The unfortunate soul had been grotesquely contorted due to external pressure, blood oozing from his body and flowing through various openings at the base of the pedestal into specially designed conduits, ultimately leading to an unknown destination. One thing was certain, this was decidedly ominous. Chapter 49. The Enigmatic Artifacts of Wizards One by One. The individuals opposite began to secure themselves to the ropes beneath the rolling axle, subsequently transported across the chasm of the rift by Leo. The entire process was swift and uncomplicated, devoid of any unexpected incidents. The sole peculiarity that caught Leo's attention was that High Priest Denny, upon entering this high-energy field, also experienced a chill that caused his body to stiffen momentarily, a reaction not shared by the others. Fortunately, Leo had issued prior warnings, thus they encountered no significant peril. This suggests that the high-energy field affects only those endowed with spiritual powers, while ordinary individuals remain oblivious to any anomaly. Upon their arrival, the crowd instinctively gravitated towards the statue with severed limbs. The energy from the fragments had yet to dissipate completely, causing the statue to twitch and tremble. "What is this?" Catherine was the first to inquire amidst the onlookers. "I too am curious about its nature," Leo remarked, glancing at High Priest Denny. "Do you have any insight into what this might be?" "This appears to be a gargoyle, a creation of ancient wizards," Denny responded promptly without conducting any examination. Leo furrowed his brow. "Is this what you refer to as the altar guardian?" "Certainly not. Such a crude creation of wizards would not suffice. Moreover, this is stone, not iron." Denny shook his head, analyzing the figure. "It is likely a guardian crafted by the ancient wizards of the Nearguard, imitating a deity. What an intriguing artifact." Sean approached with curiosity, observing as Jason tossed a stone into the gargoyle's mouth, where it was promptly crushed by its jagged teeth. Sean, equally intrigued, picked up another stone and threw it into the gargoyle's mouth. However, this time, the creature ceased all movement. "Oh no, it seems this thing is broken," Sean exclaimed, rising and retreating 2 steps, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Yet, Leo approached the gargoyle, nudging it with his foot before performing an unexpected action. He aimed his firearm at Sean, coldly remarking, "That is my trophy. Taking it so casually seems rather inappropriate." "Does it not, Lord Sean?" Gulping nervously under the gun's gaze, Sean raised his hands, a forced smile on his face. "Please, do not shoot. I was merely curious. I had no intention of claiming it for myself." He then produced a disc that appeared to be crafted from gold and offered it to Leo. Upon receiving the disc, Leo observed its potent energy emanating so intensely that even when placed into Sean's pocket, it seemed to overflow, almost vocally declaring, "This fellow has pilfered me." Unknown spiritual device detected. Analyzing data. Comparing with the Federation's spiritual device repository. Unknown spiritual device, capable of crafting energy constructs. Operational methods unclear. Refer to file A7Q98301. Non-absorbable. Danger level 3. Although it appeared that Leo was scrutinizing the disc, he was actually reviewing the analytical records projected onto his retina. Much like spiritual weapons, spiritual devices serve as specialized tools for the Earth Federation spiritualists, though their applications are broader compared to weapons, ranging from combat assistance to engineering construction. Leo recalled that within the universe of the Earth Federation, the finest spiritual device belonged to a nomadic extraterrestrial race that had transformed their home planet into a spiritual device, with every member of their kin residing within it while traversing the stars. It was said that 3 interstellar-level spiritualists and 10 others at least of Omega rank were required to operate the device fully. The disc Leo held, although classified as an unknown spiritual device, had its functions distinctly outlined by the auxiliary system. It was evident that the data collected during the recent encounter with the gargoyle had been synthesized into this device, leading to the conclusion of its capability to create energy constructs. As for the operational methods, they were derived from the database, but due to incomplete data, the resultant methods were merely speculative. Should one follow the procedural guidance recorded in the reference file, there exists a significant probability that this device could recreate a construct akin to the aforementioned gargoyle. However, there loomed an even greater risk of the construct turning rogue and assaulting its creator. What piqued Leo's interest most was the danger rating of 3, indicating the device's unstable state. This level suggested that upon triggering a certain condition, it could explode with a force equivalent to that of a particle grenade capable of obliterating everything within a 6-meter radius. Mr. Denny, may I have a look at that? High Priest Denny suddenly requested of Leo. Nodding, Leo handed over the disc, simultaneously feeding all its data into the auxiliary system, projecting it into his vision. The disc bore a side embedded with stone, facilitating a perfect fit with the gargoyle's form, while the opposite side featured a peculiar combination of symbols. This arrangement consisted of a triangle encircled by 3 interlocking rings, with the resulting blank spaces, along with the rings' areas, inscribed with various mysterious symbols and unknown script. Each symbol and character, when isolated, appeared bizarre and awkward, yet when combined, they formed a harmonious whole that was visually pleasing. This is an artifact crafted by ancient wizards, akin to the pendant worn by Sean, albeit with differing properties, Denny remarked after examining the disc. He added a touch of mischief for Sean, stating, "While this artifact may not rival the pendant in value, it is nonetheless extraordinary, worth no less than 500,000 gold francs on the black market." Wow, so valuable. I thought it was merely a common antique. Sean feigned ignorance. Denny returned the disc to Leo, who, upon examining the patterns, utilized his spiritual perception and vision skills to identify an energy disturbance at one of the triangle's points, likely the catalyst for the disc's potential explosion. Having pinpointed the cause of the artifact's impending detonation, Leo placed the disc into the most accessible pocket. He had no intention of trading it for 500,000 gold francs. A seasoned fighter, he preferred to regard it as a particle grenade, a deadly weapon in times of need. Having encountered such a peculiar object so soon, Leo turned to the others, inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Although directed at the group, his gaze lingered on Sean and Denny. "Why not?" Sean exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "We've only taken the first step and already witnessed such exquisite creations of ancient wizards. Who knows what further mysteries we might unveil? Perhaps even the fabled gods themselves. Do you not wish to behold such miraculous wonders? This may be your only chance in a lifetime to encounter such marvels." Although the people here hold a disdain for Sean, they find themselves in agreement with his words. Jason, Nielsen, and Catherine are witnessing such a remarkable gargoyle for the first time. And they are hearing about wizards, entities that exist only in second-rate novels, making them realize that the world they have known for decades has transformed entirely. At this moment, they resemble infants opening their eyes to the world for the first time, filled with wonder and intrigue, even in the presence of inherent danger. The prospect of relinquishing the opportunity to explore this new world is one they are unwilling to entertain. "I will follow you, Leo. Wherever you go, I shall go." Jason, brimming with curiosity about their surroundings, nevertheless chooses to stand behind Leo. Catherine glances at High Priest Denny, asking, "Denny, did you already know about all of this?" The High Priest nods in affirmation. "Do Meyer, Eric, and Martin know as well?" Again he nods. "I wish to be like you," Catherine declares resolutely. As for Nielsen, he remains silent, simply positioning himself beside Catherine. Before the High Priest can speak, Sean interjects with a smile, "It seems we've reached a conclusion. If so, let us proceed." Leo turns to Jason and instructs, "You must exchange all your arrows for explosive ones. Regardless of what we encounter, You are to protect the doctor and Catherine, understood? He then glances at Sean and the high priest, adding, as for you too, handle any dangers as you see fit. With that, Leo approaches the bronze door, examining its surface, which is completely coated in a layer of copper tarnish. He checks the door's hinges and attempts to push it open with considerable force. Whether it is stuck due to corrosion or requires another method to open, the door remains immovable despite Leo's strength, which is equivalent to 4 times that of an average man. The high priest approaches the door, caressing the rusted surface, and remarks, "This door was crafted by the Nilfgaardians. Only they can open it." Upon hearing this, both Leo and Sean turn to him in unison. "I cannot. I have been implanted with alien cells and am no longer a Nilfgaardian," the high priest replies, his tone tinged with sadness, before turning to Catherine and saying, "Kinna, why don't you try pushing the door? Can I really do that?" Catherine hesitates, grappling with self-doubt, yet feeling an eagerness to try. She approaches the door, inquiring how to push it, and upon learning that a simple push is all that is required, she places both hands on the door and exerts force. The bronze door, which resisted Leo's immense strength, suddenly becomes as light as a feather under Catherine's touch, effortlessly swinging open. In that instant, the high-energy force field surrounding them dissipates as if it had never existed, a change that only Leo and the high priest perceive. While Leo can analyze the fluctuations of energy surrounding them through his auxiliary system, the high priest merely senses a vague shift in the energy field. With the disappearance of the force field, Leo promptly deactivates his spiritual vision skill and reverts to the mental web skill, conserving spiritual energy and alleviating the burden on his willpower. Although it appears he still possesses 23 points of willpower, seemingly sufficient for consumption, one cannot predict whether they might encounter an entity akin to the golden giant deer, where even 30 points might be perilous. This is not a promising development. Sensing the pressure that had enveloped him vanish, the high priest does not feel relief, but rather a growing concern, muttering to himself. As the door swings open, the group's gaze falls upon the world beyond. Though shrouded in darkness, the light from 4 wall sconces illuminates their immediate vicinity. How could this be? Accompanied by gasps of astonishment, Catherine stares in disbelief at the sight before her. Within the illuminated area, the ground is littered with human bones, each bearing signs of fatal injuries, some severed at the waist, others cleaved in half, or with limbs detached. Each skeleton clutches a weapon, and scattered across the ground are remnants of leather and iron armor. These bones belong to warriors, slave warriors, the high priest states, crouching down to pick up a long spear, completely decayed, with a rusted tip, pointing to an engraved pattern on it. This is the mark of Pizarro, the great slave master of Rancy, the first slave master executed by the uprising. It was his armory that furnished sufficient equipment for the subsequent slave army to withstand the initial assault from the Rancy city guards, ultimately leading to a glorious victory. As he speaks, the high priest searches among the bones and soon uncovers 3 belts, so rotten they are nearly unrecognizable, yet faint patterns resembling text can still be discerned. These corpses belong to the First Army, the high priest exclaims with a surge of excitement. Chapter 50. A field of corpses. The mention of the First Army left Leo, Jason, Nielsen, and Catherine in a state of bewilderment, as they could not fathom its significance. In contrast, Sean's expression shifted to one of surprise as he took a nearly disintegrated belt from the high priest Denny, scrutinizing it with a hint of skepticism. "Are you suggesting that these corpses belong to the non-existent First Army?" While Leo and Catherine were oblivious to the meaning of the First Army as articulated by the high priest, Sean had conducted extensive research on the Lancy slave uprising for this subterranean expedition. Although most documents related to the uprising had been eradicated by the royal family of Fran, the English royal family, known for opposing Fran, had preserved certain documents that would bring embarrassment to Fran without provoking them excessively. Among these, Sean had stumbled upon information concerning the First Army. Scholars studying the slave uprising have yet to reach a consensus on whether King Asin ever established the First Army, as no records of its existence can be found in the available battle data. All knowledge of the First Army stems from a slave's diary. However, the slave had merely begun to learn how to write when he penned the diary, resulting in a scrawl filled with frequent errors, leading most to believe that the so-called First Army was merely a product of the slave's linguistic mistakes. The First Army indeed existed, affirmed the high priest Denny with unwavering certainty. Its ranks were filled with the finest gladiators from the Lancy arena, and it was often referred to as the Royal Guard of King Asin. He glanced at the belt in his hand and then at the corpses strewn on the ground. It is astonishing that the first army perished here before they could make their mark on this world. Finest fighters, you say? Leo stepped closer to the remains, casually inspecting the bones, uncovering signs of battle. They did not fall victim to a sudden ambush. Each was prepared for combat, all felled by attackers from the front. The assailants wielded weapons that were exceptionally sharp and possessed immense power. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. As Leo analyzed the clues from the corpses, the auxiliary brain system concurrently compiled and analyzed data regarding the clues, the positioning of the remains, and the circumstances of their deaths. Soon, a vivid reenactment of the battle unfolded before his eyes, revealing the harrowing moment of their demise. Upon witnessing the analysis, Leo rose from the pile of corpses and addressed the group. The entity that killed them possessed at least 8 arms. The absurdity of Leo's conclusion left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet recalling the gargoyle they had previously encountered, they began to consider the possibility that such an 8-armed assailant might indeed exist. Just as they were absorbed in the implications of the First Army's annihilation at the hands of this 8-armed attacker, Leo abruptly stood and swiftly exited the chamber, prompting Catherine and the others to follow suit. As Leo's words hung in the air, everyone could hear the faint sound of grinding gears emanating from the passageway ahead, growing increasingly louder, suggesting the approach of something ominous. However, as the noise reached an alarming crescendo, and Denny and the others became tense, readying their weapons for battle, Leo, the initial harbinger of caution, relaxed and gazed upward towards the passage's ceiling. When the cacophony of gears suggested an imminent threat just ahead, all sounds suddenly ceased, and a fire pit unexpectedly ignited above them. The flames cast a warm glow that reflected off the smooth stone walls, illuminating the entire passageway behind the door. It became evident that the source of the earlier noise was a series of metal basins suspended from the ceiling, which had fallen and caused the clattering sounds. The fire pits burned vigorously within these iron chains, their numbers impossible to count, extending deep into the passage as far as the eye could see. As the flames illuminated the corridor, the scene before them was staggering. Aside from the corpses at the entrance, the entire passage was littered with remains. In addition to the bodies of the First Army, several grotesque figures resembling gargoyles were scattered about. These peculiar remains consisted of a human lower half fused with 4 upper halves, forming a bizarre, interconnected creature, precisely aligning with Leo's description of the 8-armed assailant. In comparison to the narrow and low passage on the opposite side of the chasm, this one was remarkably spacious and lofty, measuring over 8 meters high and 6 meters wide. Yet, even with such dimensions, it was still too constricted for the numerous members of the First Army. One could easily envision the chaos of the moment. The First Army soldiers were crowded within this passage, while the grotesque figures wielded 8 sharp blades, fearlessly plunging into the throng, each strike capable of inflicting grave harm. The only recourse for the First Army was to sacrifice lives to topple these monstrous beings. What a brutal scene. Even Sean, typically driven by self-interest, could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the sight before him. Let us proceed. I hope we do not encounter such monstrosities ahead. Having witnessed far more brutal battlefields, Leo remained composed and, as the others began to regain their composure, he took a step forward. Observing this, the others followed suit without further hesitation. Initially, they tread cautiously to avoid stepping on the corpses, but as Leo quickened his pace, they shed their concerns and began walking directly over the remains. The corridor resonated with the unsettling sound of crunching bones, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines. While everyone's attention was captivated by the omnipresent corpses, Leo redirected his focus to the fire pits above. He had just detected a peculiar scent. Reminiscent of the unique odor he encountered when incinerating the creature earlier, it was the distinct aroma produced during the combustion of its bodily fluids. Through the mental network, he discerned that the substance burning in the fire pits was a specially formulated oil, which, despite the passage of years, had neither decayed nor evaporated, remaining highly flammable and igniting readily from a mere spark. This consistency echoed the characteristics of the creature's bodily fluids. If his suspicions were correct, and these oils were indeed derived from the creature's essence, contemplating the origins of these beasts illuminated the likelihood of their culpability, suggesting that the Neo-Guardians were not as innocent as Catherine had portrayed them. Though the passage was lengthy, its straight trajectory allowed them to traverse it more swiftly than the previous narrow corridor across the abyss. Strikingly, they encountered over 40 damaged, interconnected gargoyles, each one devoid of the ancient magical artifacts that once adorned them, prompting speculation that these grotesque figures were the entirety of the area's defensive forces. At the end of the passage lies a modestly sized, artificially hewn cavern, comparable in dimensions to an ordinary hotel lobby. The interior is quite spacious, devoid of any superfluous items. Save for a bronze door opposite the passage's exit and a stone platform positioned centrally within the cave, both of which command attention. However, what perplexes one the most is the absence of any corpses within this cavern, as if an invisible force at the cave's entrance has barred all remains from entering the passageway. Unlike the previous bronze door, this one exhibits no signs of rust. Under the glow of the braziers, its surface radiates a resplendent golden hue, imparting an aura of solemnity. In stark contrast to the costly bronze door, the stone platform at the cave's center appears remarkably insignificant. Its surface is devoid of any intricate or regal patterns, and its overall form seems to lack meticulous craftsmanship, resembling a rudimentary resting stone left behind by the cave's excavators. Nonetheless, this seemingly ordinary stone platform holds greater value in Leo's eyes than the impeccably preserved bronze door, for he discovers that his mental network cannot penetrate the stone, much like the previously encountered high-energy field, which repels him from its vicinity. Thus, while the others gather before the bronze door, scrutinizing the Nilgard inscriptions and designs, contemplating how to unlock it, Leo approaches the stone platform at the cavern's center and places his hand upon it. Unknown psychic artifacts, unknown functions, non-absorbable. As Leo gazes at the analytical results materializing before him, a sense of doubt arises within. Although the auxiliary brain system has produced a conclusion, Leo remains convinced that this outcome is erroneous or, at the very least, incomplete. For the moment he made contact with the stone platform, he felt an inexplicable intuition that this platform must be the source of the vanished high-energy field. Is this stone platform particularly special? Jason, disinterested in the inscriptions and designs on the bronze door, trails alongside Leo. Observing Leo's intense focus on what he perceives as an exceedingly mundane stone platform, he cannot help but inquire. It may not be remarkable in other contexts, but do you not find it exceptional here? Leo responds with a smile, countering Jason's question. He then turns to Catherine, who is attempting to push the door once more, only to find it unyielding. Catherine, could you come over and touch this stone platform? It may require a Nilgard individual to activate it, much like the prior door. What is this? Catherine queries, approaching the stone platform, which she finds rather ordinary. Although puzzled, she complies with Leo's request and reaches out to the platform. As Catherine touches the stone, Leo prepares for any unforeseen circumstances, while the others exhibit heightened vigilance. To their surprise, Catherine's touch elicits no reaction or change, mirroring Leo's earlier experience. Puzzled, Leo encourages Catherine to touch various parts of the stone platform. Yet the results remain unchanged. Nearby, Sean, witnessing Catherine, the sole key to unlocking the bronze door, engaged in seemingly futile actions, exclaims, rather than waste time touching that useless stone, we should focus on how to open this door. Lacking the inclination to argue with a brutish figure like Jason, Sean directly addresses Leo. This stone is clearly a deliberate ruse set by the Nilgard to mislead. Think about it. When outsiders traverse the passage, they first notice this stone platform. Naturally, they would be intrigued by its seemingly mundane presence, assuming it must conceal some mechanism, thus diverting their attention from the true focal point of the cave, the door. The high priest Denny, standing nearby, evidently disagrees with Sean's assertion, countering, when this place was constructed, the Nilgard held dominion over the entire underground city-state. Therefore, those who entered and exited were certainly Nilgard individuals. Do you truly believe they would set up such a stone platform just to ensnare themselves in a deception that they would not fall for? I do not know. I merely feel. Denny trails off, touching the stone platform, a grave expression settling on his face. This stone is perilous. Although Denny cannot sense the energy field with the same acuity as Leo's mental network, upon physical contact, he distinctly perceives the formidable energy contained within the stone, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Nelson, who had remained silent until now, suddenly speaks up. Could it possibly be an altar? As these words are uttered, the group instinctively prepares to rebuke him, only to quickly realize that Nelson's statement might hold merit, including Leo. Nearly everyone conjures images in their minds at the mention of an altar, lofty structures adorned with religious embellishments, surrounded by solemn and austere architectural forms. Yet, these notions, while evocative, do not constitute reality. If a highly ceremonial altar can exist, why could there not be an unremarkable-looking platform such as this? Chapter 51. Foolish design, I think it's worth a try, Leo remarked, glancing at Nelson. What about you, Doctor? I have no objections. Nelson nodded in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Nelson placed his hand upon the stone pedestal. It felt as if something pricked my fingertip, Nelson exclaimed, abruptly pulling his hand back to inspect the source of his discomfort. Yet, to his bewilderment, he found no wound upon his finger. Sean scoffed, Cousin Nelson, you're overreacting. Leo interrupted Sean's mockery, pointing at Nelson's pallid complexion. Doctor, why has your face turned so pale? Catherine hurried over to examine him and soon voiced her concern. He has lost too much blood and has fainted. Only Leo remained fixated on the shifting stone pedestal, stating, the doctor's blood is now within the pedestal. Upon hearing this, the group turned their gaze toward the pedestal, which had transformed from its previously mundane appearance to a deep, obsidian black. Veins of crimson blood coursing down its surface like the lifeblood of a living being, extending toward the ground. Damn it! Sean exclaimed in alarm as he noticed the blood creeping perilously close to his feet. He instinctively retreated a few steps, searching for an escape route. But the sight before him filled him with dread. The exit is gone. As Sean's panicked cries reached the ears of the others, their eyes followed his gaze to the passageway they had entered. The scene before them confirmed Sean's words. The entrance had vanished, replaced by a stone wall seamlessly blending with its surroundings. Not only had this entrance disappeared, but even the bronze door on the opposite side was quickly vanishing, morphing into yet another stone wall, rendering the cave a dead end with no escape. How could this happen? As fear gripped them, the group turned to their steadfast leader. Leo. Unlike the others, whose faces were etched with worry and apprehension, Leo's expression remained remarkably calm. To Leo, the transformed entrance and bronze door posed no real threat. They were mere illusions, as his mental web still clearly sensed the locations of both passageways. What truly unsettled him was the stone pedestal, where a high-energy force field was undergoing transformation. From the moment a quarter of Nelson's blood was instantaneously drawn into the pedestal, Leo's focus had been riveted on it, collecting vast amounts of data regarding the spiritual energy fluctuations within. He observed that Nelson's blood acted as a catalyst, causing the previously dormant spiritual energy within the pedestal to roil and bubble as if it were boiling water, emitting waves of energy outward. Although the destructive potential of these energy waves was trivial compared to those previously unleashed by High Priest Denny, they possessed the ability to permeate the minds of nearby creatures, influencing their emotions. This was evident in the collective panic that now beset the group, a direct result of the energy waves' effects. By rational assessment, Leo should have immediately destroyed the pedestal with his weapon to prevent it from reaching its final transformation and unleashing its true spiritual power. Yet, his curiosity held him back, compelling him to witness what would transpire once the pedestal completed its metamorphosis. As these conflicting emotions wrestled within him, the blood-like patterns emanating from the pedestal gradually enveloped the entire cave, even the stone walls above becoming adorned with vein-like markings. When Leo's mental clarity returned and his vision normalized, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He found himself no longer in an underground cave, but rather standing in the stands of an ancient arena. Perhaps due to neglect or other reasons, the arena's facilities were in a state of disrepair. With crumbling stone and weathered carvings, their former grandeur lost to time, leaving only a faint echo of its past magnificence. For reasons unknown, the surrounding stands and the walls above were riddled with cracks of varying sizes, some sections having completely collapsed. Dark mist surged through these fissures, pressing inward as if seeking to invade the arena and engulf it entirely. Despite the arena's precarious appearance, the fighting area remained relatively intact, dominated by two towering stone columns, each 20 meters high and about 2 meters in diameter, topped with massive, intricately patterned metallic orbs. The ground was covered in a striking red sand, the metallic scent hinting that it was not mere dye, but the essence of true blood. As Leo calmly observed his surroundings, he sought the whereabouts of the others. However, he found it peculiar that apart from High Priest Denny, who stood at the edge of the stands, everyone else had vanished. Could it be due to the spiritual energy? This thought crossed Leo's mind, recognizing that both he and Denny were endowed with spiritual energy, possibly explaining their presence in this arena. Sensing that High Priest Denny might possess knowledge about their current predicament, Leo approached him, simultaneously checking his own condition, which revealed no anomalies. And his spiritual abilities remained fully accessible. The only issue was that upon reviewing the data from his auxiliary brain system, the process of how he arrived here was a blank slate, as if his auxiliary brain had ceased functioning momentarily, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. High Priest Denny, do you know where we are? Leo inquired as he reached Denny's side. After a moment of contemplation, Denny replied, "This place is likely the Galabatha as described by the Nearguard people, which translates to the arena that pleases the gods in contemporary language." Pleases the gods? So, divine beings are watching us now. Leo chuckled lightly. His relaxed demeanor stemmed from the absence of any unsettling gaze emanating from the dark mist enveloping the arena. Unlike the oppressive scrutiny he had felt outside the Black Forest. Denny gestured toward the two nearly human-sized metallic orbs atop the arena's high platform, saying, "I cannot ascertain whether divine beings are observing us, but I know they are likely watching." "What are they?" Leo asked. "They are the guardians of the divine altar." Denny elaborated. "According to ancient texts we have translated, the Nearguard people must first pass a test administered by the guardians before they can meet their protective deities. Only those truly powerful may earn the right to stand before the gods. So they are indeed the guardians of the divine altar," Leo mused, a look of understanding dawning upon him. He then directed his mental web toward the two metallic orbs, but the high-energy force field surrounding them effectively repelled his mental probing. After this brief attempt, Leo turned to Denny once more, asking, "Why are only the two of us here? Where are the others?" Thus, it appears that in order to depart from this place and proceed beyond the bronze door, we must vanquish these two metallic spheres, correct? This aligns with the ancient texts. The high priest Denny nodded affirmatively, stating, "In that case, let us commence." At this moment, Leo exhibited palpable excitement, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination as he inquired, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Taking a step back, the high priest replied, "You may go first. I require a moment to gather my strength." "Very well. I shall take the lead." Leo, unfazed by the so-called divine guardians, displayed a relaxed demeanor, akin to a leisurely outing, as he leaped from the platform. Landing upon the blood-soaked sandy ground, he strode confidently to the stone pillar at the center of the arena, gazing upward at the indifferent metallic sphere atop it, and called out to the high priest, "How do we awaken this creature?" "Smear your blood upon one of the pillars," the high priest instructed loudly. As Leo's blood was absorbed into the stone, akin to a sponge soaking up liquid, crimson veins resembling those from the previous altar began to emerge, spreading upwards and infusing the metallic sphere. With a series of clicks reminiscent of unlocking mechanisms, one of the spheres trembled and rolled off the pillar, unfurling into a creature with a lower body formed of 4 crab claws and an upper body resembling a wolf-headed humanoid wielding a sword. Upon landing, the wolf-headed monster, adorned with strange symbols upon its forehead, turned towards Leo and let out a thunderous roar, exuding a menacing aura as it attempted to instill fear within Leo, reminiscent of tactics employed in past gladiatorial battles. However, this psychic construct evidently overestimated its prior experiences, having never encountered a warrior so resolutely born for battle as Leo. While the creature continued its intimidating roar, Leo swiftly retrieved a fully loaded flintlock pistol from his back and, without hesitation, aimed a shot at the creature's head. Following up with 3 additional shots, Leo exhibited no hesitation, targeting the construct's cranial region, and within a mere 5 seconds, shattered its head into fragments. The headless construct, akin to a robot bereft of its control center, despite retaining energy for combat, collapsed helplessly to the ground, convulsing like a seizure-stricken individual. "What a foolish design," Leo remarked disdainfully as he reloaded his flintlock pistol, casting a scornful glance at the psychic construct. Though he was uncertain whether the architect of this construct was a deity, he was certain that the creator was a fool. In the Earth Federation, even the most novice robotics enthusiasts would never place the control center of their designs in such a conspicuous location, fearing that others might not notice the glaring insignia left upon it. As the psychic construct disabled its protective field, Leo's mental network had already detected the energy fluctuations from the construct's head and swiftly deduced that these fluctuations constituted the control signal, allowing him to easily exploit this vulnerability. Having reloaded his weapon, Leo slung the flintlock pistol across his back and approached the still-twitching construct. He seized both swords wielded by the creature and forcefully cleaved open its breastplate, revealing an arcane energy device nestled within. After tugging at the device and finding it firmly embedded, he wielded his sword and struck repeatedly until he severed the device and a portion of the surrounding metal, successfully extracting it. In that moment, the psychic construct was completely deprived of its power. As Leo strode away with his spoils, the sand beneath the construct appeared to shift like quicksand, gradually swallowing the remnants of the battle and erasing all traces of the conflict. Chapter 52. Establishing a personal spiritual archive. Upon returning to the viewing platform, Leo raised the longsword and the energy device of the construct in his hand. Addressing the somewhat dazed High Priest Denny, "It's your turn, High Priest." This scene invoked memories of the rift he had with Martin years ago. Recalling Martin's words as he exited the Divine Council chamber, "The age of deities has passed, the era of industry has begun. Whether you accept it or not, this is humanity's time." As Denny softly recited this phrase, a twinge of sorrow crept into his heart, leading him to question the righteousness of his and his brother's actions. No, it cannot be. He simply had yet to witness the true power of the divine. He was mistaken. No matter how advanced industry becomes, it cannot rival the might of the gods. Denny began to murmur to himself, as if in a trance, and his aura of spiritual energy intensified with his self-reflection. Although Denny's voice was barely a whisper, Leo, standing nearby, could hear him clearly. With a hint of confusion, he regarded the shifting demeanor of the High Priest, pondering, is he engaging in self-hypnosis? This method of enhancing energy efficiency is reminiscent of techniques employed by the Earth Federation. Clearly, Leo misunderstood Denny's self-persuasion and defense of his beliefs, assuming he was preparing for battle by utilizing a familiar method of self-hypnosis to enhance energy utilization. Observing that Denny had no immediate intention to strike, Leo momentarily diverted his attention from the arena to examine his spoils. The two longswords, resembling serpents, were merely picked up by Leo on a whim, as he thought his Parnell war axe might struggle to cleave through the metal shell of the energy construct. To his surprise, the swords performed admirably, thus he regarded them as trophies. However, what captivated Leo more was the energy device he had detached from the construct. After trimming away the excess with the longsword, he was left with a metallic cube of approximately palm size, its surface smooth and devoid of any markings, shining like a mirror. As Leo began to analyze the cube, a cascade of information unfolded before him. Advanced energy device, capable of constructing energy constructs, efficiency unknown. Operation method unknown, safety level 5. Advanced energy device, safety level 5. The designation of advanced thrilled Leo, for few energy wielders within the Earth Federation possessed such devices. The other three details, however, were as expected. The most surprising revelation was the safety level 5 rating, indicating that the device was utterly safe, capable of withstanding even the depths of molten magma without triggering any annihilation reactions. If he only knew how to operate this device, its safety rating would be excellent news for Leo. Yet, without knowledge of its use, it was little more than a brick in his hands. Even less useful than the wizard's relic he could utilize as a particle grenade in dire circumstances. "Could you show it to me?" Denny inquired, turning towards Leo. Without hesitation, Leo handed over the metallic cube. After inspecting it closely, Denny returned the object and said, "Once we understand its purpose, I hope to purchase this divine creation from you." Leo contemplated. "You must know I am indifferent to money." "I am aware," Denny replied thoughtfully. "I possess an early wizard's notebook by Samuel Dunbar. Prior to his ascension as a member of the Tower, I propose it as a trade. It should be quite suitable." Although Leo was unfamiliar with who Samuel Dunbar was or what the Tower represented, he could discern from Denny's tone that both the individual and the organization were held in high esteem. The mere notion that an early wizard's notebook could equate in value to the creation mentioned piqued Leo's curiosity. Nevertheless, he did not immediately acquiesce, deliberately pausing to consider. "Let me reflect on it. I shall provide you with an answer before my departure." Denny refrained from further comments, confident that his offer would be accepted. "It is now my turn." After a brief pause, Denny seemed prepared to enter the arena. He removed his hooded cloak, shedding the tattered red robes, and discarded the cumbersome loose shirt, revealing a lean physique. Turning to Leo, he asked, "Mr. Dode, may I borrow those two longswords?" Leo extended the swords, but as he observed Denny's appearance, he found himself momentarily taken aback, astonished. Denny appeared unfazed by Leo's reaction, seizing the swords before leaping into the arena. Leo soon realized that Denny's features, specifically his eyes, were beyond his typical comprehension. Instead of a single eyeball, Denny possessed a multitude of minuscule eyes clustered together, each capable of independent movement, an astonishing sight indeed. While Leo contemplated the peculiarities of Denny, the high priest had already smeared his blood upon another stone pillar. Unlocking the metallic sphere atop the pillar in the same manner, it rolled down, revealing a new energy construct. This time, it took the form of a gigantic metallic spider. The spider's 8 legs were sharp as blades, its exterior shielded by the metallic sphere's wall, adorned with needle-like bristles on its back, while its abdomen featured a maw lined with jagged teeth. Through the mental network, Leo quickly discerned that the spider's sole vulnerability lay in a narrow gap between its eyes. A long sword thrust into this crevice would sever the control center of the energy construct. Leo chose not to inform Denny of the spider's weakness. Yearning to witness the high priest's true prowess, to gauge his own strength and ascertain his position within the arcane aspects of this world. At that moment, the metallic spider initiated its attack. It was evidently more intelligent than the gargoyle encountered earlier, avoiding reckless leaps that would leave it defenseless. Instead, it skittered close to the ground, spinning as it lunged at Denny. In its rotation, its 8 blade-like legs moved in a deadly rhythm, transforming it into a harbinger of death. In contrast to the spider's aggressive tactics, Denny's response was nothing short of extraordinary. Rather than retreat, he advanced into the spider's lethal web, his body leaping and twisting with unparalleled agility, evading the razor-sharp legs as if he were a dancer upon the tips of blades. Impressive, Leo marveled, genuinely awestruck by Denny's dual-sword assault against the metallic spider. Regarding the use of cold weapons, Leo's capabilities are confined to portable short weapons suitable for stealth and assassination. In his view, the advent of firearms has rendered the long sword and other cold weapons largely ineffective. However, the High Priest Denny is now imparting a vital lesson through personal experience. The use of cold weapons, when mastered to a certain extent, can also be perilous. Taking the current situation as an example, Leo believes that if he were to switch places with the metallic spider, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the High Priest Denny's long sword for even 3 minutes. This does not imply that Denny possesses superior strength. Leo is confident that from a distance of 10 meters, he has numerous methods to easily eliminate Denny, even ensuring a silent demise. However, in a close-quarters melee with cold weapons, without perfect control, he would be left to endure blows. It seems this is a weakness of mine, one I must rectify if given the chance. Leo realizes he has underestimated the significance of cold weapons in this world, and a thought begins to form in his mind. At this moment, Denny's relentless attacks on the same spot severed 2 legs from the metallic spider. With the loss of its legs, the spider's movements became sluggish, as it seemed to comprehend that continuing the fight could result in the loss of its remaining limbs. This change appeared advantageous to Denny, as a confident smile spread across his face. He did not even flinch at the approaching metallic sphere. At this juncture, Leo sensed a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanating from Denny, concentrating around his eyes. It resembled a charged cannon, as the energy coalesced into hundreds of orbs, directed towards the spherical form of the metallic spider. Subsequently, Leo observed the metallic sphere halt a few meters before Denny, vibrating violently before disassembling into a cascade of metal fragments. What exquisite control over spiritual energy! While the attack might seem inexplicable to others, under Leo's mental network, it was anything but ordinary. Through data collection and analytical reconstruction, he recreated the scene of Denny's assault. He discovered that Denny could manipulate hundreds of energy streams simultaneously to disrupt and destroy the energy pathways of the metallic spider, ultimately causing its self-destruction. Leo introspected. With his current grasp of spiritual energy, even with perfect control, replicating Denny's finesse would be a daunting task. Nevertheless, he remains confident that given time, he too could achieve similar feats. He initiated the creation of a spiritual energy file, categorizing it under energy techniques, titled Singularity Annihilation. Although he cannot wield this technique at present, it may prove useful in the future, thus he established a file for it to reference later. Meanwhile, Denny chose not to disturb the heap of metallic spider remnants, fully aware that the technique he employed would wreak havoc on any similar arcane artifacts. And this divine creation would be no exception. Though the battle lasted only a few minutes, it drained Denny of considerable physical and divine energy. While he did not feel it during the fight, now that it has ceased, a profound fatigue and soreness settled in, compelling him to sit down and recuperate. As the blood-red sand consumed the remnants of the metallic spider, the previously sensed high-energy field re-emerged, reenacting the moment they were transported from the abyss to the arena. Albeit in reverse this time. Leo, High Priest Denny, Mr. Dodd. Before Leo could fully recover from the effects of the high-energy field, he was greeted by a chorus of excited calls. Although the voices were somewhat chaotic, they were unmistakably filled with joy and exhilaration. As the adverse effects gradually dissipated, Leo regained his composure, his vision clearing to reveal his surroundings. Upon spotting Jason and the others slumped against the wall, he furrowed his brow and asked in a solemn tone, "How did you end up in such a dire state?" The 4 individuals who had not been sent to the arena were all injured, with Jason appearing the worst off. His arms, body, and face bore various wounds, some already bandaged, though blood continued to seep through the gauze, indicating the severity of his injuries. In contrast, Sean, despite looking somewhat disheveled and in untidy clothing, had minimal injuries, with only a small cut on his forehead that had already stopped bleeding without the need for a bandage. Chapter 53. The mother of all nests. Upon Leo's inquiry, Jason and the others recounted the events that had just transpired, each contributing a piece to the tale. It turned out that they, like Leo, had experienced a mental blank, and when they regained their senses, both Leo and the High Priest Denai had vanished. Subsequently, ferocious beasts began to emerge from the cave walls, launching relentless attacks against them. They had endured 5 waves of assaults, and had it not been for Jason's presence, Nelson and his companions might have succumbed to the beast's jaws. However, they found it perplexing that every beast they killed would simply vanish before their eyes, even if they held the carcass in their hands or bit into it. Were it not for the wounds they bore, they might have believed they were spiraling into madness, engulfed in mere illusion. Although the High Priest Denai offered an explanation, none were inclined to accept his words. "What is that?" Sean's keen eye quickly caught sight of 2 oddly shaped long swords at Denai's feet, and he stepped forward to seize one. Yet, upon contact, the sword rapidly rusted and decayed, ultimately crumbling into a heap of metallic dust. Witnessing this, Sean instinctively raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." "Of course it wasn't you. Had you the power to do such a thing, you wouldn't be here," Denai coldly mocked. Before crouching down to examine a fragment of metal, he turned to Leo and remarked, "What belongs to the divine will ultimately return to the divine." As he spoke, he gently touched the other's sword, which also began to decay at a visible rate, as if eons of time were compressed into mere seconds. "Why is this one unaffected?" Leo pondered, reaching for the energy device nestled in his cloak, only to find it unchanged, still in its original form. "Perhaps even the divine is unaware of your capabilities," mused Denai, recalling Leo's prowess in the arena. With a hint of teasing, he added, "In some respects, this object has transcended the divine's control." "What is this? Is it gold?" Jason, wrapped in bandages, approached with a boisterous grin. When Leo recounted how he had destroyed a legendary divine artifact in under 10 seconds using 5 shots, all present, including the High Priest Denai, regarded him with a strange gaze. Jason, however, was more focused on the flintlock pistol that belonged to him, which Leo had temporarily borrowed, wiping away the drool that had escaped his lips. "Look, on the altar." Nelson suddenly pointed at the stone platform. Everyone turned to see a drop of liquid resembling blood seeping from the center of the platform, suspended in midair by an invisible force. At that moment, the previously concealed passageway and another bronze door re-emerged, the latter now cracked open slightly, having been previously sealed tight. Sean, ever unable to suppress his greed, completely disregarded the significance of the reappearing exits, his gaze fixated solely on the shimmering drop of golden blood. As if compelled by the same impulse that had driven him to touch the long sword, he could not resist reaching for the resplendent liquid. "That does not belong to you. You should not touch it." Leo seized Sean's outstretched hand, fixing him with a cold stare. After admonishing Sean, Leo reached for the golden blood himself, but to his surprise, it slipped through his fingers as if it were an illusion. "This is truly peculiar." Jason, curious, also attempted to grasp the golden blood, only to have it elude him as well. "Doctor, perhaps you should give it a try," Leo suggested, recalling the blood's origin. Nelson, intrigued, reached out, but much to everyone's astonishment, he too was unable to capture the elusive drop, despite it being derived from his own blood. "Catherine, why don't you try?" Denai urged. Catherine, without hesitation, reached for the golden blood, and this time, she succeeded, clutching the once ethereal liquid in her hand. This may be related to your being a near guardian, Denai briefly explained. Or perhaps it has to do with the fact that the doctor was thinking of you while drawing blood, Jason teased, causing both Catherine and Nelson to flush with embarrassment, exchanging shy glances before hastily averting their eyes. Though they were well into their 30s, their behavior resembled that of youthful adolescence, eliciting a quiet amusement from the onlookers. Should we not proceed? Sean interjected, somewhat oblivious to the atmosphere. The world beyond the door could be our destination. As soon as he spoke, several disapproving glances fell upon him, prompting him to draw back slightly, covering his mouth in a gesture of silence. At that moment, Leo's mental web detected a change in the energy emanating from the stone platform, and his auxiliary brain system provided an alert. Acting promptly, Leo turned his gaze toward the stone platform, prompting the others to do the same. They watched as the surface of the once sturdy stone began to weather rapidly, fissures spreading across it until, within a mere 10 seconds, it shattered into a pile of gravel. To them, the decay of the stone platform mirrored the deterioration of the long swords, one metallic and the other stony. Yet, in Leo's eyes, the two processes were utterly incomparable. The swords decayed due to the loss of protective energies, while the stone's destruction stemmed from the chaotic turmoil within, leading to its self-destruction. Though no evidence directly linked the stone's ruin to the energy device he had brought from the arena, Leo sensed a connection. The destruction of the platform left the group momentarily stunned, but as it did not provoke any adverse reactions, they soon moved on from the incident. Only Denai sighed in regret, sensing that the platform's demise signified the potential failure of the altar that could have birthed divine warriors. Despite the bronze door now standing ajar, Leo did not rush forward. Instead, he took a moment to allow everyone to recuperate, tending to their wounds and replenishing their strength, while also reloading the crossbow with fresh arrows. Jason's explosive bolts had been entirely expended, compelling him to resort to standard arrows alongside a few corrosive acid-tipped ones to ensure the crossbow's lethality remained intact. After approximately half an hour of rest, the group had sufficiently recovered and proceeded to open the slightly ajar bronze door, stepping into the passage that lay beyond. The passage they traversed was unlike any they had encountered before, meticulously constructed with a smooth stone pavement beneath their feet. The surrounding walls were adorned with decorative columns and religious motifs, while the ceiling was elegantly arched into a dome, embellished with ancient patterns that likely depicted mythical tales. Nestled between each pair of columns were recessed niches, each housing a similar idol, though each statue bore a unique design. Notably, the figures were not humanoid, but rather grotesque hybrids of human and insect. The creature featured the upper body of a captivating woman, while its lower half resembled a spider, with arachnid legs composed of human arms, and its abdomen swollen like that of an ant queen. Each idol was intricately carved with the depiction of an unfinished egg at the ovipositor, a detail that caught Leo's attention. Most strikingly, he noticed that the inscriptions at the base of these statues mirrored the chaotic religious symbols painted on the walls of the parish below. "Is this the guardian deity of the near guardians?" Leo inquired, gesturing towards the statue. In response, the high priest Denny performed a customary bow before the idol. His posture unremarkable, yet his demeanor grave and focused, revealing a deep-seated reverence for the so-called mother of the hive. "This entity is born of the Whalon realm." "Do you truly believe that?" Sean scoffed dismissively at the idol. Despite Sean's provocations and disdainful remarks, Denny remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Sean before resuming his following of Leo. Receiving no reaction, Sean merely shrugged and hastened to catch up. The meticulously crafted passage was short-lived, leading them swiftly to its conclusion, where they were met not by a bronze door, but by an unobstructed view of their surroundings. They found themselves at the edge of a colossal, egg-shaped hive, approximately 60 meters tall, with a maximum diameter of 30 meters. The walls were densely populated with hexagonal cells, and aside from the entrance they occupied, these chambers filled every inch of the interior, extending even to the ceiling and floor, numbering at least 5,000 or 6,000. In addition, a vast platform was supported by several stone columns that extended from the surrounding walls, suspended centrally within the hive. The entrance where Leo and his companion stood was connected to a 2-meter-wide column that slanted upward to the platform, providing access. The interior of the hive was devoid of torches, as the walls appeared coated with a luminescent material, emanating a faint silvery glow that illuminated the cells brilliantly. Upon detecting the source of radiation, the auxiliary brain system quickly analyzed that the glowing substance on the walls was a low radiation source. Although contact for brief periods posed no immediate threat, Prolonged exposure could result in cellular mutations. The hive is filled with corpses, Catherine suddenly exclaimed. Her keen eyes, having reached the stone bridge leading to the platform, had discerned shadows within each chamber, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be human remains. The others, upon hearing her exclamation, turned to examine the nearest cells, while Leo, already aware of the situation through the mental network, exhibited little surprise. Sean, what have you discovered? Nelson inquired, noticing Sean's rare serious expression.